Not scared. I mean, you're correct that there's a slight inflationary pressure from some nice big paychecks if we were to say open up some union factories. However, this is why I said we were in a noted that we're in a supply-based recession, not a demand. In this case, because our inflation pressures come from the supply side, not the demand side. A number of economists have noted that we still have a structural shortage of demand, which is a really fancy way of saying that, like, if we increase our consumption, we aren't actually going to. That's not what's going to put a bunch of pressure on inflation. Normally that's not true for most of our inflationary periods in my lifetime. That's around the last 40 years. That's not been true. That's more like this is more like the 70s, where it's a supply side based recession, and that's where our inflation's coming from. And the solutions to that aren't purely monetary. So in this case, it's not a big inflationary pressure. It's very, very minute, just because of the way things are going. And one of the best ways out of it is actually trying to increase investment in the things that are messing with our economy and our supply constraints. One of which right now is, say, military ammunitions. So not scared, because your economics are not totally off here. It just happens that in our current recession, that's just not a big concern. And, given many, many other reasons, I think it would be absolutely fantastic for our economy to be firing up some of those factories and getting those, both on the job side. So for those who are on the more America First side, I don't tend to have this view, but if that is somebody's view, hey, this would be good for us. This would be good for any country that decides to do it. And for those who are on the pure pro-Ukraine view, more munitions means more munitions, and that's definitely the thing that we need to be making a lot more of.
Florian.
In the same way, and I'm not arguing with economic arguments. I think they're broadly valid. But in the long run, you have to think about decoupling from China. That needs investments in manufacturing capabilities, in supply chains, in intra-transatlantic supply chains. That will create long-term good jobs. And we have to be ready for that, because otherwise we will have a heck of a problem if Taiwan is under attack. And we want to really severe ties to China. And that means we need back to a robust manufacturing economy in the West, a greener one, a newer one. Is not just replicating the old one. And that will create, similar to David's argument 2 hours ago, will create a lot more good jobs also for people in middle skills, middle education, and will probably get, I cannot talk so much American politics, I'm too far away, but from the European side, I think it will get this alienation problem under control. Because if you give people better jobs and better life prospects, I think this political radicalization will diminish. And this is the other reason why we should invest in this type of industrial capabilities, or in the case of Germany, hold them, keep them, and now use them to move the stuff to Ukraine in military goods, and later they need all the goods to rebuild the economy, all the infrastructure, all the new railroads, railways, the greening of the grid. I mean, I'm almost envious when the war ends, Ukraine, if they do it right, to have such a sort of greenfield situation to build a green industrial economy that can be world-class and being integrated in the single European market. And this is the long-term correct strategic thinking around it. And this is totally to our own benefit. The whole support of Ukraine, you can style it as very selfish, Western. It will help. We help the Ukrainians to help us.
I totally agree on that, Florian. And that's why the Dutch government started early with supporting Ukraine with building up their economy, repairing their buildings. So the Dutch already have done that in front, because they just, like you said, it benefits the West also, because if they would do that afterwards, after this war is stopped, it would cost much more. That's why the Dutch government started upfront with that, because they have knowledge about that river.
So does anybody happen to know how robust Ukraine's natural, domestic supply of concrete is? Because I know globally there's a shortage of the right type of sand to make concrete. And that could be a source of investment for somebody if Ukraine's going to need a lot of gray gold and they can't source it locally.
I don't have that information, Raver. So if anybody has that information, please come forward. Florian. Florian.
Maybe we've lost him. Florian, can you hear me?
He may have gotten a call or something.
Yeah, it's looking that way, isn't it? Oh well. Finance, I might have a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Yay! Well, I was looking at something earlier today, which I shared with Domin, and he found it quite amusing. So it's to do with Pakistan. Apparently, they're going to be getting a $16 to $18 per barrel discount. And they have placed their first order in Russia for a batch of 100,000 tons of crude oil, which will be delivered at said discount. However, in the circle of life, Pakistan apparently makes shells for Ukraine, gets paid by the UK, and then buys super cheap oil from Russia. And I just wondered if you had any comments.
I mean, they also have heavy investment from China and the Belt and Road Initiative. And when they had massive flooding, a bunch of the world just sort of let them down. Their security service was very Iranian linked. So they intermittently shoot shots in anger at India. So we need the other M around to discuss Pakistan. I am not. They're very we'll call it unique political and economic positioning is mind blowing, for lack of a better term. And I don't think I'm fully qualified to explain, because I don't fully understand all the details of to me, the total madness of how they fit into the global economic world picture, because everything you said is true. And we need the other end.
Yeah, I just thought it was a strange circle of life, that, but well, that's just how it seems to go. These things are happening. Although we have heard that today that India are making steps to form stronger partnerships with Ukraine, so I think that's a step in the right direction. I've completely lost the tweet about it, though, so I won't discuss it with you. David. Oh, go on.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Then I think finance was going to say something. Finance, say your bit. No, he wasn't. Okay. Yeah. So as finance said, Pakistan is a unique place. Did you say it was $18 below what the cap is, or 18 below market value?
It says a $16 to $18 discount. Let me just go into the actual. Oh no, sorry, wrong article. Let me go into the actual article.
I do it all the time. How'd you go? Which article? Oh, right. There's. Oh, lost it. And then what you do is you very nicely send it to me. Unfortunately, I don't know the article, so I can't do it for you.
No, well, I don't have access to the full article either, so I will have to tell you that I don't know.
Okay, then I mean, there's a couple of ways it could be, because that $16 or $18, what's that the discount of, right? So the thing is, and whilst we don't like this. If Russia is selling this at a price that's considerably lower than what they got, and I still got to think that this $16 to $18 discount will be on maybe the cap price, or it even may be lower than the other value, right? Of that cap price. It could be a value that they've seen, right? So it could be that someone's on, oh well, this is what we're buying it for, and they've got a discount for that because Russia is desperate to get rid of oil. So if they are selling stuff at a price at which isn't even profitable, then there's maybe a point. But they are a bit of a basket case. It's not. But the bit I was going to go to was India, right? Of course, India is going to say this because India 5 days ago just said it was going to deepen its business ties with Russia. There was a bit of a backlash from that. So at this point, you would go, oh, well, let's just say we're going to deepen business ties with Ukraine, further entrenching the "but we're neutral" component. But India's business with Russia, where oil is concerned, has been considerable. I think finance would be able to say a little bit more about that, though. What's 100,000 tons of oil? Finance, it's not a lot of oil, is it?
It's not no oil. Right? We're talking about Pakistan or India for a moment here.
So the question about 100,000 is Pakistan, but 100,000 tons, is that even a tanker, or is it a? Yeah.
I think it depends on your tanker size. I would have to look up. That may be under super tanker, but yes, no, you're right. Like oil numbers get really big. Again, this is where we remember that I am not an oil guy. I'm the paper finance world, so I'm a little more at home when you're banking numbers than I am with the oil numbers. I have to look these ones up to give good answers.
Yeah, but I think my point was it's not even a tanker, right? So India has tankers that are full, big tankers that are full, waiting to be moved on, and there will be people who've bought these things thinking they're going to make a huge profit.
Yeah, Supermax tanker goes up to 180,000 tons, I believe. Yeah, so you're deadweight tonnage is 180,000. So yes, not even a tanker.
So it's not a lot of oil. But it is, as you said, it's not no oil. But for us to expect countries like Pakistan and other countries not to do it is probably a bit of a stretch, I guess. But they're not wealthy countries. They do have very wealthy people, but they're not wealthy countries. Oh, but to go back to that, my point with you, for you, mockers, about India. As I said, I just think it's we've said we're going to deepen business ties with Russia. We'd best be saying something with Ukraine. So someone's caught up with the idea that there's a backlash, and because the world doesn't like the fact that they're doing so much business with Russia, and they have bought a huge amount of oil. They're second to, I don't know what the numbers are, but they're second to China in the amount of oil that's been bought.
Are you just hot marking their finance?
Yes, sorry.
Furious typing. Raver, go ahead.
So a couple of things, David. 100,000 tons of oil is 746,000 barrels of oil. And for any of these nations that are buying Russian oil, if I remember right, and I could be wrong, or off memory here, Russian oil is heavy. It's not a light sweet, which means these countries are having to reconfigure their refineries to take this oil. And in the case of India, it's a pump and dump. They're buying it now, reformatting, selling distillates back to Europe. But when the Russian oil economy collapses because they can't get the parts they need to keep it up and running, these refineries are going to be left completely unable to switch back over to, say, Saudi crude, which is light, without a massive investment to retool the refineries.
Yeah, I think that's the circle of life for you, isn't it, at Mockers, right? So some people are taking a net profit now for someone to make a huge lot. You may be a loss later because the effects of changing. But as we're saying, Russia is very close to. I know, so very close. They are getting much closer to a collapse financially, right? Well, that's a great thing. Here's the thing: as it stands, the question is, are they closer to a financial collapse than they are of a collapse of their military?
I'd like to think that it's like that bankruptcy saying, slow at first, then suddenly. So why not both? Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, so Russia as an extractive economy, minerals and gas and oil. On the oil and gas side, Russia does not have the domestic technology to do horizontal drilling, to really do fracking or hydro injection. They have depended on Western companies, Western technology, Western expertise, and all of that is gone now. And so over time, their ability to produce is going to go down as their wells lose pressure and begin to silt up or dry up. We've had experts on here before. I haven't heard one in a couple of months. But oil is very much a perishable commodity. You have to keep investing into the production or it's going to dry up. And that's where Russia's at, is their production is going to continue to trend downward, and there's nothing they can do to reverse that.
Yes. However, our friend Beefeater, who was on last night, unfortunately was bursting bubbles all over the place. He's been keeping an eye on people still working in Russia. Even some oil and gas companies are still servicing their equipment in Russia. They're just doing it in quite a shady way, under different names and things like that. So it's not perfect. We need to try and shut these loopholes down. Tightening the sanctions would be a much better thing than allowing that to go on.
So let me guess, some version of Schlumberger?
No, Schlumberger were very good, actually. They came high on the list of good guys. But some of the other companies, I believe, a couple of them were German. Not saying anything, Germans, just you might want to look into that and have a little word. Finance, go ahead.
Yeah, especially when you start talking about the physical commodities traders and the way they are good at dealing with sanctions. They are the most amoral profit players in the world. That's the only way they make lots of money. And they are very good at making lots of money. And I say amoral, not immoral, as in they just don't care about morality either way. They do not try to actively be evil. They don't try to actively be good. They just try to actively make money, and they truly don't care how evil their customers are. So we see lots of deals like they'll pull out. There was a grain deal where I want to say one of the big boys pulled out of an entire Russian area, selling their local subsidiary. And I was saying like, oh, isn't this good that you're seeing them pull out? I'm like, no, read deeper. They are selling it to their local Siloviki because they're probably tired of dealing with whatever's going on in Russia right now, and they just signed a deal to basically take physical possession of the grain after it leaves. So they're going to make money on the transport. They're going to make money on the grain still. And insofar as they lose some profit margin locally on whatever old machinery is moving stuff around Russia, they just sort of said, screw it, we'll let the local Siloviki deal with that. And they're still making, plenty of cashish off the supply chain there. So, these kinds of deals are standard for them. In the middle of that terribly corrupt oil facility that Medvedchuk owned, that the Ukrainians hit in Belgorod, the people who financed the building of it with a contract to get the oil the oil products that came out of it was Glencore, one of the major big commodities players, right? They didn't have major ownership of it. They just had ownership of the commodities produced by the plant, right? So these kinds of deals are ubiquitous. There's a million ways to skin the cat, is I believe the saying here, and they will find some way to profit if they can by moving stuff from A to B. And if they can find a way to get around sanctions, they will absolutely do it, and they are doing it now.
Yeah, very, very sneaky. David, you had a good chat with Beefeater last night, didn't you, about these sanctions evaders?
I did. Yes, I did. Do you want me to remember what the talk was?
Oh, snippets of it, perhaps.
The talk went on for quite a while, and remind me of the start.
Well, you'd asked him to come in and talk to us about some of the
It was Coca-Cola, wasn't it?
Yeah, some of the companies who you wouldn't expect who are still trading in Russia.
Yes, and how essentially Coca-Cola have moved. They've moved their operation to another company that they own a large share in. I think he was talking. I think Beefeater was saying 23%, and there are in actual fact buyback options, right, for which they get to say what the buyback is. So it's just it's a temporary move. They will buy back that operation later when in actual fact all is clear, whilst attempting to tell everyone, look, we're squeaky clean. They've done exactly what InBev did. So InBev has done this as well. They sold everything through to Hefes. Yes, I was going to say Lefet. No, Hefes. The Turkish firm, they've got a 30% share in, or InBev has a 30% share in Hefes, right? So they've sold Lef and the other bits and the things that they were making in Russia under license. They've sold that part of the business to a company they have a share in, and then what they'll do is buy it back later. And this is how they escape it, isn't it? There's quite a few brands as well. I think Crocs were one for anyone who wears their Crocs. I don't. I just wear knockoffs because they're so much cheaper. But yeah, Crocs are another one who said, "Oh, we're not in Russia," but they absolutely 100% are. There's been a little bit of a rebrand, but the shops inside are still selling Crocs, and there are many brands like this. British, French. Let's not get onto the subject. Orchan and what they're doing. But Beefeater is working very hard trying to call out these organisations.
British Telecom as well are apparently
that was extraordinary. Yeah, BT. Now there's the thing though. That could be another. Once we know a little bit more, maybe that is a proper petition, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. We need to drag these shameless scumbags out into the light. Iwana.
Yeah, so you were talking about companies that are leaving the Russian market, and in the last few days I've seen a lot of them, a number of them at least. A factory of the German group Bosch was sold to S8 Capital Holding. It's a factory from the city of Engels, so they are no longer on Russian market. I know that Continental had also sold, they sold the tire plant in Kaluga to S8 still. So this is another company that sold the assets on the Russian market. Duracell left the Russian market a few days ago. I'm trying to find out because it's a long history of things like this. And I think also Henker. This is also a German company. They left the Russian market. So a lot of decisions in this sense in the last week at least. It seemed really interesting. That's why I followed it. So yeah, and also Mercedes-Benz. I just found it. Closed the deal to sell the assets to Автодом. So Автодом will produce cars in the former factory of Mercedes. Yeah, just a little list of companies that left the Russian market in the last, let's say, few days.
So people are still leaving every day. It's amazing it's taken them more than 12 months to even, get here. I appreciate it's not instantaneous, but there are some companies who literally just took everything they could that wasn't nailed down and left. And it's not about money in those cases. They just said, we're prepared to lose this money because our moral stance is that we cannot be anywhere near this, and we won't be. And I honestly can't understand why more aren't doing the same, because to be tainted with this, that it will continue, their reputation will, people remember this stuff. Raver, I think you had your hand up next.
Yeah, but these companies leaving Russia, apparently there's like 4 different ways they can do it. They can either leave because it's the right thing to do. They can leave for fear of sanctions. They can be subject to sale to a Russian oligarch or a Russian, state-owned enterprise. Or apparently, as Beefeater has been going on, they can set up shell companies and they just pretend to leave, but they're not really leaving. They're just putting on a Halloween mask and saying, "Hey, I'm somebody different."
Ioana?
Yeah, in fact, this is exactly what I wanted to talk about. The bad example is, for example, Zara, that left the Russian market last year, but returned under another name this year. So they just changed the name and got back into the Russian market. So this is not good. But I wanted also to point a good thing, and I believe that some of us participated. The group Pernod Ricard. First, they wanted to return with the vodka Absolut to the Russian market, but there were protests from Sweden, and they reverted this decision. They still very quietly sold Jameson, which is an Irish whiskey, on the Russian market, but finally public opinion got to them, and they were criticized, and they ceased to export the Jameson to the Russian market. So this is a good thing.
Thank you very much. Shaggy fella, go ahead.
You got me driving again. I can't pull over just yet. So I was listening to Beefeater last night, and I'm pretty sure he mentioned Continental, the tyre one, as one that said they were leaving, but isn't actually leaving. So you might want to check that one, Iona, with Beefeater. That's it.
Okay, I'll check.
Raver.
So just how big is the Russian consumer market? Because consumer goods require that you have discretionary income that you can buy a cell phone or a TV or a bottle of Jameson or a designer purse for your wife or for yourself, if that's your thing. So just how big is their market given how low their discretionary income is? And it seems kind of a short-sighted move by these companies to try to stay in a market where total sales are probably a whole lot smaller than even a small to medium-sized European country.
Well, I don't know how much, how big the Muscovy is, but I expect that only those can buy those things. David?
So, Raver, I was going to add, so the Ricard Pernod or Pernod Ricard, or whichever way round it is, they who said they were going to carry on selling through to Russia. Finland then went, we're gonna stop your booze, and then they rode back completely on what they were doing. So yeah, I don't think it's that high, right? But they're just companies who are going, but they're going, this is 20 million or it's worth 100 million or something like that.
You boinging, David?
Yes, it's Axel boinging me.
Okay.
I could mute him. Yes. I think I'm going to mute him. Should I? Hands up for saying who says I should mute him? This is democracy. There's 1, 2, 3. He's muted. There we are. He's busy typing away, trying to get this in so before I mute him.
So every time you get a message, you get this boing sound?
Yes, I do. Oh dear, yes. We're very mature on this show. Very mature. Oh dear. Yeah. Anyway, so that's all. The Axel and I think we're going to be up in 10 minutes. So I desperately need to go and make a cup of tea because we know I like my cups of tea. So I'll leave you and I will be back shortly.
Okay, David. In the meantime, if you do that, Ioana, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I thought to give the 10 minutes to David to make his cup of tea and maybe read you an article that I find quite funny. It's from Kommersant. It's you talked about, for example, Germany that put an end to the nuclear power. There is a country that did the opposite, put a beginning to the nuclear power, and this is Turkey. And there is a very interesting article in Kommersant by Andrei Kolesnikov, which is really, really funny, about the inauguration of the first delivery of nuclear fuel to this nuclear power plant, Akuyu, in Turkey, which is under construction still. Delivery by what country, do you think? Well, yeah, maybe you guessed, Russia. So there was like a ceremony to honor this first delivery of nuclear fuel, and during the ceremony, Putin and Erdogan were expected to be there. So I will read the translation from Kommersant. Bear with me because the translation is not perfect, but it's quite interesting and it gives an idea to the article. This event, as they say, was expected. To this event, as they say, it was expected that Mr. Putin will participate via video link, and this was not doubted from the beginning. But what happened with Mr. Erdogan was impressive. Did he have a heart attack on the background of the election campaign or not? Will he come or won't he? Or maybe he will. Here, after all, the question is at edge: come or lose. And he said he will come. Then it turned out that there will be a telephone conversation with Mr. Putin, the president of Russia, and still Erdogan said he will come in person. It turned out that both presidents were participating in the event via video conferencing. Mr. Erdogan could not miss this, nuclear power plant or death. So I'm reading from the article. It's written in this style. And this will be even worse for him than any other way politically. At the event, there was present also Rafael Grossi, the director of the general director of the International Atomic Energy, and he saluted the fact that Turkey has nuclear energy now and it's in atomic lead. And this is the comment of the author of the article. The case was framed in such a way that Turkey now seemed to possess at least atomic weapons. On the other hand, if you blow up a nuclear power plant, then you'll come to the truth. It was a presentation very beautifully from a drone on a large monitor. They showed how fuel for a Turkish nuclear power plant was being transported. Dreams came true. Although, and this is also from the article, I didn't want to see, I confess, anything from a drone. There are too many of them in our lives, and not only in life. A huge hall filled with Turkish officials applauded the video, but in fact, it was good for the efforts of Erdogan to win the presidential elections. President Erdogan stayed straight in the frame and did not move. Not that he showed no sign of life. On the contrary, petrified, he seemed to emphasize with his inviolability the greatness of the moment. But at one moment, seeing Mr. Putin wave, he waved also. Very rarely we do experience such encounters. Turkey's name will now be mentioned in the League of Countries producing atomic energy. And there is another paragraph that I find interesting. Everything here so far developed as if there was no war in Europe or Ukraine anywhere, although stakeholders were actively present. The only thing missing was Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with his significant welcoming speech. And I will skip to the end because it's quite long and it's in the same style, but it's about how Erdogan said that the plant will be finished in 5 years, and Putin doubted that. And Putin said, remember, dear friend, 5 years ago, you said the task of timing this event to coincide with the 100th anniversary of the Republic of Turkey. Remember my reaction? I said, it's unlikely. This is a very complex, responsible process that requires a lot of time, and so on. And the conclusion of the writer of the article is the following. If I'm not confusing anything, Vladimir Putin publicly admitted for the first time that he made a mistake in something. So I'm wondering how such an article appeared in a proeminent Russian paper. I hope I wasn't too long with this.
No, beautiful, my dear, although you've got another 3 minutes to talk yet before David's back.
Oh, the article was long, but you know, I would prefer you to read it more because you read much better than me. So I skipped half of it.
Oh, bless you, my love, bless you. But at least we know he's alive, eh? We know he's alive.
Yeah, but you know, the tone of the article and the mention to Ukraine, the fact that drones are present in life and not only in life, and the fact that Mr. Putin admitted to a mistake. You know, there are some hints here. I don't know. It's just me, or it is really weird.
It's a very strangely worded article. Yeah, there's weird stuff going on. It baffles me as to yeah, what they think they're playing at, really. But there you go. You know, it's how they go about things, I suppose. Now, before the chaps come on, I could give you all a wee update of things. So, apparently, 20 Italian M109L 155mm self-propelled howitzers are being prepared to be sent to Ukraine. They appear to be at a train station, so that's looking like good news. I've also seen other things that have been supplied to Ukraine recently. So we've got video of some lovely AS-90s with trained crews already arriving in eastern Ukraine. So that's lovely. Denmark, of course, have handed over 19 Caesar 8x8 self-propelled guns to Ukraine, and they are apparently already on combat duty, according to Alexei Reznikov. And this is all of theirs. Denmark handed over all of them. They said, we haven't got much, but you know what? Here you go. You can have them all. And, well, can I just say, round of applause. Round of applause for that, because more of that sort of thing, please. Thank you. Well, would you believe Russian war crimes is trending? I can't imagine why that would be today. However, here is an update on Uman. The count is currently 17 deceased. 17 people are known to have been killed. I believe this includes 3 children. And may actually be more since that report came out. I think I actually saw 19. So, unfortunately, that terror attack did indeed cause death and destruction, exactly how it was supposed to, according to what they posted up about, you know, right on target. Yeah, the cruelty is the point, and that's kind of how it is. Right, now then, I believe Axel and David should be almost ready. Do you think I might have to throw something at the both of them?
Does he have a cup of tea?
He has a cup of tea.
I do have a cup of tea.
Well, that is tremendous. I just got rid of the Senate, so I shall be in driving position in just about 30 seconds.
Oh, well, in that case, myself and Mr. M are going to do a swap with you. Do you want to go first, Mr. M, so that I don't leave the seat unattended? Because I've worn my backside into the shape now, so.
No, it's no problem. I wish everybody a good evening, and I will be back tomorrow. I will be in the listeners' space, so a very pleasant evening with the 2 balcony guys.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. M, and you have a good evening.
Yes, it's that time again, folks, for the 2 of these to get to entertain you, shall we say. 2 grumpy old men, and I believe they have a few things to chat about. And don't you worry about that, David. I will sort you right out with that message that you sent me. See what I can do for you, because I'm very kind like that.
Kindness wins, as we know.
I try my best, I really do. Can I also say that there are quite a lot of pictures of the Czech president and President Zelensky stood together today, looking like they're making some headway with their talks and what have you. And there are many women all aflutter, all across the interwebs, because apparently they're both all right. They're both all right. So just so you know, the ladies are enjoying the view today. Hello, David. Do you want to try your audio?
Oh, am I loud and clear?
You are loud and clear. And on that note, I'm going to make a space. Thank you, everybody.
My pleasure. And you take care, Mockers. You take care.
Let's get
Right,
ready
so,
to rumble.
Yes. What are we rumbling about other than tummy rumbling?
Yeah, it's high time. I mean, on a day as bad as this, on a day of yet another completely, utterly bereft of any sense genocidal terror attack, what else is there other than making fun of these bastards? Come on.
Well, there is, and now you've actually reminded me of something that I listened to. I was listening to Iwana just now. Iwana, did you just say there was a person called Alesky Kalashnikov?
I'm not sure. I have to check the name. It's very similar, but
I think
But
it was
anyway,
Kalashnikov.
like the one
Oh,
four-star
Kalashnikov.
general of the Red Army who actually went
oh dear,
and
because I
sentenced
was
people
going
to
to go
death.
I was going to go into the joke because, of course, with his first name Alesky, then people around the office, did they go, is there a Kalashnikov anywhere? Just throwing it out there. I just can't help myself.
No, evidently. But then again, I mean, if you look at this, there's a number of names currently in the Russian military, all tracing back to people copying the names of those who once supposedly freed the nations of Central Eastern Europe, but essentially did nothing else than sending their troops through to rape, pillage, loot, and kill.
Yes. It seems that's the thing they do, isn't it? It's a strange society, very strange society.
But we have it this morning yet again for the second day in a row that our dear beloved friend Yehuda came on to highlight yet again that we are evidently at the tail end of the Second World War, that we are currently trying to clean up what was left open then.
Oh, say that again. I lost you for a little bit moment.
I said that this morning Yehuda came back for the second time in a row to highlight that we're cleaning up the tail end of the Second World War and that the Russian forces are behaving just like they always did.
Yeah, and I think that's it. So actually, I didn't. I think I met. Did you say that yesterday as well?
I did say that the day before, but
that's it.
Do you by any measure? I mean, do you by any measure have a hearing aid? Do you have a hearing aid? Do you want me to get it?
I've got headphones on. But I need, what I really need is a memory aid or in actual fact someone to say, here, have 30 years back, right? And then things were different then. And so I remember you saying it, and I completely agree. This is the tail end of the Second World War. It's just taken 80 years, and it didn't happen at the point when everyone thought in the 1980s, right? Because Russia just knew that they were, as we know now know that Russia knew that they had no chance, right? Because what they've waited for themselves to do is to take on who they thought was to be a much smaller target, and they're failing miserably at that. Interesting, isn't it?
Absolutely. And the funny part is, I was once sitting, this is in, 1991, I was sitting at a table with a number of very senior people, and I was definitely very bereft of any seniority at that time, of course. And they said, and two of them were mocking what had just been screened a day before yet again for everybody else in the Corps. They were mocking how Patton had been described and what he had said and all these kind of things. And then there was a a very decent American military historian sitting at the very same table who said that, the funny thing about this movie and about Hollywood is that Hollywood, of course, always embellishes and projects, and which were written down by his aides, respectively by the journalists who did not necessarily like him. And the statements which he made at the time after his troops had met the Russian troops on the other side, and that he immediately advised to go off hunting and pushing back. And that when asked at a later stage, when he had a Lipizzaner horse, by the way, captured, and running around in a voltage and giving an interview to the American press, which was then slightly skewed in its representation, he did say exactly the very same thing, that we're making the biggest single mistake in history by not pressing on and taking down the Russians and freeing Eastern Europe. But there you go. Now we know.
Now, well, this was a message that I used to hear a lot from my family when I was a young boy, right? That it was a big mistake. They believed it then, the 1960s, and my father didn't ever change his mind.
I mean, I'm currently driving here through the streets of Tallinn, and it's fantastic, beautiful sunshine. It's the hope of springtime. The whole society has woken up, and people are quite evidently keen on finding a way to enjoy themselves during summer. But there is this constant buzz going on as to what we should be doing in order to make sure that Ukraine wins. Estonian society is so substantially in favor and dedicated to Ukraine winning because they absolutely know. There is this imagery of the white ship, the one ship which would come to save the Estonians from occupation. And it never came. And Roosevelt and the Western Allies never came.
Yeah, that must have been the dreadful feeling for them. They must have felt a little bit like the Avestal defenders, right? They're hoping, is someone going to get through? We're going to get, what's going to happen, and then nothing does. I can't think of how dreadful that feeling must be, feeling of abandonment.
Well, the good thing is now we have a chance here on this report. We've advocated this since last year. We have a chance today in the West to change that. We can elect for Ukraine not to be abandoned. We can elect for Ukraine to be strengthened, supported. We can elect today to make a change. Every one of us can elect to make that change, because the change is always individual. It is all of us, every single one of us, making that change. Make that phone call, write that letter, write that email, talk to your neighbor, do that thing. Go out there and tell people why it matters to defend freedom, and why Ukraine, whilst it does defend freedom for itself, for Europe, and essentially, strategically, for all of us, needs and is owed our support.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing, isn't it? And that's what's so disappointing when we hear people who are senior making statements that just don't make sense, and you're going, because they've elected to make these statements. They have free will. They're in a democracy, right? No one's forcing them to say these really, really stupid things, and I say stupid because it's really stupid. No one forces them to do it, and they could just do let's put our full weight behind Ukraine, which is what should be happening. I mean, I am like pretty much everyone here, aghast that we don't have our full political backing, and that there is someone somewhere terrified in their little like little Tom Horner sucking his thumb, worried that what's going to happen, when in actual fact, if you analyze it, right, then none of it makes any sense.
But the good thing is, as I said, individually and therefore collectively, we can do it. We can just simply do it.
Yep. Yep, and the money, the values we were throwing around earlier today. So as I keep saying, the UK spent 150 billion on subsidizing energy, right? 150 billion. That would be every single weapon and all the logistics and all the munitions for Ukraine. So the Ukraine could just do it. The UK could do it, right? Germany could it. They spent even more subsidizing, or maybe they didn't spend it. Maybe they tucked it away into a little special pocket where someone will dip into it every now and again.
Exactly, because they dedicated and designated a budget like good German planning does, and then they couldn't distribute it. You remember, we had this little chat a little earlier. This is for our American audience, and everybody who's dialing in now, because a few hours ago, when we all dialed in, we had our friend Florian. He is German and Swiss as a citizen, and lives in Switzerland for ages as an entrepreneur, good friend of the program, good friend of ours. And Florian highlighted that how silly it is that the analog nation, meaning Germany, was even unable to simply distribute the strange subsidy it was giving to its citizens, because Germany thought it's a good idea to designate more money in one quarter to support those who its government deigned to be more, shall we say, precariously living, meaning those who, because they simply had less disposable incomes to deal with the higher cost of energy prices. And they said, okay, fine, we're going to subsidize you. But the subsidy never arrived whilst it was in a budget, because the analog nation couldn't distribute it, because people couldn't call it up. They simply couldn't call the money. Yes, I know it doesn't sound like your perception of Germany, but that is Germany in 2022 and 2023.
It's, the how it's changed is extraordinary.
Because it didn't.
I just don't understand it.
It didn't adapt. It hasn't changed. The stuff you and I experienced in the 1980s, just imagine, go back in those days. Yes, the wall is up and you're still there in what is then West Berlin, as opposed to the Soviet-occupied Berlin on the other side. But you're there and everything is stamped, it's neatly done, you get a receipt, it's typed, it's paper-based. Nothing has really changed. Because whenever something really matters in Germany, you still have to sign for it, but you can't sign for it digitally properly.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. It's interestingly. So I remember I had my bank account was with the Volksbank of all places.
That's good.
But that is so I did, and exactly, and I didn't want to be with the Commerzbank. But anyway, I do remember I used to go and right when I was going to go and get I wasn't paid a lot of money at all, Axel. So I would go to the bank and collect 15 marks, Deutschmarks at the time. I remember the teller one time laughing at me and saying, "I've got 15 here." So you can have 15 from my pocket.
What did you do with all the other money?
Yes, please. They used to pay me extraordinary sums. I was paid so little. That was the people forget one of the reasons why they're able to pay British soldiers more is because there are fewer of them, right? I can't remember what I get. I think for a year I was on something like 600 Deutschmarks a month. So that's 150 quid.
Wow.
It wasn't a lot.
Wow. Think about, of course, the accommodation and everything else, but still 600 Deutsche Mark. Now, that doesn't exist anymore. But at that point in time, what should I say? What 1984? What's that?
No, this is 1979.
Oh, 79.
So
that's a
yes.
lot of money then. That's a lot of money still.
No, it wasn't a lot of money.
No.
I can tell you, everyone used to laugh at me.
No, I know.
Everyone used to laugh at me.
No, I know, but you and I understand what I mean. But, the purchasing power of 600 Deutschmark, despite the fact that it was little by comparison to what you would have liked, it was still substantially more than what today you would have with 600 euros.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, is it? No, I'm going maybe. The 600 Deutschmarks is what, 400 euros now. Do you think?
Nah,
Purchasing
you
power.
were
Do you
able
think?
at that point in time you could rent a sensible mini apartment somewhere in a German metropolitan area still for about 200.
So I think my girlfriend at the time was paying 400. So yeah, it depends. I mean, this is in Lower Saxony. You love Lower Saxony, don't you, Axel?
Of
So
all places, Lower Saxony is wonderful. No, wir sind die Niedersachsen sturmfest und erdverwachsen. Yeah, alles wie du kannst breathe. No, you know what I mean. Of course, Lower
yeah, I
Saxony
do.
unfortunately also breeds a lot of communists.
Well, here's the thing. So I was in a Nienburg am Weser, which is a very, very middle class, German town. I liked it. I really liked it. Though it was very nice. That was where I went initially, but it wasn't a place if you didn't have a lot of money to be, because all the shops are very expensive. Because we've already discussed, I wasn't paid a lot.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, at that point in time, while it's not being paid a lot, what you did is you did a great service for the defense of Europe. And people actually at that point in time still understood it, because during the Cold War, when we were there, we understood that there was a danger, that there was a threat, a menace, quite literally.
Yeah, no, and there's the thing. This is the difference, isn't it, between how things have changed now. So I remember the Bundeswehr it being a really serious army at the time, right? Yeah, how things have changed. 1992, isn't it, when there was this sigh from the West and went, oh, and it was the collective sigh that, and the belief that Russia was going to join the good guys, because that's what everyone did, right? East Germany joined the good guys, and look at how that unification went, and yeah.
Soviet occupied Germany, by the way.
Yes.
Robin, you've joined us. How is it there in the auditorium?
How are you? Listen, I love you, Axel, but I'm going to have to disagree with you. I was a student in Freiburg in 77 and 78, and I was getting 600 marks a month from my family. 600 marks a month was good if you were living in a Studentenheim and you were eating at the cafeteria at the university.
I know
I
Freiburg
can't imagine
very
anybody.
well.
Wonderful town. I had a wonderful year.
Very expensive.
But as I said,
for students, very expensive.
Oh, is that it? Okay. Okay. So you have to live in what a friend of mine used to call Dinkdorf, and then you could manage fine, right?
Yeah, but so when you were in Freiburg, so you met all the fraternity students at that point in time, and you probably had a lot of parties, right?
I'll take the fifth on that. Actually, the best thing about it, I was living in the Thomas Morrisbursa, which was the Catholic, what do you call it, a dormitory. Catholics, thank God, have no trouble with drinking. There was a pub in the basement. So I spent my evenings, the whole year I was there, drinking my way through the best beers of Germany. I had a blast.
I would call this cultural studies. It's supplemental to scientific research, right?
Special scientific research on how many beers does it take to get drunk.
Okay, now that we've readjusted the value proposition and the purchasing power of foregone currency, let's revert back to let's revert back to how this matters to Ukraine. Just imagine what will happen as soon as all those wonderful students from all over the world come into a peacetime Ukraine, where everything is comparatively cheap still, and all this influx of know-how and the interaction between the Ukrainians and the rest of the world happens. We will see the same kind of massive, intensive explosion of culture and scientific research and growth and openness and hope. This is what we need to think about. We can see already the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not the lights of an approaching train. No, 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 no. This is the light at the end of the tunnel. This is coming. Freedom is coming.
Go ahead, Robin.
Well, I absolutely agree with Axel. Ukraine has incredible, I mean, the people of the education, the abilities of the Ukrainian people. Once they get out from under the corruption which they inherited from the Russians, which I think they've done a great deal for, I think it's going to explode. In fact, one of my constant grumps is that you can't find a decent Ukrainian English dictionary, at least on the English side. Very often you end up being directed to Russian words rather than Ukrainian. But I'm willing to bet that Ukrainian is going to be the new up and coming language. Ukraine is going to be a center of the way Israel has been, and again because of the lower cost of living and everything, that it's going to be a center of innovation, and it's going to be a wonderful. I mean, it's a wonderful place already. Ukraine is finally going to be getting to the place they should be. Anyway, it's I can hardly wait. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim slava.
Harem Slava.
And by the way, this is a very good point. David and I have been stressing this here all the time. And it's absolutely vital for people to understand what kind of opportunity is vested in this. And that by capitalizing on it, the whole effort, the whole support of this war becomes not just worthy, but worthwhile.
No, I mean, yeah, I mean, everything we think about it, isn't it? The effect we can have, how important. I mean, most of us who look at where Ukraine is geographically next to the Black Sea, the seaports, how it has its rail links and everything, and its ability to do heavy machinery as well as very technical stuff. You just go, it's going to be very, very important, isn't it, to the future of Europe? They're hardworking people, yeah, all the other things.
The fact that Ukrzaliznytsia has managed to get a high economic rating in the middle of all this tells you what the potential is.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, logistics requires the quality and execution and reliability Ukrzaliznytsia has managed to actually to achieve. And it has exposed the whole country to that requirement. Don't forget, the logistics chains they have built up have to interact with the tact, with the rhythm of their own trains. So that improves the overall outcomes for Ukrainian companies at this point in time. It is a magnificent change in the rhythm of Ukraine, what Alexander Kamishin and his friends and colleagues have managed to achieve and attain. It is based, of course, on the reforms which were already undertaken beforehand in the years of 2016 to 2019, but they fully capitalized on this and drove this forward. And if you take this into account, there is such a unique opportunity at this point in time. We must make sure that it will be exploited soon.
I was trying to find my microphone again. Yeah, it has to. I mean, it has to be the way forward is to exploit potential, and by exploit we don't mean remove every single mineral out of it. I mean, what we mean is attain Ukraine's potential. Oh, no, don't you go for it, Axel.
No, it's okay. I was just about to highlight that Carl is requesting we should get Carl on because I think he's currently at the German-Polish border.
That was what I was trying to do when my mic was going on and off and not doing what I wanted to do, and I was trying to it just all failed, Axel. It all failed. I've just brought him up. Hello there, Carl.
Yeah, hello. I probably have too much car noise, so I just have one kind of question because I haven't been able to keep up on things. Can someone give me a summary of the missile attacks from last night or strikes?
Do you want to do it, Axel?
Mate, I'm currently paying. Give me a second.
Okay, I'll do it. So I'll give you a not very good summary. I think it was 16 missiles went through, were sent. 2 got through, hit a house or a block of flats, and 16 injured and 2 or 3 killed. That's off the top of my head. It was something Mockers. No, Doman mentioned it a little bit earlier. I haven't read it myself. I have seen one of the videos. It's an utterly tragic video of a young lady. I don't know what's happened to her family. She's got blood all over her, and the place she lives in is being destroyed. It's a very, very tragic. It's very tragic, and to cap this, there was, I think, someone who was in the Russian government who posted a picture of the rockets being sent, or a rocket sent off and going, and a comment of right on target. So they're not even trying to conceal what they're doing.
Thank you. Do you know which cities the injuries were in?
Oms? Is that a city?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my friend was in Dnipro, and her was woken up with 4 missiles that arrived. So that's pretty much all I know.
What I can do is I can Carl, I'll follow you back, so I can DM you some details if I'll have a look and find them. Okay.
Thank you.
Pleasure, Carl. Pleasure. And we've got the wonderful Shaggy. I do apologise. I've moved. Shaggy, I'm sorry. Yep. I'm demoting you again. You're going to have to wait because Jamie had a hand up for quite a while. Jamie.
Thanks. I was just going to ask if anybody wanted to join me on Duolingo to learn Ukrainian with me. I know Robin was speaking about the dictionary. So opening that up.
Oh, well, there we are. Well, let's open it out. So if anyone is looking to learn Ukraine, Jamie is looking to learn Ukraine, and I don't know much about Duolingo, but I'm assuming it's an online language course.
It's a wonderful app that you can download to your phone, and you can keep each other accountable by just being on there and shooting direct messages to each other. So it's kind of cool.
All right. So it has language tools as well, though, right?
Yeah.
Well, cool. I've never seen it. It was for me, language learning by distance was a tape recorder.
I did that too.
It didn't go very well for me. It was so much easier learning in the pub.
Just wanted to ask people if they wanted to join me, but that was all I had to say.
Well, Jamie,
carry on now.
Give a shout out one more time a little bit later if you can as well. Later during the evening of American time, maybe we can find 1, 2, 3 people who are willing to join you. I think it's a great idea. And just because David and I managed to learn languages by having beers with people doesn't have to disincentivize anybody else.
That's a better way. But thanks.
I mean, the thing is I learned very quickly the things I needed to know. Multiples of pints of beer. Hello, what's your name? You look quite nice. All those things. They're all the important stuff.
That's my problem coming over from Russian. I learned all the important stuff, and yeah, it's different, quite different.
All right, well, we've got loads of hands up. But anyway, so Robin, we're going to go to Shaggy because I demoted Shaggy selfishly, anyway, some way. Shaggy, you had your hand up.
Hand order is very important. Anyway, yeah, I think Mocker said it was 17 dead. It's gone up to now in a terror attack.
That is awful.
That is dreadful, isn't it? Are you able to give us any more details? So remind this befuddled person what city was it, or is it in multiple cities now?
Oman and where else? Cherkasy? Shaggy? Oman was one rocket that I know, but was the other one in Cherkasy?
Uman was the main one.
Just utterly tragic. Utterly tragic.
Well, I only saw the images of the one building which was had exploded and started burning in the dark, and it was evident that this was multiple apartments being impaired at that point in time. And it did not look, from what you could see and what was later shown on the second video, on a slightly lighter, it did not look as if somebody had a chance to get out of there alive.
There were at least 14 in Uman, I think, and there are questions about whether there was an intention to send a message to Israel, because Uman is a central place of pilgrimage.
Yeah, but the pilgrimage itself is over.
Yeah, but there is a Jewish presence there the whole year.
Oh, yeah, no, of course there is. But then again, hey, they've been, how should I put this? They've been pissing in our garden all the time. That was French.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was French. Right. So Iwana then.
Yeah, I just wanted to help with the information. So 23 missiles, 21 intercepted, 2 hit Uman, which is a city in the region of Cherkasy. The numbers now, if I'm not mistaken, I hope I am, but according to Defense of Ukraine, is 20 persons dead, including 3 children. This is only in Uman. So the missiles hit an apartment block, 27 apartments damaged. Also, there was a hit in the region of, in the city of Dnipro. It hit a house. There it was the mother with the 3 years old daughter that died. And also there was some other hit or maybe damage from the fallout in the region of Kiev. The name of the settlement is Ukrainka. 2 persons were injured. So this is the the aftermath of the missile strike this night.
Yeah, it's just dreadful. It's difficult to come to put words to it, other than the utter tragedy of all of this, which is why we're here. We all want it to stop, right? Make the Russians stop, and the way we know we can do this to make them stop is by giving them the kit, which we're not at the moment. Iwana, I saw you go on and off.
Yeah, it is a tragedy. Of course, it is a tragedy, but I just wanted to point out that this is terrorism because the Russians did not target, not even infrastructure. They targeted civilian buildings. Uman is 300 kilometers from the front, is a peaceful city, and they targeted with missiles that are destined to military objectives a building that where people were sleeping. So this is pure terrorism. And in the same time, Russia is sitting on the presidential chair at the UN Security Council in the 21st century in Europe. So I don't know what is needed for calling Russia what it is, a terrorist country. Yeah, I'm sorry for my rant. I'm not sorry, actually.
No, I was going to say, don't be sorry, right? Every single one of us here is angry about it as well, right? And they are is exactly what they are. So it's which is why we're all very confused that the things that were obvious to us at the very start, right? So if we just even go back to the very start, where Bucha was that was April, wasn't it, last year? Bucha.
Yeah, March, April.
Yep. So then at that point, that would have been the point, right? To have just said, send everything. It's not escalation, right? This is what we've seen. The world is shocked. Off we go. Yeah.
Yeah, we made this case here many times, and we evidently have not been successful. So we need to do more.
Yep, and we need to convince them. And remind them of the morality of this, and that we vote them in, right? We vote them in to make the decisions we want to be made, and this is where the problems lie at the moment. The politicians have worked out that if they tread it one way, they just get to do whatever they like. But ultimately, we have the vote, right? Here we are.
Well, obviously, people always vote for domestic politics. That's how they generally accord themselves with their own societies, and that's completely fine. But there is one constraint in the matrix, one specific constraint in the matrix of your political decision making. If somebody is not fighting genocide, that should be your main constraint.
Yeah, of course, because guess what, right? That could very soon come to your own country, right? Especially in somewhere like Europe. It's not a big distance between Ukraine and Berlin, right? It's not like traveling down from you're somewhere up in Cairo going down.
Don't say this so loud. The Germans will be the current Germans in the former Soviet occupied zone will be afraid rather than resilient and hard fighting. It's the Germans in the West who'd be fighting.
Yes, the Germans in the East would just be going, here you are, we give in already. Well, yes, there's the thing, right? How do you convince people who are so convinced in the other direction?
Pictures, videos, clear description, media which reports the news, which is what we're doing here. We're reporting the news, we're highlighting it, we're dissecting it, we're advocating for clarity. That's our job here.
Yes, very much so, isn't it? Right, and we need more things like a MriyaReport. This, on a Facebook, on a YouTube, and the rest of it. An organisation, us, for instance, right? Broadcasting everywhere. Wouldn't that be good?
Let's work on that then.
So I think that's a very good idea. Yeah, I mean, it's about everything. It's about messaging, get the message out to the right places. And this is one of the problems one of the problems that the West has had, the closure of BBC World News. They closed them down because they didn't want to buy the valves to run the radio stations. But the world, there are people still out there who need a message that isn't one that's given to them by their own government, right? And one that they could trust. Or maybe that's part of the problem with the BBC, because it's run by the government now, as opposed to being a different entity. Maybe that's part of the problem. But there is a place for something that can push out a storyline about countries like Ukraine and how it's important, and where they sit, and how fighting for democracy and all of the other things is so important to the world around them. And that's what we forget, isn't it? Countries that have become very insular, they think, oh, it's all just about me. I've heard people in the UK doing that, as if they think that what happens in Ukraine doesn't affect them. Weirdly, many can't. That does not compute in their brain that the reason why they're paying so much, 35p a kilowatt hour for electricity, right, doesn't compute to them that is because we didn't do the right things in Ukraine, which is why we have this problem.
Penny wise, pound foolish.
I think that's a description of our current governing body, government.
So, has Mr. Sunak instructed someone in his government to tell the former Vice Air Marshal to maybe consider what he says?
I do not believe that Sunak will have done that. Very sadly, I suspect that the Air Vice Marshal might repeat that message. I'm going to be very interested. I'm going to write a thread on this, but the problem is that the more I think about it, it could end up in a 50,000 word dissertation quite easily as to the so many reasons for why he's wrong, right? And he's very wrong, and but these things. So at what point, when anyone analyzes something, I don't think he's analyzed it at all. This is a gut feeling, isn't it? I suspect. But when he analyzes things, I wonder what's going through his mind. Because when you analyze something, you take the evidence in front of you, don't you, Axel? That's what good analysts do, and scientists and everyone else. That's what they do. They take the evidence in front of them, and then they put that against other knowns, other known values.
Yeah, and pilots specifically are trained to be absolutely ruthless in debriefing. If there's one thing which happens to anyone ever in the flying service, is that debriefings typically take a lot longer. I mean, briefings and debriefings take a lot longer than anything you ever fly. Unless you are completely in a full-blown combat like our Ukrainian friends, whereas then maybe the ratio changes a little bit, but still, you will be briefing and debriefing like hell. And so you should, because only what you plan and what you learn from your missions matters a great deal, and changes the way how you actually, the next time around, can deal with whatever comes about. So, one would think that this Vice Air Marshal has learned a lot from debriefing and briefing. Or has he?
Yeah, no, good question. So, because if we analyze, right, let's analyze this, right? So let's take the stuff we know, right? We know that Russia has lost something close to, and this is dead, close to 200,000. It may be over 200,000, or it might be a little bit under it. But who knows, right? 200,000 troops, and the let's just say it's 1-to-1. So we've had a seriously injured, so almost 400,000. So 200,000 dead, 200,000 will be serious injured and won't be going back into the fight again. They've failed to complete any of their tasks. Their task was to take Kyiv. Right, they were going to do that in 3 days. They failed that. Right, they were pushed back by the incredible heroism of Ukrainians who laid down their lives for their country. Right, but they had things such as a 40-mile convoy that didn't move for days, which would have been destroyed if we'd have given them the equipment early. Right, and at these points, so we've got this. Right,
this way just
so
withered.
then yes, and then so you go. So they've then go back. They're in the Kharkiv region and there's fighting there. Right, they're down in the south. They attempt. So they took Kherson in the south very quickly. They attempted to get past to Mykolaiv and go on to Odessa, and they failed miserably. And then what happens? So these are the things. So they then change strategy. They start bombing and the rest of it. Right. So so then Ukraine starts to push down into the south, and the Russians start losing lots of troops. Right. They lost a lot of territory in the south. They moved troops from the Kharkiv region to Kherson Oblast in attempt to shore that area up, and they failed. Right, this is important, and they failed. The Russian troops in Kherson legged it. They hightailed it out of Kherson across the other side of the river because they knew that if they stayed, they were dead.
Because
okay, so
for
that's
about
south,
8.5 weeks beforehand, they'd been losing loads and loads and loads of their comrades. They'd been diminished in size. They'd been bombed. Ukrainian troops, Iraqi troops had been working behind the lines. There were at least 3 salients in the northeast towards Kryvyi Rih, where they had been nearly encircled, captured, annihilated, destroyed in place. They saw it coming.
No, exactly right. They knew, and they started getting people out. They were quite lucky. But here's the thing: that this is what we now know is that the reason why Kherson, it took a long time for Kherson to be taken, was because Ukraine diverted some of its troops. They took them back up to the north, right, to the northeast, the Kharkiv, and they started a front there, right. The Russians were very, very weak up there. They lost troops, and the Ukraine started a front, and they moved hundreds of miles to where they are now. Bakhmut has been a fight for 10 months as well, right? So this is what we know. The second apparently most powerful army in the world couldn't complete any of its objectives. I do lie. One objective, which was to take the nuclear power station, Enerdar, they still have it. But that's not what you would call a major objective, right? That isn't the we've taken this city. This is where we've established a front, and we're moving forward. Everywhere else, they are now moving backwards. Right, so that's the evidence we know. There's let's add to this other evidence that we know. Excuse me, I'm going to cough.
Uno, dos, tres.
Other things we know. Danke. So what also we know is that Ukraine has just now received 230 tanks. I think it is. So Does that number ring a bell to you, Axel? Is it 230, 250?
230 Western tanks. There's about 110 or 130, we're not quite sure, of tanks which are of Soviet production, which have also been delivered.
Yeah. Okay. So they've received a whole load more equipment, of which, let's call it the Vanguard, the heavier tank, are the 14 Challengers, right? They've received also a large number of IFVs, infantry fighting vehicles, as different types, all of which have a considerable fighting power themselves. I think you need to say yes to this.
Tremendously clear, yes. And given the fact that the Bradleys have, and the CV90s have essentially gunnery capacity which rivals, or at least it penetrates the adversary so easily, the Russian tankers should be very much afraid of them.
Yep. And so what other facts do we know? So they've arrived. I don't know the number of infantry fighting. I remember it's in the hundreds.
Yeah, we have a very strange number which came out of NATO's briefing, which was 1,530 armored vehicles. They mean everything: APCs, armored command vehicles, and IFVs. But it's a big number.
Right. It's a large number, isn't it? Which means, and this is really important for anyone who's listening, what it means is the troops who are being carried in them can move around the country in considerable greater safety, right? So if anyone wants to do, if people are moving around in a Nissan truck or a Toyota Land Cruiser, right, and you've got someone with small arms fire, then you're going to be the people inside those Land Cruisers or trucks or whatever, and they're going to be at great risk. But inside a APC or an IFV, they are not, right? So it takes a considerable greater amount of hitting power to take out an APC. So we have a lot of firepower and a lot of transportability. And now the other things we know that the Europe has been training a lot of troops as well, don't we, Axel?
Sorry, 1 second.
Okay, that's okay. I'll carry on talking. So all you had to do is say, yes, you're correct. I believe I'm correct. That I'm only wrong when I admit it, and then yes, I'm only wrong when I admit it, and then I'm not wrong. Anyway, so we have the Europe has trained a considerable number of troops, and the UK has trained a number of troops. The Ukraine also has the troops who are then people who've already previously been in combat, served in the army, and are coming back in, right? So 150, let's go 1,500, let's call it 1,500 IFVs. Let's just say 8 people in an IFV. So that'll give you the number of troops that can be moved around. So that's where we're at. The hitting power of IFVs is huge, and the important part for everyone to understand is that typically at the moment beforehand we've seen lone thunder runs by tanks, Ukrainian tanks, to go and destroy a position. This is not how normal NATO works. You work in conjunction with other vehicles. If you've got a tank, it works with IFVs or whatever it is, because there's a reason for this, because the infantry support the tanks. The infantry who be carrying NLAWs or any number of the other anti-tank guided missiles, right? Some of the IFVs will have TOW on it, another anti-tank guided missile, and they also have high caliber chain guns, basically, that can do a considerable amount of damage and that are highly accurate over distance. So now we've set the scene for what Ukraine has. Russia, in contrast, let's go to what we know about Russia. Russia has been losing people at an extraordinary rate. Troops, for a point in time, it was 1,000 troops a day. And that's gone. That went up from 500 troops a day to 1,000, and it's gone back down to about 500 a day. That's the numbers they're losing, and they don't have any real mechanism for people coming in, because what's set in stone for them is the point where people go and sign on, isn't it, Axel?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we know, or Russia keeps on, so the Russians say there's 145,000. So that 145,000 isn't active yet, but they keep on saying we're going to get 145,000 active. But you can't go, okay, on Tuesday they signed up and they took the Putin shilling or whatever it is, and then on Friday they're in Ukraine. That doesn't happen, can't happen, impossible, because guess what? All of these people need some sort of level of training, and they're incapable of getting any really training. Why can't they get any training, Axel?
They don't have the people who can train them, to start with that.
And because, why would that be?
Lack of culture, lack of training programs, lack of preparation. You can't grow them on trees.
And because they've already killed them off, because they took their trainers, because they were desperate for people to join the fight. They took the people who would be training them and put them on the front line, and they are currently what they
those
are.
Few
just
who were qualified to train, they took them to the front line. How smart is that?
Yeah, that's not smart at all, right? So we still haven't. We have things such as this is how short of people the Russian forces have been. There are people who've been found dead. There was a recent one. He was a submarine or anti-submarine warfare guy. Found dead. So this is this is a really skilled person. They've taken him off his job and put him on the front line. This is how extraordinary short of troops they are. So we've set the scene, we've given the evidence, right? And now we're getting to the point where we go, so at what point, and it goes through anyone's mind, would you go, but Ukraine can't win? Because Russia is losing at a very large scale, and we haven't even discussed, and we will need to discuss the finances, won't we, Axel? Right, and how that is going. But at that point, if someone said to anyone, "This is what's happened," well, who's winning, who's losing, Axel?
The Russians are losing themselves in their projection of victory. That's what they're doing.
Yep. And but the important part is that we were trying to set a scene in terms of how someone who's supposed to know things about military would analyze a situation when you're looking at something and looking at troops and all the other bits. So that boinging is Axel. He's going to carry on boinging again at me, I'm sure. But when you're looking at numbers and troops and what has happened, how could anyone with a couple of brain cells come to the decision that Ukraine can't win and that Russia will win, right? And there's the important part, right? How does anyone, when you get all of that information in front of you, come up to this decision? So it's a little bit baffling. And this is in the knowledge, and this person will have the knowledge to understand of what equipment would be available to be sent to Ukraine, and he would understand their capabilities. And this is the important part. So I'll ask again, how is it they could say Ukraine can't win?
There's absolutely no argument. There is no proof. There are no numbers supporting the concern that Ukraine couldn't win.
Exactly, right? Nothing there, nothing in the evidence at all. We look at OSINT and everything that's happened. There is nothing there saying that that Russia can even counter what's going to happen using conventional warfare. Nothing, nothing at all says that they can do it. Everything says that they can't. I just watched a video just now of I think it's 5 vehicles that have just been destroyed by the Ukrainians with drones. The vehicles were left in the middle of the field. There are no troops near them. I suspect the troops have just abandoned those vehicles and gone, here you are, blow them up, and they've headed towards the Ukrainian lines to hand themselves in. No other reason to abandon your vehicle, really, is it? Unless you absolutely have zero fuel. But it would be difficult to believe all of them would have run out at the same time. At the point there was very little left, you'd have probably stolen all the fuel out of all the others and then tried to escape somewhere else. All those vehicles to just be abandoned, that has a bigger meaning to it. Sure leads to a bit astonishing statements. And disappointing that it would come from someone who was British.
I mean, fortunately, one of his seniors, Greg Bagwell, has been different in that regard. He has been raising different concerns. He would have been significantly more aggressive. If you go back to Dan Hampton, who's been here with us, say, very well known former Lieutenant Colonel Lightbird of the US Air Force, the highly decorated F-16 pilot, squadron leader, and likes Top Gun, flight instructor, badge wearer, everything. There is no one, absolutely no one, who's ever racked up that many numbers. We've had it here with General Breedlove. We had it with General Jarmo Lindbergh. One, an F-16 jockey, the other, an F-16 jock, and the other one, an F-18 jockey. Both of them have been absolutely keen on one thing and one thing only. This is a matter of logistics. And as a consequence, it's a matter of political will, nothing else. It's not about fighting capability. It's not even about training logistics. It's just simply saying, here, Spo, I need 6 squadrons of X over there in that time frame. Next.
Yeah, and that's exactly what should be happening, isn't it? That is what should be happening. And and one of the things we get, and one of the reasons why it frustrates us, because we see it not happening.
Well, we get Sunak and Biden, and from time to time we get Macron glacied. I mean, it's absolutely terrible, absolutely astonishing.
So then that brings us to the we need our resident psychologists to come in and analyze what's going through these people's brains, right? Because what's going through their brains isn't going through ours at the moment, right? When we breaking everything down, maybe actually we're just too logical. Maybe we're just too logical.
No, we just want to win. We're single issue voters in this regard. We just want to win because we believe that out of this win, out of this victory, out of this overwhelming destruction of authoritarian challenge and totalitarian rule comes a better time. We sincerely believe in the seeds in the ground, the fertile soil of capitalism. We believe in the fertile soil of freedom. We believe in exactly that. The people who are free and freed of totalitarian suppression will make better decisions. They will haggle, they will brawl, they will do all sorts of things, but they will have better decision-making capacity, and therefore they will grow as societies, and they will progress, and they will win their future in freedom and in peace. This is how capitalism works. This is how we work. This is how our cultures work. So if these three political leaders, and if you want to include, of course, friend in Berlin, but maybe we should include actually one of the moral leaders of this conflict, and that is the Japanese Prime Minister, because he has been pushing hard and he's been getting out, way, way out of the comfort zone of Japanese politics. Don't forget, the support given to Ukraine by Japan is astonishing. They're even delivering assets which are dual use because they have understood what is at stake. They can see it in Asia, of course. They know what the situation is with China and Taiwan, and they do understand they have the right moral compass for it as well. So if you take those important, economically important nations together, you should add Italy. But if you take them together, you actually have a very, very strong coalition only amongst them alone. But where is the moral leadership? Where is the momentum? Where is the person who grabs hold of everything and directs them?
Yes. Where? You going to tell us, Axel?
Shall we ask a British tanker?
We should. Bearded.
Aloha and good morning, everyone. What can I do for you?
Moral leadership, getting into battle.
Yes, Tim and I had a conversation on this yesterday, and we posted up in the thread a section of the Army Field Manual from the Canadian Armed Forces, which talks about the integrating of three independent components: the intellectual, the physical, and the moral. And by professionally mastering that, you achieve and generate combat power to do what you want to do. And morale is the why we fight, the reason, the esprit de corps, the history of a nation, and also being, in this case, extremely peed off that someone stepped across the international borders. And you talk about the political will to grip something. Ukraine, they're in a state of war. They mobilized, they declared a state of war. That gives them a comprehensive approach to tackling Russia economically, politically, militarily, socially, and they all become the driving forces which build that moral component to give you the winning hand. Right, I'll have my second cup of coffee now.
No tea, Bearded? No tea?
Alas, no, I have ground our Arabic coffee coming in from New York called chock full of nuts, and it's lovely.
Oh, nice. I might give it a try sometime. I'm quite a fan. I can't afford it, but I do like Jamaican Blue Mountain.
Let's come back to the moral leadership. Bearded, when you look at Ben Wallace, who evidently is quite happy that he's not being attacked as much as he could have had he mounted a leadership challenge. And he's quite happy to stay within his lane at the MOD. He is significantly dependent on the capacity of Rishi Sunak to allow the British Armed Forces to actually, because he hasn't managed to attain that budget commitment. Ben Wallace is on a balancing act. On the one hand, there's a claim, there's significant support within Britain. The armed forces seem to get along quite well with him. He seemingly is reviled and, I mean, despised within Whitehall on the finance side. No surprise there. But without Wallace in his government, in his cabinet, Sunak would look like an empty shirt, would he not?
Well, what does Ben Wallace project? Stability, a steady hand, knows what he's doing. Because of his military background, he can relate to the service heads. And I would like to think that his times serving in the military has given him the ability to cut through the chaff and get to the wheat, get to the problem and identify how best to solve it. Again, David, we talked about problems are just solution opportunities. Yeah, you are correct, Axel. I believe that he is one area of British government at the moment that seems stable because they've got a task at hand to do. They're not having to respond to dog whistles. And I think his declaration that he would not seek nomination or votes to become a leader moved the MOD to one side. I think it almost took it out of the political game. Not completely, but there's not much opposition heat and friction going towards the MOD at the moment. It's going elsewhere. He knows what he's doing. He's getting on with it. And like you said, it's a fine balancing act. The Treasury, a bit like quartermasters, stores are for storing. Treasury, money is for making more money. It's not for spending. What are the next? You want to spend it on equipment? Where's my return on investment? Etc. etc. So I can see how it can be perceived that Ben Wallace is holding up Rishi Sunak. I think it might well be the other way around. I think the rest of the government is trying its best to keep up with Ben Wallace.
It's interesting that you also said it, because we had this discussion here a couple of times with David and others, and Tim just as well, despite the fact that Tim evidently would like to put someone in there who just puts some moral leadership somewhere, but I'm not expecting that to occur there. Sorry to say so. But have you seen, is there someone currently, doing foreign relations in Commonwealth? Have you seen someone? Is there someone?
In what regard? Are we talking defence diplomacy within the Commonwealth of Nations? Or...
Defence diplomacy is fine. That seems to be working. But the Foreign Office, is there someone?
Okay, so there is a part of the MOD that deals with overseas defence engagement and works hand in glove with the Foreign Commonwealth Office. The last 3-star I met who was running it was Major General Simon Mayo, I think. There is, believe it or not, a coordinated approach. Unfortunately, it's a series of 1-year approaches over 20 years rather than one 20-year approach. But the Foreign Commonwealth Office move in mysterious ways, Axel.
Of course, I mean, since the fall of Rhodesia, as we all know, the long-term plans have ceased to exist.
I'm staying silent at that point.
Do you feel conflicted?
No, I don't. More in lines. If I was going to say, I don't want everyone to know. I might as well tell them. But I did the FCO a decade and a half ago cause a considerable amount of damage to a 17th century carpet. You may guess, I may very well have been drunk.
Oh, that is tremendous. Right. The funny thing, for all the disregard, what is today the Foreign and Commonwealth Office has shown in recent decades to friends of ours with red feet. There's a lot of those trophies still in Whitehall, aren't there?
Sorry, Axel, I got distracted. I got a message. I was reading it and I didn't hear what you said.
I just said that given if you contrast, let's make this very specific for our American friends. If you contrast the disregard what is today the Foreign and Commonwealth Office has shown in recent decades to former members of the Commonwealth who have red feet, on the one hand, and how they guard the trophies which they still retain in Whitehall, that is quite telling.
I mean, look, the how we've dealt with countries that we were much closer to for a long time in the last, I mean, it's going to be more like 25 years, has not been great, right? So we've so Zimbabwe, look at how that's gone now. Look at Zambia. Our influence there has left because we allowed them to. I say allowed them. What I meant is we didn't carry on doing the things that we needed to do, right? So, and as a result, Central Africa has changed quite rapidly, right? There are things that we could have done, and we didn't, mainly because I think the UK has gone through a bit of an isolationist point ourselves. Let's stop giving that money that we do for the foreign aid budget without understanding that there is a knock-on effect to when you do these things, because when you decide to stop giving some funding, let's just say, for example, I don't know if it's true, but it's just an example, right? Let's just say that the Zambia Tanzania railway that desperately needed funding and help to get working, and that aid wasn't forthcoming. So what did people do? All right, suddenly. This is a country, Zambia is a country that has huge copper reserves, something that people need. And up pops another country that needs lots of copper. They need this and they need a competitive advantage. And they go, oh, we can help you with your railway. And we can start we can start doing some heavy funding here. And guess what? Countries go, sure, let's get on and do that. And then suddenly we find that in actual fact that China has a hold in Central Africa that will be damaging to Central Africa. And guess what? The sway of the West starts to wane quite rapidly because money talks, doesn't it, Axel? Especially in Africa.
It absolutely does, because there's so little. This is about equity formation. We would come back to the foundations of capitalism and how money is made. Transgenerational equity formation is tied in with property rights. It is tied in with the freedom of society. We spoke a little earlier today about the first ever sensible democratic republic on continental, on European soil, I have to say, because it's not continental, right, being established, and that is with the Glorious Revolution of 1688, and the Bill of Rights, and a sensible sort of government finally being established. A government of rules, a government of institutions, a government of, shall we say, limited intrusion and arbitrary rule about your finances. And that enables individuals to make choices which go beyond their own grave. This is something, the transcendent aspect of planning beyond your own time for the majority of people in certain areas of the world is not there. It does not exist. I'm not advocating to say that this would be hand and mouth everywhere, because it isn't. But often, the precariousness of the situation lends itself to short-term thinking. And we have allowed Africa, after decolonization, to dreadfully devolve and dive into this, rather than opening our markets, rather than opening our borders, rather than interacting. Yes, it was difficult. Yes, decolonization is hard. Yes, all of this is not simple. But because, and now it comes to the point which David and I try to make here all the time, because there was unfinished business in the world, because our politicians and our military leaders failed after the Second World War, because we did not close out the battle against evil, and that is totalitarianism. The Western world, by the way, part of my family as well, fought against people who, part of my family, fought on the other side, but they fought against the forces of evil and those who they mounted. They fought against fascism, but they also should have fought onwards against communism, against totalitarianism, because they had to do it anyway afterwards. But we failed to close the deal. We failed to get rid of it. And therefore, decolonization ended up in a bipolar situation, where the totalitarianism of the Russian Empire, the continuation of the Oprichnika, with its complete nihilistic approach to human life, could capitalize on those who were opposed to you. And that led to absolute terror. That led to the derogation of all interests of human beings in order to propagate growth, education, and the likes. When our friend Murat from Cairo comes up here, and I know that some people are completely, utterly exhausted when he extends his, what I would call, good sermon, the good speech about education, values, building institutions, working with each other peacefully. This is what, by the way, people in nations even as advanced as Egypt, and Egypt is not a third world country, not at all. It is challenged. It is a civilized country. It is full of depth of education and everything. But Egypt feels this pressure. The Egyptian population feels this pressure all the time. And it feels that, and people feel it, because totalitarianism always finds that path. It finds the path to corrupt. It finds the path to insert itself into the debate, because we allowed this to happen. We failed to close the deal. Patton was right. David.
Yes. So I've got some words. I'm just waiting for an answer back because I've.
If you're waiting for an answer, give it to Mockers. She may have some news.
Yes, Mockers. Ask some nerves. I'm going to wait for a reply.
It's like somebody running onto the stage from the left-hand side with a new card and some news for what's happening in the next act. Mockers, what's happening in the next act, or in between?
Well, I just thought I would update you on something that I've noticed today. Well, just now, in fact. and it comes from my favourite source, Chris Owicki, and I think this is well. Remember the story of the 7 tank engines that were disappeared?
How many?
Oh, well,
How-
you've stolen my
7?
story,
How many?
Marcus.
7? Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sorry I've stolen your story, David, but I tell it better. So, now there's been another development. And there's a couple of things I want you to pay attention to here. So we'll go through it and then I'll point them out. So 6 Russian logistics officers have been found guilty of stealing more than 360 tons of aviation kerosene in the Irkutsk region. However, each one of them got off with a fine equivalent to $627 or less. So shall we have a little look and see what happened? So this is going to be fun because I've got to pronounce them. So David, you did yourself a favour. Captain Valery Spivak, Instructor Sergei Brovko, Senior Lieutenant Anton Molchanov, Captain Denis Grebennikov, maybe. Captain
Mokas,
okay.
you are perfect. If this were, if imagine David and I are watching this whilst you on your BMX bike are navigating this wonderful hard course and driving through it. It's fantastic. You're doing great.
And Captain Dmitry Kutsov and Major Andrei Chistyakov, Yakov, maybe. Yeah, Chistyakov, apparently.
Send me the word. I want to see it because you may have just made it to the podium.
I'm going to send it you by direct message because that's the only way that's going to work for me right now. There you go. So check your DMs for once. These chaps all earned millions of rubles from a series of separate fuel thefts. So shall we see what they got up to? Spivak was convicted of forging official records, recording that a much larger amount of kerosene had been used than was actually the case, so he could sell the extra off. He earned 819,000 rubles, which is over $10,000 for this theft. That amount had to be returned to the state as well as his fine of $627. Aviation engineering instructor Sergei Brovko was convicted for a similar scam, refueling an IL-78 tanker aircraft in December 21 with 41,000 kilograms less kerosene than it was supposed to be carrying. The head of the fuel depot paid him at least 270,000 rubles for that particular theft. That is $3,448. So you can see it's not big stuff, but if everybody's doing it, it sure adds up.
Can I give you the
fuel?
In the meantime, before you go further, can I just highlight that Mokas just not only completed the course with distinction, she won the gold medal for Spivak, Borovko, Molchanov, and of course Grebenikov and Kutuzov, but Chistyakov, you won it 100%. Mokas, you lead the charge.
Well, thank you. I have been working on my pronunciation a little bit. So this particular fuel was later written off by the Russian MOD. The same depot head, a man named Fashikev, apparently. Fashkiev? Stuff that one. Was involved in another
the bottle of champagne, Marcus. It's not a problem.
He was involved in another scam involving training squadron engineer senior lieutenant Anton Molchanov. who did not refuel the planes with almost 170 tons of kerosene. Apparently that just disappeared. Kiev, whatever, paid Molchanov 2.4 million rubles, which is over $30,000. So he got all right. But he escaped the charges himself. He only appeared as a witness in both cases and claimed that both Brovko and Molchanov had initiated the scam. He got off all right, didn't he? Both officers were fined $627. It seems like a, nominal amount, doesn't it? So Vaskiev may well have been scamming the two officers in turn. Military court documents recorded that he bought the kerosene for 11 to 12 rubles per litre, not per kilogram, apparently. 1 litre of kerosene is 0.819 kilogram, just so you know. So he likely earned a substantial margin on the sale of the fuel. Cheeky. Similar cases of forged refueling records have been found in the 2nd Eastern Military District Court. This against Captain Grebenikov, Captain Dmitry Kutsov, and Major Andrei Kiestakov. They were paid at least 1.7 million, which is more than $21,000, for writing off about 150 tons of fuel. Again, the head of the fuel depot was responsible for the corrupt transaction, but was apparently not charged. The 3 officers have pled guilty and were each fined between $439 to $627. It doesn't seem a lot, that does it? However, fuel theft is endemic in the military services in Russia. Many Russian servicemen regard military fuel as a second currency, which they freely appropriate, often with the aid of depot managers who act as middlemen. It was notable during the first phase of the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February 22, many Russian vehicles ran out of fuel because their drivers or depot managers had sold it to the Belarusians before they left, not realizing how far they would have to drive. I'm sorry, but talk about shooting yourself in the foot.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It is the yes, they just can't help themselves. Right. So anyway, we're going to go back a little bit, because just now we were talking about Africa, and the discussion was what happens, when we leave countries, we leave a vacuum. Right, some of the countries, the old colonial countries, we talk about Zimbabwe, Zambia, now South Africa. So I'm just going to read some words. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. I hope they don't mind, but they haven't answered me back. But it's appropriate, and this is part of our problem, and it's part of the huge problem that we have as a result for failing to deal with the threat that is Russia, right? So this is our South Africa. Just too much happens here. Every day, something else bad and worrying happens. And for those of us who have no hope or financial resources to leave SA, it is seriously bad here. Often, 10 hours a day of electricity blackouts and many other big issues. Thank goodness, and this will the thank goodness will come clear a little bit later, for our independent press, who are amazing investigative journalists, and that's the point. In South Africa, the press are doing a very fine job of working out who is doing what, but unfortunately, the democratic situation or the voting situation is such that it's difficult to make any changes. But these are the things that the things that if we'd have dealt with Russia decades ago, we'd have been able to address properly. So I just thought I'd highlight that.
Very good point. In the meantime, Germany has just highlighted today, meaning German sources have highlighted this today, that out. I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Axel is talking, David.
David, are you listening to some strange music?
But it was a phone call. I was trying to switch it off, and it wasn't switching off whatsoever.
But you can hear me now.
I can.
Oh,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Before, and it seemed that Mr. M, Mockers, and I were the only ones hearing you. And you didn't hear us. It's okay. News has come about earlier today that out of the 1 million shells, artillery shells, the EU supposedly wishes to assist Ukraine to be provided with, and would like to manufacture them. 1/4 thereof should be provided by German sources, and in this case, from Rheinmetall.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, I think Armin Papperger will be quite happy to say, hey, I'm happy to do so, because currently they produce about 450,000 of these artillery shells per annum, about 350,000 thereof in Europe, and they would like to accelerate this and increase their capacity to about 600,000. This is what they stated today. How about now it comes? Hello? None of the production would come out of the overall current production component of 100,000 shells, which Rheinmetall manufactures in South Africa, my friend. Because there is significant manufacturing capacity in South Africa still.
And here's the other one. There's other things that people are doing. If you notice that there are quite a few call centers are starting up in South Africa. But guess what, right? What do businesses need? And certainly, if someone's producing munitions, what do they need large amounts of?
Fuses.
But the manufacturer, whilst manufacturing,
they need all the wonderful components which make up for the wonderful explosive they're in.
And they also need when they're producing the shells, because guess what? Right, you need a considerable amount of heat to do that. Right, so that's either provided by electricity. But this is a country that has significant electricity problems. Yes, then, John, you got it. Electricity, right? Or they could be using coal, because South Africa has a lot of coal as well, doesn't it? Coal isn't really. Just everyone's sending me messages. Yes, you're all right. Everyone is right. They need a lot of stuff.
Then the good thing about them sending the messages, they're not boinging.
They're not. I've turned the boinging off. But I do need it, because there's the thing is when you're as hard of hearing as me, then and for as forgetful as well, then it's very easy to say, oh right, and then it's only the boinging that saves me.
Do you by any chance have a hearing aid?
I have a hearing aid in as much as I'm wearing headphones.
Would you like me to get it mended?
No, my hearing. Yes, if you could fix my hearing, that would be wonderful. I accept your offer. Book me into any private hospital and we'll get my hearing done. Thank you. Private hospital. No, we're not not NHS. We don't do them.
And I thought you were just preserving its battery.
Yeah, no, I'm no, iPhone 6S. I can have my headphones plugged in at the same time as I charge, because they're sensible. They have a headphone socket.
I'm delighted to hear that. All right. So what else do we have for today? We are in the run-up for a Tinathon, so we have to preserve 1 or 2 or 3 questions, or we have to dig deeper in order to refine these questions. Maybe that's a better approach for our audience, because the Tinathon is coming up on Sunday evening at 2000 hours Central European Time, 21 hours Kiev time, and whatever else people have there over there. But then again, that would be Zulu time. No, David? Zulu time when?
I don't even know what you say.
Zulu time. Zebra time in your case. You know? Zebra?
Yes.
You know
Yes.
zebra time?
What about it?
Right. So bloody hell. This is 1900 hours. Gosh.
Yes. Yes. Well, exactly. I mean, I don't know. What about Zulu time? I'm all confused because I've got Mockers sending me messages. I've got other people, Den John sending me messages.
Now, do yourself
lunchtime
a favor.
sending me. Basically, I'm getting
favor.
messages.
Do yourself a favor. Put all the electronic aids away. Keep your hearing aid and focus on your phone. The phone.
Sorry.
Marcus, why does it always sound to me as if I'm calling Inspector Clouseau's residence?
Oh, I like that, yeah.
Yes. The problem is, if David opens the fridge, there might be a Cato coming out.
That's the wife. She has a mean punch, I can tell you that now.
I wouldn't know.
No, you don't. No, you don't want to know either. There we are. Right. Yes, you were talking about the Tinathon,
we have
weren't
one
we?
of these distractors with us. Lunchtime. You've been distracting David. Accept your punishment.
Just trying to inject some sanity into you two, for goodness sake. What are you up to?
We're trying to work our way through the insanity of this genocidal impact day, and at the same time trying to make sure that we get it right as to how the politics works in our sphere of, let's say, our lacking sphere of influence, and preparing ourselves for the next set of insane acts the totalitarian regimes will attend to without a response from our side. I mean, without a significant response, because today, Friday, prior to the May 1st weekend, is of course in America just again yet another take out the trash Friday. So nothing's going to happen. Then you have the Sunday talk shows. The president has declared that he wants to run again. The other chaps have not found a candidate yet who actually can run. He can just wobble or meander. But then again, both of them have that issue, age-wise. And we literally have nothing going on other than Putin trying to provoke things and going, making us all go apeshit.
Well, it's true, but don't let it get you down. It's horrific what's happening, of course, and I don't know. I just got back from holiday, so I had a nice little breather from it. But seeing some of the photos today and seeing some of the reactions from Ukrainians, understandable reactions of just heartbreak and anger. This cannot continue. This sort of brutality that remains, as you say, largely unanswered. That cannot continue. It's against the order of all that's right in the world. And although progress is slow, progress is being made, right? So we mustn't lose sight of that. We mustn't lose sight. And to perhaps have a slightly lighter note on it. There are some offensive counters to consider, you know.
In all
So
their terrible colors.
in all their appalling design choices that exist. I've seen some shockers. I've seen some absolute shockers on my Twitter feed. So there is that to consider. So bear in mind, bear in mind that at the close of last year, there was quite a lively debate about would we get to 100,000 Russian troops made, non-combative, shall we say, by the end of the year. Now we're coming up to double that amount now, and it's, where are we? May. We're coming up to May, so less than half the year has gone by, and the Russian, what is it? Was it 3-day, 2-day military operation? Has now stretched on to much more than a year, and it has cost them far more than that they thought it possibly could have, given the amount they spent trying to corrupt Ukraine as a country, corrupt its political class, trying to lay the way for some sort of greeting that would involve, flowers and mass rejoicing in Ukraine. Well, they didn't receive that, did they? And the only flowers that they're likely to see are the sunflowers that push up from the earth around them as they lie in it. So, it's not all cause for despair. And I think at some point, long-standing contributors to this space have a sort of cycle of feeling sanguine-ish about things, and then getting to a point where they just want to rail at everything because it's not happening fast enough. The support isn't happening fast enough, and lives are being lost that could otherwise have been spared, lives that could have continued. And I think it gets to us all at different parts. So perhaps it's my turn to, because I've been on that side of things. I've raised that pretty much everyone on this space, including you, Axel, including everyone, right? Just going, this is not good enough. So maybe it's my turn to pay it back and say, it's not good enough, but things are happening. So keep the faith.
Oh, thank you very much there, lunchtime. Nice words.
All right. No worries.
We have a hand up. Rich, you'll notice I managed to get you before you sent me a DM saying, do I see you put your hand? Yes, exactly, right. But I've got to tell everyone here, Axel, so you'll understand why I was distracted. It is all Den John's fault, right? For those of you who's old enough here, there may be some people here who are old enough. There is there was a 1960s time travel show called, I think, Time Travelers or something along those lines.
Time Tunnel.
That's the one with the little squirrely ring thing. So he hypnotized me by sending that. I've got a GIF. I was looking at it. I nearly fell asleep. Dan John, you are an evil person. But with that, Rich, it's over to you.
Not very much. I was it was just to be a bit lighthearted, just to because it's been a bit of a rubbish one today. Obviously, with the news this morning of like we just said, Russia's terrorism overnight. I just felt like you needed potentially a bit of backup there, David, because when I tuned in, there was you were getting a bit berated by Axel over things over Zulu time, and obviously given your background, I know I'd have to say this, but I know that it's basically just Greenwich Mean Time anyway. So you were obviously very distracted, like you've just said, with something else and lots of other things going on. So I just felt I needed to come up and support you there. That's all. And also just to say, has the second talk over tea happened today, or has the follow-up happened?
No, we haven't done a follow-up yet, but I think it would only be fair if we did coffee first.
Ah, yeah, no, that's a very good point. Very good point. Very well done.
I'll explain my confusion, because all I heard was Zulu time. I heard nothing else. I mean, Denjon had hypnotized me. So I was going, yes, what about Zulu time? I don't understand. Right?
It's like,
yes.
Zulu time, UTC, GMT. What are the names you want? There's lots.
Exactly, right? What is it, right? Where do we want? And what about Zulu time, right? Is there something meaning about it? If Denjon...
What is time?
Yes, exactly. If Denjon DMs you, do not open it, because you will also be hypnotized.
Distraction technique.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is a distraction technique. Anyway, Axel, do say something serious.
I was about to. I just had to make sure that I land the tea here properly without spilling it. No, seriously. The reason why I highlighted this and why I like to talk about zebra and Zulu time, because this is what Yehuda, yet again earlier this morning, addressed that, and that is HR. There are critical moments in every war. One of them is approaching. We just don't know when. We may not even know when it has happened, by the way. We may not know how it impacts the front lines around that 1,100 kilometers of line of contact. We do not know how the men and women who have their arms with them will feel. We have an indication, maybe an inkling of their nervousness. We may sense the anxiety of people going into battle. We may, some of us at least, have a note as to what the people who are planning it are currently going through. The many, many scenarios, the many options, but also the rigmarole, the rigor, the detail, the repetition of the preparation, the intensity of every detailed little item, which you do in parallel to fighting already. But we know that hour is coming. We know that this moment is about us. It is close. It is exceptionally meaningful. HR is coming. Zulu time, in the good old days, or zebra time as it was called then, was chosen in order to coordinate the time across each and every allied force, to know as to when the invasion to liberate Europe were to come, and to make sure that everybody was on time. We will be on time. We may not be able to report on it, as, by the way, at that point in time, when the first news came out of Europe, and Eisenhower spoke in a radio address, which I can only highly recommend, a friend of ours, who has been sometimes controversial, from WABC, has often broadcasted, and Peter knows him well. When Eisenhower spoke the words about as to what had been committed and what had been undertaken, forces were already on the beach. The boys of Point du Hoc were already escalating upwards, fighting. Liberty was coming. It is about to happen. We should be mindful of it. This is the time. Peter.
Axel, what a moment of courage for Eisenhower at that moment. Let's remember, he wrote 2 speeches. He wrote a resignation speech that said, D-Day has failed. We haven't done it. I resign. And then he wrote a victory speech that said, the courage of our soldiers has prevailed, and we march on. What a moment of courage for Eisenhower there. Axel.
Exactly right. And that is the challenge which is upon us. This is the challenge which is upon everybody who supports Ukraine. But it's specifically the challenge which is upon the Ukrainian soldiers, their officers, and their leadership, and their president as civil leader. This is what is currently about. It's a moment of planning, discipline, intensity, extreme focus, and courage. And it's in the balance. Everything is in the balance. Which is why we're here, which is why we support it, and which is why we can't report on everything in detail. And we shall hope that with Godspeed, it will succeed.
Well, Axel, I wanted to come into the space at this point in time just to check my microphone. I want to make sure my audio is okay right now.
It is loud and clear, Peter.
Very good, very good. All right, so I wanted to share with our community a great discussion that took place in Washington last night, and to give everyone a sense of how the bigger strategic picture was shaping up. So last night, we brought together a lot of great people from town. We had members of the diplomatic community, very senior members. We had members of the, I'll call them congressional offices, and we had the policy community, formers and presents, all there at the Czech Embassy to the United States. If you the embassy, it's one of the nicer embassies in town. Second, got a call. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. And the topic was what's going to happen in a few weeks' time in Vilnius at the gathering of NATO for a big NATO summit. This conversation was important for a couple of reasons. So let's all remember last year in Madrid, NATO came together under the shadow of a war, under the shadow of the very first major European land war since 1945. And NATO had a question before it. There was a challenge. NATO needed to update a document called the NATO Strategic Concept. It's not just a BS document. This is how NATO understands the world. This is how NATO talks to itself. This document was important, and NATO added more steel to the spine in this document. This document will now define how NATO defends all NATO countries over the next 10 years. So these kinds of meetings don't happen all the time. Interestingly enough, we're going to have a new gathering of NATO in Vilnius, Lithuania in July. Early July. And so the focus of the conversation last night was to say, all right, well, what's good about what happened in Madrid, but what needs to happen in Vilnius? What policy changes, what adjustments or elements of strengthening must occur in NATO's strategic concept? And so we had some great Polish voices. I was joined by the Deputy Director of Research, Marcin Terlikowski. I was joined by a great sharp strategic thinker. His name is Wojtek Lorenz, both from the Polish Institute for International Affairs. And of course, we were joined by the former Czech Deputy Defense Minister and current DCM to the embassy in Washington, Jan Havranek. And I was the moderator. And so it was my privilege to help shape this conversation. I'll share a couple reflections and some broad strokes for how the conversation unfolded, because I think it is critical that we all pay attention to the NATO discussion right now. All right, so the big one was that we have to future-proof this strategic concept. That was one of the Polish contributions, that right now it's good, but it's not future-proof. Things can change, and frankly, the other problem is that your everyday citizen, sometimes folks who show up in our space, in our conversations and ask questions, they're not following the minutia of technocratic NATO language. That minutia is important, but they're not following it. So because so many societies, so many economies and governments are now fully around this idea of helping our friends in Ukraine, when NATO says we have a strategic concept, that's not enough. We actually have to communicate what that means to the broader public. And there are some other things that we need to do, such as there should be no red lines. So no member of NATO can say, oh, well, hold on, that's a red line. We can't do that. That's too much. That's too aggressive. I'm sure everyone listening now can think of a few countries over the last 12 months who have said, that's a red line. We need to remove those red lines. And most importantly, and this is a big one, we must use this moment of extraordinary politics to change a mistake of the past. And we can do so at Vilnius. That mistake was the NATO-Russia Founding Act. So go back in time and remember, I've talked about it on Stories of Freedom when Bill Clinton was president and Boris Yeltsin was president, and they all showed up in Helsinki, and Bill Clinton made a mistake because American foreign policy was premised at the time on some false assumptions. One of those assumptions was that Russia was a status quo country, that Russia would play by the rules we all agree to play by, that Russia would never invade its neighbors or launch a genocidal war against Ukraine. Those were the assumptions that Bill Clinton had, and he was wrong. And so from those assumptions, we signed this agreement called the NATO-Russia Founding Act, and it has governed how NATO relates to Russia ever since. And now we come to our own era. And now there is a moment, there is an opportunity to seize upon this, I call it the moment of extraordinary politics, those times and places where you can do things that you were never capable of doing before. And those moments last very shortly. And when they end, you are stuck with the world that you have for decades. At Vilnius, there is an opportunity to do away with the NATO-Russia Founding Act and replace it with a Ukraine-focused policy, with a Ukraine-focused founding act of sorts. So instead of the NATO-Russia Council, let us promote the NATO-Ukraine Council. Let us use this as a short-term stopgap to integrate Ukraine into our NATO structures and focus not just on Vilnius in July, but on next year's NATO summit in Washington. Think about the opportunity we have. Next year, NATO will gather at another major summit in Washington. Can you consider the opportunities we have to actually formalize Ukraine's membership in our alliance next year at Washington? So there's a lot of steps that need to take place between now and then, but this was all part of the conversation, as well as considering the rights of China and Sweden and Finland and how they will change things. We talked about France and Germany and some perspectives that have been emanating from Paris in particular over China. We covered all of this, but I would stress for everyone, Vilnius is an opportunity to set the stage for a major historical event in Washington. And that should be that Ukraine becomes a full member of NATO. And in the meantime, we can do away with the NATO-Russia Founding Act, focus on Ukraine, and then bring them into our alliance under an Article 5 covenant. Axel, if ever there was an opportunity to make use of this period of extraordinary politics, it was on the table for discussion last night. And I was very pleased at what I heard.
Did people talk about a membership action plan?
Yes. So, yeah, but not in the way that you would think. Those membership action plans, for everyone who remembers, these were very technocratic documents from a bygone era that did not, assume that we would be in a war with Russia. The West has been in a war, a non-kinetic war. Ukraine has been in a very active war. So the MAP, or membership action plans, they're increasingly viewed as outdated mechanisms, outdated tools. Increasingly, there's talk of a tailored action plan, something that is specific to Ukraine's needs. There are going to be some requirements that Ukraine will need to meet. I am 100% confident Ukraine will be able to meet those requirements in order to join NATO over a abbreviated timeframe. And so increasingly, we are talking about action plans. So that runway to join NATO, it's just the terminology we use. MAPs, membership action plans, increasingly seem to be outdated concepts. Tailored action plans seem to be the new hotness.
Because in the old map, there's only one point which currently could be claimed by Hungary to block the whole thing, right? And that is supposedly irredentist claims and the non-protection of minorities, which is what Hungary has already claimed is the issue, which Hungary would use in order to block EU membership.
Like I said, increasingly, the old map concept seems to be out of step with the current needs and current requirements. But for Stories of Freedom fans and for other fans of the MriyaReport, we talked about the Bucharest summit in 1998. We had members, delegates who were actually at that summit raise their hand and say, I was there, I remember. We talked about the Wales summit when NATO members committed to the goal of devoting 2% of their GDP to defense. We had members, diplomats who were there who said, I was there, I can confirm, or let me change how you view this. It was a lively, high energy, focused conversation. But Axel, when it comes to Ukraine's future, MAP is increasingly an outdated concept. We need a tailored action plan specifically for Ukraine that will expedite their ascension into our great alliance. And wouldn't it be amazing? Wouldn't it be historically perfect to have at the Washington NATO summit next year, that moment where NATO recognizes Ukraine is now becoming a signer of Article 5, a signer of the North Atlantic Treaty, and everyone agrees. That's our opportunity.
Well, for that, of course, one condition would have to be met, and that is at that point in time, Ukraine has restored its sovereignty.
Yeah, sure, members of the alliance could quibble about this, but my point is, look, this is a period of extraordinary politics. The only way, and I will stress this, and this emerged in the conversation last night, the only way we will prevent Russia from attacking Ukraine again, the only way we will prevent Russia from recouping its losses, reconstituting its forces, and then attacking over and over, as Russia has done over many years, is to extend Ukraine an Article 5 guarantee. That is an existential requirement for the perpetuation of peace, tranquility, and prosperity in our civilization. And whether or not we quibble over this or that, frankly, I say slice the Gordian knot, include Ukraine in the alliance, and if the Russians are upset, well, they can go pound sand. This must be the priority of our alliance, and I would put that down as a marker. Challenge it if you wish. I will defend that point.
That's good that you highlight this, because we discussed it earlier. If you remember, we started discussing things about Transnistria last year. And at that point in time, we already had in mind that at some point in time, Ukraine would have to join NATO. And the application was formulated and supplied in summer. But essentially, the war itself may go on for quite some time without Russia ever conceding defeat. Therefore, Russia would anyway try to drag it out and deny Ukraine the formal satisfaction of application criteria. We should just dispense with them, as you indicated or inferred. We should just simply say, no. Every nation willing to submit itself to the same kind of collective security arrangements, every nation willing to defend freedom should be welcome in NATO. And with that, simply send a completely different message to the totalitarians of this world.
The Russians can read our documents as well as we can. The Russians are attempting to exploit this artifact from the past in order to prevent Ukraine from becoming part of our alliance. We can change the game on Russia. We can say, no, Ukraine will be part of our alliance. You have no say in this, and we are proceeding. Now, that will be an issue for the alliance to discuss, but again, think about what a moment of extraordinary politics means. The world you have when that moment ends is the world you will live in for decades. I want to live in a world where Ukraine is part of NATO, is part of our alliance, and that will prevent Russia from sustaining this policy of endless war against Ukraine. If we want to do away with endless war, Ukraine must become part of NATO, and we must not let the Russians have a veto over our policies by waging a perpetual war against Ukraine.
Which also,
that's a powerful point.
Absolutely with you. Now, this goes one step further if you think it through, and I think you've done that already. Otherwise, you wouldn't have discussed it in that fashion yesterday. Because if you go one step further, that means also all NATO members should just at that next meeting say, hey, this is great, wonderful, let's vote on it, we accept it. And if Hungary then says no, we said, okay, that's great, fine, we'll just hereby table another motion that we hereby accept that if a total quorum of, let's say, 75% is met, we will admit members who are willing to support this. And there you go. And then Hungary will say no, and everybody else will join in, and we have everyone but one member, or if Turkey abstains, everyone but two members voting in favor of it, and everybody else just moves on forward with it. Move in actual fact. And by moving in actual fact, setting a precedence for that only those who subscribe to moving forward in defending freedom can be part of those who are protected. And they just move forward and say, Hungary, oh, by the way, just, we voted. And Hungary will then probably say, oh, no, this is not correct. So that's fine. It's okay. You can sit there, but we'll move forward. You can either catch up or you can stay where you are. Thank you very much. This in itself would set a precedent for other international organizations as well, wouldn't it?
You may be even speaking about the United Nations. I will focus on NATO, but Axel, I would agree. And everything you have said reminds me of Lee Iacocca's famous phrase, lead, follow, or get out of the way. I would point out, as an American conservative, as someone who I believe has offered some constructive support and constructive criticism of the Hungarian government over the last 12 months, I would point out this. Viktor Orban has isolated his country and alienated his friends. Look at the V4. Is the V4 an operational strategic concept right now? No, it's not. So the V4 is this mechanism for coordination between Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, and the Czech Republic. Right now, V4 is dead on arrival. Look at the B9, a larger construction of more countries. It includes Hungary. B9's dead. Why? Because of Hungary. Viktor Orban's current decision regarding foreign policy and his approach to Russia is alienating and isolating Hungary from its friends within the alliance. So if countries want to kick up a bunch of dust and say, oh no, Hungary alone will stand in the way of stopping, and let me rephrase, Hungary alone will encourage endless war in Europe because that is the policy of Hungary, to encourage endless war by denying Ukraine access to our Article 5 alliance. Well, Josef Antal is spinning in his grave. Axel, you remember Josef Antal. He was one of the first communist leaders of Hungary. He was one of the leading voices to get Hungary into the alliance. He had to overcome resistance to Hungary's inclusion. Why is it that Hungary would be an outlier in saying, no, we don't want Ukraine in our alliance. We want endless war on our doorstep. Right now, Hungary has decided to isolate itself and destroy the multilateral mechanisms temporarily that have made Hungary in a more powerful voice in our alliance. V4, B8, you name it. That's wrong. And I would encourage everyone to recognize that. And if Hungary wants to say no, then we find mechanisms around that objection, because this is a period of extraordinary politics. Now is the time. We can do it now. It will not last. And we will live in a world for decades to come that we create over a short period of time right now.
Yeah, because I was going to add something here, Axel. It's because extraordinary times require extraordinary measures, don't they, Peter? And that's the thing that we need to keep in mind. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. And if that means changing the rules, then that's when you were to do it. What's the point in changing rules when there is no need? When you have the need, that's when you do it.
I remember the interview in a pajama, Peter. I remember how Antal, already visibly impaired, was insistent on his country's, his nation's future in the West. And someone who had sacrificed as much as he had to be followed by a strange new movement as Fidesz, and someone who supposedly at the beginning was in the youth organization of NDF, it makes you sick to your stomach to see our Hungarian friends succumb to that authoritarianism. They need to be waken up. They need to be shook. And if that means we'll just, hey, we'll take decisions and they can stand there in the rain, I don't care.
Josef Antal was a conservative. As again, my politics are well known. I don't let that get in the way of my support for our idea here in our community that the center must hold. But Josef Antal was a conservative. He's a guy I can look at and go, yeah, I would agree with many of the things he said. Josef Antal was a titan. He recognized the future of his country must be within NATO. Compare and contrast to the current fellow who also calls himself a conservative, and he says, no, we got in, but no one else can. And I would reference Sweden's current status and Hungary's objection to Sweden being included in our great alliance. Let us recognize the accomplishments of great men like Josef Antal and overcome the current objections of much smaller ones.
Hear, hear, is what they said at my university.
Also, Axel, we had great conversations about the rise of China. We talked about how the addition of Sweden and Finland will positively change the dynamics inside NATO. I would flag that Macron's statements about China, about autonomie stratégique, have not gone over very well among other members of Europe. And I would stress this for...
Peter, how could a sellout be not acceptable?
Yeah, it did not go over well. Everyone saw that interview with Politico and said, what? Autonomie stratégique is really just a French concept right now. And other countries have pointed out, hey, just because you're not Berlin, just because you're not Paris, doesn't mean we're not European. For our American audience, I would underscore this point. It came up several times, and I'd highlight it. When we talk about the Europeans, there was a time in which we only meant the French and the Germans. Notice we excluded the British cousins. Notice we excluded our new allies in Central and Eastern Europe, who are now very old and well established at this point. There was a time back in the day when the Europeans just meant the French and the Germans. That time is over. And so when we talk about the Europeans or how will Europe respond, we need to remember here in America, we have a very large, very dynamic and powerful alliance that is not exclusive to France and Germany. And we should always remember that as we craft policies or speak of the Europeans.
David, did you hear this?
I did.
The Europeans, they're on the other side of your channel.
Yes, no, exactly. What, I mean, what are we, right? Yes. The 51st state, maybe.
Well, what shall I say? No, the key thing here is, of course, that there needs to be a stronger unity amongst the Europeans as to what are their shared values in terms of defending freedom. And this can only be achieved by them coming together. This needs heavy discussion. This needs intense and comprehensive and open discussion. This needs an open visor fight and brawl if necessary, but it has to happen because I'm sorry to say that the outside world can't deal with 20x odd nations not finding at least common ground. It doesn't have to be a common voice. It doesn't need to be a central partner. On the contrary, that's irrelevant. It's nice to have, but it's actually irrelevant. It just needs a common stance. Let's start with that.
I mean, which is part of what I was saying earlier today, wasn't it? The if the decisions that lead to Ukraine not winning, that will end up with it. irreparable damage to alliances in Europe, and we need those alliances in Europe. We, as you said, people are working at the with a sort of a common agenda, right? And that is that not the point of the EU? But yeah, it's very, very important.
Well, righty, and whilst we're at it, we do have some two hands up, and given the fact that we're more now on the panel, I can also see our friend Colonel Jeff with us. So if anybody has questions, please feel free to come up and give us a ding. Redstone and then scribe.
In what world currently does Hungary not really serve a purpose being in NATO right now? I understand that politically it's not going so well, but that's one person. The country as a whole, does it still not have a place, or is that really, are we looking at that? Is the world seeing that Hungary might have a different position than being in NATO?
I can
question.
start with that immediately. I'm sure my say friends and co-hosts will chime in, but the Hungarian nation is a lot more than its current political elite. The Hungarian culture transcends time in a deeply European ingrained fashion. Hungary is part and parcel of all of us. They may have a different language than many others in Europe, yes, but then again, they are quite familiar to most of us here in the Northeast. The Hungarians have fought hard for their independence. It would be tremendously tragic if they were to lose all of what they achieved and what their diaspora suffered from and fought for just because a short interlude of one authoritarian or increasingly authoritarian populist would try to lead them to. Yes, at the moment, there is an overwhelming majority in the electorate, and that's fair. We accept that. But that does not derogate Hungary's culture. It does not derogate the Hungarians abroad and their commitment to freedom. It does not even say that this is a constant. It is a current wave, and we have to deal with it. But we can tell Hungary, and this is how I would conclude, we can tell Hungary that we're not quite content with it. We can criticize it, and we can also exclude them from having power in joint operations. And this is what we're trying to allude at. We should simply remake the rules by leading and not be constrained by them. Peter.
Axel, my dog Psyche, to paraphrase FDR, would be very distressed if Hungary were ever booted from NATO, were ever excluded from our great transatlantic alliance and from the commitments we have made to all members. Psyche is a Hungarian Vizsla, and I would fully concur with what you have said, but I don't also, that's why I invoke great men, big men, legendary men like Josef Antal, conservative men, who recognized the future of their country was in the West and not the East, and his country had been invaded multiple times during his century by the Red Army, by Russia. And Josef Antal wanted to ensure that Russia would never invade, or I will stress, subvert Hungarian interests again. Getting his country, Hungary, into NATO was part of that. That should be upheld. But as an American, when I look around and I say, all right, well, this is a major American foreign policy objective, and Hungary says, oh, well, we say no, so goodbye, we're more powerful. No, that's not how any of this should work. So we must make adjustments for that.
Thank you.
Delia, scribe.
So yeah, my question just got answered just now because I was going to ask, is there any way we can limit Hungary or potentially any other nation that doesn't really follow the charter of both the UN and the NATO about being generally countries that want to promote peace? And I can see Hungary is the most egregious actor that's been kind of going against
Peter,
the
you
grain.
have a hot mic. Peter.
But yeah, Hungary's been going against agreeing with everything when it comes to NATO, and then followed by Turkey and I think it's like another country. I don't know, but I just know those two have been kind of wish-washy with both UN and NATO stuff.
David, Peter.
I share the perspective, and I'll stand on what I said.
And Dr. Nick has a hand up. Dr. Nick.
Hi, thanks. So I'll try to be brief because I have to run and I've been waiting for a while and I know everybody else is too. But so I'll just say that one of the things I'm thinking about, and I've been thinking about even since before this invasion, the full-scale invasion, I've written about this too, is in NATO's documents, they don't really have any sort of specification for, say, hybrid war, meaning the information war, meaning additionally and particularly things like trying to hack into systems, be they electrical grids or elections or what have you. But at the same time, not long after the full-scale invasion, you might recall, I don't remember if it was Jens or who it was, somebody at NATO said something in relation to that NATO will look at and take these sort of hybrid incursions into NATO countries as like an Article 5 type trigger. But they also can't, because again, it goes back to that they haven't specified what that means. So my question, Peter, to you in relation to that is, were there any discussions about shoring up what exactly that means in relation to hybrid war? Because most certainly, I'm sure you could imagine that once Russia loses, as we all know is going to be the case, that there will be a significant amount of coping and seething, and the place where they will be more likely to be able to attempt to do anything would be in that space in particular. So I'm just curious if there was discussions of that, and if not, maybe you might be willing to drop a comment on that. But hopefully this is something that they are thinking about and are willing to sort of define, delineate, operationalize exactly what that would mean and what that would look like going into the future. That's one question I have, and I'll save the other because I don't have a lot of time right now, but I'm interested in your thoughts.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. So good news on both fronts. On the first front, both the Poles and the Czechs very clearly identified this as an area for improvement in the strategic concept. So that's good. Also, we got a direct question from two participants. One of them was Ivana Strodner, who's a great friend of this space. She was a participant last night. She asked a good question. And the issue was more specific than that. The other participant was a member from a very important committee on Capitol Hill. Both asked similar questions. I'll paraphrase them in this way. How does the United States maintain escalation dominance in gray zone conflict settings? So gray zone conflict settings, that would be anything short of a highly kinetic war. It would be hybrid war. So the thinking is now moving beyond what do we do to how do we maintain escalation dominance in that gray zone between peace and war as traditionally understood. One topic that came up was clearly the strategic concept needs to be strengthened. Yes, that's our opportunity in Vilnius. NATO members are going to come together so we can bolster that aspect of the strategic concept. I would also put forward economic warfare, using sanctions in a more coordinated way with our allies and developing a strategy that says, when Russia does this, when Syria, Iran, other partner countries with Russia do that, we have a mechanism for assessing the level of the threat and responding in a coordinated way. Right now, we're just throwing a bunch of stuff up against the wall to see what sticks, and our opponents are adapting to our current econ war mechanisms. So, bottom line for the answer, Dr. Nick, I would say is good news. Everyone identifies the vulnerability. It's clearly a well-advanced concept here in Washington, and right now the focus is in maintaining economic. Let me say it this way: maintaining escalation dominance in gray zone environments, economic warfare, better strategy for sanctions, and putting some steel in the spine of the NATO strategic concept at Vilnius are all on the table for action.
Right. So related to that, just to clarify, are they going to also be thinking about what instances in that space would constitute an Article 5 violation?
I would love to see that. That would be a great policy outcome to come from Vilnius. Part of the reason why we would table a conversation like last night was to get people thinking about this. We had a lot of members from the diplomatic community who are furiously scribbling down notes. I guarantee you those notes have appeared in cables back to their foreign ministries this morning. So everybody wants to know, what is it we do in Vilnius, maintaining escalation dominance and having a more clear picture for how NATO responds in the strategic concept could be a great outcome, a future-proofing outcome from this upcoming summit in July.
Thanks, Peter.
The issue still is that we do not know what the intentions are of Ms. Meloni, despite the fact that recent utterances have been rather supportive of Ukraine, whilst at the same time her defense minister, for some odd reason, started to wobble. Monsieur Macron has remained hard and fast in his French exceptionalism lane, and we do not know at all what Monsieur Scholz is actually saying or what he's thinking, if he is thinking. And without those three, nothing will happen in Vilnius. Incognito.
Oh, is it? May I speak now?
No, go for it, Incognito. Go
David,
for
thank you, Axel. So I have a sort of meta question that this panel is probably ideally suited to ponder and maybe answer for me. It follows from David's, about an hour and a half ago, he was sort of wondering why, when all the evidence suggests that Ukraine is poised to win, there are purveyors of conventional wisdom who insist that Ukraine can't win. And my attitude has long been that in the policymaking classes of the Western countries, that there's a hangover, a conflation of the old Soviet Union with the carcass that is currently Russia, and people can't quite get their minds around the fact that it's not the old monster Soviet Union anymore. It's a decrepit, falling apart petrostate with nukes. And my question is, if that's generally correct, what can we do? What can a nobody like me in Western Washington do to try changing that that hangover, that attitude that Russia's too big, we can't let it fail, it'll be a disaster, blah blah blah. Thanks for letting me poise that, and I will shut up.
No, thank you very much for the question, Incognito. It's a really useful question, and you pointed out something, isn't it? That and in actual fact, because my question was really related to someone who is of the sort of same age as me, and from the same time frame, albeit a couple of years later. And their thinking, and maybe this is what you're saying, is a lot of their approach and their thinking and everything they've learned is from that time frame, isn't it? The 1980s, the Cold War time, when Russia really did have 1 million troops. They weren't the 300,000 starving lemmings that they are now, and they had armor that was relatively new. And there's the question: what can people do to make a difference, to change these people's minds? Oh, and Peter's got his hand up already. Peter.
Thank you, Incognito. You will be very encouraged to hear there was a strong consensus about Ukrainian victory. Obviously, everyone in Washington agrees on Russian defeat. That's a well-established talking point. The subtlety is when you will get officials or other important personalities to say Russia must be defeated and Ukraine must win. That second part is key. I have noted that early on in the war, Secretary of Defense Austin said the W word. He said winning, and then he stopped saying it. That was a mistake. I note that the current policy of the United States does not explicitly endorse Ukraine's victory. I think they're a little concerned about walking too far out on a ledge. That concern is misplaced. If we provide the Ukrainians with everything they need to achieve victory, they will achieve it. Last night in our discussions, there was a very broad consensus in support of Ukrainian victory. So that's a positive takeaway. The question is, what do we do now? Just before I came on, I heard Lunchtime expressing some of his frustration. Lunchtime and I are never going to agree on domestic politics. He's in the UK, I'm in the United States, but broadly speaking, on domestic stuff, we're never going to agree. And yet, Lunchtime and I fully agree on supporting Ukraine. And his frustration that there is not enough and it's coming too slowly and it's not coming in large enough numbers, I share that frustration. So that's where our focus must be. And we have a great opportunity coming up in a few weeks' time in Vilnius for all of the alliance to come together at a summit. These are major events, and make these kinds of declarations and firm commitments to providing the things that our friends in Ukraine need to win. And with that, Axel, I do have to go walk the dog right now. I will continue to listen. If there are specific questions, happy to respond.
Then I will add a little bit to that, Peter. So in the line 99, as Axel likes to call it, if you go to around about 14 hours ago, I put a little rant in there, and the YouTube link that I was talking about. It's an RAF officer, senior RAF officer, who's making a statement. Anyway, and so this is what the talk was. So it'll be useful. It might be useful to you if you give it a quick read. And with that, right, we've got no hands up, and I'm going right. What's happening? There are people trying to request. So here we are about this. Let's go into some housekeeping. So we've got people requesting. Oh, they're not requesting anymore. But if you don't have your hand up, then please consider just dropping down from being a speaker, because then we could get people up when they. And then we can take it there. But I did see, and then we can take it there. But I did see a hand come up. Redstone, you put your hand up, and then
Question, if I may.
Oh yes,
thank you, David. It's for Peter Doran again, and I wanted to know if the U.S. Congress House Resolution 322 came up at all, or is this just something that they wouldn't really discuss there?
Sorry, I lost sound then. Say that again, please.
I was curious during discussions about Vilnius if House Resolution 322 came up at all.
Oh, I have no idea. That would be for
Oh,
Peter.
I've got a good answer for you, David, though. That's a great question. We've actually talked about it on the space, considered it from various angles. It did not come up specifically last night because we were focused more on Vilnius and less on U.S. domestic policy or U.S. foreign policy. I'll say it that way. But let's recall that this piece of legislation has bipartisan support. It's non-binding, so it's expressing the sense of Congress. I believe that's the one you were referring to. That it's good that it has bipartisan support. It's good that it is passed. I have also heard in my conversations there, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I will share with this community if anything changes. There is strong bipartisan support to maintain the military assistance packages on both sides of the aisle in the U.S. Congress. We are having a debate over the budget and the future of spending this and that, but there is strong bipartisan support for Ukraine, and that includes Republicans and Democrats. The center in America is holding. And so when we see this piece of legislation, I believe you're referencing, the center remains intact. That's good.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah, very good. Shaggy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, just a couple of points. So one of the other things as well regarding a NATO member that's going to be quite big that's happening in May is going to be the election in Turkey. So whether Erdogan is going to be in power or not, in fact, whether he's going to be alive or not at the current rate. So that's another one to add to the list of countries to have a think about. One of the major things though is by the 11th of July, by that Vilnius meeting, the counteroffensive will have either taken place or will still be ongoing. So Ukraine's performance on the battlefield, in full view of the members of NATO and the world, actually is going to be of massive importance, I think. Not just from Ukraine's point of view, but from this, looking at it from this meeting's point of view as well. I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And regarding the previous speaker who mentioned that Russia was too big to fail, well, the Soviet Union was bigger and that failed. So Russia is smaller. I don't think it's too big to fail. So I'm wondering, Peter, whether the potential breakup of the Russian Federation was mentioned in your meeting yesterday. Thanks.
Oh, did you hear that, Peter? Oh, well, anyway, listen.
David, I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Can you? I'm outside walking the dog in the rain. Yeah, I heard that too. Look, Russia is arguably a failed state right now. It's not that the current Russian Federation is too big to fail. It's already either failed or in the process of failure. We've covered that one pretty clearly. So I don't think that one's on the table right now. Russia is a failed state. The question for us is how do we contain that? And I would use this example. We have two options ahead of us. One, Russia becomes this black hole that sucks everything around it into chaos and disorder, or Russia shrinks down to a white dwarf, a former great star that is now very small and very cold, relatively speaking, and doesn't really do much. This is our policy challenge ahead of us. Does Russia become a black hole or a white dwarf?
Okay, just to follow up on that, okay, maybe use a different term then. The Soviet Union was a failed state and broke up. Were there any discussions or any thoughts regarding the Russian Federation being a failed state and possibly breaking up?
Not last night. No, not last night. But we talk about that all the time.
Oh, you are falling away, Peter.
I think he was finishing off and say we talked about it last night. That was the bit. Yes. Anyway, I started laughing because I saw something else. I'm easily distracted. Goldfish and all that. We've got many hands. Redstone, I think we're going to go to you first. Then we're going to go to Prince, then Lee and then Leeway. Sorry, Lee. That's a different one, isn't it? Leeway, and then Shatsi. Redstone.
Actually, I would be happy to pause and wait for other speakers, someone who maybe hasn't been up, because I think a question that I might have might actually get answered. So I'd let somebody else go if possible.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll find out, right? So everyone ask other questions then. Prince. Oh, sorry, I did say you, Prince, first, didn't I? Yes.
I will try to be actually very quick. I think it was Redstone that was asking about the resolutions that are going through the Congress right now, and Peter answered somewhat, but it has been talked about quite extensively on the space. You might have just missed it. There are matching resolutions in the House and in the Senate. They have both been introduced and referred to committee. So they're in the progress of being passed, and it would not hurt at all for anybody to contact their congressmen and senators and ask them to sign on as co-sponsors of this of these resolutions that will show even more bipartisan support for them as they move forward. So I've contacted my congressmen and my senators, and I would encourage every single one of you to write a letter, send an email, call their office, and encourage them to look at this resolution and support it and sign on as a co-sponsor, which will help it make its way through to the end, because they are just introduced and referred to committee at this point. I heard somebody guesstimate that the committees probably won't even take them up until this summer. It's a slow process. We know that, but just the wording on these resolutions and the fact that they've been introduced is a great first step. We just need to keep an eye on it and continue to contact our congressmen and senators to get them to support this resolution as it moves forward, so that we give a clear message from the United States Congress as to what our intentions and what our idea of victory is. And really, it aligns with what President Zelensky's idea of victory is in his 10-point peace plan. So just thought I would add that little bit to what was said already by Peter. And it's something that we tend to talk about more in the later evening East Coast and the earlier evening West Coast in the United States.
Thanks very much for that.
Thank you, Prince.
Did that answer your question? Did it, Redstone?
No, but it's okay. I can still wait out a little bit.
No, exactly. Eventually we'll find out whether anyone has answered your question. So,
or you could just state your question.
Yeah, well, on the topic of the breakup of the former Soviet Union and what we might see in the future. This is completely theoretical, but I don't think that's something that's on the table. I don't think anyone's really talking about that. I do wonder sometimes if the bigger discussion would be all previous breakaway regions who are not part of NATO basically becoming more integrated into the EU, or more integrated into NATO. Kazakhstan, other regions that we maybe have relationships with in one way or another. I think that would probably be more of a realistic opportunity, but I'm not quite so sure Russia itself breaking up into more pieces would be something that anybody would be talking about. Am I wrong in assuming that?
Well, I'll add to this. Countries like Georgia, for instance, there's already been the question of going to NATO from there. They need to sort themselves out, but I believe they will need help to do this. Right? They're at this, call it a nexus, aren't they? Their MPs are clearly on a trajectory that is different from the people's wishes. We've got to see how that works. There's clearly something happening where the voting happens. Got to ask those questions. We do know. Axel will remind us as to whether it was Stalin who said this, but Stalin in his point about owning the electoral process, right? If you own that process, you get to win. But I'll add a little bit more. But I see Peter's got his hand up. Peter.
Yeah, so thank you for your question. It's a good one. Personally, I agree with Dick Cheney's perspective, spoken very, very early on in the breakup of the Soviet Union, and it was this. Remember, this was at a time, it was September 1990. President George H.W. Bush had gathered his National Security Council and his senior advisors together, and the question was, should America support the breakup of the Soviet Union at the time? And Dick Cheney was an isolated voice, but his perspective was this: the voluntary breakup of the Soviet Union is in our interests because it is easier and better for America if we have to deal with a bunch of smaller countries than a large nuclear armed state like the USSR. I think there are some parallels to that perspective today. For that, I would refer you to one of my former co-authors. I've written many monographs and significant pieces with him. His name is Janusz Bagański, and he has recently published a very fascinating book. I think it offers many thought-provoking questions. It is called Failed State, A Guide to Russia's Rupture. I'd love to have Janusz on the space. I love Janusz's perspective. He is a brilliant analyst. He knows what he's talking about. I would refer you to his book because I think he will answer many of the questions that you are asking. And with that, guys, I have to dry off the dog and tip the hat to everyone.
Oh, thank you very much, Peter. And I'll add a little bit to this. Is at the point where there is, let's just say, the breakup of states. Perhaps, just perhaps, it might be easier to influence those states to get rid of those nuclear weapons that are in their states, right? Whether that is just a case of going, but we can help you. We can help you with the things that will make you more productive, and make more money, right? The West has money, and we have the technology and everything that can help. Maybe that would be something there, because guess what, right? It takes a lot of money to look after nuclear weapons. If we could get Russia to give up its nuclear weapons in some way, wouldn't that be a wonderful thing? Anyway,
we have to be careful about what, in regard to the question, we have to highlight, of course, that Kazakhstan is not part of European heritage at all. Kazakhstan is a great trading partner. Kazakhstan is a very competitive trading partner, has great natural resources, has a very qualified, by the way, technological elite. It also has substantial agricultural part of the natural resources. Kazakhstan does not qualify for the EU. I think our questioner does know that or should know that. Georgia, on the other hand, is part and parcel of European heritage and culture and fits perfectly fine with Europe and the EU. Whilst it is, so to say, the outlier in terms of regional proximity, it still is part and parcel of European heritage and has always been. It actually is one of the co-founders of European heritage in many ways. Whereas, for example, you cannot say the same thing for Turkey and its Osmanic caliphate, authoritarian, overall, deep-rooted culture, even for all its mercantilism, because Kemalism has evidently not worked.
Yeah, and I would add to that as well. Axel, where Kazakhstan is concerned, Kazakhstan seems to be aligning itself more towards China, isn't it?
It's a bridge. I wouldn't say aligning itself. That would not be fair. I think Kazakhstan knows that it is of vital strategic importance, but it's an importance which it has for all three trade blocs, and it definitely has its importance as a trading partner and as a strategic partner for the free world. So Kazakhstan is the natural ally of Europe and the United States vis-a-vis China, because Kazakhstan does not want to be usurped by China at all. On the contrary, they've had significantly bad experience with China in the past. I doubt that they want to be under the cartouche of China.
Yeah, and they've seen what happens at the other side as well. You know, as you said, bridge is probably the right way of describing them. Right. So anyway, hands everywhere. Leeway. No redstone. You're gonna have to wait now. It's leeway.
Thank you, David. Good morning, Axel. It's morning here anyway. Hey, I'm so glad Prince popped up there ahead of me and talked a little bit about HR 322, the resolution pending in the House of Representatives. because I just walked out of my congressman's office. I've never done that before, walked in, but I did walk out after conversation about same resolution, HR 322. And I just wanted to pass on a little bit of information, and at least I should say observations. The feeling I got was that, and just as a little backup, I'm in California. My congressman is a Democrat, former member of the Intelligence Committee, I believe. Probably lost his seat in the last election, but lost his seat on the Intelligence Committee. But the impression I got from the staffers was one of total non-involvement, not being informed at all about the issue of Ukraine, which was a little disappointing. But on the other hand, I felt like there was a very dry sponge that was receptive to the little bit of water that I could sprinkle on it. And so I guess what I'm putting out there for other, it's not just Americans, but everybody's in this space has a congressperson or an MP to sprinkle a little water on that sponge and fill it up with some guidance and some information that they need to have. So anyway, that's my bit. Over.
That's exceptional. Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting this. And this is exactly what we're trying to advocate here all the time. It takes civil engagement. It takes a person to go out there, call upon, quite literally, call upon, as in the good old days, call upon a congressman and a senator, and try to wiggle your way through to have a person respond. And even if it is just the lead advisor to that congressman or to the senator, of course, it's always better to talk to the person, but still, I think this it's very commendable. And thank you for sharing this with us.
Yeah, and thank you. And we're 3,000 miles away from the congressman. He's sitting in Washington, and so their field offices are usually, helping people get their Social Security checks and get their veterans benefits and all that kind of stuff. So they have all kinds of things to do besides deal with international affairs. But in some ways, I think that strengthens our role as spokespeople for this issue.
No. Well, we both did exactly the same thing. So anyway, it's Shatsy, then Prince, and then we can go back to you, Redstone.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, my question is about the PMCs. What's Putin thinking with those? Isn't that dangerous to have multiple PMCs? Now, at what point does that turn into a cluster?
It isn't.
Axel.
It isn't, because they are not private military companies at all. All of this is directed by the same thuggish elite. For example, the so-called PMC, they call it PMC for one purpose, for deniability. The PMC Wagner, or as we call them here, Wanger, because we want to associate them with what they're best at, apart from atrocities. Wagner, for example, is not a private military company at all. This is something in order to capture the American imagination, because you do actually have a tradition of private military companies. To an extent, Britain has as well. There's a couple of things which I believe David and I can easily remember, but sand and so. But Wagner is a GRU entity, has always been. just because Prigozhin, as the thug and friend and associate of Putin, has been set into it, doesn't mean a thing. And say the others are equally irrelevant because they're not private. Just because someone like Alexei Miller or others or Timoshenko take so-called name responsibility for them does not mean at all that they are private. On the contrary, these are all literally just exponents of the same state.
But does tribalism set in there at
Nope.
all? Is that the way
Nope.
this?
Nope.
Not
Nope.
not even with the
Nope.
soldiers.
Nope. Zero.
Ah,
Nothing at all.
okay, that part I didn't know. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I know that various news agencies in America try to portray them as different kind of mercenaries. It's not true. It's bullshit.
It's just a way for them to get more troops and not be technically mobilizing.
Yes, and also because they had the appeal and the possibility to pay some of the troops better. This is the original appeal of Wagner for some time, that they were able to corral former Spetsnaz forces, which the army under its budgets couldn't pay in full, or to the extent that they could retain them, because the Spetsnaz, for example, in the 2000s were able to be retained by people for jobs in Africa more easily. And as a consequence, the so-called PMCs were the funnel through which they had to go in order to be paid better, and the thugs had to make do with this. But it's like left pocket, right pocket, nothing else.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Prince.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there talking to a muted mic. Happens all the time. I was just wanted to add a little bit to what Li Wei said, and also to point out that we're talking a lot about the House Resolution 322, which is appropriate. It's awesome to talk about. The corresponding Senate resolution, which is the exact same wording, is Senate Resolution 172. So it's House Resolution 322 and Senate Resolution 172. So they're identical, and they're both been introduced and both been referred to committee, the Foreign Affairs committees for the House and the Senate. And you're right. What you ran into is a sponge, and that's part of why these are recently introduced. So the fact that they don't know specifically about these two resolutions is not surprising. But when encountering a sponge, feed that sponge information, and hopefully that sponge will continue to look for information. I went and did a little bit more investigating because I didn't even know that one of the senators in my state is on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And so I made a special point to contact him and point out, hey, you're on this committee. You're going to be involved in this process even sooner than the other lawmakers in my state who represent me in Washington. So I really want you to be involved in this, and I really want you to be educated about this. And what can I do to help you understand, if you don't understand why this needs to be passed and why this is an important message for the United States to put out. So the fact I understand it's disheartening to walk into an office and find out that they don't know as much as you know about what's really happening in Ukraine. What was is so you've started establishing a relationship.
You're breaking up a bit there, Prince.
Is that better?
It is now.
Sorry. So anyway, you've met a sponge where you can.
That sounds very regal, the voice, David. Do I know this voice?
Yes. Who is it? Who is it?
So anyway, so I just wanted to encourage Li Wei to keep on giving that contact, and it's a good example of why we as citizens, even no matter where we are in the world, need to make contact with our congressmen and senators and MPs and those who represent us in our governments to fill up that sponge, to give them the information that they don't have. You know, we're looking at Ukraine. I'm looking at Ukraine 24/7. I miss what happens in the rest of the world, but they're having to look at all of the issues at the same time. So that is part of it. So just wanted to give you some encouragement, leeway, and encourage everybody else to do the same, and point out that the Senate resolution that is accompanying, that is also out there, is 172. Thanks.
Come on. And Armadillo. Thank you very much. By the way, Prince, thank you very much. Armadillo.
Hello, friends. You guys brought up something a minute ago when you were talking about the private military companies in Russia, and there was a mention of pay. And that made me think back to articles I'd read, and maybe some, I'm sure it was discussed on the space a while back as well, when the news was coming out that I guess starting in January, there started to be reports of, not all of the Russian soldiers getting paid. And then I heard maybe it had gotten worse by March or so. What's the latest on that? Does anyone know? And obviously, what is most interesting there is the extent to which it is demoralizing to the Russian soldiers. So, any updates on that bit?
I don't know anything specifically. I do know I see it regularly that there's someone somewhere making a complaint that their pay isn't getting through, or some wife has mentioned that the pay isn't arriving at rest of it. So it's just a general thing that there are money problems. However, what we don't know is this a problem with unit commanders stealing the money? Could very well be that. Or is it a case of the pay not getting to the units? I'm more inclined to think it's unit commanders stealing the money.
So, is it okay for me to ask another related
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
question? So what do we know? I've heard in recent days some more reports about, it seems like the Russian economy is, finally collapsing, or it's in much worse shape than it was. What's the latest on that? And you guys can tell. I mean, I ask these questions because I'm more like, unfortunately, I don't get as many hours a day to plug into this, and I'm kind of doing this on my lunch break, jumping in and catching up and asking questions. So, go ahead. Thanks.
Do you want to do that one, Axel, and I can comment later, or shall I go first?
I'm just chewing. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, you get on shoe. So yes, there's been a lot of stuff that's come out about the Russian economy, right? So the Beefeater, who came on and explained the results as they were seen as portrayed by the Russians, right? So which means that is the best case scenario for Russia, and it's really bad. The best case scenario is really bad. The percentages that they're talking about is sort of the thing you might have seen at the in the Great Depression. I can't remember the exact figures because I was just going, oh, that's really quite bad. The money they're not earning, from the oil, the cap, all of these things are coming into effect now. And got to remember, this is what the Russians are saying. So best case scenario. And that as a result, they've got a whole load of problems. Beefeater he's very, very good. He tries to be as neutral as possible. But when you look at it and you think, okay, so he was talking about, they've obviously got the money that's in their sovereign wealth fund, but they don't have a sovereign wealth fund like Norway. I think the sovereign wealth fund is less than $200 billion, right? Well, to put that into perspective, the UK spent 150 billion subsidizing electricity. So this isn't a lot of money. Now, maybe money goes a bit further in Russia because it's all on the ruble, etc. But they have a whole world of pain coming towards them. Now, there's other things, right? Whether Putin will dip into the bank accounts of all those oligarchs, the ones who've got many billions themselves, to that would probably seem most likely. He's taught them a lesson, hasn't he? Because he's killed off how many in the last year? 15 oligarchs, for which he'll have. That their money will have suddenly become state money. So I suspect quite a few oligarchs are understanding that if he requests, they'll give it, or maybe they won't. Maybe they'll start talking between each other. But it's not good news. Are we talking about the complete collapse of Russia at the moment? Probably not, but they're very much underway. And as we said before, things like the avalanche analogy. This time last year, when it was just all it was an egg-sized piece of snow that was moving, but now it's not, right? It's gathering momentum and it's getting bigger and bigger. And eventually, right, we're going to get to a point where that avalanche, you just simply can't stop it. It'll be a very, very tough thing. And then who knows what will happen at that point. But they're in a very bad way. I know
you.
people try. Yeah, sorry.
I was just going to say thank you for that. That was a glorious response. I just love the way you responded to that question. And I'll drop down to listener mode. And thank you so much. Very encouraging.
Thank you. So Redstone, you put your hand up.
Thank you. On the topic of Russia potentially breaking up or becoming weak, when it comes to their nuclear arsenal, I would assume that currently, due to eyes in the sky and just how military technologies have evolved since the 80s and 90s, would there be a big difference between how, I guess in this case, NATO or the world would monitor their nuclear assets and how they, maybe what we don't know, how they were attempting to deal with that back in the day? Would there be a big difference, or would it pretty much be the same process?
Well, it's a very good question. We need someone who really knew this area.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna.
We need.
We would need Axel.
No, we would need Bloke or Shush here because they had the pleasure to engage in this a little bit more than I did. What I can assure you of, and if we get Bloke later on to join us, we'll be happy to address this again. But one thing is certainly clear, that the improvements in terms of satellite monitoring capabilities since the 1980s, whereas in the 1980s we were able to read newspapers in the hands of Russian agents somewhere in the world from our satellites. At the moment, we could probably discern what kind of fabric the shoelaces have, if that gets you anything. So yes, our monitoring capacities in terms of visual recognition are substantially better. We have substantially other good methods to track and trace this. We've improved up until about now. It is 2 years ago. I'd say we have a reasonably fair understanding as to the shape and location of their nuclear arsenal, and it would not be difficult to attain that again.
Axel.
I just said it, mate. Sorry, I just stuffed my face.
Well, there we are, right?
Somebody
turn that down so it
somebody
doesn't.
brought me a fantastic pizza onto the balcony, and you don't let me even.
No, I know. I'm just demanding like that. me a second. I'm just moving. I put the yes, put the things on the oven. Right. Anyway, yeah. So we had loads of hands, and then suddenly everyone's disappeared. What's happened to everyone?
It's a nuclear thing,
Right.
you know. We nuked them.
Yeah. Yes, that's one way of doing it. Right. So we've had loads of things. I'm trying to work out. So what topics did I have that I had opened, and then oh yes, no, I want to go back to this. Right, where is it? Right, so this is a. I think I've gone off it, but I'll have to try and find it. There is so a couple of interesting things have come out about Azerbaijan and Armenia earlier today. It's what's very interesting there is that there's two videos. One video is the Russians trying to get over a bridge where by the Azerbaijanis, and they've and they have to wait. Basically, they just wanted to roll over, and the guards have gone no. Which years ago, and this is important, right? It's part of the conversations we've been talking about. Because years ago, there is no one who would have stopped them, right? But now they have to stop and wait. And there's another video which is very similar. I think there are Azerbaijanis who are clapping them, but the Russians, the Russians in the background, but they're not clapping them as to say well done, but it's more like a slow hand clap, if anyone knows what that is from Europe. So that's actually a very interesting part, and they're just a part of how the political power is changing, because years ago these things wouldn't have happened. People would have been very worried about a response from the Russians. And with that, I can see Shatsi.
Hi. I don't want to interrupt Axel with his pineapple and ham pizza.
I would never eat that.
He's
As you
probably
know,
choke.
this is a
I know.
this is a
You're choking on it.
proper, sensible salami Milanese.
Okay. That whole Azerbaijan thing. I mean, I know the fundamental thing behind it with the valley there, but I just haven't had time to look into it. Can you expand on that? Who's Russia supporting and what is the dynamics there? If you can put that in a summary.
Gosh, as a summary, Nick, you put your hand up. You wanted to answer that, did you?
What was the question?
Then you probably won't. So it was about Azerbaijan and Armenia and the Karabakh.
Nope. Nagorno-Karabakh.
The one?
Yeah.
The ones are banned, isn't it?
I just know how to pronounce it.
The other ones are banned. Anyway, no, okay. So listen, there's been a flare-up recently on the border. I can only assume that in some ways that the Russians are doing peacekeeping duties, whatever peacekeeping duties mean, right? So I was looking at it. I've been reading it not with a view to understanding how the flare-up came. Maybe I should do. In fact, not maybe I should do. But it was what was of interest to me is that I know that a while ago this would never have happened, and the fact that it is happening is very, very useful information, because if they don't feel in somewhere like Azerbaijan, where the Russians will feel so much more superior than the people around them, if they don't feel that they can just do whatever they want, that's a sea change in that local area.
I know Pelosi went to Armenia a little while ago. Any idea what that was all about?
I'm assuming fostering better relations that they should have done ages ago.
It was the
sad thing
dagger
is
in the heart of the Russian strategy at that point in time. It was perfect.
Yep. And it is something that should have happened a long time ago. Unfortunately, that we, the West, have ignored this area for quite a long time, right? But that's because, and I'm just, this is just my opinion. I think that what's happened is that we fell into this trap we have. Yeah, Sean, anyway, the Air Vice Marshal, and all these people who've gone to what we used to do in the past, and we believed wrongly that there was a thing called a sphere of influence. So we allowed Russia to do whatever they want, and instead of just doing what they do, they put their nose into all of our business all of the time. And we haven't, and we should have. That's what we should have been doing. We should have been ensuring that these countries knew that there was a place to go for, and there was all of the benefits of proper democracy and the rest of it, as opposed to just dipping our toe in. When you dip your toe in, or when you leave a region, then you end up with a vacuum, as we talked about Central Africa a little bit earlier. That's exactly what you get, right? Look at Mali and all the other places and how that's working out for the West now. Madagascar, radicalized Islamists, roving gangs, and the rest of it. It causes a problem. It's what happens when you take your eye off the ball.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm more than welcome if you do a little bit of reading and come back and give us your synopsis, right? That would be very welcome.
Okay, thanks.
Nick, you put your hand up. Nick, are you there?
Yep. Sorry.
Good. No, that's wonderful. Because Axel, at this point, so I'm going to put stuff on the.
I'm here.
Good. No, that's wonderful. So I'm going to drop down for a moment. Nick, if you don't mind taking over for a while, so I can get on and cook my food, and then I will come back. Is that okay?
Yes. No. I can. I've got about an hour while my wife is out. So.
Good. I won't be more than an hour.
All right. So
it's not true what they say about you, Axel. I'll drop down. Can you do the what needs to be done? Can you do?
Can you do it? I was going to say while that's happening, have we had breaking news? Putin upping some penalties. Russians convicted of treason will spend life in prison, and terrorists will get more jail time, and international terrorists will get more jail time, which I suppose is something different. So yeah, that's happening in the last few minutes apparently, or it has been revealed to me.
Reintroduced hanging and prior quartering.
Amazingly, because Russia abolished the death penalty when it joined the Council of Europe. Russia has now left the Council of Europe. And I remember Medvedev kind of... No, Medvedev the next day was rubbing his hands and going, great, guys, we can reintroduce the judicial death penalty as opposed to the sort of, polonium and falling out of the window death penalty. And they still haven't done it. It's quite interesting.
Oh, that's their next step of escalation, Nick.
I think one of the interesting things is they really want to be taken seriously as a civilized country. I mean, they obviously not by their behavior, but they do try notionally. They hold elections and things like that, and they try to look as a sort of cosplaying a civilized country. And I think that may be an element of it, given that Putin doesn't really care whether they execute murderers or not. All he cares about is getting rid of his political opponents, and seeing as he officially can't kill them anyway. Why not? Why just carry on illegally killing them, and then doing and then having the sort of fig leaf of we're a civilized nation, we abolish the death penalty. So, or maybe he's just doing it to annoy Medvedev. I don't know, but I was quite surprised that they still haven't introduced it. But there you go. There'll have been some discussion about this.
Well, they should really. I mean, seriously, given the fact that they've been executing people with one shot only in the neck for such a long time, they should really stand by it and just, formally introduce it. How about it?
Can you hear me? Because I've just accepted the co-host invite, and I'm
I
not
can
sure if
hear
that
you.
reset.
You
Yes.
have not changed
Yeah.
in terms of tone. It's still the same. It sounds
Right.
like Nick.
The other thing I was going to say, and I presume this came up earlier with the European Court of Human Rights decision. I've been out all day, but I presume we covered that.
No, I didn't, because when David and I were talking, we
Okay.
had different topics to address to, and I only glanced over the cheat sheet here.
Okay, so the European Court of Human Rights has ordered Russia to pay Georgia 130 million euros in what they call, the phrase they use is just settlement of just satisfaction, just satisfaction regarding a case that was already litigated a couple of years ago, regarding various facts that took place during the Russian invasion of Georgia. Now, whether or not, I don't think Putin's going to say fair enough and get out his checkbook, but I think it does make for an interesting thought experiment as to what would happen if Georgia went to a body that has currently frozen some Russian assets and said, these people are late, would you like to function as a sort of international debt collector and send us that money? The judgment is interesting. Georgia claimed a compensation on 9 counts, and only 5 of them were found admissible because of complex legal arguments and the applicability of the European Convention of Human Rights as opposed to other aspects of international law. Yeah, the process, the bricks continue to accumulate in the wall. Something similar will happen. Something similar will undoubtedly happen with Ukraine. But these things take a long time. The European Court of Human Rights is not really a place for countries to be taking cases against other countries. Those are very, very rare indeed. I think there's only ever been about 35, and about half of them have been in the last 10 years against Russia. Because the whole point of becoming a member of the Council of Europe and the European Convention of Human Rights is that you are, in order to qualify, you have to be the kind of state that doesn't get into wars and similar disputes with its neighbors. So, or you agree to settle these things via the International Court of Justice and all kinds of other bodies. So this is quite an unusual thing to happen, and will have caused the various lawyers and judges of the court quite a lot of head scratching. So the awards were for. Let me have a look. So basically, the awards occurred when there was evidence that there had been an administrative practice. In other words, the Russian Federation, as a government body, had carried out these various acts, as opposed to, for example, local soldiers or whatever, which then wouldn't come under the European Convention on Human Rights, but of course, are still illegal under international law. It's just not this particular law that's applicable. So let's have a look. There had been so Russia is to pay Georgia within 3 months 3,250,000 euros in respect of 50 people who were killed, and the Russian government's failure to comply with their obligation to carry out an adequate and effective investigation into those killings. 2.7 million euros for people who were detained in the basement of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of South Ossetia. 640,000 for various prisoners of war tortured. 115 million euros in respect of 23,000 people who were prevented from returning to their homes, and 8 million euros in respect of 412 victims the Russian government did not carry out an adequate and effective investigation into their deaths. So basically, yeah, Russia has a bill of 130 million euros to pay to Georgia. as part of whatever the final settlement is when we finally get Russia in front of whatever courts it is. So it's absolutely unclear what mechanism there is for forcing them to pay, because there has never been a case in the history of the European Court of Human Rights where the court told a country to pay and they didn't, because you might get expelled. But Russia's already been expelled, so what are they going to do?
Yeah,
But it will be a really interesting legal precedent.
Take the Japanese Empire. If somebody would have told them after the first, shall we say, major atrocities recorded against the British Army as well as US Marines, let's say after the Marianas campaign and after the Philippines and the sack of Singapore and whatnot, just imagine if somebody would have said, and here's the League of Nations Court, we hereby order you, Hirohito, to pay. Right. What's the Japanese response to that? Probably silence.
Short and Anglo-Saxon. Short.
Right?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, either silence or perhaps short and inhabitually Anglo-Saxon. But yes, I mean, the thing is, these things have to be done. The case of finding that there had been fault by the Russians took place 2 years ago. Now this was about deciding, what compensation to award. In the meantime, other things have happened, but it doesn't mean you stop doing it. You carry on with the procedures, and one day this will be implemented. But as I say, I don't expect Putin to be reaching for his checkbook this evening. David.
Hi. Sorry, I had to turn my mic back on. So I regret not raising my hand earlier when Peter Doran was on. But one of the interesting pieces of news that came out today was the fact that Danish naval cutters have there's information from Freedom of Information Act requests that Danish naval cutters observed a Russian submarine tender that was parked in Danish economic waters right over where Nord Stream 1 and 2 ran and where the explosion was on last September. And, whether or not, there's a discussion of the responsibility for that explosion. Obviously, it was Russia, but the question becomes major pieces of international infrastructure that are subject to agreements under international law are obviously at risk as a consequence of escalation with Russia over the course of the war. And I'm wondering, how, particularly with evidence over the last decade and a half of Russian sabotage of munitions production and storage in Eastern Europe, soft hacking, election and government and electrical utility hacking in the United States and elsewhere in the world, how are these things being weighed by NATO and the United States and Western governments in terms of how to manage Ukraine continuing to prosecute the war successfully? And I'll take the answer to that.
Yeah, sure.
Without
Pleasure.
asking
Thank you, David, for highlighting this, because we actually, funny enough, this is a sheer coincidence, you could say, or on the other hand, it is. Nick, you have a hot mic, by the way. We can hear you making tea yet again. Nick, thank you. Right. So it's quite funny because a friend of the space, Jakob Karsbo, former deputy head of intelligence in Denmark, yesterday tweeted it out, and a few minutes, like 8 minutes later or so, he already joined our space because we wanted to make sure that we get the news out here. We were right in front of every other news agency, other than, of course, a newspaper in Denmark who had pursued this under the Freedom of Information Act requirements in Denmark at that point in time. And that was the published note that there were, at that point in time, 26 photos, which were to be confirmed, taken off the submarine rescue vessel SS-750 right over the Nord Stream 1 blast site. And that is in the days of the 22nd of this, September, at least. It might be longer, but we're waiting for this. And this patrol vessel, we had discussed a few weeks ago already on the space. It's called Nymphen. And the funny part is that, of course, in the discussions which we had about this, since literally when this all broke last year, when the explosions went on, we have highlighted many times over that we always assumed that this required, the way it was done, would have required a submersible vessel in order to lay charges. And a few months ago, when we had a Doug and Chuck session on Nord Stream sabotage here, with Doug London, a former multiple station chief of the CIA, as well as Chuck Farrer, our friend, who, by the way, Chuck is back. Chuck had called it out, and in the discussion here in those various segments, we had 3 of them in total, he described, together with David Brookfield, friend and colleague of mine here on the balcony, who's currently just trying to muddle up some food and probably stuff his face with it, as he so does. David, having been a sapper and a frogman in the Royal Engineers, and Chuck both agreed that there was no way whatsoever that any of the other theories, be it the ones portrayed by Seymour Hersh, the so-called journalist, an investigator, or others, including those in this Redaktionsnetzwerk in Germany, who portrayed what kind of great analysis had come out from them, made sense, because you could not, by any chance, bring the amount of gear onto any other vessel than a very, very strong and solid and large support vessel. And that you actually needed a submersible. You could not just, by means of 5 or 6 chaps or 2 divers, solve this issue. On the contrary, we had highlighted this last year, we went through it in winter, then when it came back up, we discussed it and dispelled it and dissected it here. Long story short, you're absolutely right. This is a classic infrastructure interruption and disruption play. This is a classic agent provocateur, as well as political statement kind of punch. But it's also something which sent a message domestically from the Russian side, because by cutting that pipeline, it was evident that no one who could ever have doubted the leadership of the thuggish elite would have a way back to ever selling gas to Europe, because by now the pipeline has been ruined, and has been ruined for quite some time. And the capital expenditure would have to be funded by people who are not Russian, and it would require substantial Western support, because don't forget, most of the real work associated, I don't mean the heavy lifting and the little bit of muscle and a couple of ships here and there and whatnot, no, but the real tech in this was always Dutch, German, and to an extent Finnish. Having said this, so as to that part of the question of yours in regard to civil infrastructure, and whether we're doing enough, and whether we have a plan for this, and what our position is, our friend Yehuda earlier this morning highlighted yet again, and we've done it many times here before, that yes, of course, there are very clear criteria which have been set as to what we do if and when, what constitutes, for example, an Article 5, because it has been stipulated as such as a criteria. The reduction of, or the bombing or the infliction of significant damage by a hostile act on civil infrastructure, critical civil infrastructure, and we don't mean one wind farm. We mean, for example, an undersea communications cable, or shooting down a satellite, as it once was called, or a large power plant to be dismembered. Those are the kind of things. And if you look back at the story of last year, when the Russians evidently, and this has been found out in the meantime, have been contributing to the 2 explosions which for some time disabled railway communications and therefore railway traffic in Germany, because in 2 locations at the very same time, They interfered with infrastructure. This is a test. And at that point in time, it was a test below the threshold. They wanted to push the envelope. They wanted to test as to how far they could go. And that's completely fine. This is what they do, and we know that they're doing it. But they also know that at some point in time, a disproportional response is coming. They just want to see how far they can go. And that's where I should leave it. Nick.
Yes, I mean, I think what we've seen over the last year is that a lot of people have realized, who up till then had been trying to put the best possible spin on things, of all the various Russian interference, including myself. We'd all tried to go, well, yes, of course, but this is normal spying and normal how some countries go about foreign policy and pushing the envelope. And I think the realization at the level of NATO, at the level of the Western governments, I think has already set in. I don't think there's any great change that needs to happen now. I don't think that the Nord Stream will make much of a difference. I suspect that. This information came out through freedom of information, but I suspect that presumably all Western governments who need to know have been aware of this Danish intelligence for quite some time and have been deciding, how to present it. I must say, quite surprised that the West hadn't gone public with it until this Freedom of Information Act request happened. But okay, we know now. I don't think, so the fact that this information has come out now, I don't think will change anything at all, because I assume that the relevant defense and prime and foreign ministers have been fully aware of the evidence that Denmark had for quite some time. I think the West is getting a lot smarter than it was through NATO, through the European Union, and at the level of the individual governments. And I think, about time too. And a lot of us, as I say, had to stop pretending things would turn out all right. It's a bit like if you're in some kind of, I don't know, toxic relationship, or if a member of your family is, has some alcoholic or some other, undesirable behavior, and you find ways to rationalize away each individual incident, and then something really big happens and you realize that everything fits part of a pattern. So, part of the detoxification of Russia is going to have to be them taking responsibility for all that other stuff and the power grid stuff and all that. It's going to have to be root and branch, and it's going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time, even after the last Russian soldier used Ukrainian soil. That's when we're going to have to start the next phase of cleaning up after Russia's mess and after what we allowed to happen. But the Nord Stream, I don't think very many people, I don't think very many regular people in the space were sort of going, oh my God, Denmark showed it was the Russians doing it. We all thought it was, whatever the yacht was called, or Seymour Hersh's bullshit story. I don't think we really believe that. So it's kind of nice that this has come out into the public domain, but I don't think it particularly.
I'm completely with you. Also, one more thing, Nick, you addressed it in part. There will have been motives, maybe even different motives between different states and member states, and even potentially different intelligence services and branches across those member states within NATO as to why and why they haven't reflected upon this in public, why they haven't shared it in public. There may have been sufficient amount of evidence gleaned. Don't forget, we do know that more than 123? Yeah, I think it's 123 pictures were shot, because the first Freedom of Information Act response triggered by the same Danish newspaper, news source, solicited exactly that information, that a variety of Russian ships were photographed there. However, they had to refine the question to get the confirmation which they needed that Nymphen took those 26 photos of that specific ship, because this specific ship is the one which carries that submersible. So it is very interesting that by means of highlighting this specific submersible, that means that the ship taking it there was there. So they've essentially locked this in. So the submarine rescue vessel and its submarine rescue was there. That's the funny part of it. Now, it also means that we do know that a larger fleet was there and that had highlight about the sources, so we can cross-reference all of this. Technically, I'd expect information.dk to get a lot more information out of the Danish Defense Command by means of just asking the right questions and then triggering the information release, which takes time, but hey, there you go. It must be terribly annoying to live in Denmark as a security service at this point in time, but that's not a problem. I think it's quite helpful to lift the veil a little bit.
That was something that surprised me. I'm wondering how many other countries have a Freedom of Information Act that would have revealed this, because I would have thought, I don't know about the US, I can imagine in the UK, they would have said, well, this is national security, we don't talk about it.
50 years, exactly.
So, yeah. So I don't know if Denmark has a particular, is Denmark the exception?
To the best of my knowledge, Denmark is the exception in that format.
I was really surprised that that this kind of information was not withheld. I do hope there isn't sort of more sensitive information that some sort of pro-Russian Danish journalist isn't going to be able to ask about and get. So yeah.
Well, to an extent, I hope they don't, and I don't think that this is easily possible. But this is a actually, the way the question was asked: do you have the info? Do you have confirmation that pictures of this vessel were taken on that date in that area? So it's a very specific question, which you only ask if you've already cross-referenced everything. You just want to have it confirmed. Or you could sing now with our friends from this wonderful British band, You Can't Always Have What You Want.
Can't always get.
Yes, I was about to correct myself. Get. Yes. Sorry.
That was a joke roughly round about the time when you may remember that Windows 95, which introduced the Start button, and so the hip cool dudes at Microsoft decided to purchase the rights to Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones in order to be the background music for the launch. And there were many suggestions at the time of more appropriate Rolling Stones tunes for Windows 95 users, one of which was You Can't Always Get What You Want, and the other, of course, was 19th Nervous Breakdown.
Oh, God. But it shows you what kind of a despicable environment Microsoft must have been at that point in time. And it has never really improved. Jesus Christ.
It's funny, actually, yes. Bill Gates is, in my eyes, somebody who has redeemed himself from being the single person I hated most in the world to somebody whose philanthropy has done quite remarkable things over the years. And everyone else, all the loonies hate him now. But I used to, it was very much, we'll push our software out, your boss will buy it, and then it's your fault that it doesn't work. So I used to be very down on Mr. Gates, but I must say I have come around to many of his acts of philanthropy, and including the sort of the amount of money he spent on toilets. The single sort of biggest difference that his foundation has made is providing some ludicrous number of toilets. Just apparently not too many in Russia.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the best stuff his foundation has done is actually trying to improve by crowding out civil engineers in African countries. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's not good enough to do that. They should have invested in training people, and they didn't, because they didn't want to, because they thought it might leak. They wanted to deliver goods, and that always leads to crowding out by actually providing goods into a country. It's an import crowding out. It's long-standing news. What is good, however, is that he helped providing, at least amongst us, also cooking utensils, if I'm not quite mistaken, meaning allowing families in certain parts of Africa to cook in a different way as opposed to what they did before. It doesn't solve the hygiene problem, though, nevertheless. In any event, someone who hires a guy who goes shouting across the stage with a huge amount of sweat on his shirts, developers, 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 really can't be taken seriously by me. I'm sorry. And for the
are you referring to Steve? Are you referring to Steve Ballmer?
Yes, the bald Ballmer.
I mean, what a
what a tosser.
yeah. He
What a complete
gives bald
nut.
people a very bad name, does he not? Actually,
No, exactly. That's my point. So all bald people, I mean, from Telly the Zavalas onwards, should be absolutely unhappy that this chap ever appeared in public. But there you go. We just lost a third of the audience, which is completely ensconced in their latest Teams calls, because they have now started to believe that video conferencing has to be developed in this way.
I hate it when I get a request for a Teams call, because I know I've got to sort of reboot my computer for 20 minutes in advance and sort of let every. Oh, what a pig it is! What a resource pig it is.
One of the worst programmed ever services. I mean, what a silly shit. I mean, it's nearly as bad as Twitter Spaces.
The other day, I gave a guest talk. Let me see. Let me see what the. I used a platform by BB Collaborate. Yeah, BB Collab. And it was absolutely brilliant. You know, these days, whenever you have to use a new video conferencing platform for the first time, right? And it's like, and it was intuitive and fast, and there were no glitches, and there were no farting noises. Collaborate.
What?
I think
No
it comes
farting?
as part of.
No farting at all?
No farting. Yep. No farting.
There is a joint conference software without farting?
Yep.
I mean, if this
as long as it's not the participants
this is
themselves.
Be a proper Friday night here, Nick. I have to tell you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm doing my best to deplete my stock of Pernod Ricard beverages.
You have to, because you bought them, I presume, before you were aware.
It's a sunk cost. Yep.
But you were only
Yeah.
you bought them a few hours before you were made aware, right?
Indeed, I am switching to alternative sources of pastis as we speak. In fact, I might move away from pastis and go to Mallorcan hierbas. Chris,
I was just going to say, you guys going to bang on about video conferencing platforms now, are you?
Yes.
It's just funny. I mean, like, what the hell's happening to Zoom? You know, I mean, like, Zoom used to work perfectly during the pandemic, and now it's like crap, you know? I don't know what the hell's going on there.
Zoom has receded to where Teams started off and stayed.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, that's about right. You know, I mean, one amusing thing about it is how, you know, the Ukrainians keep hacking the Russian Zoom calls. That's quite funny. No, not funny.
I'm wondering how one hacks a Zoom call. There were a few things at the start of the pandemic where Zoom hadn't really been tested by as many billion people as it has today, and there are still some organisations that don't use Zoom because there was like that one bug in early 2020. But these days, I think the main way you hack a call is by having someone on the inside who slips you the URL, who slips you the meeting ID.
Yeah, I mean, that could be right, Nick. Yeah, I mean, but did you see the very funny video of the meeting, the Zoom meeting between like a Donbass committee and I don't know, like some people in Moscow or something like that. Did you see that one?
To hack the surveillance cameras in various Russian stores and outlets, and play the Ukrainian national anthem through the speakers while they of the audience. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was in Crimea, wasn't it? Wasn't it in a, like, I don't know, a salon or something in Crimea?
I thought that there were 2 or 3. They were cutting between them. I mean, the thing is, of course, these would actually be possible to fake. You just have to sort of have people looking up at the security cameras and play tunes over them. But I'm sure it's unlimited amusement for the people doing it. And I mean, intelligent connected devices really are the biggest security problem on the web, because they all ship with password 1, 2, 3, 4, and almost nobody ever changes them. Prince, did I see your hand going up, or did you think better of it at this particular point in the conversation?
I thought better of it.
What? You don't like us anymore?
No, it's not that. I don't know if you guys have mentioned the fact that the guy who broke into the Iranian and Russian conference yesterday via what it looked like to be Zoom wished testicular cancer upon all of the war criminals in the room.
But there were at least 2 women in the room.
Nick, you got a hot mic. I hope what you're eating is good. Yes, and as Dave Nafo pointed out last night, he could have wished them a better cancer, because testicular cancer is really a very easy cancer to cure. So
not if you're a woman.
Anyway, but I thought this is true. This is true. Yeah. So
Not one woman has ever recovered from testicular cancer. So
here comes the marketing. Dr. Brown's oncology jokes and clinic. We have never lost a woman to testicular cancer in our clinic.
Well, you know,
that's the other way of putting it.
With Nafo Devo being a cancer researcher, he started to list off all of the cancers that would have been more appropriate and have a lower survival rate to wish upon the war criminals.
I wonder if the person doing that was or spent time in the Netherlands, where the worst forms of insult involve either directly wishing that somebody catches an unpleasant disease. Often quite some of these slurs and insults are quite old, so they're hope you get cholera and hope you get typhoid. But there's also a very uniquely Dutch construct which consists of an intensifier, using a disease as an intensifier. So instead of saying fucking X, you say typhoid X. So if you've got a bad car, a lemon, you might call it a tyfus auto, or a cholera auto, a cholera car. It's the worst form of kind of expressions of frustration in Dutch. It's neither body parts, sexual function, or blasphemy. It's illness.
Whereas,
do you have that in Frisian accent?
Actually, we do. That's the funny part. In Frisian we have the very same thing, albeit that we also have what the Germans have. We combine 2 things. We can either wish people the worst possible pestilence, and as an intensifier, as you just said, or as an accelerator, but at the same time, just like the Germans say "schöne Scheiße," something is really deplorable shit. Schön as in beautiful. This is beautiful shit as a laconic. We do have that too. So we bridge the gap between the 2.
But that is your mission in life, is it not, as Frisians?
Given the fact that we're one of the 7 contributing languages to English, yes.
It's why God put you in that little corner of the world.
Oh, sodding awful. Are you trying to recount now what the Roman emperors and their generals have said about us?
Go on.
No, I will dig it out for you. I have it here somewhere, I'm sure. Hold on, give me a second. I was just about to send something out. Let me press a button because I can say to everyone now that the return of the seal is imminent. Chuck is back.
Ah.
I'm dying to hear from Chuck again. I've been wondering what he's up to. When is he back? Tell us.
He'll be back on Tuesday for bullet points.
I hope the person who's been, or the people who've been sending me DMs about this and have now scrolled quite a way down my DMs heard that, because people have been missing. I mean, there are other regular speakers who will miss one of their slots, and people say, "Where's X or Y?" But I haven't seen anything quite like what I get when what I've had during this absence by Chuck. So I hope he'll be able to give a suitably enigmatic response to where he's been.
Well, you just have to see what has been blowing up.
I swear I was watching yesterday the press conference of the Congress when they were introducing with the Helsinki Commission, when they were reducing the resolutions that are going to be going through the House and Senate. I swear I picked Chuck out in the crowd. I swear I did. I think he's been in Washington D.C. doing some heavy lobbying and making things better for Ukraine. I have no clue where Chuck has been, but I swear I caught him in the audience of that press conference.
On which note, Helsinki fella?
Yes, I have some worrying information about this issue of testicles. I have in front of me recent statistics, however, very, very unreliable, acquired from WhatsApp message group between some guys. But anyway, this is in Finnish. I will translate it to you that according to this statistic, among female sports persons, we have since 2000, we have, for some reason, we have dramatic increase in testicular kind of damage. So this is very kind of, it's very troublesome. I don't know how this can be explained, but it's scratching my head. I can send it to you, but it is in Finnish. But the graphic is like mathematics, so it is quite self-explanatory. But it's.
I've seen that graphic, although I must say I did have my doubts about some of the Soviet weightlifters in the 1970s.
I'll just go forward and I will share it in my Twitter feed. This is important info in this hour.
Well, it's Friday evening, so we have a little bit of an amnesty for this kind of foolishness.
Thank you.
Chris and then Kerry.
Well, since we're doing anything, I wanted to just thank Double D, who is one of our audience. I don't know whether he is right at the minute, but I wanted to just thank him for his marvelous work on Twitter and on LinkedIn for promoting the Ukraine Pavilion. A very, very marvelous post on LinkedIn. You know, he basically wrote an essay on LinkedIn, which for the first time ever prompted me to write an essay as a comment. he did also say that I was good looking, which, you know, is always going to help, isn't it? So that's sort of what made me come up, really, and thank him. So thank you, Double D. Great work, my friend.
Can you, Chris, can you, Double D, can you give me like a Twitter handle to type in with some spelling on it? Or because...
I can. Double D, EGANIS.
DDEG.
ANIS.
DD Gayness. No, sorry. Can you just say it in the Delta Delta?
Delta Delta, Echo Golf, Alpha November, India Sierra.
India Sierra. Yep, Double D.
Yeah.
All right.
He's a good chap. A good chap.
Okay.
Yes.
He it's top of his tweets. I think it looks nest worthy.
Oh, well, yes, please.
Since the nest, well, since the nest is, as I explain to people sometimes, it's where we put things that are the topic of conversation. To help people with background. So tell us about the Ukraine pavilion, Chris.
You don't know about Ukraine? You don't know about
He is the only one.
I presume it's behind. I presume it's under the scoreboard at the Ukraine cricket ground. That's all I would know.
Oh, come on, Chris. Give him a run through, because right after that, I'm going to give him some Frisian history.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you may not have been up, Nick, when I've been, banging on about it and that. So, the Axel, by the way, have you got that information that you want? Have you received that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So obviously, any questions, let me know. Right. If you want to. Actually, I'll try and do a little bit of an update here, Axel, while we're on. But right. So the Ukraine pavilion. Right. So Nick, I don't know if you've ever been to this, but have you ever been to like military and physical security expos at all in the UK?
Not at all.
Okay. So
like the vast majority of our listeners, who will appreciate a short but concise and detailed but short introduction to what you're talking about. The expos.
How short do you want it to be?
That's too long. Okay, yeah. Tell us. So there's going to be some kind of military exhibit.
Right. So okay. So every year, obviously, bar pandemic years, but every year there is the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo, which is held in Olympia in London. Have you been to Olympia in London, Nick? Ever?
I went to the tube station once, but I did not inhale the contents of the actual exhibition hall.
Okay, so right, so it's held there, and it started basically as a physical security and military expo, not like not like super military, like I don't think they have tanks and stuff like that. I could be wrong actually, but I don't think so anyway.
Bit difficult to get them down High Street, Kensington, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Don't take me off at a tangent, Nick, because one of my visions is to have one of them burnt out Russian tanks out the front of the expo in September. But anyway, I digress. So yeah. Now, over the years, Nick, there has been a cybersecurity element of the expo, right? Which has grown up over time. So I've been there a couple of years and that. And this time I thought, well, why don't we have a Ukraine pavilion? And I know the organisers, so I spoke to them. And the chairman of the expo, by the way, is Rear Admiral Lord of Spithead West, yeah, and so I bunged him an email and I said, "What do you think, sir?" And he said, "Good idea, Chris. You sort it out, right?" So okay, I'll sort it out then, boss. So I've got it going. So we're basically the idea is that we build a Ukraine pavilion in the cybersecurity element or area of the expo, right? But actually, and so we were going mainly for cybersecurity companies, Nick, to come to that, right? Now, the expo actually came to me and they said, "Oi, Chris, do any of these Ukraine companies, are any of them into drone technology?" So I said, "Well, yes, I think they are, right?" So they said, "Well, we'd like some of them speakers on the stand as well." So okay, right. So actually, we've got some people in that seem to be prepared to stand up and talk about drone technology. So we've already booked some cybersecurity speakers. We've booked some drone speakers. We're now talking about situational awareness and battlefield management. And the latest one is autonomous tractors and demining. Right? You've seen the videos, Nick, have you, of the tractor with the demining gear?
No, but it sounds very cool, doesn't it? So you basically you have a tractor that runs up and down the field like it's ploughing it, but then doesn't just sort of doesn't have a doesn't have a doesn't have a power driver. Yes, okay. So basically you plough the field kind of remotely. Yeah.
Well, what they've done, you know how innovative and pioneering the Ukrainians are, right? So they basically chopped the front end off of a mine clearing tank, and then welded it onto a tractor, right? And then worked out how to basically control the tractor remotely, because obviously you don't want to be sat in a tractor going up and down the field demining, do you? Really? Not really. No. So yeah. Now, Nick, here's the fascinating part, right? Which you probably haven't heard this, right? But my next door neighbour, lady farmer, big landowner, happens to be the past. I would say chairman. It's not past master of the Worshipful Company of Farmers. That august body, right? And the Worshipful Company of Farmers, over the last few years, have funded what's called hands-free hectare, right? So they
hands-free hectare.
Hands-free hectare, yeah.
Right.
So when I say they've funded it, they've funded academic research into hands-free hectare, right? And which is 2 universities, basically one in Staffordshire and one in Scotland, as it turns out, right? And what they've done is they've constructed, what shall we call it? A robotic farm? Shall I call it? Something like that, you know what I mean?
Is that like a robotic arm, but a bit bigger?
Yeah, farm. The whole thing is like run by robots. Yeah?
I used to have that on Facebook.
What?
Farmville, wasn't that a farm run by one of mine?
Oh yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah. No, that's right. Anyway, so anyway, it turns out that the UK has done rather a lot of development in this area. I won't say who, but a very senior member of the Ukrainian Department of Defense was over here a week ago, meeting with these people and that, because they want to, basically collaborate on that. Anyway, I digress. Sorry, I digress.
All right.
So all of those things the exhibition are interested in. So we've got lots of
put
people.
it in a bloody tweet so we can actually, on a more regular basis, highlight it here for those who are interested?
What? Oh, it's an awful lot to say in a tweet. I don't know about you, but I can still only do 140 characters, Axel.
Send me what you want. I'll send
Even I can do 280, Chris. Even the previous Marxist Leninist management of Twitter let you do 280.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, Axel. What you're trying to tell me is that you're bored and you want to move on now,
No,
right?
no,
That's
no.
okay. That's
What I'm
fine.
saying is, it's a great thing you're doing. I really like it. I would like to be able to advance it to more people and spread it around so that people who are here on the space and hearing it from you could spread the good news. I like to get the message out because I think this is a great thing that people who are engaged in technology, who are interested in technology, who like to see what the Ukrainians have to do, go and see the Ukrainian pavilion and get engaged. That's what I'm saying. And I mean it exactly.
Okay.
Like
Well,
that.
I shall try and meet your requirements with some form of tweet that will help you, Axel. Right, Axel. This is an interesting thing for you, right? I'm now being contacted by other exhibition organisers who want to have a Ukraine pavilion. What about that?
And we should make it a traveling pavilion then.
Yeah, exactly.
By the
That's
way,
right.
that's another thing.
I think you will.
Good point, by the way, because there is about 200 large fairs, trade fairs this year in continental Europe, plus your little islands over there, throughout the remainder of the year, according to a project manager in my company, who has been scouting it about. And if we were to say only 10% of those, and there's 20 of those fairs in different kind of industries which have any kind of relation to the Ukrainian market. And I'm sure the Ukrainians will have scouted those out because they're super smart. Maybe we could just find a way to assist them in creating those Ukrainian pavilions pretty much everywhere.
Well, excellent. And will we have MriyaReport broadcasting from all of these Ukrainian pavilions?
Of course. What else? You're going to be there, right?
Of course.
You're going to be there broadcasting, right? You can't
And will there
sending
be?
poor
And will
mothers everywhere.
she might like to travel?
And I'm quite sure we actually have people, and this, by the way, would be showing yet again the strength of this space. If it is in any European country, we'll have people from MriyaReport who are there anyway. So why not have them?
That's fine. That's fine. Yes, because am I allowed to say who you've volunteered for the London
Yeah, I
one?
volunteered you for the London one, and Mockers, of course, and David. But he has to come down from his high horse in North Wales.
That's right. Those are the ones that you volunteered, and then I've had some others volunteer. I've had some NAFO folks volunteer to come, and I've had other people volunteer to do admin and promotional work, and I've all sorts of volunteers. And obviously, there's going to be NAFO dogs and cats and leopard ladies there as well, and Gunny in his briefs, of course. Yeah, don't forget that.
I think you just killed it. I'm conscious that Kerry has had a hand up for a very long time.
Oh, you just don't want to hear anything about the Frisians who you've been scolding and derogating.
No, I really don't want to hear about Gunny's underpants. Actually, Kerry.
I don't want to hear about Gunny's underpants.
But you want to hear
I do
about
like
the Frisians,
Gunny.
Kerry. Just say you want to hear about the Frisians.
No, I'm so sorry. To
No, you
disappoint
really
Axel.
want to hear about the
I
Frisians.
don't want. I really want to hear about the
Thank
Frisians.
you very much. I'll talk about the Frisians later then. Please go on.
I couldn't hear anything of what Chris was saying, but I could hear you, Axel, and you, Nick, exceptionally well, like clearer than I've ever heard you before. But I couldn't hear Chris. I didn't want to go off and come
Who's
back in
Chris?
because I'll just lose. Was it Chris speaking?
Who's Chris?
I don't know.
See, me neither.
Did you hear a Chris Axel? I didn't hear anything.
I haven't heard a Chris
So
in days.
all I heard was Nick clacking away on his board on your oh God, what do you call it? I'm super tired.
Keyboard.
Yes, I could hear you clacking away on your keyboard and umming and ahhing and oohing and yesing and stuff. So I was just going to say, it's sort of the moment has almost passed, but I will say it anyway. So in the very, very, very early days, I was using Anonymous a lot to try and find out what the hell was going on. And they had this brilliant wheeze where you could order a pizza. So you would order a pizza in Russia, and they had all the cameras. They had hacked the cameras as well. So you would order these pizzas that you would never pay for. And so they started, they had a way of doing it. So you sort of ordered it, paid for it theoretically, but you hadn't actually paid for it. And you could watch the cameras where they were running around madly, making things like 50 pizzas and so on. And then obviously it was like person non grata when they went to deliver them. But that was absolutely hilarious. That kept me quite entertained until I found you guys. So I just thought I'd mention that to you. I don't know if anyone else saw that.
I think I saw something like that at the time, and then there was the good equivalent, which was that you could order an Airbnb room in Ukraine and then not show up.
Yes,
So
that was a good one.
That was a good way of getting money to people in Ukraine. An alert listener has just asked me that if we had MriyaReport and NAFO people going around to these various trade fairs, would that be called a group of traveling exhibitionists? Well, alert listener,
fellow travelers.
I guess that question tells us more about you than it does about me.
Saying that, I've just so when I was teaching today, we're looking at this project at the moment that I've written called Cities in the Ocean. So we're looking at things like population increase and submarine space rockets, priorities for human existence and so on. So we were talking about the priorities for human existence today, what humans really need. And it's really good because it gets them to sort of think about, well, what is absolutely essential. So even things like how do we manage waste, how do you get rid of wee and poo, thinking about how you can split water and so that you can recycle it, reuse it, get oxygen and so on. And one of them said clothes. And I did say, well, theoretically, actually, you don't have to have clothes because we really are sort of analysing each of these things that a human being needs. So yes, that was quite interesting. We were talking about not having to wear clothes if your environment was appropriate and you didn't have the social issues. So it gets them thinking.
It's interesting. I don't think there are any human societies where people don't wear at least some form of clothes. And also in most temperate zones, clothes are a pretty energy efficient way of keeping yourself warm. Talking of clothes, quick segue. I've had a very nice day out today. If you look at my top 4 or 5 tweets, you'll see what I had for lunch. And I was sitting in this restaurant here in Mallorca, and there were a couple of cyclists having lunch next to me, and they got up and came over, and I got a big smile and a Slavo-Ukraini, and one of them, a fist bump, and one of them was from Kiev, one of them was from Moscow. I said, are you from Ukraine? He said, well, I am. And the other guy said, I'm not, I'm from Moscow, but I am, he said, fuck Putin. I am 100% pro-Ukraine. And I presume the fact that the guy from Kiev was prepared to go start cycling holiday with him was sort of, vouched for their genuineness. It was a nice moment. And then later on in the afternoon, I was coming out of a supermarket, and a Spanish guy who didn't have any obvious connection to Ukraine, but he was just kind of muttering. He saw the T-shirt, he saw Slavo-Ukraini on the back in Cyrillic, he knew how to pronounce it, and he was just saying, what incredible, brave people, what fantastic people. And I thoroughly recommend, now that the weather's getting a bit warmer here in the Northern Hemisphere, get yourself 1 or 2 T-shirts from St. Javelin and walk around your town in them. And it is a rare day that I do not get a contact with either a Ukrainian person or a good supporter of Ukraine wearing one of my I have 3, but one of them's a bit niche. One of them's a HIMARS with the NAFO fellas sitting in the cab, and that doesn't necessarily. But I've got the one with the tractor stealing the tank and Slavo-Ukraini on the back, and then I've got one with the Trizub, and on the back it says Russian warship, go fuck yourself, in Ukrainian. And it's a great way. It's a great way to meet new friends. And so far, I haven't had any pushback. I haven't had any Putin supporters coming up and telling me why I'm wrong to wear these T-shirts. It brings a moment of joy into my life. And I think the Ukrainians you meet genuinely appreciate the overt show of support. So yeah, my little sartorial tip: we all need clothes, I think, and we certainly all need 1 or 2 Ukrainian supporting T-shirts. Chris.
Yes, Nick, I must introduce you to a mate of mine from a company called Pelion Consulting, who lives out there in Mallorca. Because we've been doing some cyber security trials, well, supposedly aboard super yachts, but we've only managed to do them in some rigging company in the Mallorca ports there or something at the minute. But anyway, we were working on. They're called Pelion, Pelion, Pelion Consulting. Yeah. And yeah, I'll introduce you to Richard if you fancy it and that. Yeah. So
he lives out here, does he?
Yeah, he's out there sometimes, and then he's elsewhere. He's up in doing oil and gas stuff, and he's doing all over the place. But yeah, up in Aberdeen. Yeah, but yeah, he's out there. Yeah.
We have no. Sorry.
Go on. No, you crack on.
I was going to say we have no shortage of super yachts out here. Jeff Bezos' yacht is still here. Been here for the better part of 2 weeks now. His brand new yacht. It's its first port of call after it was delivered. And right next to it is a yacht owned by an oligarch, Russian oligarch, who died in 2021, apparently legitimately of COVID. Yes, and there were attempts to poison him with arsenic, but apparently that was just his wife. So Russia seems to be a very dangerous place to live, because not only do you get poisoned by the GRU, but your wife tries to bump you off. Anyway, he died of COVID, so his family inherited it. None of them have any obvious political connections. So this yacht called the Black Pearl is parked in the harbour here, right next to a large cruise ship at the moment. And then the other side of the dock is Jeff Bezos' yacht. And these yachts are both so big, they can't park in the normal yacht harbour. And actually, it's quite hard for people to come ashore from them. So Mr. Bezos is going to have to go onto his yacht by helicopter, which I assume is not a huge problem for Mr. Bezos. But the Black Pearl, as well as having the Pirates of the Caribbean name, it's really, really interesting boat if you're into boat tech. It has very specific masts. It can apparently cross the Atlantic with like the equivalent of 1 Toyota Corolla full of petrol. Fuel, extremely fuel efficient, absolutely ahead of its time. And yeah, has not been confiscated because nobody who currently owns it is on a sanctions list, but rather beautiful to look at.
I think Richard might have mentioned that to me, actually. So the what's the actual marina called in Mallorca then, Nick? I should know, but I can't.
Well, I mean, there's a load of marinas, but this is at the one called Club de Mar.
Okay.
I will send you, Chris. I will send you a link and a screenshot, and you can enjoy exploring. I can see the lights on top of the masts of both of those ships from my balcony. In fact, they may even be visible on my webcam. If you go, Chris, to my Twitter profile, there's a link in there, and that link is to the webcam on my balcony. And you might find in the far left, you might find a couple of rows of red lights on white masts, and that is those 2 yachts. The yachts, the masts with crosses on them are the Black Pearl, and the straight up masts are Koru, which is Jeff Bezos's. So I will just send you a couple of DMs, and by all means, feel free to put your friend in touch with me, and next time we're in Mallorca, we'll go for coffee. Or he's in
thank you. I'll do that. And just whilst I'm speaking, just to say, a couple of people have DM'd me to say, are they allowed to go to the exhibition, right? Because they're thinking that because it's military and cyber security and that they can't. Yes, it's open to the public. Anybody can go and get a ticket. I don't know what whether they're free or whether they cost or what. But yeah, anybody can basically go. There's no security restriction or anything like that. Yeah.
Great. Well, go along and say hello to the people at the Ukraine Pavilion. And yeah, actually, I think it's a brilliant idea. Every trade fair in almost every area in Europe should have a Ukrainian presence. Either that market already exists in Ukraine and we didn't know about it, or we should be knocking on the EU's door to allow that Ukrainian market access to the European market. Or if it's something new to Ukraine, we should be getting it developed. But I suspect not too many things are that new to Ukraine. But yeah, peace and reconstruction through trade shows. Who'd have thought it?
Well, Nick, if I could just say, if you don't mind, just to let you know, right, that the RSA conference in San Francisco has just finished yesterday. Now, there wasn't an actual Ukraine pavilion there, but there were a lot of Ukrainian people there. So I managed to get the ladies that are running the expo in London. I didn't manage to get them. They were going over there anyway, but I managed to get them to meet some of the Ukrainian companies that are planning to come to the expo in September, right? And I think the thing is this, Nick, I don't know what you think, right? So I'm always a bit careful how I say this, right? But the if there is any silver lining in this cloud, it is that Ukraine, the Ukrainian brand, is really well known now. Because I did say to the girls from London, I said, look, if you're going out there to meet with Ukrainians, don't forget to take some yellow and blue stuff and also your leopard skin gear as well, so because that'll go down well. Yeah, so yeah, I think the Ukrainian brand is is strong. People know where Ukraine is now, so it's a great time to take advantage of that. I think that's my personal view anyway.
100%.
Thank you.
I just had a look on my webcam picture, and you can see the 3 lights of Jeff Bezos's yacht, and you can see 2 of the 3 lights of the Black Pearl. That's quite pleasing.
That's perfect, Nick. I'm just about to go and look.
Okay, there are 350 people listening to the space right now, and I hope they don't all connect because it's all converted from the camera to the web via my wife's laptop, and she will not be happy if smoke is coming out of it when she gets back from her wine tasting.
Did you see wine tasting?
Wine tasting? Wine tasting. She's out with a bunch of Swedish people drinking, tasting wine. I'm not quite certain how that works.
Typically, the Swedes drink to annihilation. Have you ever been to Swedish family events in Sweden?
No, but I do know what you mean. However, these are rather genteel Swedish expats in Palma de Mallorca, and it will be a fairly civilized affair. Chris said something that reminded me of a question that I've been forming in my mind over the last 36 hours. During the Council of Europe debate on, it wasn't the one about children and genocide, it was about the Belarusian athletes taking part in the Olympics. And several of the speakers at that debate at the Council of Europe had, well, I initially thought it was a 6-pointed yellow star, I'm afraid. I quickly came back from that. They had what appeared to be a yellow flower in their lapel. And I assumed it was some kind of symbol of solidarity with Ukraine. And then yesterday, who went to visit Zelensky yesterday from the British military, Axel? Someone went.
British military yesterday?
I think so. In any case, the British ambassador to Ukraine went along, and she had a similar yellowish flower type thing in her lapel. And so I wondered if anyone had heard of the idea that there's some kind of the yellow flower being a pro-Ukrainian symbol at the moment. Hello.
I literally don't know at the moment.
I'll go and get a couple of screenshots because I thought it was yeah, this was interesting. And when I saw it, the only people wearing it were pro-Ukraine. And at this meeting, I wasn't quite sure what was going on. And then when I saw the British ambassador wearing something similar, so I was wondering if we knew that there is some kind of initiative to show support for Ukraine by wearing this flower. I think it's a flower. As I say, the slightly unfortunate thing was that the very first instant I saw it, it looked like a 6-pointed yellow star. Oops. But on reflection, I think it is more of a flower. So let me give me a couple of minutes. I'll go and dig out some stills and I'll tweet them, and we can have a look. I've just been told on line 99 that this is in memory of something, but the person who told me can't remember what. But apparently it's not to do with Ukraine, but it's something that may be a memorial at this time of year. Maybe Michael or Lily knows. Michael, I think you're up first, but I'm just hoping Lily popped up. So Lily, is this about the flower?
I was going to say, I think it's Pavel. Isn't Pavel, wasn't he there visiting Zelensky? You know who I'm talking about, the previous head of, come on, he is now...
The Czech president?
Yes.
No, we had both,
Thank you.
Both the Czech president as well as the Slovakian president visiting. But what Nick asked me is what I couldn't answer.
It's about the yellow flower.
No,
yeah.
I know. I thought, Nick, you were looking for the name. That's what I wanted to say. But I'm looking now about the
flower.
flower.
I see. No, I was about the flower. Okay. If you don't know, we'll all go off and look. Michael, maybe you know, and if not, you were next.
I know, but I'll have to admit that I re-looked it up because I learned on the opening days of Russia's invasion when the citizens of Ukraine were handing out sunflower seeds to the Russian soldiers. That's their national flower, apparently.
That it is, absolutely, no question. But why did this now come up in this context? I didn't quite catch. Maybe I just lost what Nick was saying. What was Nick's question then, if I may ask?
Well, Michael, what happened was I noticed several people wearing. Now I have just been sent a link saying yellow daffodils are everywhere in Warsaw this week, and indeed, people are wearing both real and what appear to be paper daffodils. I imagine they're more resilient, and this is what people were wearing. Yellow daffodils are everywhere in Warsaw this week, a symbol of remembrance for the 1943 uprising by Jews in the city's ghetto against Nazi German occupiers. And it actually says someone seeing the 6-petaled flower badges for the first time might confuse them with the yellow Star of David the Nazis forced Jews to wear in Germany. And I wouldn't be surprised.
How could you confuse that?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if whoever decided to do this wasn't doing a bit of a clin d'oeil from that. But anyway, that's what it's about. It's about commemorating the Warsaw Ghetto. And it is a daffodil. Even members of the European Parliament, to be fair, this is Fox News, wore them in, the European Parliament was last week, wore them in Strasbourg, France, as lawmakers paid tribute to the Jewish victims. So that was it. It's a it's a Warsaw Ghetto memorial gesture. I don't know if it's an annual or a 5-annual, because this is the 80th anniversary of the uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto. I don't know if it's special for this or if it's something that's been done before, but we have all learned something today. The yellow daffodil is a symbol of solidarity and memory of the uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto. So we can all take a few seconds to think about that. Thank you very much well, I don't normally name the people who send me this, but It was Prince Heather. So thank you. I don't think she needs to remain anonymous. Some people sometimes, I think it's probably easier not to name them when they send me stuff, but thank you, Prince Heather. Yeah, so that's what it is. Yellow daffodils commemorating the Warsaw Ghetto. And what I will do, I'll go and, if you didn't see it, Axel, I'll go and find a couple of clips and a couple of stills to show you people wearing them. I had no idea what it meant, and we are all now, well, apart from the few people who knew, we're all now, I think, a little bit smarter than we were 2 minutes ago.
Nick, can I ask you a question?
Careful, he might get.
You already did,
smarter.
but you can ask
Michael,
another.
He might get even smarter than Michael. You never know.
You guys really are entertaining and educating. Was it Nick that was talking about the collection of 2 or 3 Ukrainian-oriented T-shirts that he was sporting?
Yes, indeed.
So I also ordered a couple of T-shirts off of St. Javelin's website. One is just the blue T-shirt with the Ukrainian. I am lost for words.
The trizub.
Shield.
The
No.
trizub, the three-pointed trident thing.
The trident. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, it's called the trizub, I believe, in Ukrainian, but it's the trident.
Yes, and then I ordered one that was a bit cheeky that says Puck Futin. And so if you imagine, if you've never been to the southern United States, AKA the Bible Belt, I sport this thing around when I go to the grocery store, running errands, whatever. I get some curious looks. I haven't ever gotten a thumbs up. I'm not even sure any percentage of the population or what percentage of the population is aware of what I'm sporting on this T-shirt, but it does get looks, and I'm just waiting for someone. I don't suppose there are any relocated Russians. I would love to run into a Ukrainian around here, but it's just.
Can you say how it says fuck? Does it actually say F-U-C-K Putin, or does it have some kind of subtlety to it?
No, I'm sorry. It says puck with a P, Papa.
Yeah.
It's a reverse of putting
swapping. Puck Putin.
Puck Putin, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. So I'm looking to get another. I have a ball cap as well. My wife is looking at me like I have 3 heads, and she's like, why don't you just move over there? And I said, well, hell, I might. So and I do have a bit of news, by the way. Have you heard from Verlaine lately?
Every day.
So my drone, my Mavic Pro, went out from the UPS store this morning to her contact in New York City. It comes. I've talked about it before. I won't know. Thank you. No recognition. This is my point. Is what I'm bringing this up to say. There are lots of people like me that have drones from 2018, 2019 in the United States before the FAA changed the rules, and drones over a certain weight suddenly have to have this transponder on them. Mine cannot be retrofitted to the extent that I'm aware. Hence, I really can't fly it above just a couple of 100 feet and can't take it out of visual range. I'm not even allowed to fly it without having an observer anymore, which is absurd. But I packed all that up, sent all that off, and just a little funny here. So Verlaine, I gave her the tracking number, and then I realized suddenly, after inventorying everything and packing it in the box, my phone number is boldly taped to the side of this thing, which is sort of a practice in case it gets out of hand and the thing gets a mind of its own and it lands in somebody's backyard or in a field, a farmer's pasture, whatever. You're hoping that if you lose your drone, somebody at least call you, because these things aren't cheap and you can go pick it up, right? And so I told Verlaine, I forgot to strip my phone number off of that, and I'm not really sure what would happen. I'm sure it would have gotten stripped off as they go to deploy it. She said she promised she would remove it for me. I just thought that was kind of hilarious that I was so thorough and then left my damn phone number on that thing.
Axel, I asked who the British military person had been in Kiev, and it turns out it's the British National Security Advisor. I actually didn't know that the UK had a formal post of National Security Advisor in the way that the US does. He's called Timothy Barrow. and he was in Kyiv along with some guy in fatigues and the British ambassador meeting Zelensky yesterday, the British National Security Advisor.
It's interesting. I'm so old. It's astonishing. Oh, funny. Sorry.
Can I follow up and then I'll drop off? My point in bringing all that up is anyone that's listening, anybody that's part of this space that has a roughly 2018, 2019 Mavic Pro before the FAA changed the rules, you know, it's sort of sunk cost. Send it to Ukraine. I'm pleading with you. Send it.
All righty. And with that, we will go to Anke.
Hey there. I was wondering if I could get a little help from you guys in regards to some wildlife thing. There is a journalist who I've forgotten the name now.
Bears,
It's
wolves,
somewhere back in my thing.
leopards.
I'm sorry?
Wildlife. Bears, wolves, leopards.
Yeah, wildlife. And there's a journalist who found like a doing poorly hedgehog, very young hedgehog, and they were trying to, they're trying to help it out. And, they're near Bakhmut, near Chasiv Yar, and they've taken it in some place. But it's my understanding that you kind of need a veterinarian, which is hard to find in that area right now, to kind of give a little bit more detailed advice in terms of how to care for it, to try to give it, best chance of survival possible.
Water
And I
salads.
remember you guys had.
It's easy. Hedgehogs.
Mrs. Tiggy Winkles.
Yeah, Mrs. Tiggy Winkles.
Mrs. Tiggy Winkles.
Exactly. Water and salad leaves.
Water and salad leaves, even though it's a youngster?
Water and salad leaves.
Well, it wasn't taking any of the stuff that they were putting in front of it. They created
Fear
something to kind of.
It happens at the beginning. Fear and stress.
And I do believe they eat cat food as well.
It's true. Yep. At a certain point in time when they grow up, they eat juicy, tasty cat food.
Okay. Well, right. I'll give that advice, but I was just wondering if anybody knew of a veterinarian that they could get in contact with.
But I do know there is a website in the UK called Mrs. Tiggy Winkles. It's a charity for hedgehogs, because we love our hedgehogs over here. So without a doubt, they will have advice, right? And if you go, guess what, right? I'm asking on behalf of Ukraine. I cannot see that they would say no. Most of the vets I know would just go yes, and then here's £100 bill. So yeah, exactly. So Mrs. Tiggy Winkles, they're a wonderful charity. Get in contact with them.
Gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And that's all I needed. Thanks.
But the salad and the water and the cat food is still correct.
It might all still be correct, but this animal is in dire straits.
Right.
So.
David gave you good advice.
All right. Thank you very much for the pointers.
You're very You're very welcome. David, welcome to the balcony.
Oh, thank you very much for the welcome back. Yes.
How did you manage to climb up after all this food?
Well, it was very difficult and I was very heavy, but luckily there's a Stanner stair lift now, so I got on one of those.
Oh, that's sweet, wonderful. At our age.
Yes.
You did hear that Chuck's back, right?
I did. I have, and it's wonderful news. I saw he's back on Tuesday. Yes.
Absolutely, yes.
No, I can't wait. Can't wait. He's been missed. His dulcet tones, and everything else he says.
I think it will be very interesting. I mean, given the fact we do not know what has gone up in flames, we do not know where he has traveled. We cannot imagine what he has seen or what he has thought, but we will be listening.
Oh yes, yes, we will. Is he going to tell us where he's going, where he's been,
Yeah,
or is this going to be
I
a?
doubt it.
Yeah.
Meh, you know.
Well, maybe he just goes. He's had a very nice holiday in Belize somewhere, right? And that's it. There's nothing to say.
Well, you know that he originally is a surfer boy, right?
I do. Oh, was he down in New Zealand, or was he in Portugal on those big waves?
I'd be saying catching waves.
Nuno there.
Yeah, catching waves either there or, I mean, the Bay of Biscay is a bit early. That would be late in May.
I think it's still time for the 100-foot though, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. So, but the Algarve, you know, that's probably it. Yeah. Surfers never die. Nick.
No, I was just going to. David mentioned the Stana stairlift, and for the benefit of our non-British readers, it's the sort of archetypal thing you have to help you get up the stairs in your home. I imagine Americans kind of move to a bungalow or something, but or if do Americans even use the word bungalow, or do they just call it a single-story home? Anyway, in Britain, Stana stairlift is the kind of it's the absolute market leader. There is only one brand of stairlift in the UK, really, isn't there? And so it's not just a perfectly good way of getting upstairs if you have limited mobility, but it also has substantial meme value.
It is, and I can tell you that there is no second-hand market for them. They're astonishingly expensive, but should someone sadly pass away a month after you bought it, the value is less than 1/10.
I presume what, because they're bespoke, or because most of the cost of installing them is the installation.
I think it's the installation, and people don't want to sell second-hand ones, right? So they make it difficult to install it. Anyway, before we go any further, though, the lady who was asking about hedgehogs, right? Are you still here? So I just went to the RSPCA website, and they're very good. So, what do young hedgehogs eat? Tin dog or cat food? Cat biscuits or crushed dog biscuits make good hedgehog food. Good quality specialized hedgehog foods. These can be bought for wildlife food, but you're unlikely to have those in Ukraine. But dog biscuits, cat biscuits. Now, this is important. So, biscuits in water for very young. And what's the baby hedgehog called? Anyone? Anyone?
A chick.
Nope.
A pup.
No, a hoglet.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
It is a beautiful name. Right, so soak biscuits in water for very young hoglets that weigh less than 300 grams, as they can't eat dry food. There we are. Cat food, dog food, catty biscuits, and the rest of it. If it's a little tiny wee baby one, then make sure you soak them and they'll eat the mess. See, there we are. How amazing are we, Axel?
At the moment, reasonably flat. I mean, it's the first couple of minutes whenever you. Then we can take it forward.
I have been here all the time.
And I can say we don't use the word bungalow for a single-story flat in the United States. I do remember 3 times during my nearly decade stay in the UK searching for a new apartment or a new home to rent. And it was a bit confusing because we didn't understand what bungalow meant until the real estate agent took us to show us one and looked across to the adjacent property and showed us the difference between a bungalow and a barn conversion and XYZ. That was an experience.
The story is that it's so named because the first person to get one was halfway through having their house built, and before they got to the second floor, they got tired of waiting, and they just said to the builder, "Bungalow roof on it." I think the real story is it's an Indian word, is it not? It has a strong. I suspect it's named after the town of Bangalore. In fact,
Do you think? We're not,
I think
there weren't many bungalows in Bangalore when I was there.
Yeah, but I suspect when the Brits first arrived, there probably wouldn't have been a lot of multi-story Infosys and other IT office blocks.
Yeah, quite possibly. But I thought that was what the East India company went for. They'd heard about Infosys and Mumbai and the rest of it. Thought, got to have some of that action. Anyway, that killed that one. Shaggy, you're here. Shaggy.
Oh yeah. Hello. Sorry, I put my hand up to answer the hedgehog question. I'm now sat. I've got 112 minutes between deliveries, so I just bought some fish and chips. So I was just fishing around for my pardon the pun, fishing around for my fork in my bag, which I found now. So I'm going to have my dinner.
Oh, are you going to put salt and vinegar on it? Are you?
It's from a fish and chip shop, so it's already got lots of vinegar. I love chip shop vinegar and the requisite amount of salt. And yeah, so I'm going to be sitting in my van now, listening to you guys.
It's the only way to have fish and chips. Loads of vinegar, little bit of salt, maybe a little bit of ketchup or mayonnaise.
I have some little sachets of ketchup in my bag as well. Dib.
I tend to believe that what you actually need to add to this, I know that you don't like it, but I have tried it, and I've tried it with a number of Brits in the meantime. When you put on top of the fish a little bit of dill, that's perfect.
Now, I like dill on salmon, but I never tried it on battered fish and chips.
Try it with that, because it works perfectly with the chips anyway, especially because of the batter and the fattiness and everything. You'll love it.
All right, I'm going to give that a go. Not today, though, because I haven't got any dill in the van, I don't think, in the bag, but I'll do it another time.
Fresh dill, cut it, click, straight across it, shake it a bit, eat it. You'll be the happiest man on the planet.
Brilliant. I will do that. I have a dill plant on my kitchen window.
So what is the predominant type of oil used for fish and chips? I remember in Yorkshire, as I recall, in our small village, the fish was fried with beef fat. Yet if you went over to, say, Hull, it was light golden brown instead of a darker brown. And it was, I think, either vegetable oil or maybe...
yeah, sunflower is a lot of it, right?
And if you go to
beef
Grimsby,
fat
motor
is...
oil.
These days, it's more likely to be vegetable oil. But my mother always made chips, fries in lard, and it would then settle and form this solid lump in the pan until the next time she brought it out. But McDonald's does its fries in, I don't know if it still does, but for a long time McDonald's was frying its fries in beef fat, because they I don't know whether they did when they went to India, but there was certainly a conspiracy theory / rumor in India that McDonald's was using beef tallow to fry their fries, and that led to boycotts. I don't know
which is exactly what the person who spread that rumor wanted, right?
I presume he owned the Burger King franchise. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I know if you have a hot air fryer, the cookbook in it will have several recipes for many of the popular chains, whether it's McDonald's or Burger King or what have you, to make almost identical French fries. But it does describe different oils for the different ones, and I don't recall which ones they were, but I can certainly see why the different oils make the foods either brighter or dark. And it also, and I have to admit this, when I was home for the summer for my first year of university, I actually worked in a Burger King in my hometown. And so the color of your French fries is dependent upon the age of the oil in the fryer. So a lot of people I know at home like to save some oil, and because it's got all the residuals and it makes things taste a little better. But there was a cutoff, and I forget what it was. It was the number of hours in the fryer or a number of days in the fryer, where they would swap the oils out so that the fries didn't get dark colored. They stayed light and crispy.
And I'm sure McDonald's does sort of the same thing, but you can apparently replicate all this in your own kitchen.
Oh, that's very interesting. I prefer fat chips though, as opposed to skinny McDonald's beef burger chips. So fries,
proper chips. Of course,
we
what
get
else? There's only
we
proper
get
chips.
wonderful home. For some reason, here in Mallorca, I don't know if it's typical of the rest of Spain. 80% of the restaurants make their own fries. They cut their own potatoes, and so you get that wonderful variety. And also, homemade fries in a restaurant are always very, very slightly undercooked, which is delicious because they just absorb that little bit more fat.
And then you get aioli.
The really disappointing. Oh, the really disappointing thing here is that when you get a salad, if you sort of have, fried chicken and chips and a salad, the salad tends to be that rather sad bagged, the pre-bagged mixed leaves. And it's always very disappointing that they go to all the trouble of cutting the potatoes and frying them twice to make the really good fries, and then they cut the corner on the bag of salad. If you go to France, you're more likely to have frozen French fries, but they will usually have actually gone to the bother of chopping up a romaine or iceberg lettuce, usually a romaine, in the kitchen and making a decent salad out of it. So I guess if you're going to eat in modest restaurants, there are always corners to be cut. But if you enjoy homemade fries, then Spain is very definitely. I don't think I've ever lived anywhere where so many of the restaurants and cafes and bars made their own fried potatoes.
Do we know what sort of French fries they have in Ukraine?
Apparently, no. We should ask Felaine when she comes around. Say, Felaine, what sort of chips do you have?
Is it all McCain? Is it all standardized, or are people at the back of the restaurant cutting up potatoes and frying them in slightly irregular shapes in slightly different oil each day?
No.
It really is a treat. It really is a treat.
Nick,
here.
you should come here.
They don't cut them up. They have a cutter, don't they?
Seriously, you should come here. What you need to do is you need to take really fresh potatoes, which are seasonal, which are fitting, and it doesn't matter. They should never be standardized. Forget all this American bullshit. I'm sorry, my dear American friends, I love you to bits, but you have no idea of food. You lost your idea with industrial standardization. The key thing is to take.
I would agree with that.
You should take proper seasonal potatoes. Dry them out a bit for 2 days, meaning let them sit in an environment which is not too humid, and then you cut them up, and then you slice and dice them as you see fit, no matter whatever your taste is. So form factor, I prefer what David just highlighted. They're slightly thicker, slightly more chippier, more kind of country kind of potatoes. And then you drop them into proper oil. You can still fiddle with the oil. You can still do whatever you like. Of course, what you should be doing is proper lard. So you heat it up, then you lift them out, let it drip off, give it 2 to 3 minutes, and then you, after that, raise the temperature of the oil again and drop them back in and give them a hard cut. Take them out, drop them off, and they're absolutely bloody perfect. This is how you do it, and then God is on your side.
That is, I've never heard that before. That is excellent, and I'm going to try that this weekend.
Send us photos. You'll be
delighted. You will sometimes see the phrase "triple cooked chips" in England. That is the high end.
I've heard rumors that that's actually the difference between McDonald's fries and Burger King fries, is that today in modern times that Burger King I guess they flash fry them. I don't know how that would really work, and then they freeze them, because when you open the bag, there is a sort of a micro crust on it, as if they have already been exposed to heat, liquid heat. You have to see it to understand it, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to agree with Axel here that if we're down to debating between McDonald's and Burger King fries, it really is the old story about two bald men fighting over a comb, which used to be used to describe international politics, did it not?
I think that was aimed at you, David. That question.
Sorry,
Well, no, I wasn't listening. I was.
No, I'm wondering if David and Axel can have a fight over a comb. That's quite different.
That was brilliant.
Quick space title change, please. Yeah.
Hair fights back, maybe.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
I should just shave my head. It's so much easier.
I just thought about the shape of the comb which we would be using. And my boy came by and handed me what we would call a lineal. Sorry, I apologize. Jesus Christ, this is never going to end here.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, right. So, what are we going to talk about now?
I thought you were going to come on there and put on your best Graham Chapman voice and say, right, this has all become too silly.
Yes. No, I think it's more along the lines of this is the 5-minute argument or the full half hour.
No, far too silly. No, just completely, utterly different. Explosions.
So, David, I know you've been busy hosting, and so no pressure here. But I had sent this interesting link, and I originally misidentified it when I DM'd it to you. It's actually an interview of a Russian, and it's self-explanatory when folks read this article. But he's discussing drones. But he gets into this conversation about the United States, the West, contributing what I constantly refer to as overhead data to the Ukrainians. He doesn't go into the Russians' abilities or capabilities for that, but he does talk about how supposedly they're trying to ramp up their own drone production, and based on the sanctions, restrictions on the technology they can get, the fact that they stealing washing machines and taking boards, printed circuit boards out of certain manufactured things to try to continue that into their or build that into their defense industrial base for their weaponology. I just don't see it. It's almost a bit of fantasy land. It's dreamscape when he talks about increasing production of drones in Russia. Just doesn't seem feasible to me unless they're getting things illegally from other countries that are supplying them. But I just thought that was a fascinating thread, and I know you haven't had time to read it, but maybe we can talk about it.
No, I am very interested in reading it. Right, the problem is that Axel, despite his one hair on his head, he's very, very demanding, right? And so there's times I just go, I just don't have time to think, So it's all reaction from me. When I've got a couple of seconds left, when Axel is gone, I will read it because I'm really, really interested, right? Because this stuff is very, very interesting for how they are, what states are they in? I would expect that yes, they are. That they'll have real problems. They'll be relying on stuff that's being smuggled across the border, I guess, right? Unless China is wholesale sending stuff over, but I still think that would be at the moment. I think that would be unusual, but as you know, getting stuff over the Chinese border isn't that difficult.
Well, and I missed the world's oldest IT company would work you to death if you let them. And I missed, I guess, the majority of the interview with the, correct me if I'm wrong, it was the CEO of a drone manufacturing company based out of New York City. This was 2 or 3 mornings ago on this space. And it was fascinating, but we don't seem to have any problems accessing chip technology and building drones. But I cannot imagine that the Russians have the same accessibility to technology.
They won't have Radio Shack where, for instance, in the United States, I suspect you'd be able to get much of the components if you wanted to build your own drone from there. It's going to be a tough thing, isn't it? It'd be interesting to really look into that. And Taras, you've got your hand up. Maybe have you got a little bit about that, Taras?
Yeah, I think we are speculating about this topic. I think that's the second time in the last couple of weeks we're hearing about Russians being restricted. And I would say, first, let's talk about what classes of drones we are mentioning here. If you talk about very simple unit area surveillance, so probably there is no restrictions in Russia. They cannot directly buy DJI Mavics from DJI in China, but they can buy them anywhere else in the world and illegally or like anyway ship them in. So how would you restrict them from going to India, to China, buying few drones, putting them in a package and sending through whatever route to Russia? There is no export control on Chinese or Indian
That was
side,
what I was
right?
saying. You could just, as I said, you could just smuggle them over. You could buy yourself a camper van and take them over. It would be pretty simple from China.
Yeah, you can smuggle hundreds like that. You just need enough people to smuggle them. So it's not even smuggling. Would China Border Control agent prevent it from happening? No. Why? There is no sanctions.
See, the thing is with China, you just don't know. There's the thing. They may not. They may be someone who you could give $100 note to, and they would take it, or they may not.
Sure,
that's
sure.
part of the problem, isn't it?
Yes. So let's forget about that. There is no way we can influence that restrictions. Now we are talking about next level. So self-built drones using some small size garage manufacturer or a full size production company in Russia. They need supplies, they need components. Most of the components which go in a medium range drones, they wouldn't be restricted components. You can buy electrical motors which are used for whatever equipment, they're not restricted. You can buy microprocessors. It's maybe a little bit restricted, but you still you can still use the same trick. You can buy them in other countries which are not sanctioning Russia and smuggle them, and there is nothing preventing us from that. We're not talking about dual-use technologies. We're talking about hobby-grade or industrial-grade components. So I don't see why wouldn't they be able to get the quantities they need for that reason. So and then if you go even higher, if you go any higher, you wanna build something very high-end, military-grade with a very good camera, with night vision and and super zoom, good camera for day. You wanna buy the GNSS or GPS unit, which will be very precise. Then maybe you cannot get the optics, you cannot get the GPS modules so easily because they are now falling into the dual-use technology, so you cannot buy them in a high quality from China or India, or maybe it's much harder to do it. So, but so far we don't see any decrease. We see increase in production, we see increase in supply, all kind of drones on Russian side. They're able to build as many as you want. So there is no sanctions who are actually impacting that type of industry.
Well, there you are. Anyway, Michael, I'll read the article anyway. It will be interesting, right? Because there's the information you can.
And then yeah.
You're breaking up there, Taras.
For the drone, you don't need to extract them from Washington.
You broke up. You broke up. You broke up for the last 20 seconds.
I'm sorry. I'll repeat again. So, what was your connection between washing machines and drones? I didn't get the point.
My connection with that, what I meant was that the Russians are having trouble apparently with technology, printed circuit boards, printed wiring boards, and all kinds of digital technology because of the brain drain, because of the sanctions. And so I'd read an article months ago where they were actually taking printed circuit boards and components thereof, printed wiring boards, and using them to put into their Orlan drones and their various Lancet vehicles because they were running out of these critical supplies. But I don't know if that was a legitimate article or not.
No. I think it's more a fantasy of the journalist who wrote it. There is no evidence for that. Why would you go the long way trying to extract something from the electronics if you can just go and buy parts? They're not as special parts. The microchips, which are produced mostly by Western companies, they are everywhere in the world. So why cannot they go to India, to China, and buy them from their suppliers? I don't know why. So it's like,
but nowadays, so the aren't many of these things, are they not sanctioned anymore?
I don't think that the regular microchips are sanctioned. So,
if
like,
you've got an example of microchip, I'll see if it's sanctioned.
Like, I mean, 32-bit Texas Instruments general use microcontroller, would it be sanctioned?
I can find out.
I don't think so. I mean, I think we are, like, they are used for our own products which are manufactured in China. So don't we ship them to China to be built there and shipped back to US and sold in our stores?
Yeah,
for whatever.
The thing is, there's a difference. As soon as it's shipped, if it's shipped to Russia from India or from China, and they find out, and it's on the sanctions list, there'll be a problem, right? So that's the point I'm saying.
But,
yeah, if I have the example, I can find out, right? So
yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand, but in fact, do you see the evidence? And somebody did an investigation and confirmed that this chip came from India, and there was a sanction on India. So, like, do we have a political will in the United States to imply the sanctions in India, even if you find the
United
evidence?
States either, would it? It would be the EU. It would be whoever's supposed to be doing it, right? So not everything comes down to the United States. So it depends on who's doing the sanctions and why, right? So look, right? I understand what you're saying, but and there's always the point, right? So there's why I was saying about it would be being smuggled, as opposed to some sellers would take the risk if they would just up the price and take the risk, right? And then take the slap on the wrist from the government if they were caught. Right?
But again,
on the basis whether they're caught.
I'm not an expert on a current sanctions, international sanctions. I just want somebody who is an expert that tell exactly what classes of products are restricted from being resold. So, like the secondary sanctions, is there any secondary sanctions on any consumer grade electronics right now which prevents any country like India, China, Pakistan, whatever you name them, to sell them to Russia? Is that a case? Do we have a secondary sanctions in place?
That's why I said I needed to know. We would have to find out.
Yeah, because I believe the current situation is there is no even legal way to prosecute the country if they are doing a consumer grade regular electronics sales to Russia. I mean, maybe I'm not up to date, but I didn't heard about that.
I'm trying to find out what your real question is, because there are secondary sanctions in place. They have been imposed by the United States. there are certain dual-use goods which come entangled with
Sure.
secondary sanctions by the EU as well,
Yep.
but they are limited in scope. So my question is, what is your question?
My question or questions of the original questioner?
No, I don't understand what you're leading at. Do you want me or David or anybody else now to rattle down a list of sanctions? Because I can send you documents if you
No.
like. I have, I don't know, probably a file folder with about 800 pages full of sanctions material from the past couple of years since 2014 and the developments and everything else. And I can dig out whatever is needed in order to satisfy your request. I just try to find out what you actually need to know.
No, I think I didn't try to ask a question even. So I think my opinion is that yes, the dual use components are restricted and might be harder or hard to get to Russia. But what my point is, in order to build most of the types of drones, Russia actually doesn't need any dual use components at all. They can do it from consumer grade components and be just fine there. And that's what they are doing.
And hence my comment about taking components out of common ordinary
house. Doesn't make sense. No. You don't need to do that.
That article is
no.
bullshit.
I think I completely agree with you on that. That article is
But Taras, you're still working on the basis of that there are expert controls on those chips, though, right? So we're making assumptions at the moment. So I would say we could tell us what the chip is. I would attempt to find out. Then there'd be no assumptions anywhere, right?
Yeah, but again, even if there are some export controls, the smuggling tiny simple chip from somewhere is still more economical than extracting them from the big washing machine for Russia. So they can find a way to bribe somebody, buy 10 here, 10 there, and ship it to Russia. Why not? Yeah, I think in order to be fact-based, I need to read the article first and understand what kind of facts the actual article is talking about. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they discovered something which I didn't understand from the comment.
I will go.
Sure. I mean, the comment was to me really. You said the article was said to me. So have I read it? So I hadn't read it just yet. So I don't know either, Taras. So.
Okay, let's move on then. Let's argue about something which is fact-based. And
no need for argument about this at all, is there? Right, but yes, let's move on. Anyone else? I'm looking at the well. Why don't we do Mrs. Tiggy
say welcome and Shabbat Shalom to our friend Nuclear?
Well, if only you'd have said he was up. That's exactly what I would have said immediately. Nuclear, it's Axel's fault.
Love you guys. No, I was all good. I was listening for you for an hour. It was great.
At least.
How are you doing, everyone? Hope everyone fine. Yeah. I actually had a little bit. It's a good thing. And after the last 2 weeks, it's definitely good for me.
So what's the score? How did it go in the past 10 days?
No, it was horrible, bro. Bakhmut is goddamn this place. Seriously, never want to go back to there. But unfortunately, no too much choice.
So the road is open, as we heard, but it's hard.
Yeah, they're all. I don't know. So many Austin, professionals reporting their road was closed for so many times in the last few days. Like, I don't know where they're getting their information.
Yeah,
the position changes hands like all the time. Like you cannot follow it. Like you cannot follow it on the field. So people expecting to follow it in Twitter. So I was saying to myself, like, seriously.
I was just about to say, don't believe everything you hear on Twitter. And oh, gee, we're here on Twitter.
Yep, I also did.
But more seriously, how did your unit fare? How did it go? Can we ask?
It's hard.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. I'm not going to speak about tactical. Like we're not even. You saw in the video. I don't know if you saw in the videos. Like we published exactly where we are. Geolocated. It's easy. It's not something that. It's an old intersection that we all the time we clearing it. After 2 hours, they coming back again, and it's a process for days. Like it's a grind meet. Seriously, insane grind. They don't care about their guys at all. Like even in movies, I didn't saw stuff like that. Like the amount of bodies in the trenches, guys. Sorry that I'm going like openly like that. It piles. It's sometimes 2-3 bodies on each other. Like what the heck? Like listen, I had almost 10 years of army experience, more than 10 years, yes, of army experience before this war. Never, nothing, even like even in some special insane wars that I saw, some when we worked with other units from other countries, they showed our like we shared videos between ourselves and stuff. Like never even close from any other army that I trained with, work with, in operating. Like it's seriously, I don't know how the documentaries are going to be on this battle after. It will be like a horror show. Seriously. But we're holding. It's hard, yes, I know. I sound like it's just the truth. It's just how it is. The mud, the smell. You cannot describe it. Seriously, you never will smell something like that. I don't know. Sewer would be like a heaven, like a deodorant. I don't know how to explain it. Like the smells there is making you mad. Like seriously. But we're holding. We're trying to do our best. In the end, we have our orders. As I spoke already. Like I'm open with my opinion. I thought we need to leave this place like before weeks. But it's my personal opinion. We're not. We have a chain of commands for things. If we don't like something, we can tell it to our commands. It's their job. Like we're not going right now like viral and insane. In the end, we're in the army. We are in the Ukrainian command, and we will do our job to 100% from our unitary perspective.
Difficult to ask the question in that regard, but how did the artillery support work in recent days? Have you felt that there's sufficient, backup support for your end?
From our end, it's kind of the same. Like it was kind of like like balanced. We don't have too much, unfortunately, as much as we want. We want to go in the end when we are assaulting. Want to go like with a rain of artillery before us, before we enter in our position for covering us and make a impeding down the enemy. But it's not always possible. From their side, it's getting down. Like, and sometimes of the day when they're playing attacks, it can go insanely highly, like rate of fire, as they were like 5 or 6 months ago when they really were shooting 40,000 shells a day. I think, if I'm not mistaken by numbers, but it's definitely getting lower. But like they're saving it for the specific times. That's what I feel, from my area of operations.
But from your side, balanced and fair. From the other side, decreasing in terms of amount, or is it also the frequency? And does it change during the day?
Both. Yes, it's changing in specific periods, especially when they're attacking. But it's not like before that they were putting 24/7 on us, like insane amount of artillery, like before the Kherson offensive, like they were. Sometimes you couldn't go to toilet, like seriously, you couldn't go get out of your position.
In terms of tactics, have you seen a change in the way they've attacked? Have they changed their approach? Are they mixing mortar fire? Is there more specific? Even do they do recce, or do they just simply send the wave in? Can you describe a little bit as to what is coming at you?
It depends. Sometimes it can be, mechanized units. Usually it's small units, very small units. They're not like sending, 200, 300 people with you. This is something like many times, if it's armored, it's what can be one tank, 2 BMPs, and maybe some, if they have one armored truck or something like that, and another 40 guys, 30 guys. But it's going in waves. Like one wave is finished, they come in the second one and the third one. Sometimes you don't have enough time to, reload your megs. It's insane sometimes. Like but it's the same tactics for over the last few months, I guess. Maybe a month and 2 months, something like that. Hard to tell. Like, it depends on the area they use it. Sometimes it can be small groups of 10 people with a mortar cover from their side coming. It's changing. They're learning. Let's be real. They're not. In the end, experience doing their thing, no matter if they're how old they are. Thank God they're still working by the software doctrine, but it's not making our fight any easier, unfortunately.
How are the Russians? I've heard various stories now from different ends of the whole front line, but I'm told that in Bakhmut there are 2 different approaches by the Russians. I'm not sure whether this is due to Wagner, or whether it is the Russian army, or whether it's different units within the Russian army. I can't judge, but maybe you have an idea how they use mortars. Did you see that there's a clear differentiation, or is that just anecdotal?
It's hard to tell the truth. I never put too much attention to that. But one thing for sure that I paid attention to in regard of mortars is when they're SF attacking. When they're special units attacking, usually it's really good and accurate mortar fire. And the usage of ATGMs on our position also, like they're trying, to pin us down to get as close as it's something like their special forces upped in the last 2 weeks a lot. Like, we're not fighting the convicts anymore in the trenches in many occasions.
So there are 4 or 5, we're not sure, 4 or 5 solid army units which have been cycled through on their end, and they're sending better troops there, which reflects what you just said, that they're better trained, the way they approach the front line, how they attack.
Mostly it's Guerrilla units.
Okay.
Most of them. Guerrilla Spetsnaz we didn't meet personally in this 3 weeks, but there is also Spetsnaz units that's going on, but it's mostly inside the city, in the CQB area. We're on the outside of the road of life.
Are you still, if I may ask, you're still on the flank? You said you're outside the area on the flank, or?
Yeah, that's our area. Like, it's already published. It's nothing special. They even in all their maps they have our units. So.
And in terms of the firepower they muster, when they attack, you said sometimes there's mechanized units. How do they approach? Do they send the IFVs in with an infantry attack, or do they also attack with tanks? Because we've heard that in the southern.
Also with tanks sometimes.
All right.
It depends. They might, to get a platoon of 2-3 tanks that go and try to cover them and pin us down inside the trenches. But this depends. My unit mostly we're like a job of retaking. Mostly we don't hold the lines like most of the time. Depends on the situation. But what they do, and they send in like 2-3 tanks to try to pin us down and trying to push something like 40 meters from our position with their armored vehicles. And then they try, to suppress our trenches with the guns on the BMPs or any other APC they send the IFVs. And then they try to flank us, going. It's always a mess, it's for units like even that's supposed to be really trained. There sometimes can be really, their movement is weird. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not clear, like everyone know what they're doing. It's mostly like a bunch of, but sometimes there are, like I said, really good units.
When you said small units attacking, how small? Are we talking 2 platoons, or do we talk a whole company? Or
No. Yeah, it sometimes can be like depends on what their platoons. In some units they have 30 people in platoon. In some units they have 10. Like it depends on what kind of unit size of platoon. Also, it's different from units to like from forces to forces.
And that happens right.
So, but mostly it's between 50 to 80 people. Okay. Most of the attacks, the average, in my opinion.
How do they time their artillery fire there? Do they still do it like beforehand, or what was reported beforehand that they do?
Yeah, it's pretty similar. They're trying to pin us down until they get to the deadly range of their artillery, like shells. It's 100 meters, I think, depends on the caliber, and then they stop to shoot. Like before, they're trying to suppress us, and then they push in like a screen of artillery before they arrive into their point. But we're not stupid. Like I don't. They don't like it depends. It also depends on the position. Sometimes it can be, several meters. Seriously, one time they stopped like 10 meters from us, 2 BMPs, and all their crews unloaded on us. It was like 6.
Okay.
Seriously.
That's very interesting.
It's a scary experience.
And you're currently armed with what?
What, my gun?
Yeah. What are you packing?
We change it. Like we took like help. Let's say on our assault unit, we using ATS U-74s, like the short barrels because of the trench warfare, and you go in pits in many occasions, like in Vietnam. It's unreal.
But you do have.
So my personal weapon is Grot. Some of us, not all of us, unfortunately. We don't have handguns for all of us. Like few of us.
So handguns and shotguns and everything which you would need in order to defend yourself when in direct trench warfare.
Shotguns, no problem. Okay. Like like we have like PP-19 or AKSUs, like we can get those on. The handguns is more a problem. I don't know why there isn't.
How many handguns would you need?
Like preference, everyone.
Okay, let me put it this way: if there were a donor we know in Ukraine who is happy to support you, how many handguns would your troop need?
I would prefer to discuss stuff like that in
just say more
level.
Than one.
No.
Just say more than one, and we'll talk.
Oh, okay.
More than one.
Not big.
No, but see, but this is the point. We've heard it many times over that essentially many platoons directly in trench warfare do not have enough shotguns, not enough MPs, not enough handguns and the likes, because there simply isn't enough. On the one hand, everybody says, "Oh, small arms are not the problem." On the contrary,
sorry to cut you off, but you cannot use also all the small calibers, unfortunately. Like you need like maybe one gun in an element of 4 guys that are holding like 9mm, whatever, and because the armor of it still will stop 9mm pretty easily, even the Russian army. So it's really not that easy to eliminate your enemies in this level of armors of both armies.
I understand. I appreciate this.
That's why you need to have.
But the IDF has experience with this, right?
Oh yeah. We're in Second Lebanon War, we're like used from Uzis to Galil. Depends on the situation we needed. That was a huge plus that you can actually, customize your weapon specifically for the operation area you're doing, and then go back and change it again if you need. Unfortunately, here it's different type of warfare. But even though here we're also adopting a lot of things, like we're really creative. Really creative. The Ukrainian army, like really impressed me with some things they're doing.
Shaggy, you had your hand up for Nuclear.
Yeah. It was about the tanks. I mean, I don't know if you probably didn't have time to look at them, but I'm just wondering if they're the kind of the really old tanks or whether they're the kind of new ones. So if you know the T number of the tanks that are coming out. You think?
Mostly it's T-72s, T-80s, like they still like T-55s and stuff that you hear. Not on those areas at least. I don't. It's huge front, so, but not in our area at least. Like it's mostly T-72 B3. Depends what we not always know exactly.
All right. If anyone has questions for Dima, please feel free to come up. Neither he nor we do bite. We may mock each other and ourselves for. Okay, the hands go.
Go for it. Feel free, guys. Wherever I can answer, I will answer.
All righty. The hands went up, then they went down. What should I say? Michael, you go first, then Alan, then Jackie.
So this is probably a go back. I was interrupted so much now as you are perhaps regular Russian forces. Are you seeing in their tactics, is it more freelancing, or are you seeing actual old Soviet doctrine? I know you said they're learning, but is it organized? Is it disorganized? Is there a sense that they even know what they're doing versus trying to just throw bodies, as they call it, meat at the problem?
Listen, what's saving us is actually the first month and a half of the war in the Kiev area. They burned down most of their, how you call it, the low level officers, not the senior ones, the opposite.
They killed off their lieutenants and captains and majors, the guys who were actually in combat.
Sergeants, combats.
COs, yes. They killed
Like they were driving in trucks, guys. The most skilled ones, let's call it like that. The ones that were really experienced, but still, they gain their experience. So it really differs from unit to unit. Sometimes they can get, using trying to outflank you, and sometimes they're just standing in open fields and even shooting each other by mistake, just because of the confusion of the, in the fog of the war. Like the amount of blue on blue here is insane. Like in this war, seriously, it's unreal.
Are you talking blue on blue, both for both sides, or blue on blue for the Russians?
Mostly from them, but unfortunately, in every army, blue on blue happens. Listen, even if you have the best communication systems, and it's something that we're unfortunately here, we're like lacking it. From communication perspective, it's something that we really need in the Ukrainian army, in my opinion. But they mostly work in centralized still. They're still like more waiting sometimes for their command, and sometimes they jam in their own communication, stuff like that.
All righty, let's go to Alan.
Hey, Nuclei. Great to see you again. I'm wondering what the weather has been like recently. How has that affected fighting? And what are the forecasts for the near future? And how does it affect the conditions on the ground?
It's really muddy right now, even though we had quite a few days of sun before that. Sun and cloudy sometimes. But I think there will be rain again, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly the forecast for a few days. But it's different. Listen, where sometimes you go in trench, like you have water above your knee. It's putting so much pressure on your body, to fight in those conditions. Like it's insane. It's seriously, it's every charge or assault you feel after, like I done my Beret march in IDF, like 90 kilometers in one day. And then you need to do it a few times a day. Like you see, sometimes I'm not in the same shape I was there for sure. It's really hard on the body, so it's hard to fight in those conditions. Mud, it's making you heavy. Like every piece of mud stuck to your boots, you're like feeling like stones on your legs and fight like that with the adrenaline and the amount you need to, the weights you need to run. It's hard type of warfare. Seriously, very hard to fight in those conditions. So I hopefully it will get a little bit more dry soon, but I think we still have time for that, like at least a few weeks, 2-3 weeks.
Thank you, Nuclei. I think Shaggy was next, even though he put his hand down.
Yeah, you asked my question, Alan. I was going to ask about the mud to see if it was going to dry or not, but you asked that and it's been answered. So Peter next, I guess.
Nah, it's still not there. Still muddy as hell.
I was wondering, I was having a chat before with Bearded Brit, whether he had a question for you in that regard. Bearded, do you have anything for Nuclei? Sitting on Hawaii.
Apologies, sorry, I'm out in my yard clearing up. Yeah, remind me again, Axel.
No,
I
we
got
were
my head up
talking.
my
Nuclei was
orifice at the
yeah.
moment.
Nuclei was before, and as I told you, he was reporting on the trench warfare and the strategy and tactics, and essentially that the Russian troops are now there on site. They are significantly more adept. They're not the Moviks anymore. So exactly as you and I discussed it a few days ago here with David, and then also Yehuda, that they're significantly more resistant, and it's exceptionally hard for them. So I was wondering whether you had any follow-up questions on this one. But
yeah, I mean, adaptation. You don't expect the enemy to remain stupid forever. I mean, I think I overheard while my internet was cutting in and out that they appear to be regular forces rather than VACNICs. I mean, is that right?
Yeah, more of them. Like I don't know in the last 2 days because I'm not there. Like I'm a
Yeah.
little bit in other area. Like
No. Cool. And
but yeah, the last 2 weeks, like we felt way more their special forces and the more trained units.
yeah, and armor support. I mean, are they? You said BMP2. Are they driving them right up onto your trench line and keeping the tanks off at a distance?
In many occasions, yes. But in many occasions they got hit before by ATGMs. So
yeah,
it depends on the situation. Like every time is different.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they're going to go with what they've got, I guess. So generally, if I piece it together, you're looking at company groups at times reinforced with infantry vehicles and the occasional tank standing off. Is that fair that you're getting those?
Yeah, they're trying to keep the tanks a little bit like outside of our ATGMs as much as they can. Yeah. In many cases, we still destroy them. It depends.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, their sighting system, as I've repeated ad nauseum here, is not for 50 meters away. It's for 1,000, 1,500 meters away. But even that is not going to put them out of effective range of your chaps.
Yep. Thanks God for javelins.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All righty, and with that, we go back to Alan and then Lily.
Nuclei, I don't know if you can answer this question, but I am wondering if Ukrainian commanders continue to rotate soldiers out of Bakhmut for rest and recovery. Is this a regular routine?
Yeah, it's not something secret. Yeah, it's regular. Thank God. It's really hard to fight too much in those conditions. It's seriously taking a lot of toll on the body. So there is slow rotation. Not in all cases. Not in there's problems always, but they're trying like their best. That's for sure.
How long does the rotation, go on? You've been there for...
I prefer I cannot answer that, my friend. Sorry. It depends. It's every time different also.
But these rotation breaks are at times quite short from what we heard recently, right?
Yeah. It's different. It can go from 3 days sometimes to 2 weeks. It really depends on the situation.
So, and how's the food when you get rotated out?
Tell you the truth, I wasn't lucky, so I don't know how it's never. I didn't have like I wasn't in all the days like MREs, so all good. Some tuna and or some fish, so good.
All righty. So, Lily, you had the question.
Nuclei, I just wanted to wish you, excuse me, a good Shabbos. And if I am not lucky enough to hear you tomorrow night or Sunday, Shua Tov. And we think about everyone struggling with you and all the hardship and sadness. And we, have a lot of dark humor here, but it's always in our heart, everyone and what you're doing. Laila Tov.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Laila Tov.
Let's go to Peter.
Yeah, Nuclei, hi. I just want to reiterate what has been said, that I think you're an incredibly brave person, and you're kind of a beacon to a lot of us here, in that bravery and that commitment that you give. And all I can say is just stay safe. It would be lovely to meet you sometime in a better situation, and just stay safe until then. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll do my best. Everything will be fine. I believe in that. I believe in my friends and my unit. We've gone through quite a few close calls. I will tell you that in this war, we'll be fine. We're keeping each other. It's very important to you guys. Your space really sometimes like I had a rough 2 weeks. Seriously rough 2 weeks. Like from injury to God knows stuff we saw there. So speaking with you, also with my family, with my friends here, it's very important for us. It's something also that Ukraine will need to deal after the war, like how to deal with all the people that went through this stuff. Right now. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you, my friends. Love you all.
Are you sorry? I missed you, Nuclei. Are you off now? Are you? I've got a couple of questions, if I may, and I don't think they'll be difficult.
What do you mean off?
I think you said that you're using a grot.
Yeah.
And so I'm interested, and I'm going. I've not heard of a grot.
It's a Polish 556 platform.
Oh, okay.
It's David,
really
it's
good
the stuff
gun.
we
I
discussed
really
a
love
little
it.
earlier with a couple of boys. It's a very decent piece of kit.
But I wasn't there. I didn't hear this. If you've got 2 minutes to tell me a little bit more about it, and then I'll find out Nuclei elsewhere. You got time to do that?
I can shortly explain. It's not something we have the A2 version. I had the A1, the first one for a few months before I get right now. I received the new version of it. It's good. It's a little bit heavier than the M4, but tell you the truth, like it's 250, I think, grams with full ammunition bolt. So I got used to it really fast. I didn't feel too much. Like it's very reliable in mud because I love how the point where the bullet's going from. I forgot the name in English. Sorry. So it's really covering each other fast. So the mud not fast enough to get there, and also the gases pushes it out in the right way. Compared to M4 that can have their bullets stuck because of mud when it's exiting after you fired.
Yeah, I mean mud is always a big deal, isn't it? And when it's wet,
it's the most one because
huge deal.
Listen, other type of weathers, like almost every gun operates seriously, unless it's insane cold. Like we don't have in Ukraine -60 or stuff like that. Things that, but most of the guns operate here. Like in most, it's not a desert. that you can get insane sand, like, and easily your gun can stack. This is really like a good weather country, so in overall, except the mud areas, like in everywhere. So
You don't
there,
want it to go face down, right?
Yeah. So basically, whoever gun is good in mud condition in this type of war, it's the better gun here, because most of them have similar performance, like seasoned brand, like the 422, like most of them plus minus are good guns. The 5.56 platforms and that I'm talking about, of course.
Yeah, of course. I was used to 7.62. It was the FN basically, and so at which point most guns would feel lighter against anyway nowadays.
Yeah, I also don't forget you're putting a lot of attachments most of the time nowadays. Also, you almost always have a handling grip, you have a scope, you have a suppressor in many cases. You're anyway going to put weight on your gun, no matter if it's M4, if it's seasoned brand, or FS Guard. So in the end, the 200 grams not making too much of a difference, because anyway you're adding weight to your gun.
Yeah, exactly, and you're better off just getting a little bit stronger, right? Getting a little bit fitter.
Listen, you cannot be in this war if you don't have at least the minimal. Like, you cannot be in assault units. You need your physical shapes. Like, sometimes you're running at hell. Like, you going through mud. You God knows things you're doing here. Seriously. So you need to be like you're still out of breath like every 30 seconds, because you're with 40 kilograms of equipment on you, and you're going through mud. There's like another 20 kilograms on you, and your weight is, like in my case, 78 kilos. So god damn it. Like, I'm taking another guy with me.
Yeah, I mean, it's why they say it's a young man's game, right? Going to war, because
fuck it, yeah, they're lucky ones. I see them. They're going like me. I'm like, god damn it. What the heck I'm doing here sometimes. It's hard. Like, I'm yeah. But they still they say be aware of the old men, professional young men, unfortunately.
I mean, look, and there are quite a few very old men out there in the Ukrainian army as well, aren't there?
Listen, 50 plus, also foreign volunteers. There's a lot of guys above 50 that's running like, god damn it, I wish when I get to 50, I would be like that. Seriously. Insane. Some insane guys. Like, their fitness is unreal to their age. Like, 61 years old guy, like running 30 kilos. And I'm looking at him like I trained a few guys like a few months ago, and there was a like 61 years old guy, a Ukrainian one. He was from Lviv, if I'm not mistaken, around like one of the suburbs there, around small cities. And he was running at 30 kilos, like doing insane times. I was like looking myself, God damn it, I need to start running more when I have free time.
I think I've got 30 kilos I could take off my stomach.
No, I lost a lot of weight here, my friend. When I came here, it was something like 87. I lost God knows how much weight here, like almost 10 kilos.
Yeah, down to 7. See, if you're moving around a lot. How tall are you? Do you mind saying?
1.80 meters.
Okay, so you're quite. Oh gosh, right. So you have become quite light then.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of.
It'll make you faster, right? So there's the thing.
No, I lost most of like, I don't know. I wasn't fat. Like, I never was fat. But I lost a lot of because I was working out before, and here is a different type of shape in the end. So I lost a lot of my muscle gains because I don't work like weights or stuff like that. Mostly on breathing and running and inner. So you lose your weight.
I mean, it's why the British Army spends so much time running. But here's the thing, Euclid.
IDF the same. IDF the same. We're small.
British
Like,
Army running.
Small people.
Euclid, don't believe a word he says. He's an engineer. He's a frogman. They have a double layer of fat, so they can sustain themselves in the water.
Yeah, but actually,
no, I trained with the Royal Marines in Israel, my friend. They're running, bro. They're running. They're also running. Yeah, but they're like, God, I don't know what they're doing to them. Thanks God, not to me.
so I had to do my BFT with a telegraph pole axle, and I still managed it in 9 minutes. Anyway, Nuclear, here's a good thing for you, though, you'll know.
A
So
BFT
as
with
we
a
get
telegraph
older,
pole in 9 minutes. I want to see that.
well, you won't see it now, but you would have seen it. So here's the thing, Nuclear. As we get older, we get a lot more fat internally. So you will have lost a bit of fat. It won't just be muscle. I'm saying this to make you feel better, of course, right?
Yeah, maybe, my friend. As long as I can run, I'm good and carry my weight. After the war, I'll get back to look after myself how I look. For now, all good.
Yes, just go back, get a tan. There we are. Look how lean I am.
We will see.
David,
We will see David
I'm looking.
roll off the
You're not.
beach like a whale.
I would probably, by like a whale, what they would do is they, when they put those rugs under them and try and pull them out, right, and you get some really large tugboat that's trying to pull it. That's what would be happening. Jabba the Hutt for a reason, right?
Dima, what David is trying to tell us, tell you, is that David and Alan and I, all three, are nearly as old as Nick. We were fit and absolute heroes once, but you are the hero today.
Nah, my friend, there's a lot of heroes of us here. I'm doing my job as best I can.
Yeah,
I really believe in it. I believe in this, my friend. I'm here, and thank you. I'm also proud for your support, my friends. All of you here in this space, like a lot of people that I spoke here, that asked me questions. Like I see, I'm following after a lot of you. I see how you're, passionate in helping Ukraine in any way you can, and everyone doing their part. So in my capability, I have the capabilities to be on the front. So I'm on the front from my own decision after what I saw here. I didn't plan, I never thought I would come into Ukraine to fight and be in a war for 14 months like that, like 15 already. I never thought about it. But that is the situation, and we'll deal with it until our victory. Then I'm taking quite a long vacation. One hell of a vacation, that's for sure.
Yeah, we get go somewhere nice and warm, right? But the thing to remember is that we are absolutely passionate about you and what you're doing and everything else about it. So yeah, proud to say that you come along and speak to us. Thank you very much.
I'm also appreciate it. Listen, guy, I come in here and sometimes I don't say things that everyone like, but that's how I am. I'm like whatever the situation and things I can't say, yeah, that's without ever discriminating the Ukrainian army. I'm Indian Ukrainian soldier. I mean, I'm following my chain of command, and thanks God I'm proud of my commanders. I have one hell of a really good platoon and battalion commanders, professional guys, Ukrainians, like loving their country, loving everyone, like civilians. When they see them, always helps humanitarian. Like you see how Ukrainians care about everyone and people who came to help them. Like it's really impressive.
So, Nuclear, I do have a question. I don't know whether you can answer it, but are you seeing much Russian air activity?
Not something different that we had. Sometimes they have like a morning that they coming into three waves. Three two planes one plane at a time, and trying to drop bombs on previous targets. Most of the bombs in the ammunition they use is not smart one. Is the Fab 500. Those are the type of bombs, and the cluster munition sometimes depends. But like it's not more active or less active in the last 3-4 months, in my opinion.
What about rotary?
I didn't see them for a long time in our area. When I didn't thought about that. No, I didn't see them in a long time in my area of operation. At least maybe in other, like I hear that there are a lot of rotary in the Wuhledar area, but I cannot confirm that. Like it's just rumors. I don't know.
No, but it's interesting to know, right? Gosh, thank you.
Listen, the rotary would be the stupidest decision. Like, it's not something, you know, that classified. Like, there's a lot of high buildings in Bakhmut that perfect for mentats. And if you come in with a chopper, you need to get it in your position. And you're dealing with 20, 30 mentats that aiming at you at the same time. You know.
Yeah, perfect target, wouldn't they?
Yeah, no. Urban, higher urban area.
Fiona, you're up and you have a question.
Yeah, hi there. I just wanted to give you my deepest respect, Nukli, and I just wondered, are you getting many surrenders from the Russians?
I would prefer not to comment this at the moment. Sorry, friends. We are not. Sorry that I cannot answer that.
No problem. And I just wondered what keeps you going. I don't know. You must be incredibly strong of mind and spirit to carry on.
The pictures that I saw of, you know, of when I arrived in Ukraine, I came to rescue my uncle that was injured in Mykolaiv. Like, I was born in Mykolaiv, but I immigrated to Israel when I was 3 years old. It was still a Soviet Union. It wasn't Ukraine at the time when I immigrated. So I have connection to this land. Like, a lot of my family lived here, and the pictures that I saw with, you know, elderly kids, whatever the Russian done inside. It's what make me no, thank you. It's not going to happen. Not on my watch. Like, if I can do something, I'll do.
Well, all the very best to you and your men. God bless.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, what do they say when you're ever being interviewed by the police? Don't feel the need to fill a silence. Oops, was I supposed to say that? I haven't been interviewed by the police recently. I hasten to add. So, Nuclei, I do have a question from a listener who's asking, how do you, when you were away, what do you do to recover? As in to decompress. I think that's probably the best word to use.
Trying to work out, you know, to the level of availability of my body, to release stress. Really working out, running, you know, not something serious. Some small. It's really helped me. Speaking with my family, and coming to here to space, my friends. As you see, I'm trying when I have.
Well, here's the thing: how lucky are we? Right? We are your decompression.
Yeah. In some ways, yeah. Not going to. I'm straight. Whatever. That's how I feel. I don't know.
You clearly haven't listened to my jokes earlier. Never mind. But they are.
Oh, good.
Much better than Yehuda's, right? I don't do dad jokes.
Where is he? He disappeared lately.
He was being very busy. He has been coming in much later in the evening. So I think you're 2 hours. So time. Yeah. So it'll be 2 o'clock in the morning when he arrives normally.
Listen, also my days here can be like, you know, like flipped out. Like, we don't have, you know, regular hours here, like, of sleep. So even if it's late for me, it might be the morning, like, because I'm done my job in the evening or stuff like that. So I'm also sometimes, if you notice, coming here 4 a.m. for my time.
So it's good we're 24/7, really, isn't it?
Oh, it's amazing, my friend.
Anyway, Nick, I can see you've got your hand up.
I heard this rumor that you were worried. I heard this rumor that you were worried about your hearing, David. It's next week Thursday, isn't it?
It might be. I thought you were calling me a senior.
He is
guest.
hard of hearing, Nick. Don't listen to him. He's hard of hearing.
No, it was an old "I'm sorry, I haven't a clue" joke.
Yeah. Hedgerows, hedgerows, hedgerows.
In absolute awe of what you're doing, Knutli. I hope all good things for you, and also I hope all good things happen back home in Israel. The political crisis blows over and everything gets back on track there. Seems to have quietened down the last week or so.
Yeah, I kind of distance myself right now from all that because I don't have enough time to follow it and investigate it fully to understand. So I'm trying to stay out of the political, because I don't know what's really going on, to the level of, jurisdictional level that I can know what exactly they're talking about.
It's interesting, isn't it? We sort of realize how unimportant a lot of the things we worry about are when we're dealing with something that's a lot more important. And, right there and up close and personal, we realize,
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, so you're going to go back to Israel after this, and we here imagine, I think, that a lot of politics in Israel must be pretty full on. You're dealing with existential issues a lot as a country, but after, I cannot begin to imagine what it's like, what you guys are going through, and as someone who has benefited throughout his life from the fact that there are other people willing to sort of carry big sticks and do violence to others on our behalf, I absolutely salute you.
I appreciate it, my friend. And thank you for all the support. Appreciate it.
I do have. See, there's loads of people messaging me now. I can't even say the word message, Knutli. What's happening? Right. So the message is, answer is as you see fit. Right. What are your thoughts and experiences with the N law? How do you work, and how do you work with a combination of Javelin RPGs, N law? Or is it, or maybe it's just a case you don't even get the option. If someone just goes, here you are, you've got a Javelin today, or tomorrow you've got an N law or whatever. But is there a combo that works well?
It's not perfect, listen, but that's what I like. You learn in Ukraine to work with 8, 9 ATGM systems, also, the skiff, the Matador system, the Lao missiles, 40 types of RPGs, seriously, from the smallest ones. It's insane. I learned here every weapon, I guess, that I will ever need to know about.
Yeah, because that's the thing we forget, right? Is most people in the army, you've got your kit, right? This is the stuff you get. You don't have the range of equipment that you're seeing in Ukraine at all, do you? So when you were in the defense force, right?
In IDF, we had also quite a whole lot of mixes of Israeli. So I was kind of used to it. We also had Matador, Gil, Laos, RPGs. So it was okay for me. Nothing new. We also have quite a mess with that in the IDF.
I mean, look, it was just Charlie G and 66 in my day. So, gosh, things have changed.
But I still needed to learn quite a few systems, low Javelin that never worked before. Skiffs, I had a chance on similar systems, the Russian ones. But you learn everything. But when you're doing it after so many times, it's already natural. You don't even think about steps.
So I got a question. So how much scavenging do you do, or is it just that you see something? Yeah, I'll take that, or is there
a lot of scavenging, a lot. Especially ATGMs is priceless. because we can, then it's getting our better variants. Like we can use more on other stuff. Like we don't need to engage a truck with javelin now. Stuff like that. You also think economically, let's call it.
Yeah, of course, right. I mean, we in the UK we call it rocking horse shit, right? It's as rare as rocking horse shit.
Yeah, but it's I think, and I know it's how it is. That's how we work, and we adapt. Like everyone. In the end, human beings are adaptable, and especially when you're super motivated, you learn fast most of the time. When a motivated people, it's really different than a motivated army.
No, exactly right, and there's the thing. So I'll tell you. The other day, I was looking at a tweet. It was a farmer who'd been scavenging. He must have had about 40 assault rifles, just as he's going around picking them up. 40 assault rifles. There we are.
Yeah, most of those areas, mines as hell. Also, so most of civilians still can go after the war is going to be here. Like they will need a lot of things to pick up all the weapons that are here in the fields.
It's going to be a very big problem, a huge problem. How to clear those things?
It's decades, in my opinion. At least decades, at least 2 decades too. And with international help, like not only Ukraine, with massive international operation, and it still will take a decade. Like that's the level of mining and falling shells and all the stuff that's going on here. Like the amount of firepower there is unreal.
Yeah, and we haven't seen the world hasn't seen this firepower for decades. It is extraordinary. So, the question is how they.
And for this long, it's long war, my friends. It's a really, really like. I was used to fight like maybe 2-3 months before that in the idea. We never had this type of like a year and a half, maybe to go on for 2 years, maybe in a month. God knows, no one really knows the answer for this. But still, it's really long time.
Yeah, and it is, like you say, an extraordinarily long time. And there's the question of how long it's going to carry on, what's going to happen. There are all these things, isn't it? And then there's those questions of how does the country learn to adapt, and those smaller communities, right? So there'll be the small communities around you. How do they adapt?
What do you mean by small communities? Civilians, you mean?
Yeah. Yes, those little small we call them in the UK hamlets, right? The very small villages. How do they adapt after this?
We're trying to evacuate as much if possible of them to more safe area until units of EOD get and work. But sometimes it can take months, my friends. Like until some unit will get to some small village. Like there's villages that didn't get treated, against mines for 7.
Yeah, I saw Ryan. I keep on forgetting his last name. I do, but Ryan I was going to say Ryan Reynolds. No, that's the actor. That's it. This is Ryan Reynolds in my mind. But yes, they were in an area looking at a series of trenches that they were looking at how they were going to clear it. It's just a huge problem.
Hendrickson.
That's it. Thank you very much.
I just said it, Brian.
Listen, also the type of mines. It's not the old everything T62 mines that we had, like in the old wars. Now it's sophisticated, smart mines, AP mines, insane, like jumping, and some going up, like AT that going from above. It's a different type, or that's really hard to deal with them and neutralize them.
Yeah, very. It was in my day. I mean, I was just thinking there was probably only 3 or 4 AP mines that we really had to think about. And now you
above 100 types of mines, my friend. I don't know exact number, but I read above 100 types.
That's incredible. Gosh, Yes, if you had to carry the manual for each one of those, then you would.
we neutralizing sometimes we helping because I served also in the EOD unit in the IDF. It's called Palhan. It's a sabotage unit. So we worked a lot with the explosives and also neutralizing them less, the mining, but still we had the experience. But here, like we're using rope, old method from far away because they mining, they put in mines, small mines under their anti-tank mines. There's quite a few of guys that went like that because they just, they thought that diffused them AT mine, then they picked up and it just exploded on them. Stop and go.
If you don't,
it's called
always
the
pull.
ISIS. It's called the ISIS cake.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of stuff like that, like some AP mines, then you're going on and you have the like Claymore, the Russian version that's also activated on 30 meters by movement on you. It's really, so how it will be hard. It will be a lot of work.
The bastards managed to put some butterflies into a hole below the mine, which they put underneath. So they had a sensible anti-tank mine on top to look, somewhat as in you could remove it underneath an anti-personnel mine and glued into carved into a hole underneath the anti-personnel mine. They had a butterfly, which would, by means of any kind of vibration, go off.
So actually, Nuclear, I have a question for you. It sounded like you said there's a movement detected at Claymore. Did you say that?
Yeah. They're working sometimes on noise, depends on the detonator.
And or IR. Gosh, okay.
They're really hard to deal with.
Well,
because you need to specifically approach from behind them, and you don't know if there's another mine like that behind it.
No, exactly right. They'd be very, really hard. So is there a secondary? Do they deactivate once their battery goes, or do they just have because they won't take a lot? They won't need a lot of
Go
juice.
for a lot of time, I think. I'm not sure to tell you, but for how long, I don't know. I don't remember. But they can be like, we're talking more than weeks, like probably months, in my opinion.
Gosh, yeah, they'd only need it.
Even more. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe some mines, can go for years, and they're still active with batteries. Yeah.
Because you'd only need a little solar strip on it, and tiny little power would go into it quite easy. Gosh, that's incredible. Yeah, and that just tells you the level of complexity for the clearance, isn't it?
Read about Mon 90. That's the type of the mine.
I will do. I'll give it a read up on
Mon 50. Sorry, Mon 50.
Yes, things have become a little bit more complex, right? Anyway, I can see that there's someone. Chris has put his hand up. Chris, what have you got to say?
Hi, David. Hi, Nuclear. Just to wish you all the best. This isn't my question, David, but Nuclear, I wondered if you'd seen the autonomous Ukrainian tractor with the demining stuff welded on the front. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I saw the prototype. Yeah, I saw that, but I never seen it in real life. Like I saw it in the video.
No, okay, yeah.
Nuclear, have you seen the one with the farmer
second.
though? Nuclear, did you see the one that the farmer made though?
Yeah, it's the Norwegian one. Who donated them? Or it was a Ukraine?
No, there's one that a Ukrainian farmer has made himself.
Oh, right? I think I saw a picture of it. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
And there's a little bit. So he's made
the
it
homemade,
homemade. Yes, no, exactly right. I was going there.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. Listen, like I said,
Chris.
Ukrainians creative, my friend. They're really creative and cold, motivated people.
Nuclear, Dima, can you do me a favor? Can you explain to people, because I'm getting these questions all the time, and whenever you speak, I'm getting flooded in that regard. Can you just tell people, just generally, what your MOS is, what you've learned in the military, what your focus is, so that people get a better understanding? Because they're all
bamboozled. They don't know. They don't have a feel for it.
Sorry, can you say it again shortly? Like,
okay, can you tell people what you're good at, what you learned in the military, what your function is, what your role is?
no, I prefer to say it out of it. I was a sniper before my injury. Now I have a different job. I was a forward observator and a sniper. Now, because of my injury that I lost my eye, I cannot do these jobs, unfortunately. So I'm now mostly working from the rear.
But you bring your experience to bear on those who now have to do that job, and you're close enough to them.
You know what
That's
saved
people,
a lot of times
people,
my
yeah.
experience? The CQB one from IDF. Like, it's helped us in the first months of the war insanely when we were fighting on Kiev and the villages outside. It's really helped me. Yeah, CQB experience made a difference because Russian didn't know how to fight in, say, in city, in urban warfare in the start of the war.
Thank you. That it's better if they hear it from you.
Yeah,
Experience made the difference on the battlefield, my friends. Like, you can be good with shooting. You need it's different. You need to try to. You need to work. Like, you need to understand what's going on. Like, if you don't have if you're not focused, like, I'm talking as someone if someone need to command another man. If you're following orders, you need to work like just as a machine. Just follow how you train, and everything will be fine. Don't think too much. So
Because
yes,
ultimately,
experience making difference in a lot of cases. Like,
because ultimately,
sometimes
Dima,
you
you
need
also have to be
to
lucky.
luck. Luck is always a factor in all aspects of our life. Let's be real, my friend. Especially in war.
Yeah, and here's the thing: CQB is so different from anything else in the rural stuff, isn't
It's
it?
really hard type of warfare. If you don't know how you work as a unit to cover all the windows, to cover all the exits, to cover when you're crossing the road, like you will get hit hard. You'll get hit really hard if you're not working right in urban environment. Like, it's not forgiving at all.
Mistakes are punished. I have a question for you from someone. So actually a question. So I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway. Why is why is there such a prevalence of silencers?
Prevalence of about the situation, they're asking not to talk.
Oh no, silencers on your rifles.
We depend when we use silencers. Sometimes we prefer to use it if we're going not in trench warfare. In trench warfare, I don't like it. Like, it can get stuck with a lot of mud. Also, then you can open it if it can overheat. So we prefer but we even sometimes don't use scopes because it's really, really close. So you just want the biggest field of view in front of you because it's really, really close ranges. So you adapt. As I said, I never encountered this kind of warfare before. So I learned this type of warfare. I learned everything here.
Yeah, just look down the barrel, right? If someone's that close, you're not going to miss. But
also the corners, like how sometimes it's small holes. Like, and if your gun have another 20 centimeters, like you need to adapt. You need to see to what kind of environment you're going before. So yeah. In some types, like in Kiev, let's say in urban environment, we preferred because we could communicate way better. Even if it was worse with the maneuverability, if you can communicate well, because when you shoot inside a building, it's even if you have a headset, it's insane. Sometimes even 40 people shooting from one building. Like, even imagine what happened to your ears.
You would be like as if you hadn't been wearing your ear defenders, right? If there were that many shooting, gosh. So anyway, it's the question. So the question about the silencers is because quite often we see it, right? So you could get I could get it on in the trench why you wouldn't need it because it's not going to make any difference. The people coming towards you, they know there's a trench there. But is there a reason when you see it elsewhere? I'm saying, quite often in the videos, right, you'll see there will be a lot of people using it, as opposed to just, you think, oh, there's part.
Yeah, like the Honor unit video that you saw.
Yeah,
there is people that prefer to use it because they want to move more covertly, but it's in defensive. Notice in offensive, usually they don't use when you are the one that offending, because you need to move and clear the trenches. And in defense, you can stay hidden and with less flash hider. So it also depends.
Yeah, because look, I mean, here's the thing: there are very few armies that would send out silencers on such a number on the scale that we see. That's very interesting. Angry, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just really, enjoying the conversation, and I'm going to butcher your name, but I just want to say it's always great to be up here with a fellow warfighter. And the question I was going to have for you, brother, is, my entire military career was fighting insurgents in mainly big cities in Iraq, counterinsurgencies, urban combat. And we didn't have drones to worry about. We had to worry about, some outside engagement, but and you don't have to go into specifics, but the difference in the learning for you when it came from, what you learned as a IDF soldier, the type of fighting you were doing, to this, kind of going back where sometimes you might be doing CQB in villages, but the idea of the trench warfare, something that is completely alien to me as someone who served years in the military. Can you kind of explain what you've had to do to kind of change your training, your tactical training points with the trenches, and also dealing with the drone issue?
The drone issue is the biggest one. Like from perspective of my experience from IDF, mostly, my friend, the same as you. Big cities, urban environment. Never, like, we trained on trench warfare because of the northern border. We're training against Iran or Syria in case, but it's really minimal. It's really minimal of level. If you're talking, like, I never also learned this kind of warfare, so I adapted from zero here. We was mostly listening to the guys that went here from war from 2014 from Donbass. The experience was because they already had a kind of, not in the same intensity, but they had a trench warfare experience. So we mostly listen to them and learn from them. So it's sometimes really good for some variants. We teach about we teach them CQB, some open fields, ambushes, and they teach us the trench warfare. So we learning from each other, from experience from different countries. Plus, I have here volunteers in my unit from the States and from UK, and we have few from Canada before and Azerbaijan. So it was an interesting learning experience from a perspective of if you were looking at it as a cold warfare.
So if I can just add just one little bit to that, and kind of, when I think back to the early days of Iraq, we were having to, we had trained kind of in Graf and Veer on, Cold War style, a little bit of CQB, but the speed that tactics changed on the ground, right? As an individual unit, as you go through situations, and again, don't tell me the specifics on the training, but can you kind of tell me how tactics have kind of changed, like how you guys go through that process of finding a situation and going back and learning, say, we need to figure out new tactics to deal with situation X, if that makes sense.
That's why very important, and we're trying to move it also because it's something that's lacking in many other Ukrainian army. Even if you're in the field after the battle, after the engagement, you don't need to be all of you. Like, if you need to leave some people at position, sit and research what happened. Look, all the guys, what can you improve? And that's something how we learn to do things in the IDF. Like after every operation, we got questioned by our officers what we could do better, what we could improve, where we think was our weaknesses are, how we can adapt better in the same situation in the future. And it's something when you're doing it a lot of times, it's going in your mind and you remember it automatically. So yeah, it's a learning process, especially in this kind of long warfare. Like, I never had so many operational assaults in my life before, like not even close, like in this year.
and then the last one, and I promise it because I'll drop down. But the one thing that I do not see in the Russian military, except sometimes you see it, and I know they're not all dumb, and they're not all there are some very good soldiers that are fighting, but I see the lack of local leadership in the squad and platoon size level, and the lack of individual initiative. Where on the Ukrainian side, especially as the war goes on, I see more and more, personal initiative. People telling people where to go, pointing out what to do, even in the heat of battle. Can you kind of talk about the divide between the way the Ukrainians are learning and adapting, especially when it comes to frontline leadership versus what the Russians are doing?
Say a lot of it's the motivation on battlefield. If you're not motivated, you're afraid because you don't have something to stand. Let's be real. That's how fight works. You need a purpose. Like if you want, like it cannot be like when you don't believe in your mission. It's first step. Second step, most of them is centralized teaching. All their most of their experienced commanders were destroyed at the European from their special forces and all their units in Irpin, in Hostomel. They lost a lot of people there. Let's not forget it. Like most of their conscripted army, like the contractors. So yeah, they're lacking, and they learned it. Like they're training now. Their officer who trained them don't have combat experience in many cases. So they're teaching them still the old Soviet methods. So there is a mess. When commander he knows he need to get to this point, but what I'm doing after that, when you pin down on the fire. And in many cases, luckily, that's the situation.
Yeah, so really what you are... Oh, sorry, yeah, Angry, you keep going.
I was just going to say thanks for answering the questions, and it's just some of the thoughts I was having, especially hearing you talk, and it kind of goes back to reminding me about teaching some Iraqi soldiers and their military about how hard it was to teach them the idea of that squad leader and team leader, and to teach the idea of that specialist to step up even if the squad leader isn't doing right. The individual initiative is so important. But again, thank you so much. Stay safe, stay frosty, and take care of business.
Take care, friend. I appreciate it. Also, as we can note, how everyone always saying how Ukrainians learn fast in every army and every other country they're training. Like it's not some unique here from Germany, have it from US. Those guys learned to operate those tools that fast. They're impressed. They're motivated. You need to understand when you're motivated. When there's a lot on the stake. Let's be real. It's Ukrainian existence at the stake. It's not something else. Like Ukrainian people, we saw what they're doing in the occupied territory. So imagine it all over Ukraine with total control. Just go for yourself what's going to happen here.
And you're really highlighting the difference, right? So you have people who are motivated to they're fighting for their country, but the thing is that they've got people who can train them and in a way they go, this is what's worked for us, right? And there's a big difference, isn't it? As opposed to someone who has read a manual that was created in 1950. Right, you've got people like yourself who are able to go, this is what you do, this is why you move this way, this is why you do this, this is why you go to ground at this point, right? And these are the things that keep people alive, right? And if you don't have someone teaching that, then it's going to be a problem for them. So it's great that you've got people like you, really, who can pass on information as well.
Yeah, I'm happy that I can pass, the things I can say. Of course, there's many things that unfortunately we will see unfolding soon. And they're doing a lot of hell here around. And every liberated territory will be, a new horror, as always, unfortunately. But it will not go forever. That's for sure.
No, it's not going to go on forever. It was part of the conversation, a larger conversation. If only you'd have been listening. I was on form earlier on today. It was part of our conversation about the difficulties that Russia's going to have going forward. Yeah, no, not going to go on forever. That's the thing to focus on, right?
לשנה הבאה, מריופול. Dima, tell us, how many days do you think it takes for Ukraine to take the outsides of Bakhmut when they finally get moving?
Can you hear me now? My mic didn't
I
work
can
for
hear
some
you.
reason. Sorry, I prefer not to comment on tactical areas. I believe in Ukrainian.
I didn't say tactical. Strategically. Do you
It's
think
the same
that-
from my point of view.
Good.
I would prefer someone to stay out of it. For today, later dates we'll speak regarding that in the future.
I like the spring in the step of your voice.
When the time right, we could go back, and discuss things that we couldn't discuss now. Openly, as always, as now we can, as we discussed before that on Mykolaiv, but Kherson, just time. Give us time. And don't speak about situation too much, like as the Ukrainian command requested.
And we don't.
Like regard the counter offensive, don't photo the stuff that's coming from Poland, the reinforcement. Everything will be fine. After that, everyone will have a lot of photos to look. Believe me, and videos. I just cannot even imagine the amount of videos that are going to go out regarding the fighting after the war ends. Like, guys, you cannot really, like, most of the vicious things not out at all there.
Completely agree. The reason why I just highlighted is that General Sirski said that the time will come and Ukrainian forces will exploit the enemy's weakness. I like that. I think this is a good statement. Oh, I can see a friend of ours. Wait one.
Raphael's put his hand up.
Nani? Rafa.
Good evening, Axel. Good evening, Nukli, Dima.
בסדר
גמור, שבת שלום.
שבת שלום.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say firstly, just about what you just said. We all believe in the armed forces of Ukraine, and we are sitting and waiting. When something happens, we will be happy. But until then, we know that the responsible people are in charge and doing what they need to do. And I just wanted to pick. Yeah, sorry, go on.
They already proven themselves also in the past.
Exactly.
Let's be real. People forgetting really fast things. Like, they done brilliant operations that will be learned in many military academies in
Nobody in this space forgot. The other thing I wanted just to add is, before you mentioned about your past experience, but if you could talk a little bit about, obviously you were in the Palkhan, and most people don't know what that is, but how that experience is, I think, particularly relevant to Ukraine, and all the weapon systems you're getting in, and obviously dealing a lot with explosives and things that make big booms, and that most soldiers probably would not have as much experience in. And yeah, thank you.
Operate under fire. If you can operate under fire as you're in training, it's, I think, like, in my opinion, the best position of a soldier as he can be. So that experience, that's what helped me a lot from the beginning here, especially because I arrived to the front 2.5 days after the war started.
so it's already was hitting. So a lot of people still never experienced their first bullets near them. So that's probably one of the reasons to really help me is the start, and also from another lot of foreign warriors that joined after. But still, it was still a new experience for all of us in this kind of warfare, like tanks in this kind of amount, APCs, like columns and columns of kilometers. But it's definitely helping. It's not most of my things here I learned here. Let's be real, my past experience is everything nice. It's not the same type of warfare experience before. Like most of the things I needed to learn here and adapt as everyone else.
It's exactly what I was about to say, actually. Sometimes I look at like the videos I see coming out, I think that we didn't even have training for how to fight in trenches. Like, that's not something we did. And I'm seeing videos coming out, and
open corners the most, throw a nade and move on. Basic of the basics, like. And here you need to know how to move under, under ditches inside a small cave that they're digging in, and to clear it. Like it's totally, and you have drones above you that you always need to be aware and waiting sometimes for their battery to run around. You need to hide inside some ditch or under somebody. It's different, my friends. It's different to everything that was happening before in any type of warfare before. It's something totally. It's like, I don't know, First World War with really advanced drones and video games. Unreal.
Yeah, and advanced optics as well, right?
What? Sorry, I missed it.
So I was saying, not only is that the drones have advanced optics at IR ones, right?
You can see sometimes live the battlefield, like as a platoon commander. Sometimes can get the image from the drones on his screen of his iPad or phone in the trench itself. Like it's insane.
Yeah, that is insane. The amount of detail.
And you need to adapt to that. You need to adapt to that. How to, because they also have drones in a lot of cases. So it's like a long, close game, but you just inside the trench and you experience everything.
Yeah, and this all comes down to make better decisions, and your training that comes down to it. What the decisions you make around the information you get in front of you.
Yeah, 100%. I wish I could talk about all the stuff, to tell you how it's all, but in the future, but
yeah, well,
now it's better.
We can do that at Crimea at the party, right?
Oh my god, I want to go there as soon as possible. Let's hope, my friends. Let's hope as soon as possible.
Rafa. Yeah, I just had another question about drones because you mentioned it. So obviously we know that everyone's using these small DJI and small kinds of drones a lot, and they're kind of disposable. Like they're not going to last forever. They're only going to happen for a while, and then they're going to get taken down or broken or whatever. From your perspective on the ground, how do you see drone warfare? Do you think it's about having the better drones, or do you think it's really going to end up about having as many as possible cheap, small drones?
Listen, in the end, the only way to get territory is to have a foot on the ground. So the main factor is soldier, the infantry. But the better drones definitely can take one side to another. 100%. It's really make a difference. Whoever have the better and the best of that. We luckily have a lot of FPV drones that just like close air support. It's like a change for us for close air supports, like in live in the same seconds. So it's really, really good. The one the Ukrainians are making.
Yeah, so actually the reason I was asking is because I had that conversation in mind. We had an expert about drones on here a few days ago. She was talking about the exact subject. So I was sort of thinking about that. And she had sort of mentioned that to an extent, having cheap, small drones and just being able to fly them up and replace them if they get taken down is
This is 100%. Imagine what drones and also FPV drones when I was in ADF, when I was doing my reserve, when I was regular, we didn't have stuff like that, only drones and attacking drones cover us. But here, like you see how closely it's working, like you can fly a drone from FPV drone from 50 meters from just trench near you and hit guys like 20 meters in front of your guys and help them without even them getting into a fight.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Will.
Yeah.
I ran my errand and I had to come back up because it was such a good conversation, and a couple of there's a couple more things I just love to pick your brain about, and the drone part of it is so incredible. And when I look, we always look. You said earlier that people are going to be learning from this war, from what Ukraine has done in the future. And for me as a squad leader, or we started towards the end of Iraq, first getting observation drones where you could get them down if you were going to do a small kill team ambush type stuff. We could have a Raven with us, things like that. But the ability for a squad to have close air support, having a drone that could either go into a door and blow up, or drop a grenade in front of you, because me and you both know, as a team leader or a squad leader, the one thing you want to do is keep your soldiers as safe as possible, and you don't want to go through a door if you can blow that door up, right? Can you just kind of speak to the future of war and that ability to have that close air support from either the smaller drones or even the bigger ones that have like multiple mortar rounds on it?
You know why it's a little bit hard to, because in my previous combat experience, I had always like a air superiority. So we done things a little bit different. And here the story is different. Like the skies are, I don't know how to call them, even, like both of the air forces operate in limited. So the drones change like the close air support. So I feel it like a little bit balanced, but it's really insane. For in the future, when some army like with serious also air force, and it will be a game changer probably. It's a guess. I'm not some professional or analytic, but from my experience, it's totally different game. Like all warfare changed because of that, and it's happened during evolving in this war. Remember, it's not the same warfare like it was 2 months after the beginning of the war, even with drones. Like now, it's totally different type.
That really reminds me of, like, say, the difference between OIF2, so the first real major part of the insurgency versus, say, the surge, and how fast technology grew. Like what we had going into Iraq was ancient, and it looked kind of similar to this, where you just got this massive advance in tactics and in equipment as you move through it. And just to kind of explain the anecdote of how important being able to see above you is. When we got to Ramadi in late 2006, we were getting ambushed all the time, and we couldn't figure out how they knew where we were at. But the reality of it was they had groups of homing pigeons, and they would have homing pigeons follow us around, and that's how they knew where we were walking. And it took us a month to figure this out, and many engagements. So just simply having a bird above you can drastically change the battlefield. It's insane.
Yeah, 100%. We had the same problem with Hezbollah fighters. They sent packs of dogs on us all the time, in our direction, just to know where we are all the time. So they also created, like everyone trying to adapt this. Russians also like using their drones right now really good, unfortunately. Their operators, their death toll not as high because they're mostly behind, so they kind of experienced guys at the moment.
Who'd have thought that the title of a historical book would be War of the Drones, right? You'd think it was science fiction, but it's reality.
It's not maybe the winning, but it's a big factor in the war. It will be a big factor in the learning. Definitely change warfare, 100%.
like from an element of 4 people to an army size. Like that's the scale. It changed warfare, in my opinion.
Huge. So I look at stuff from that's you get the videos that have no idea that 300 meters away or 200 meters away there's a group of 20 people all armed up, right? You'd have no idea, just you're walking along. But now you've got someone with a thermal and
look at the videos that we throwing each other with drones already. Like there's trolls. You're doing it jokes, like it's insane. So who would imagine? Like there is a lot of videos, the people just throwing, like Ukrainian drone throwing Russian stuff like that. Who would imagine, like a year ago?
no, I mean, no one did, right? And there's the thing, isn't it? It's completely unprepared for the rate of adaptation within this form of warfare and how quickly it moved on.
It's modern warfare. It's really changing fast. It's not something that was similar before. Like you need to adapt every month, like all the time. It's insane.
And then looking at with really, really early counter technology at the point where you'll be going, I'm assuming in maybe a year's time, maybe less, you'll have things that can actual fact you will have sound analyzers that will pick up sound of drones and things like that.
There's already things like that in the idea. There is a sound analyzer for underground. It's already technology and stuff. It's already working. Or if someone moving around the fence, insane stuff like.
What I meant is drone technology as opposed to underground, because that's slightly different. But you go be looking at different frequencies.
Oh, so, you mean that you can get? Well, yeah, we're still not there, but I guess we will get there.
We will. Time. It'll be. It'll arrive. So in 80 years, we've gone through these concrete, giant, 20 feet high ears that people used to stand in front of to listen for aeroplanes, to maybe some digital thing, a product that someone will just take with them, and it'll scan the horizon for you.
Yeah, like this. Who knows? You see, we no one can predict how warfare will go, as we discovered in this war. Like not even the best generals. No one could predict this kind of warfare. Let's be honest. Not that I remember, at least. Maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, no, they wouldn't, because if someone had predicted it, they'd have been ready, right? And they'd have had all the equipment in line, wouldn't they? So no one predicted it at all.
Yep.
Nick then angry.
I think another reason why people wouldn't have predicted this is a lot of this stuff. I mean, not at the Bayraktar end, but a lot of this stuff is literally stuff you go into a hobby electronics store and buy in a box that has a barcode on it, and you pay value-added tax. And I'm very interested in what the future holds for defense procurement when somewhere like the Pentagon or the British Ministry of Defense says, well, we should have our chaps have these drones, and they've got drones that cost 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 euros max, high-end consumer drones, and then by the time it's been through the defense procurement process, it costs 15 times as much, weighs 3 times more, and doesn't work. And I'm really fascinated by the intersection between you talked about trolling there, but in a sense, you're trolling the defense establishment simply by the fact that you're using the kind of consumer hardware that kids might be using to spy on their neighbors sunbathing. I find it absolutely fascinating how it kind of undermines the what we understand, not just about how warfare is conducted, but also how defense procurement is conducted.
I was going to comment to that, Nick. So part of the problems are relative to what's actually happening. So EW, right, the strength of the EW systems in that area, right. So if you had, I mean, for instance, So I'm answering for you, Nuclei. Feel free to jump in. So if you have your, let's just say it's your DGI, for instance, right? There's a way of taking it over and all the other things, and that's what you're paying for with the military version, because it will be tested for that. They'll be tested for the hack. It will be tested that in actual fact someone can't just break into it and work out where you are and even follow you back. So there's the bit. So what's happening though, the adaptation at the war at that level though, because people need the speed, they're taking the risk. But if you were an army, would you take that risk given the amounts we spend? And the answer would probably be no, going forward. And there's good. I mean, the DGI question is really quite. It becomes quite complex when you look at it and go. So on our iPhone, if you've got your iPhone, it'll cache where it's been and all those things. So if you were, say for instance, you lost your phone, for instance, it was found or something else, then if they break into it and look at the cache, they'll be able to know where you are. So these are the problems you get, and that's what you're paying for. So Bearded, I saw you put your hand up. We've got Nick, do you want to respond to that, do you?
No, I just think it raises lots of really interesting issues because historically, Hezbollah with their dogs or the Iraqi resistance with their homing pigeons, a little bit asymmetric maybe because the knowledge of how to use that was local. But if we're going to increasingly see kind of repurposed consumer electronics, I'm just wondering how that fits into a procurement policy which is based on, well, if you haven't signed it off, if it hasn't got a multi-part inventory name, then it doesn't exist. And in terms of how much money you spend on these things, well, that becomes a bit self-fulfilling, doesn't it? Because if you could literally go to each corporal and say, here is $450, go and buy a drone, and you might well overall have a better net result than if you issued the sort of 10 times more expensive ones via the stores, because it would turn out that you then had to issue them all with standard order phones and and by the time the procurement cycle has got to the point of buying these things, they're going to be obsolete, or it's sorry guys, we're all going to have to buy our entire brigade iPhone 11s because Apple released a software upgrade, and that means that the later models no longer work with this drone, and all of trying to make defense equipment work in a world that runs at consumer electronic speed is quite a problem. I know the US until recently had aircraft carriers running on Windows NT 4 from 1997, and they were having trouble getting certified hardware because nobody actually makes chips that can run that anymore. The factories have long since disappeared, and the more electronics and software you integrate into weapons systems, the more you suffer from the fact they just don't work. Whereas you can take a T62 out of storage and we all laugh at it, but it still runs, it still fires shells at people.
But I mean, the drones. I mean, look, here you are. But you've just explained why sometimes this kit is more expensive. Is because they've mitted against this, and the other part is and an army about to go into war. There's a difference between this is the evolution here, isn't it? As a result of us not preparing the Ukrainian army properly, right? If they'd been prepared properly, we probably might not be seeing this situation. But the idea that you would consumer electronics, because this comes with a risk that has to be analysed, right? So you've got something that could be followed back to your command HQ, might not be something you want, Nick. We're seeing the evolution because guess what? They had to adapt simply because we didn't prepare them properly in the first place. Angry.
Hey, yeah. If Bearded has a question about drones, I was going to talk a little bit, ask Nuclear about a little bit about training, if that was okay. But if Bearded has a question about drones, I'd rather have him keep the conversation going about drones.
Yeah, it's parallel to drones. It's just to kick this procurement conversation to death, really. Are we sitting comfortably? Great ideas hit reality when they get into procurement. The Gordian knot of procurement. Very convoluted, very long-winded, so much so that for the British, we developed an urgent operational requirement procurement mechanism that acknowledged the steps to procurement, but also undertook risk mitigation in order to get the right kit to the right people as soon as possible. And as has been brought up, the pace of consumer electronics, you're always catching up. That's just the way of the world. But when you're dealing with live conflicts like we had with Afghanistan, the preponderance of UOR kit that I wouldn't say just paid lip service to procurement, but they still had to go through a procurement cycle because of accountability. You know, we hear all the disinformation, oh, how are they spending the money, this, that, and the other. In Ukraine, they're going to have the same issue. But if it's a make, do, and mend as quick as possible until you can get something that is more military spec on the scene, then somebody has to make a judgment call of that and weigh it up. And like you said, give every corporal $500, go and pick a drone up, attach a grenade to it, and suddenly you've got an attack swarm going into a company position. But that's only for the here and now, as has been said, not for integrating a capability into a force to go and do something positive with.
Also, don't forget, guys, anti-drone system is going to be also improved with time. So I don't know for how long maybe those commercial drones will be super effective as they are now. It's also a possibility, of course. There is no 100%.
Yeah, and it's move, counter move, counter move, and you carry on until you've exhausted that particular capability and countering it, and then you move on to something else.
Yeah, always. That's the process of adaptation, isn't it?
Yeah, that's how it was. All right, guys. Sorry, I must run. I'll try to hop on in my next opportunity. Love you all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Thank you very much.
Shabbat shalom.
Bye. Love you all, guys. Keep yourselves safe. The most important thing.
You be good now, Nuclear.
I'll keep myself. We'll be in touch.
Right, so we're angry. You were asking us the questions now.
Well, I guess I can step here and answer any questions about some fighting if anybody's up here. But what I was going to bring up was something that he explained really importantly, and I think that especially for folks who've never been in combat, who've never been in the military, is that oftentimes we talk about training as in the ideas of basic training, or say for instance this advanced combined arms training that they're getting in GRAP, or they're going out and doing a field rotation. But what I was going to ask him about is a month in the life of an infantry soldier in the field. You're rotating days on the front, a few days in the rear, etc. I was going to talk to him about the type of trying to explain, and I'll try and explain a little bit ourselves, is that the ability to learn your environment, to adapt to the situation you're in, takes ongoing work. So not only are these folks, these really brave soldiers in the trenches fighting, and also relaxing. We see them in the rear relaxing, taking the moments, playing with their kitties. But the reality of it is they are constantly training, honing their skills, whether it's CQP drills, close quarters combat drills inside of a building that they stay in. The squad leader is going to get everybody up. They've been playing video games for an hour, on their downtime off the zero line. There's constant training going on. People are going to be working out. People are going to be constantly trying to make themselves a better fighter for that next time they're going to get into a fight. I kind of kind of oriented to, if you've ever played, high level, sports, is you're always, trying to make yourself, when you have that moment that you have to perform and do your work, you have to be, top notch, and your gear has to be top notch, all of that stuff. And that's one of the things that I really see that Ukraine is doing when it comes to their soldiers. But again, I don't see that as much. I know there are some good units on the Russian side, but that idea of training while you're in a combat zone is something I want to make sure everybody kind of like puts into your head, that these folks are really, really working hard to be as good as they are. It's really important.
Yeah, great comments there. Yeah, there's nothing to add really to what you were saying. Peter, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I was just going to say a little bit about the drones. I mean, I know the DJI are incredibly sophisticated, and part of the problem with the drones, because I'm kind of learning to fly one at the moment and kind of taking out every tree that you can imagine. But I've got a really cheap thing, and I'm just changing it for DJI. But they are incredibly sophisticated, and part of the problem is you're supposed to fly them in line of sight, but kind of line of sight they can get very, very tiny, so you don't know which way they're going, and you need the sophistication, because they can do an amazing amount of things, and the camera has to be really good. If the camera's juddering, it's no good. And DJI will give you a really smooth picture, so you can fly it like an aircraft. And in Ukraine, I'm sure they go way out of sight of the controllers, so they are relying a lot on the sophistication and the systems it has. I mean, I know you can get the DJI drones to actually follow you. You can set it so it'll identify you, and you can tell it what height to follow you at, and it'll actually follow you as you're walking along. You can get it to follow you in a car or a vehicle, obviously if you don't drive it too fast, and it'll do that. It has inbuilt systems so that it won't run into trees, so it has sensors on all sides, so that if it sees an obstruction, it'll stop, or it'll work its way around it if you tell it to do that. So I don't know really whether kind of giving them cheap little drones are going to work that well. I know it wouldn't with the one I've got.
Yeah, look, I mean, the sophistication and the rest of it. The part of the problem is we've been saying within the military side of it, the limitations, and obviously the risks that come with them. Right, they can be hacked. You can do other things, which is follow them back. So they everything. In warfare, positives, negatives. What's the negative, right? It could follow you back, which is as the guys have been saying, right? So they'll have a procedure in the same way as if you're out on patrol, you take a different procedure. Don't take the same route back into where you were, wherever your RV was that you went out in. Take a different route. And don't go straight there, and all these other things. So there'll be a myriad of rules that they'll need to keep. And as we said, is DJI the way forward? Right? The reason why they are at the moment is simply because it was a absolute necessity. Whether in a future war, that's what'll happen. Who knows? Because a future war is unlikely to be like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's I mean, DJI, they're you know, they're a hobby drone or a commercial drone. They're not really designed for warfare, you know, and I don't think DJI really wanted them to be used for warfare. So, yeah, I mean, I was reading today, I think Putin is going to build a $15 billion industry, he claims, in Russia, producing military drones.
He's not building
No,
anything.
he won't be, because they probably won't work anyway if the Russians have anything to do with it. But I also sent you that link. Did you see that, about which I thought was pretty disgusting, that he is rushing thousands of Russians into occupied territory, and taking Ukrainians out of occupied territory and shipping them off into Russia. I mean, that is complete war crime, what he's up to at the moment.
Look, I mean, everything they do is a war crime, isn't it? So and I cease to be surprised by anything that they're doing. Yes, there's just nothing is a surprise anymore. There we are. Oh, we appear to have someone who's requesting. Angry, over to you.
You know, I'm going to go 100% with the war crimes, and again, this is just along with last night. Just, we always got to remember why we're here. That's to ensure that we can do whatever we can to support Ukraine, and by learning or sharing information, etc. One point, then I want to make a public service announcement. First, the last point, talking about drones, is due to some side effects of my time as an angry ant, I have to sleep with a radio or TV on, and I like to find some kind of old shows, and one of them is archaeology shows. I love archaeology shows. They make me go to sleep, and I can stay asleep. And what I've seen a lot of, and the only reason I'm going to mention this because I know there's a lot smarter drone people than me working on this stuff, is that they have this technology, and I think that when it's a very expensive technology, very advanced technology, but what it can do is cut through so much stuff.
Ground penetrating radar is you're talking about, yeah.
Exactly. And the pictures are completely crystal clear when it comes to it. So very interested to see, you know, I guarantee the Ukrainians are probably smart enough to use this stuff, and it would be, I think we'll probably see it, but that's just one technology. You know, if you're in a standoff area trying to, you know, hide and stuff like that, it's just incredible technology you can get off the shelf if you got the dollars to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, look, in this point, we're moving to the point where remember the alien, you know, aliens or Predator movies. We're going to need technology like that to be avoiding the technology that's going to be around.
And so really quickly, if I could just take just a couple minutes of time for North American listeners, and first of all, for anybody who's listening, if you're in a free country with democracy, you have the ability to be part of it, and you can reach out to your members of Congress or Parliament, or, you know, represent however your government is represented, and you can engage them and ask them to support Ukraine. And I want to just kind of mention something that's happening in just very positively, that just try and give some folks some motivation to get engaged. So if you're a North American fellow or MriyaReport listener, there is a resolution both in the Senate and the House. I think right now, I know I haven't been able to dig into the Senate information, but on my page, I have a thread with the information that can go completely through this amazing resolution that was brought forward by a bipartisan group of members of Congress. The resolution is an affirmation that the American Congress believes that Ukraine should win the war, and it's a beautifully written thing. I'm not going to take the time to do it right now, but the information's there. But it's Resolution 322, House Resolution 322. For this Congress. And what you can do as an individual person in America is you can make a phone call to your House member They're going to be back in district all over next week. But you can make a call. I think making a call every single day. And you can ask their staff to ask their member if they would sign on as a co-sponsor to this letter. It is critically important that we get as many co-sponsors as quickly as possible, especially because of the way this has to move through Congress, going through a committee and then going to a full vote. So to be able to get it called into committee and get time, you have to show that it has more support. It's got 18 co-sponsors. I know there's people that are going to be co-sponsoring in probably today or as we go into next week when the legislators, the aides kind of tally up all the stuff they did while in session. So it's important that you call your member of Congress to talk about the House bill. And then you have two senators. There's also an adjoining Senate bill. There's information about that. I know Alan can provide. And you can you need to do the exact same thing with this. And I recommend right after you make the phone call, you follow up directly with an email stating that you had just made a phone call with your request written in that and a request for immediate or as quickly a timely reply to that email. This will be faster than putting things in the mail, even though sometimes mail is better. Right now, we have a sense of urgency. We want to make sure that when the House comes back on May 9th, this is a date everybody needs to pay attention to, May 9th, we need to be able to get that bill in front of the members of that committee as quickly as possible. So this is something that every person listening in North America can do, no matter if your member supports Ukraine or not. But this is especially important for people who have already mentioned or have been vocally supportive of Ukraine. If you have a member that's vocally supportive of Ukraine, you need to get to them and you need to get them signed on to this. And that's the easy job. That's the easy lift. If you have a member that needs to have education, that might be a good reason to go visit them while they're back in district. Call and request to have a meeting as a citizen and a voter. But I want to definitely just reiterate, between now and May 9th, we need to get as many co-sponsors on this piece of legislation, or not, it's not legislation, it's a resolution, as quickly as possible, both in the Senate and the House. So just make the phone calls, follow up with your email. That is what we have to do. And if you have the ability to, the best way, the single best way you can do it is if you look up your local congressman's office in your district and you drive, take the time, maybe take a day off of work, lose a little bit of money that day, if you have that ability to do that, because Ukrainians are, they're in need of your support. And going into a member of Congress's office, especially if they're in the district, you have got to be talked to. And that's better than any phone call and or any email. But those are three things every American can do. And I really hope that you do them in the next couple of days. So thanks so much.
Yeah, David, I just want to second
I've
what
got to step
Andrew.
away for a second.
Okay.
It's your show.
It's our show. I just
Oh,
wanted
yes,
to.
it is.
I just wanted to second what Angry is saying, and especially emphasize. Members of Congress are going to be in their home districts over the next few days. Find out what their schedule is. Find out where they are having town meetings and public Q&As. Stand up and ask about Ukraine. But there's a good chance if you do go to one of their district offices, you will find them in the office, or you will learn about their schedule and how you can meet them and talk to them. It is vitally important, as Angry says. So between now and May 9th, when the House is back in session, what we really need are hundreds of co-sponsors of the House resolution. But if we get to 100, it would be a significant achievement. It really would be. So, David, back to you, and then we have a couple of hands I see.
We do have some hands. We've got Lunchtime and Jamie. I didn't see who put your hand up first. So, random Lunchtime.
Thanks, David. So I just wanted to echo what the previous speaker said. And if there were any doubt that this is urgent, that there is a sense of urgency about this, then I refer you to the photos from Oman, where you can see a hand. It's actually quite hard. At first glance, you may not see it, right? It looks like a rescue worker looking down on a collapsed building on a pile of rubble, and then you see a hand stretched out, stretched towards him, and are dying right now in Ukraine, and in a completely unnecessary, unprovoked, disgusting war of aggression. The situation is urgent, and really, you know, our best hope, when all's said and done, is that the US really comes down much firmer on the side of what is right, and there's no doubt about which side that is. So yes, I urge you to listen to those extremely cogent and excellent instructions, and here's hoping that we can get some momentum going.
Thank you very much for that lunchtime. Jamie.
Hey, actually, before you take off to go to the congressperson's office, call and ask if you can set up an appointment with them for a certain time. That way, you can also, if they don't know that information, you can give it to them. You can talk about why it's so important. And also, you won't miss them and feel like you totally wasted your time. And the other thing is, if you have any connections to another district, like you live in, I don't know, you live in New York, but you work in New Jersey, you're paying taxes to both. So the person in Jersey is also, both of them, you have influence with both of them. So call the other congressmen, call the other senators, because you work in their district and they work for you. So yeah, just adding to that. I need to get back on.
Jamie, thank you so much. And I did not want everybody to go running blindly down at 10:30 at night. So I appreciate it. I was trying to do a quick, I was finishing up a few errands at the end of the day, but she's completely correct. And actually, there's actually some very targeted people that everybody can reach out to. And first of all, you can call any politician in the country if you damn well please. They work for every single one of us. We got to remember that. Even though it's more important if you're in their district, every single one of those guys and gals up there, they work for us. As the American people as a whole, that's how we work. As I said, you can call anybody you want, but there are some very specific targets that you can target. The House Foreign Affairs Committee is made up of a group of members of Congress. You can Google it. You can find the list. You can find the email addresses to their chief of staffs and LDs when you look at their office websites usually, and their phone numbers. Those are another group of individuals that every American can target. And many times, because you can add a more of an inflection and more of a heavy weight to that small group of members of Congress, Senate, you can do a lot of damage as a large group. Even if it's a group of 400 people making 2 calls every 2 days, that's a lot of pressure coming into a district. And I know how to do this. The idea of targeting folks and knowing what's the number of calls you need to actually start to make a difference beyond what you get the normal answer of, what you have to do when it comes to strategic advocacy. And a group like MriyaReport could do a whole lot. Could do a whole lot. And even if it's people from another country, just maybe sending a letter to the leaders, just saying, we really appreciate how America has stepped up and can step up even more. I mean, it's worth a damn shot. I'm just saying. But when I mean the urgency is at hand, The Ukrainian people have been on the Hill for the last week. They are up there again to this week. People are working, but the sense of urgency is that the time is now to make sure that, they have the equipment as soon as possible. It takes time, but also we have to remember that we're coming up into appropriation season, and there is an NDAA that's going to come up, and we're going to have to get more funding into that NDAA. So this is just a great time to get this resolution passed. So again, my motivation for tonight for everyone listening, I truly hope you take that step from just from doing whatever you're doing. There's always another step you can do when you're an advocate for a cause. It's going up the levels of engagement. So if you're at level 4, figure out how to get to level 5 as an individual. It's what you have to do. They're fighting in trenches. They're fighting in trenches.
Thank you very much for that, Angry.
Yeah,
Alan?
as Angry says, Ukrainians are fighting in trenches, and innocent Ukrainian civilians are dying in their beds at night under assault of Russian missiles. This is what happened in Uman, really a small town right in the center of Ukraine. I believe the death toll is standing at 25 now. And you should, as Lunchtime suggested, you should look at the videos and pictures from Uman. The devastation is absolutely dreadful. To that point, today the United States worked with the International Monetary Fund to get $1.25 billion to Ukraine as a grant. And how's Ukraine going to use this money? It will use it to pay first responders. You can see those first responders in Uman today. These are firefighters and medics and engineers and ordinary people digging through the rubble to find survivors and, unfortunately, to find bodies of those the Russians killed once again in a terror attack. And the Russian Ministry of Defense said these missiles were right on target. That is disgusting. If they knew what they were targeting, and maybe they did, maybe we are going to see Russia try to step up this terror attack on Ukraine. That is all the more reason for those of us here from the United States to contact our members in Congress and get the response we want and that Ukraine needs. So on to Shaggy, then to Ed. Shaggy.
Yeah, thanks, Tyron. Yeah, the way I think about this citizen advocacy is like this. So the Ukrainians are the boots on the ground fighting this war with the non-Ukrainian volunteers which have gone there to help, and then you've got you citizens, us, who are not there for various reasons. We're too old. We're not military, and the term keyboard warrior is normally a negative thing. But in this case, we can all be keyboard warriors, sending emails. We can be phone warriors, making those phone calls. We can get in our cars and be citizen boots on the ground, heading towards our representative's office when they're open, taking a friend with us, taking a couple of friends with us, car sharing. So yeah, we can kind of be boots on the ground that we can walk. We can't walk in Ukraine on the trenches and stuff like that, but we can, in a way, help fight this war in the way that we can. If we can't get to our representatives or whatever, for whatever reason, then we can get to a phone, because you're probably listening to me yapping away on a phone right now, and you can definitely write an email if you're on a phone. So we can all do it. There's absolutely zero reason why every single one of us is here, and most people kind of on the planet actually can write an email or make a phone call, and quite a few of us can actually get to our representatives as well and go to their surgeries or whatever you call them in whatever country you're in and make that appointment, so they can't say, oh, no appointment. Maybe take some friends and make lots of appointments and just fill their time up with this one quest to get your voice heard and through your voice get Ukraine's voice heard. So that's just a way of looking at it. I do being a civilian boot on the ground, as it were, on our turf to help Ukraine. That's it.
Thanks, Shaggy. That's exactly what we are here. We are boots on the ground in our own democratic systems. So let's be sure our boots are made for marching and march right to our national capitals, into the offices of our elected public officials, and get them to do their jobs. Edward, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to second what you guys are saying about talking about the war to your elected officials, but certainly tell everyone else in your family, friends as well. Russia, it seems like Ukraine is struggling these days with air defense systems. And I fear that if Russia is able to do what they did in Syria, where they did high altitude level bombing of cities and towns, that would be just another tragedy to affect the towns on the front line in Ukraine. And yeah, there's a big urgency to support them. And obviously fighter aircraft is a big thing to talk about.
Thank you, Edward. So, are the Ukrainians deficient in air defense? It is actually, one of the sectors of the military that Ukraine has built up quite successfully in the course of this war. Air defense inside Ukraine is probably stronger today than it's ever been. There are new Patriot systems in operation on the ground. There are many new air defense systems that have been deployed around cities. But what we see in Uman is not a failure of air defense. It's the result of a single missile getting through that air defense. No air defense is 100% effective. So a missile will get through and it will kill 25 people. It will destroy a high-rise residential apartment building somewhere in Ukraine. There's almost no defense against that. Edward, a follow-up, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, totally agree about there being a far better system they have currently than what they did at the outbreak of the war. It's just Russia has been making Ukraine expend missiles, basically, and with cheap drones, notably from Iran. And Russia itself is struggling with cruise missiles. I don't think they have many left or can't produce many at the moment. But what they do have is a lot of dumb bombs in storage all over their country. And yeah, it's Ukraine has to keep the pressure on and have sufficient stocks of the weapons they need.
Indeed, they do. So how does Russia get weapons from Iran? How do they get Shahed drones and possibly even missiles? Well, they are transported across the Caspian Sea. That is the primary route from Iran into Russia for military weapons. It can't be cut off. It cannot be interdicted. But what we can do is meet with our congressional representatives here in the United States and talk to them about two things: help for Iran and better, stronger sanctions against Russia and any nation that trades with Russia. any nation that trades with Russia, any company that continues to do business inside Russia. So those are two things we can talk about with our elected public officials. So to Robin and then to Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Just very quickly, of the many things that we can do, there are ongoing demonstrations in a lot of the big cities supporting Ukraine. I just wanted to mention, since I'm in New York, I'm assuming there probably are some other New Yorkers listening. 1 o'clock on Sunday, there's going to be a demonstration in Times Square on the 7th Avenue side, protesting businesses that are still doing business in Russia. The more people we can get, the more, it's the crossroads of the world there this time of year. There are a lot of tourists, there are a lot of people coming through. And if we get enough people, we may make the news. So if anyone is in New York, 1 o'clock on Sunday, Times Square, it's a great group of people. It's worth an hour of investment to make our voices heard. Thanks very much. And as always, Slava Ukraini.
Heroam Slava. And thank you for that public service announcement, Robin. Peter, and then Angry.
Yeah, just going on to the air defense. As far as I'm aware, kind of the air defense is great. I'm talking about ground-based air defense, but hotspot areas or fighter aircraft now. I just can't believe fighter aircraft now. I just can't believe that they haven't got them. Capability to carry the right missiles to make this offensive mean something. Because ground air defense, it's great, and the stuff they've got is great, but they need the aircraft, and the aircraft are there. They're sitting, they're waiting, they're not being used, and to give them MiG-29s, it's just really, this needs to be brought really high up, and they should be given them today. There's old F-16s dotted around Europe. They could have those immediately. They could have aircraft from the UK, the Typhoons, immediately. And I'm sure they would be able to use them, maybe not to the standard of NATO fighter pilots, but they would be able to use them, and they would be able to carry the right weapons on them, and that's the critical thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, they should be given today. It is probably the last piece of the puzzle in Ukraine's counteroffensive plans, and that is F-16s or some other Western fighter jet for air defense, air cover. It would guarantee the success of this coming counteroffensive. Angry Ants, go ahead, please. Angry Ants, are you with us? Well, you may be otherwise engaged at the moment, but we'll save a place for you and come back to you, as long as you're not speaking into a muted mic. So I did mention this International Monetary Fund grant, $1.25 billion to Ukraine with the help of the United States. And Ukraine immediately knew what it needed to do with this money to pay first responders. The same first responders you see in Uman today, tonight, yesterday, in response to that terrible Russian missile attack, a terror attack. And it pays first responders all around the country. There was shelling in Kherson today across the Dnipro River. We've seen constant shelling in Kharkiv, in every single Ukrainian city. When Russians strike, it's first responders who save Ukrainian civilians, innocent people who are simply trying to live their lives. They're not on the front lines. They're not military targets. When Russia launches a terror raid against Ukraine, targeting civilians, it's committing a war crime. And it as has been mentioned earlier here tonight, Russia is both seeking to depopulate Ukraine by forcibly deporting Ukrainian citizens back into Russia, while pouring in Russians to take their places in Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea, in southern Kherson and Zaporizhia provinces. This is also a war crime. It is prohibited in the Geneva Convention to depopulate a country by deporting citizens. It is absolutely a war crime, and it is part of the genocide Russia is waging against Ukraine. How are they doing it? Well, they have told Ukrainians, if you don't give up your Ukrainian passport and accept a Russian passport, your property will be seized and you will be deported. That's a war crime, and that's what Russians have been doing. It's what they intend to do in a much greater way in the coming weeks. Angry, are you back with us?
You know what? I am. I'm sorry. I took a second. I was writing a tweet, and I wanted to use it as an example. So another thing we can do as we're sitting here while we're taking our time. Yeah, either their official campaign side or their official Twitter account or their non-Twitter to try and be engaging. Much better than not. Try and be creative. But what I was going to say is the idea of going to protests and things like that. Every single one of us probably have some sort of a Ukrainian piece of paraphernalia. And likely or not, we probably know at least one other person that feels very strongly about supporting Ukraine. So I really think it would be a very good little campaign that we could do. And this is also a good thing for MriyaReport because this is a special community that's coming together. And I know Shaggy likes to do this, is take a selfie. You don't have to take a selfie of your face, maybe a picture. Maybe go out to a corner of a street and stand for 20 minutes with the Ukrainian flag and a sign saying honk if you support Ukraine, and get a couple of video shots of that. Put it online. Things like that actually matter. And things like that, when you have a group of 400 people, we can then amplify it. You can share it, tweet on it, quote tweet it, things like that. It would be great to see some of that kind of in the streets, because for the thing is that we are still online. If we can get out into the public a little bit more and then use that to show folks what we're doing, you're going to inspire other people. And as a community, it's not just the people who are online or in the MriyaReport. It's the people who might see this because a big name, that maybe a big name retweets it because they support 4 people sitting on the side of a road or on an overpass with a Ukrainian flag. Those are the things we have got to think creatively. We just got done having a master class from Nuclei, and he was talking about how creative the Ukrainian soldiers were. And I keep telling everybody is that we as advocates, as people who support Ukraine, who really truly support Ukraine, who's willing to take the time out of our days to do this stuff, who's willing to take that extra step, go from that one level to the next level, we have to think creatively too. We have got to think about where we're at right now and where we can be at in a month or in 2 months or 3 months if we bound together and do little things. tweeting is not very, it doesn't take very much. But if you look at the tweet I just made, I bet you sooner or later I will get a response from this. And I'm going to keep adding to that tweet and tweeting at the guy every day until I get a response. And hopefully we'll get him as a co-sponsor in the next couple of days, because I did to his campaign side. And the next thing I'm going to talk about is, you know, I let him know what party I am. And I know he's my party, but and I know he supports Ukraine. But the point is most of these members still don't know that this bill is introduced. It's how it works. It is not as simple as that. I'm going to work on actually on my day job. There's going to be a letter going out on Monday to all members of Congress asking for support of this. I'm very proud I get to kind of do that, but everybody can kind of do that too. So just again, we've got to start thinking about this as our own battlefield. It's the battlefield of policy and political will. And for us who fought before, we can't use bullets anymore, but we can use these tools at our hands. And again, if you amplify that tweet, which I'm seeing people do that, so we can all step up right now and do an organizing drive. Just like that tweet, make it or comment on it. Tell Diane, add a comment to it saying, Rep. Bleier, we support this idea. Why don't you co-sponsor this? We could get 20 or 30 replies. That's going to amplify with that person who's watching that phone in their hand, and it starts blowing up. But as I said, let's think creatively. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. I've been in advocacy mode all week. I'm getting to do some really good stuff to support Ukraine, but I'm always happy. I love sharing some of this knowledge that we have. So again, thanks for at least listen to me ramble a bit, Alan.
Well, here's an example of instant action, Angry. I've already put your tweet right up in the nest. It's less than 2 minutes old. So all of you listening, you can tap on Angry Ant's tweet right up in the nest. It's the first tweet right now. And when Angry says quote tweet it to your member of Congress. Find your member of Congress's Twitter handle, whether it's his official Twitter handle as a representative or his campaign handle, because most members of Congress have at least a couple. One they use when they're running. Of course, they're always running for re-election, and one they use as their official Twitter handle. Use both. And that's when Angry says, quote, tweet it. That's what he means. And in your quote tweet, just as Angry said, hey, my representative, sign on to this resolution. That's a great thing you can do tonight. It only takes a few seconds. Mary, go ahead, please. Mary, your hand is up. I wonder if
Sorry.
that's
Yes.
okay. Go right ahead.
Alan, sorry. I was actually doing what you asked us to do and got stuck in it. I don't want to be too abstract, but I've been pretty worked up since Angry Ants, and I'm sorry I forgot her name, the other person who was speaking yesterday, who was speaking. I'm in Washington, D.C., and as you may know, don't have any real representation. I'm from somewhere else, but I vote here, so there you go. Doesn't do much good. And if there's anyone listening who can meet me and join me, I'm ready to stand on a corner in DC somewhere with a table and a bunch of flyers, but I would like to take more. I don't have a computer, but in my head, I think it would be really useful to do two things. One, and I know many of you have mentioned this before, to have written material, stickers, patches, whatever you need, wearing t-shirts. I don't have any what do you call it, gear yet. Was going to get, but don't have yet any Ukraine gear. So I'd like to at least to have a flag or a banner. Now, if someone will come with me, you can DM me. I'm Zebrafinch on here. You can see it up in the Maria space. And I'm willing to do whatever legwork I can. But here's the thing, the two things I want to mention. A lot of information has been given to us in the last 2 days about campaigning this way. I think it's very effective. I applaud all of you. rounding up the details is a little hard for some of us, and I wonder if there can be 3 or 4 brief bullet point paragraphs or 3 or 4 pages that address the different issues. I'm happy to put them together. If you can send me.
Mary,
Did you lose me?
I did for a moment. Keep going.
If you can, if anyone DMs me the points that have been made, I wasn't able to write them all down, but I think everyone mentioned more points as we went on that were incredibly useful. So, for instance, Alan, an example is your points to tweet or retweet Angry Ants words, not only to our representatives, but to their personal Twitter accounts or any other social media accounts, as well as campaign accounts and official accounts. So why not do that? But as we got more information about what would be useful on the Hill, from home, at our computer, even in the handwriting that was mentioned yesterday, I think it would be really helpful to write it up. I'm willing to do that, but I can't remember all of it. So there's that. Then the second thing is a powerful argument to me is never about what is. Now, we want to give a sit rep. We want to tell people what's happening and what may happen in May, what Russia plans to do. We want to inform them of what is. But I think, was it Angry Ants who mentioned Syria? I think it's really important to also always mention compared to what. Giving an example to people of why this affects them. And, you can say whatever you think is going to make them feel this personally, but remember the phrase compared to what. People say, well, so what? That's an egg or that's a piece of paper. You want to, if you're selling it, you want to say, this is a paper made of cotton and linen from the finest Italian printer and paper maker, a paper factory in the history of Italy. Well, we have something like that. We have an epic historical battle that has one chance right now, and this is the moment. But getting Americans to feel the moment after years of having what we've had, which is a lot of trauma, is going to be hard. So find things that are not as fear-inducing as possible, but are definitely comparing it to not taking action. I'm not describing it very well, but I've taken some courses on visual presentation of data, data visualization, information in print and speech. And I can tell you that those distinctions really do matter. Now, a lot of you are experts at speaking and hosting and all of that. But in everyday parlance, I don't hear people making distinctions. Not you, not on this space, but it's really important to pick something and stick to that fact. So I need a list of facts. What is, what isn't. They have
Mary,
F-16s.
can you DM me, please, if that's okay?
Say it again.
Can you DM me if that's all right?
Who said that? Angry Ants?
Angry
Yeah.
Ants. Yeah.
Okay,
Please
so
do,
that's great.
please do.
And I'll get off now and I'll go back to listening.
Well, Mary, stay with us. As you say, you live in the District of Columbia. That is a special situation. You do have a delegate in the U.S. Congress and in the House.
It goes nowhere,
it used to be. It goes nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They can vote on some things, not everything, but they can co-sign resolutions like this, I believe.
Yes,
Mary.
I can do that, and I will write her. She's very experienced and very good at what she does, and I will write Eleanor Holmes Norton. Is that who you're talking about?
Yes, Eleanor Holmes Norton. She's been your delegate for
forever,
years and years and years.
Very experienced, and like Nancy Pelosi, she knows how it works up there. But we need more. I
agree, and but I always say I live right outside of DC, and I work downtown too, Mary. And as I said, I think that you're 100% correct on how we have to kind of come together on this. And there's a few folks working to kind of sharpen the spear on different types of stories, and we've got to. I was saying this the other day, and it's like a hand grenade. There's so much energy and so much support for Ukraine, but we've got to focus it in, just like a penetrating round. I use military terminology for organizing. But it's incredibly important. I always say, people, when you're engaging your members, be positive, be persistent, and be consistent. Keep going at it. It's just, but I think that there's some tools we need to sharpen this spear. And as I said, I'd love to talk to you on the backside, about that, and as I said, maybe see what we can do.
I'll do it. Thank you. I have some experience in this, so I would, use it well. I promise. Thank you.
I can tell. I can tell.
But I'm disabled, so somebody else has to do it with me. All right. Thank you. I'm listening now.
Thank you, Mary. Well, one approach is simply the approach of being human. You might guess that Uman in Ukraine, which is the town Russia struck yesterday with missiles, actually does mean human. And what Russia did to Uman was inhuman, killing 25 innocent civilians, 4 children. So you can use humanity as a pitch to your member of Congress, and that's who we are. That's why we're in it. We cannot stand by and see our fellow humans in Ukraine struck down by these terror missiles that Russia is constantly launching into Ukraine. We simply cannot stand by and see this happen. Because if Russia can do this to Ukraine, they can do it to any other neighboring country. It's to me, it is an emotional pitch that even the most cynical and hardened member of Congress can hear and listen to. Even they need to appear human from time to time. Angry, go ahead. Hey, Angry, your audio is terrible right now. Try again.
How about now?
Much better.
Okay. I was just going to say, I just want to reiterate the urgency of the matter, of the timing. I highly recommend that we really up the advocacy game between now and the 9th of May. I think that we should really dedicate some time, if we're on the space, to talking about that. I think it's very important. On the Hill this week, along with other issues, I talked a lot about Ukraine. And far too often from members of both sides of the aisle, and their staff, I got very wishy-washy answers that I didn't really like and agree with. And unfortunately, other folks talked to me about being on the Hill and have heard the same things. At the same time, there is folks working to try and talk against the stuff. So what we have to do in the military terminology is we need to give our members the backbone to not be wishy-washy. Whether you're from the right or left. So if there's way too many, we want peace. We're really interested in peace, right? That's the most important thing. Or what about the oversight? Those conversations I had with people that I went to stream into the aisles, I got the same answer. So what I'm saying is we just need to motivate each other and get out there, because if we don't, it gets towards the end of the year very quickly. So I'm confident again. Just take that next step to the next level of engagement, and it is actually.
Thank you, Angry. I think we heard most of what you had to say. And I know you don't take time off, but the weekend is coming up. I know you have a busy week next week in Washington, but keep advocating. just as we will. You're an inspiration to each and every one of us. Jamie, go ahead, please.
Well, I was just going to say to Angry, as much as I don't really have time, this is what I do, political work, and I would be happy to join in setting up something on the back end. I don't know. But I'll DM him. And y'all have a great night. I could be working, really. Bye.
I'm back after making my cup of tea, Alan. You must have been thinking, where the hell has David gone?
I knew you were going after P&G tips. I knew that's what you were doing.
PG tips, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Angry is happy to get DMs from each and every one of you. I say that because Angry's not here right now, but I happen to know that Anger does respond to DMs about Ukraine and about your plans to contact your member of Congress in order to get support for Ukraine. So feel free, DM Angry. Let's get it together. That's what we're doing. And as I say, Angry's latest tweet is right up in the nest. If you tap on it, quote tweet it. And when you quote tweet it, tag your member of Congress, your House representative, and your 2 U.S. senators. Ask them to please sign on to this legislation. Well, it's not legislation. It's a resolution. There's a companion resolution in the U.S. Senate. But it is so important to get as many co-sponsors as possible, because if we truly are able to reach 100 in the House, and let's say 30 in the Senate, this will inform policy. It will inform procedure in the House and the Senate, and determine when certain bills come up. It will open the way for public hearings about how the United States has supported Ukraine and how much more it can support Ukraine. That really is what is at stake right now. How much more can the United States do? David, I saw a news item saying that Denmark, the tiny nation of Denmark, had donated every piece of its artillery to Ukraine. That is an outstanding example of support.
It's astonishing, and the thing is that what's great about it is because it's a lesson to everyone else. All these people go, but we can't give our stuff because we need to keep a stock somewhere, right? Because guess what, right? Because the UK, for instance, well, is the Republic of Ireland invading us just at the moment? If David Farrell is here, maybe he can tell us. Are they going to invade us? Is France invading the UK? Right? They certainly don't want our cheese. I know that, right? So, no, it's not going to happen. We have the equipment, and we can spare it. There was a mini rant there. I was going to mention something though, Alan. Did you see the thing about the Hungary?
I'm not sure I did see the thing about Hungary, David. Tell me.
Well, why don't I read it to you, right? So it's quite interesting, right? So, some people might wonder about how sensible it is to pardon terrorists. Probably won't be surprised when I said the word Hungary and Orban. This is what's happened. So unbelievable. Using the Pontifex's visit to Budapest as an excuse, Hungarian President Katalin Novak, that should probably Novak, I guess, pardons convicted far-right terrorist Grigor Budahazi and other members of his so-called Hunia movement terrorist cell. Their prison sentences have now been suspended. Between 2007 and 2008, this group tried to blow up and set fire to homes of left-wing and liberal politicians, attacked a gay club, a Jewish ticket office which refused to sell tickets of fascist rock bands, and almost killed a well-known Jewish former politician. The group was also planning further violent attacks. Previously, Budazi occupied a bridge in Budapest in 2002 after Viktor Orban's election defeat in an attempt to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. He also played a prominent role in the violent far-right protests of 2006. Budazi holds anti-LGBT, won't be a surprise to any racist and anti-Semitic views. Are you Jewish? He's asked a reporter in 2016 and refused to answer his questions. He's not showing any report, and he's not showing any remorse over what he did, nor did his views moderate during his years behind bars. President Novak, an Orban loyalist, holds extremely conservative views, has ties to the anti-LGBT hate group World Congress of Families, and spent years networking with pro-Russian far-right politicians across Europe and the world, such as Matteo Salvini and Marine Le Pen. It's incredible, isn't it? Astonishing.
It is astonishing. I have to say, David, what I don't understand, especially from a country like Hungary, that was behind the Iron Curtain during the Cold War. I don't understand the changes that have occurred in that country that would bring them to this point of a near far right government with Viktor Orban, and a government that is often anti-West, anti-EU, and pro-Russian. I mean, Orban actually negotiated a deal for energy with Russia. It wasn't a very good deal. Hungary paid more for gas than any other country in the EU, but he took the initiative to negotiate that deal. I just don't understand the changes that have occurred in Hungary. I don't get it.
It's astonishing.
This is the country that stood up to the Soviet Union in 1956.
No, I know. I used to go to Budapest quite often for competitions, and I went before, the removal of the Iron Curtain, and then afterwards, right? But we used to talk to the athletes when they were in England, and they would talk quite openly about their dislike for Russia, etc., and everything that was bad about the Russians being in in Hungary and all the problems, and then 30 years later, look where we're at. They're back into the fold. They've got a man and let's not forget, he has sacked every single senior officer in the army, and hundreds and yes, it's in the thousands of senior army officers, right? It's not the sort of behavior of a normal democratic regime, is it? The sort of behavior where you sack all your military officers to get rid of them is the sort of behavior that you get from someone who wants to make themselves the emperor forever, right?
The emperor forever. That apparently is what some of these leaders, like Orban, like Erdogan, for that matter, who's running for re-election right now, want to be. So let's go to Chris and then to Nick. Chris.
Oh, hi there. This is a bit of a newbie for me. I've not been on this group before. Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear, and welcome as the first time speaker.
Right. Well, it's a bit of a diversion from where we've been. I'm actually not any kind of sort of military expert. I'm an interested bystander who's absolutely appalled by what Russia is doing with its crimes against humanity. I saw an article in Forbes that was quite interesting because I listened the other day and we were talking about sanctions and the effectiveness or otherwise of sanctions, but there was a very interesting article in Forbes that said about tanks and the production of tanks and other military vehicles and how they're struggling to get optics. Apparently they used to buy optics from Paris or somewhere in France, and they used to also get ball bearings from Europe. And I think the big thing, apparently they can get a sort of a second-class sort of homemade optic to sort of stand by for the tanks and so on. But ball bearings are a really big issue, and you know, they would usually buy their ball bearings from Europe or America or wherever, but they're having to look at buying Chinese or Malaysian ball bearings, which are very substandard. And it's really slowing down the production of tanks to sort of like a dozen a month or so. I don't know if anybody else has heard anything about this, but I think that's a very positive thing. Can anybody comment?
Oh, can anyone? It does a bear shit in the woods. I think that's probably the way. Right? Yes. There's loads of comments about this. So it's quite well known about the optics. So Thales was in actual fact selling the optics to Russia, but this is Asian. So this is stuff from a long time ago. This is pre-start of before the invasion. Right, I don't think that they carried on selling after the invasion. They shouldn't have been selling before because that was against the sanctions, I believe. They clearly found a workaround. But yeah, where the tanks are concerned, they have very bad optics. Some of the things they've had reports, and this is over the 14 months, the reports of tanks not even having standard optics, and optics is everything that you need in a tank. If you're trying to see someone, target someone who's 3 kilometers away, you need very good optics, and they just don't have it. So, which is one of the benefits we've been discussing here on the space about what's happening with the newer tanks that arrived, or even some of the older tanks that would arrive. So I think they were the Slovenian, or it might have been Slovakian M55s, which are a T55 that's been adapted, I think. But they had a modern 105 on there with a modern optic on it. So they turn out to be okay, right? And that's the point. So one of the things people have been discussing. So Russian tankers are struggling to target stuff over a kilometer away, but that isn't what's going to happen with the newer stuff that's arriving, and or even the stuff that has arrived beforehand. Optics are the way forward, and you'll see that. If anything, I don't know. You didn't say whether you had been military. Were you military at all, Chris?
No, like I say, I'm just a sort of interested bystander.
Okay.
I've no experience military at all, I'm afraid.
Yeah. So if you've, so the reason why I asked the question is because you may have looked down a site, right, at some stage, and then you'll get that, right. So if you picked up let's just say you had an air rifle at some time and you had a little telescopic sight on it, that you to get a really first class sight, and you look down it and then suddenly you go, oh right. Or if you wear glasses, think about when your glasses get greasy, how difficult it is to see, and then when you've got your brand new glasses and you've arrived, no scratches on them and the rest of it. There is a huge difference. and that will convert on the battlefield. It'll convert into fewer shots being fired and more tanks being killed first hit, right? It converts in another way, right? Because obviously if let's just say it's a challenger in this instance gets a shot off first hit, then guess what? They can move on, right? It means less risk to the people in that tank, and that's optics in general, right? So I don't know if you were listening to Nuclei, who was on earlier. He's a Israeli who's been fighting, I think, from the very start in Ukraine. He'd been in the IDF, sorry, not the IVF. Yes, yeah, that would be a thing, wouldn't it? Right, I should tell him that one. Yeah, in the IDF, and talk about sites, how they're important. So all of these things will make a big difference. What was the second point? I think it was it about the economy? Yeah, it was about ball bearings.
It was about ball bearings. That's right. Apparently, they need ball bearings for all these machines that they either refurbishing.
Yeah, no, it's right. It's right. You don't have to. It's ball bearings, just to remind me. So yes, they have a considerable problem, right? In everything, ball bearings are in most things in heavy machinery, right? And so I don't know if you will know, but Russia relies a lot on transport and rail transport. Bearings in your rail transport are very important, right? So this isn't the sort of thing you can just, if you swap it out, say, let's, for an example, you swap out quality ball bearings that are wearing, and you need to swap them because if the bearings wear, what happens is you get more wear on the other parts when you end up having to swap that part. The other parts to do with it. But if you get poor quality bearings, right, and these are things that are dealing with things under load, and then tendency is for them to shatter. Well, if that shatters and you end up with let's just call it a rail carriage, and one of those wheels sticks, what happens? It causes considerable problems. And yeah, you're right. So all the quality ball bearings, they're made by Western manufacturers, right? So I think it's SKI, Swedish company, make the top class ball bearings. There's several Korean manufacturers that make them, Japanese, and some other places, some German manufacturers who make really quality ball bearings. But it's one of the things we've been saying for a very long period of time. It's your ball bearings, especially on weight loading stuff, or bearings in other machinery that you have. If you're operating a lathe, for instance, right, all of this stuff needs bearings that have high tolerances, high quality. If you don't get it, it all starts breaking. And because they typically buy stuff from the West, then that becomes an escalatory problem, because guess what? They go, how do you, so as an example, if you had a lathe and your bearings have gone, and you go to the manufacturer who bought the lathe from, and they go, sorry, not dealing with you, right? Then you've got the problem of even working out what ball bearing you need to get from an aftermarket manufacturer. How do you even work that out? How do you know even the tolerances that they need to be? The problems just escalate, and it's something that appears, everyone thinks as being so simple, but you're English by your accent. We're used to going to the mechanics, they get it, and they've got a supply chain that delivers, but they don't have a supply chain that delivers to the point where people have got secondhand cars. The value of secondhand cars in Russia has gone up incredibly because they've become more valuable as a result of parts, because they can't get those parts. So it's everywhere. It's not just ball bearings, but it's in their manufacturing process. Once that your supply chain goes, and that we've had people who are real experts on here about logistics. Once supply chain goes and you can't deliver, what happens? As an example, let's say talk about, so they've and this will come down to your trucks, the ZIL trucks or whatever it is they're using to deliver their fuel, right? So if you're carrying a fuel truck. I'm making a guess here because people delivered fuel to me as opposed to, but they go a fuel bowser, right? It's carrying, let's call it 3 tons or 4 tons of fuel, right? So if your trucks start failing and the wheels start failing and the axles then start failing, how do you deliver that fuel? It's a cascade of problems. And yes, so look, we've been on the space. We talk about it quite regularly because it's important. It's one of those tiny little things that Putin doesn't say. Bearings.
One thing that was mentioned was that the older tanks, because they're less sophisticated and therefore easier to get up and running, because of this shortage of parts that are needed.
Well, I would suggest there's another reason, right? They just don't have any others, right? There's a I don't know what the figure in tanks is. Is it Alan? Is it 3,000? Something like that.
I think it's north of 3,000 Russian tanks have been destroyed now or captured.
So the reason why they're accessing the other ones, and there will be maybe the getting the older tanks prepared may be easier, but they've just run out. So the idea that you hear it in the tanky circles, the people pushing the idea that they have they've got this. There's a huge armada of armatas just waiting to turn up, right? They're modern stuff. They've kept it till last. Well, no one keeps the best till last, right? You use it at the start because you don't want to get down to the bottom of the barrel. But they are at the bottom of the barrel to the point where on trains they have seen T-55s moving, right? T-55 tank being moved. There are some photos that sort of say they may be in Ukraine. Maybe they're not. Who knows? But that's how bad they are. Yeah, and you're right. But here's the thing: that really old stuff, they will have. So when they say they're easier to get them running, right? But you still can't put poor quality bearings in them. Let's say, for instance, so tanks, I don't know. So as an example, I don't know what you know about tanks, right? So you have these things called roller wheels, and they have really big axles on them, right? They will need bearings, right? And then you've got two drive wheels, one at the front, one at the back, and they're the things that with this sort of a cog-like thing that drives the track, right? But they still need bearings of quality, because otherwise what will happen is after 300 miles, and they could use 300 miles up quite quickly, what will happen is the axle will just fall off. They have considerable problems, and it just doesn't stop there. I don't know if you see the videos. Yesterday was Alan and I think we sort of joked, there was a video of a plane, a MiG-31 up near Murmansk, which is on both the Norwegian and the Finland border, and the thing just had a jet of flames coming out of it. This stuff happens because they've been badly maintained, right? But it doesn't stop at ball bearings. You go to oil, all of these things, getting the quality lubricants that you need. Seals will be another thing, right? As we know, I mean, you probably be aware. Remember the Challenger space shuttle? It blew up because of the silicon seals. You need quality silicon seals in some of these things, right? If you can't get the seals, what happens? Yeah, the grease comes out. It's just, as I said, it's a cascade of problems.
I was just going to say, David, that Russia depended on Sweden for high quality ball bearings. Well, sanctions weren't required to stop Sweden from exporting ball bearings to Russia. After all, Sweden is about to become the 32nd member nation of NATO. They simply stopped exporting ball bearings to Russia. As you or I would if we made high quality ball bearings. We wouldn't sell them to Russia. And as David pointed out, this affects so much inside Russia. especially rail cars. Russia depends on rail transport probably more than anything. It's a big country. From Vladivostok to St. Petersburg, it is an unimaginable journey. And they also need rail cars, obviously, for transporting military equipment, weapons, etc., into Ukraine. So without these ball bearings, their train transport is failing. A lot of the Russian economy is failing. But Chris, I really want to welcome you as a first-time speaker. I appreciate your coming up and asking such a good question. And please always raise your hand. We're a pretty welcoming space and we're very civil.
Well, thank you for that. I hope to speak to you again. Thank you.
Pleasure, Chris. Absolute pleasure. And with that, I'm going to say North Star to everyone. I'm off. It's getting, well, it's not that late in comparison to what I normally do, but it's been a bit of a long day. So I'm going to say goodbye to you all, and I will see, and well, I say won't see you, I will speak to you tomorrow. The lovely Prince is going to be coming up in my stead, and then eventually someone else. Alan, it's been a pleasure. You take care.
Thank you very much, David. You take care too. We'll see you tomorrow and Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, because we are here 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Always a pleasure, David. Nick Brown, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just put my hand up when you were talking about, why has Hungary come to this? Well, the answer is nationalism, irredentism, xenophobia, bashing everybody but yourselves, fear of foreigners, fear of immigrants, fear of Muslims, fear of gay people, fear of kind of anything. It's what Orban sells, and it sells pretty well. And I don't know that it would have been all that different if you had a leader of that kind in any other country. Hungary has the irredentism, perhaps a little bit more than some other countries. But he came along and convinced them that everything would be fantastic if they just decided to hate everybody else. And it's all the fault. Everything wrong in your life is the fault of somebody else. Is the fault of foreigners. And it's a winning formula. It's been a winning formula for a long time. I think we have to remember that Western liberal democracy is the exception, and it's fragile, and it requires constant care and feeding. And if it doesn't, then it's a bit like a garden. You don't have to grow weeds. Weeds will grow by themselves. A garden is the result of constantly putting effort in and constant maintenance and constant renewal, because the weeds are waiting to move in at any time. And Orban just said to Hungarians, "Hey, wouldn't it be just this gardening effort's a lot of work, and you don't like the gardener really. Let's just sit and roll around in some good old-fashioned, proper Hungarian. We speak a different language. We have our brothers and sisters trapped by those evil, decadent liberal democracies in Ukraine and Romania and wherever it is, and Slovakia." And people, unfortunately, are receptive to that kind of message. And the struggle to build liberal democracies and to get people to vote for them is a difficult one, because it requires getting the population to vote further than the end of their street, further than the end of their nose, further than their next meal. And there is always going to be a huge market for the politics of idiocy, because that's our default state, unfortunately, as humans. So it doesn't surprise me at all that something like that happened. We need to fight against it, but it's a constant. We don't get to some kind of plateau where we go, right, we've won that and we won't go back again. Current events show us that. We thought we got rid of war. We thought we'd got rid of genocide. We thought we got rid of illiberalism, and we thought we'd established democracy in Europe. And It's fragile, and we took our eye off the ball.
Democracy is fragile, as Nick says, and liberal democracies are fighting for their lives, perhaps not as in the same desperate way as they were in the 1930s during the Depression and before the Second World War broke out. But Western liberal democracies are fighting for their lives. And to Nick's point, it would be much easier if our liberal leaders, if our leaders in liberal democracies, not only liberals but real conservatives, who also look to the future, if they would only vote to make the future secure, rather than bringing up issues to divide people for short-term gain, namely getting elected in the next election. That's what dividing people accomplishes. It is a cheap but successful formula for getting reelected, and I'm pretty sick of it. We have Raver and then Leeway, and then I'm going to get Beefeater into the conversation because he has a juicy story about Hungary. Raver, go ahead.
So apparently I missed the tank question. I wish I knew what it was. What's going on with the dam? Is that fresh damage or the Russians trying to prevent a crossing of the Dnieper? And what's going on in Hungary? Apparently there's something going on there and I am completely in the dark.
Well, we'll get you up to date as quickly as possible. I don't even know about what's happening at Nova Kahovka. There has been a release of water, apparently. I believe that David has the answer to what's happening at the Nova Kahovka Dam. So, David Brookfield, go ahead, please.
Yes, I put it in the nest a little bit earlier, and then I think we got distracted, or I got distracted, and which is not unusual, right? So we've got to talk about it. So yeah, there's a picture of the dam. That's a recent images. But the point is that I think they've a while ago the Russians closed off. They opened up the gates, didn't they? And there was all this talk about that the Russians were going to try and empty the empty the reservoir. But now, because they've had all this rain and it's untold rain, they're now having to open up the hydropower part again and look out. The only part and let some water out. It looks like the Dnipro, the level of the river is quite high, but the problem is because this is looking down, so it could be. I mean, this could be quite misleading. There could be several meters to go before it reaches a real height on that dam. We just don't know, and obviously, even an inch, right, spread over a reservoir that big would be a considerable amount of water. But they're obviously taking that someone somewhere has thought, let's let some water out. I think they're trying to suggest that they may want to flood the Dnipro. I don't know how high that's got at the moment, but I'll try and have a look a little bit later. Because obviously, that if that did flood, because it's going to flood on the south side, that might cause some problems. But I mean, I think the Ukrainians have moved back to the north side anyway, so it might likely to cause problems for the Russians, depending on where they are along that bank.
Thank you, David. It is a topic we're going to keep watching, Raver. In terms of tanks, I think we're just speaking generally about the very old tanks that Russia is introducing into the battlefield in Ukraine. And we were talking about the lack of ball bearings specifically affecting tank repair, tank production, railway maintenance, etc. So I don't think you've missed anything about tanks. Am I right about that, David?
Yes, you are. You're correct.
Now, I want to welcome up Prince as co.
Did you lose audio or did I lose audio?
Maybe
Alan did.
Okay, Alan, you seem to be coming in and out.
Okay, I will. Can you hear me now?
Now I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Well, I wonder what that was. It must have been an interference with the force. So just before Prince and I get going, let's go to Leeway. And then I do want to get Beefeater into the conversation. Leeway, go ahead, please.
Hey, Alan. Hey, I wanted to talk a little more about HR 322, subject that Prince brought to me and us a few days ago. And I don't, if that's too much change of topic, then I'll step aside for a minute.
No, go right ahead.
Okay, I came on a few 5-6 hours ago. Timing was great because Prince just happened to be there, and I had just stepped out of my congressman's field office, having gone there. First time I've ever been brave enough to do that, but I went there to talk about the resolution 322, and my point was, well, first of all, let me tell you my reception. My reception there was welcoming and friendly, but clearly Ukraine and HR 322 was not a big issue for them. In fact, I kind of wondered if they'd had any conversations about it ever. And, you know, on the one hand, that's pretty darn disappointing considering how important I think the issue is. But on the other, I treated it as kind of an opportunity to try to bring them up to speed and explain where what I thought was important about it. And so my point was that, the administration has done arguably a reasonable job about delivering kit and pulling allies together and all that stuff we talk about every day for over a year now. But the real hole in the policy is the lack of a goal. We haven't, as a country, we haven't said why we're doing this. We haven't said what the end point is. Why are we there? And I think HR 322 does a really good job of laying out what's important and using the term victory or victorious. And that is what's really missing, I think, in sort of setting the compass on where we're headed and getting people to realize why we're there and what we're doing. So I wanted to come back on, and since this is an hour when more Americans would likely be here in the space, and just kind of get people thinking about making that trek to their congressperson's field office or Washington if you happen to be there, but they all have field offices. My congressman actually has 3 or 4 field offices, and I kind of felt like they welcomed the opportunity to talk about something other than missing Social Security checks or VA benefits and so forth. Yeah, not that those aren't important, but they're really servicing constituents rather than listening. And they did a good job of listening. So I would encourage people to go in there and bend their ear a little bit about what the goal of the United States ought to be. And I think you'll find that that for the most part you'll be welcome. Now, if you live in Georgia 1, maybe not so much, but for the rest of us, I think so. I'll stand by.
Thank you, Leeway. Even in the first congressional district of Georgia, you should visit your office because that member of the House needs to know there are voters who care about something that makes a difference to them, and they will listen to you, as Leeway says. They will at least give you the time of day. So up in the nest now, there is a link to HRES 322. You can follow that link, actually print it out if you want. Just go to the text tab at congress.gov. You can print that resolution out and bring it with you to your members of Congress office and say, have you signed on to this? Give them the text of the resolution. And I will also suggest everyone read the resolution. It is comprehensively written. It is its own history lesson. And you will learn a lot just by reading it. Or maybe you will remind yourself of a lot just by reading it. So Intel's, Leeway for a follow-up, then Intel Schizo. Leeway, go ahead.
Yeah, just very briefly. You're right. It is a great review of the history, but I think if you print it, it'll all fit on one page. It's not really verbose. It gets right to the point. I'm out.
Thanks, Leeway. It might take a couple of pages, but that's okay. It's comprehensive as well as concise, and it's inspiring too. Intel Schizo, go ahead, please.
Yes, I wanted to add to your commentary and Leeway. I apologize for the background noise currently driving. This isn't just a House resolution. I've been following it. I made a few threads. This is actually a bipartisan piece of legislation. So it's also been introduced in the Senate under the same title, HR 322. So if you are going to call or contact your congressman, it's also a really great idea to contact your senator because the Senate also has this piece of legislation. Currently, I did put in the nest my thread. There was a pretty decent number of co-sponsors in the House to the legislation. The Senate, there's currently 3 senators that introduced the legislation in the Senate. It was Lindsey Graham, Richard Blumenthal, and I'm spacing on who the 3rd senator is.
Sheldon Whitehouse from Rhode Island.
Thank you. Yes. So a really good tactic to use with this is really take a note from the Iran community. They worked really diligently to get the Massa Act to move forward. It took them many months, but I'm sure if the supporters of Ukraine took a similar tactic, really hammering on when the committee meetings are, particularly with the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And I think the Senate, I'm not sure which committee, I'm pretty sure it'd probably be the same thing, the Helsinki Commission. When those meetings occur, and contacting your reps continuously, being like, will you support this legislation? This answers crucial pieces of crucial questions to the American public on what the stance of the U.S. government should be going forward. I think there's a good chance that this bill could pass in one or both chambers if that time and effort is put into advocating for and continuously talking to your reps about it, and particularly following up on those meetings between the House Foreign Affairs, the Senate Foreign Affairs, and the Helsinki Commission meetings as well.
Thanks, Intel Schizo. I agree with you. There is a really good opportunity here and a very good chance that these resolutions will be passed in both the House and the Senate. They have been referred to the House Foreign Relations Committee, to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. So we know that there will be public hearings about these resolutions over the next few weeks, probably early summer or something like that. But time is of the essence. The more co-sponsors we can get for these resolutions, the better chance they have of getting to the floor, getting to a vote, and being passed. And just as Leeway said, what the United States needs is a clear, strong declaration of its policy in Ukraine. And these resolutions, although they are non-binding, these resolutions express the sense of Congress that victory for Ukraine and a return to its sovereign 1991 borders is the goal of the United States. That is what our policy is about. And that's why it's important these resolutions are taken up, given public hearings, and brought to the floor for a vote. They express a very clear, strong goal for U.S. policy. So with that, I want to go to Elizabeth Lexicon, and then back to Prince, who's my co-host tonight. Elizabeth.
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. So, you know, we joke about my being the newbie, and I may not be the newbie talking, but I'm still the newbie with Twitter and with some political things. So Intel answered a couple of questions for me that this is on the Senate as well. And so I just did a hashtaggy thing to Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell. At least Mitch McConnell understands some foreign affairs things, although sadly Rand Paul does not. And I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if, and maybe this is a better question for Angry Ants, of the different ways to contact our Congress people in both chambers. I didn't even realize that you could, like, I guess, just call up and say, hey, I'd like to make an appointment to meet with you. I thought that was reserved for like Girl Scout troops or whatever. So I didn't even know that I could just do that as an individual constituent. And I don't even know that my doing the at, Leader McConnell, that he's going to see that in my quote retweet, because that was something that Alan mentioned, is you do a quote retweet with them in it and they'll get it, I think. And so, yeah, I'm going to listen now. So I just need a little help with the technological stuff.
Elizabeth, let me help you out here. It doesn't mean that your quote retweet will be read by Mitch McConnell, but one of his aides will read it. And the more that these resolutions are retweeted, especially quote retweeted, tagging various members of Congress, then their aides will bring it to their attention. Some morning in a morning meeting, they'll say, we've had 1,000 retweets of these resolutions. So that's one thing. It in a way, a retweet has the lowest strength in a member of Congress's mind. The more important thing to do is to email or write a letter. Handwritten letters are given a lot of attention. If your handwriting is bad and you choose to print your letter out on a printer, take the time to add a handwritten PS and ask for an immediate response or a quick response and put it in the mail. That always gets attention. A phone call gets attention. And yes, you can call and try to line up a meeting with your member of Congress. In fact, Congress is on recess until May 9. So look at your local paper, find out when they are holding town meetings or question and answer forums. Go to those forums, ask questions about Ukraine, or call for a meeting. Your member of Congress is going to be in his or her district offices for the next 10 days or so, you might not get a meeting with your member of Congress, but you will get a meeting with one of their aides. In fact, some of their aides from Washington offices will be traveling with them in district, likely their chief of staff or AA or something like that. Maybe one of their legislative directors or an assistant director of legislation. So you will have a chance to meet with a pretty powerful, high up aide in your member of Congress's office. And that is worth your time. It's worth their time. All it takes to talk about Ukraine is 10 minutes. That's all you need of their time, especially if you print out these resolutions, bring that text with you, put it right on the desk and say, when are you going to co-sponsor this resolution? Not if, when. When are you going to co-sponsor this resolution? I would like you to do it on May 9 when Congress reconvenes. So those are a couple of tips there. Lexicon may have more tips. Lexicon, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, and good evening. I don't think I have more tips, but I wanted to reiterate something I said yesterday because I think I said it in a different time slot, and I really wanted you tell me if I just am repeating the same slot. I really wanted to talk to Americans who are around at this hour because I think Chris, who said he's fairly new to the space, pointed out that this resolution, the value that it has in coalescing or bringing to a sort of focal point what the goal is of American support, of the American people's support. What is the goal of that support in Ukraine? And this is a kind of thing that Americans have been, well, all over the world, people have been asking the American administration as well as the rest of NATO to put forward clearly what is the goal. So I think that the resolution articulates a clear goal for people. And there's another unexpected consequence that I really wanted to point out to people. I love to look every day. I look for more stuff from Julia Davis and what's his name, Anton Gerashenko, I think, and Kremlin Yapper, whatever his name, who give us clips from the Russian media, the state TV, the state tool propagandists. And I was amazed to find that within minutes of you people talking about this resolution, my God, it showed up there and it's on the front burner for Solovyov himself and the rest of them who stand around looking stupid while he rants. And he is totally pissed off by this resolution. I mean, this resolution is just like a talking point right now. It hasn't become anything. And even if it gets passed in both houses, it doesn't bind anybody to do anything. But he is so angry. And so that's fine. All very well. Who gives a damn? But the consequence of this is that he keeps talking about this, and he's talking about at least two of the talking points of the focal points of the resolution, which is that Ukraine is wanting to go back to its 1991 borders, imagine, and Russia is supposed to pay reparations, imagine. He's having a fit. He's reiterating it everywhere. He's coming up with his feeble response. Well, then Mexico should take back Texas and California, etc. But to my knowledge, the actual clear points that Ukraine has a demand to return to its 1991 borders, to get all Russian troops out, and Russia will be paying reparations for this war that they bloody well know they're losing. Who has put, to my knowledge, these points have never been put before the Russian public. I'm not saying they're going to transform anything, but I'm saying this is it's a revelation for Solovyov, for God's sake. It's definitely a revelation for his audience. There are going to be a few people who say, oh my God, I mean, it's centering Ukraine in this discussion. You might say, what the heck? So that big deal. Ukraine in Russia, before the Russian public, has not even been centered in all this ranting they've been doing. It's all about a war with NATO. It's all about bombing Washington and to the Stone Age, and bombing the UK off the ocean until it's nothing but a little puddle, a little stone in the ocean, etc. And this is the first time I've seen them actually talk about, well, maybe not, at any rate, talk about some existing, positive, explicit issues around this war that center on Ukraine. Now, I had no idea it could have this impact, and I don't know what all the ripple effects of that are, but to me, it's something that's quite important, and I am amazed at the power of articulating an objective, an endpoint, and a reality has got even in the midst of the absolutely hostile, the enemy himself. I'm not American, I'm a Canadian. I'm trying to find out something we can do of a similar sort in Canada. But I really think this is a valuable play that American people are making.
Lexicon, I'm glad that you watch those Russian stations and get the news from Julia Davis as I do, and I noticed the same thing, that the propagandists inside Russia have taken up the text of these resolutions. It's not because of MriyaReport speaking about it. It's simply because it is making news in the United States, and
it's before the Congress.
Well, it's almost before the Congress. Let's not put our
that freaks them out. No, it's just a talking point somewhere in Congress. What do they know? It freaks them out.
I'm glad they're freaked out. They ought to be freaked out. And so I hope you can get a similar resolution passed in Parliament up in Canada. It would be very worthwhile doing. Elizabeth, you had your hand up. I think you had a follow up, but then I really want to get to Beefeater. Elizabeth, do you have anything or?
Yeah. Oh, are you there? Hello.
Go ahead.
Yep, we're good.
No, I just because I a lot of people have clarified some things, and so I was going to try and just DM you because I don't necessarily think that it needs to be on in the topic. We can move on, but I think everything that you said was spectacular and done in the way you say anything is just buttery. But you all of the tips that you gave in great increments that are easily attainable for people who are willing to kind of just put their toe in the water and then move on. And I just was wondering if you could put that list in the nest. That's all. And I'll listen.
Sure, I'll put together a tweet about that, and I'll get the angry ants to help me do it, and then we'll put it up in the nest. A Beefeater, we were talking about Hungary just a little while ago. I was wondering how this nation that stood up to the Soviet Union in 1956 has come to the point it's arrived at, which is really an anti-democratic, almost an authoritarian wishing nation. Any enlightenment for us there? You mentioned you had a juicy news story from Hungary, Beefeater. Well, Beefeater put his hand back down. I don't know if Beefeater, you are with us at the moment. You are, so please go ahead.
There again. Good evening, Alan. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Great. Alan, I'm going to give you a choice of stories to choose from. I've got 5 interesting topical comments. David's got a question. I'll stand down. David, do you want to come in?
Oh, no, you go for it. I'm busy messaging someone because they've got their hashtag wrong. Right, you go for it. I'll wait here.
Okay. So, Alan, I'm going to give you 5 stories to choose from. Given the hour, I would imagine that there are more Americans in the group than there are Europeans. So I don't want to be boring people with the story of Hungary if it really doesn't resonate very much. I also have two updates on companies that are quite important. I have an update from the Russian regime and their approach to companies. When I say companies, I'm talking about Western companies trading in Russia. And then what else do I have? I have a juicy oil story as well. The choice is yours. Where do you want to go?
Well, is one of your stories about Continental Tire?
It certainly is.
Let's go there first.
Okay, let's go to Continental. So I spoke, I think it was yesterday or the day before, on Continental. Continental is one of the businesses, one of the German businesses that decided it would stay in Russia and continue trading business as usual. And they have been pretty hard-nosed about their position and reluctant to pull out of Russia itself. So yesterday I couldn't let on very much. I knew something was afoot, but for various reasons I couldn't really talk very much about what was going on. However, it's been announced today. So the Russian investment company called S8 Capital has announced that they're buying out Continental's interests in Russia. Continental has also announced that it is selling out and it's waiting for approval of the deal to sell the businesses in Russia to S8 Capital, and it needs approval from the American authorities for that. I'll explain why in a bit. The Russian authorities allowed Continental to sell the tire factory in Kaluga to S8 Capital. They've approved the deal to include all of Continental's assets, and the deal had to be approved by the Kremlin and Vladimir Putin. It's been sold to a company linked to a gentleman by the name of Armin Sarkisyan of S8 Capital. And the transaction has been approved both by the government commission set up to govern the sales of foreign businesses. It was agreed a few weeks ago, and both companies are now waiting for the approval of the American regulator, which is the Bureau of Industry and Security, known as BIS. And that falls part of the US Department of Commerce. They need approval for them to close this transaction. Continental Global Holding Netherlands BV is the company's name. It owns a tire factory and distributor in the Russian Federation. It's signed the deal to sell the company, which is known as Continental Tires Russia. And they signed that deal back in February, but they've been waiting for Putin's approval. A similar agreement has been reached for the physical plant. This is the asset in Kaluga, known as LLC, Continental Kaluga. And the value of this deal that's gone through or will be going through is estimated somewhere between 7 and 10 billion rubles, which is about 87 million euros. And that's an estimation provided by Continental. Continental opened the Kaluga plant in 2013 at a cost of 240 million euros. The plant produces Continental Kisloved and Matador tires, and the capacity is about 4 million tires per year, with prospects for expansion to 16 million with the factory that they've built. The products are supplied both to car manufacturers and the initial assembly of cars, as well as to the wider market, including the military. In March last year, the tire maker halted its operations in Kaluga following the onset or the breakout of the Russian-Ukrainian war. In April, the German group said that it was going to be temporarily resuming production of its passenger tires for the local market. And their reasoning was they needed to fulfill a duty of care to their employees in Russia and to protect them from prosecution. If you would like, I have put out I've copied a link to you to both my initial review published back in early March on Continental with loads of details about them. But for now, our satellite's saying the deal's been done. They've managed to get out, which is quite fortunate because I've got other news of other companies that are less fortunate because Russia's starting to tighten the screws and deny exit to Western companies looking to get out of Russia.
Well, you know, the reason Continental tires is important. I've had Continental tires on my cars in the past, and we need to pay attention to that. So that is a really good update, Beefeater. Thank you. In terms of Russia tightening the screws, in fact, isn't Russia actually trying to seize or seizing assets of Western companies inside Russia?
Yeah, that's correct. So the other company that's announced an exit is a company called Bosch Electrical, really big German company. I won't go into that now, but they've managed to get out with some money as well. And I think those are the last two companies that are probably going to be able to exit Russia with anything in terms of the capital value which they hold in Russia. Talking about what you just mentioned now, Russia is turning the screw. So as of this week, President Putin issued a decree on Monday this week, which sees Russia taking control over Western assets. Now, on its own, it's not unexpected or unusual, but there's a seismic shift in what they are actually doing now. The assets they're seizing are from Western companies that elected to stay after the start of the Russian invasion and have been trading business as usual since February the 4th. In other words, these are companies that implicitly support Russia and their economy and their endeavors. This approach, it marks a shift in Russia's position towards Western companies who've continued to trade as normal throughout the war. The two assets that we're talking about that have been seized this week are power plant operators. The first one is a Russian division of the German energy giant known as Uniper, which has 5 power plants in Russia. Just to give you an idea of the sort of turnover they do, their earnings before income taxes is in 22 amounted to 26 billion rubles. So they are sizable businesses. It's interesting to know that this German energy firm called Uniper, it ran into a massive liquidity problem in Europe during COVID and had to be bailed out. Now it's lost its most profitable Russian assets. Also seized is the Russian division of a company called, another energy company called Fortum. It's a Finnish energy business. Fortum owns 7 thermal power plants in Russia, and it's also got a joint venture in a wind and solar energy project in Russia, which totals 3.4 gigawatts. After the invasion of Ukraine, Fortum announced that it will no longer provide any further investment into Russia, which is probably what spelled the end of their stay in Russia. The decree that was issued on Monday has established temporary control of all assets of these energy firms, and it sets an expectation for other Western businesses who remain in Russia that they are in scope to have their businesses seized as well. Russia, the decree specifically says that Russia needs to take retaliatory action with regards to unspecified actions by the US and other unfriendly countries. And he's mentioned specifically, is it Janet Yellen in that decree as well. The businesses have been placed under the control of a concern called Russia-Mushchestvo. This is a federal government property agency. The agency has issued a warning to other companies and said that more foreign firms could find their assets being seized. Coincidentally, not linked to any of the press releases, but as I found separately on a different statement from the chief executive of the Russian state-owned bank VTB PAO. He said on Monday, coincidentally, that Russia should consider taking over foreign assets such as Fortnum and only returning them when sanctions are lifted. So he's created a connection between taking ownership and sanctions. Prices also.
I was just going to say, Beefeater, that this really puts every Western company, every global corporation on notice that their Russian business assets are at risk. And I believe that the Finnish Fortum thermal power plants were actually seized by Russian soldiers. Is that right?
Yes, that's absolutely correct. So the physical actions taken have been ready to eject all managerial staff from the premises and replace them with their appointed Russian lackeys. They physically had to commandeer those buildings, and I should also add that one of the alarming reports that I haven't been able to substantiate in great detail is that Fortnum had several $100 million worth of rubles in the bank as well. And that's been seized now. The company doesn't have access to those funds. So it's a sizable loss for that company.
And there are a couple of ways to take Western assets. One is through accountants or a balance sheet, and another is to send soldiers into your plants and factories and lock the doors. Beefeater, I just want to take a brief moment to go to Bearded Brit, who has breaking news, and then we will come back to you. Is that okay?
Okay, that sounds good to me.
Thank you, Beefeater. Bearded Brit, please go ahead.
Beefeater, thank you, Alan. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Not really my purview to give breaking news. However, the war zone is reporting that Ukrainian military is more than ready to launch its much discussed offensive, stated Ukrainian Defense Minister at a press conference on Friday morning. I've retweeted this on my profile, and it has got a link to the article, which in turn has a full link to the press conference. So, yeah, there's some evidence of what's being said. He further went on to say, if in a global sense, in a high percentage mode, we are ready, then the question is for the general staff, for the command. As soon as there is God's will, the weather, and here's the critical bit, and the decision of the commanders, we will do it. So there you go. TikTok. Let's see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bearded Brit. It really brings us back to the days before D-Day. Weather was the determining factor of whether the Allies would cross the Channel on June 5th or June 6th. And it turned out there was a break in the weather on June 6th, and that became D-Day. And so I think, Bearded Brit, the Ukrainians are literally, just like the Allies, are watching the weather.
Yeah, and let's understand this is part of the information campaign. This just cranks the psychological pressure up, takes it up another notch, not quite at 11 yet. We're ready. Yes, they're using the weather, but the decision of the commanders, well, the commanders are looking at the results of the operational analysis. They're seeing how things are beginning to slot into place. They're looking at the attrition that has been caused against high value targets. That, as well as the weather, is just as important. And I think, now I'll go out on a limb here, important The defense minister has said it is up to the military commanders. Big, deep blue sea difference between Putin controlling what goes on at the battlefield. Really important point to be made there. Not stated explicitly, but it's there. They've been given the political thumbs up. Now the commanders get to do what they do without political interference. Comment?
Well, it's no different than how any NATO nation would run a military operation. It's no different than how the Allied nations in World War II ran their military operations, which were victorious, of course. Franklin Roosevelt had a say, but he relied on his commanders, and ultimately he gave them the call. Eisenhower made it, Montgomery made it, and Mark Clark, one of my favorite American generals, although not all that popular, he made the call too. Yeah, it's significant news. Thank you very much, Bearded Brit, for bringing that to us. David, I wonder if you have some thoughts about the news Bearded Brit just reported.
I do. I think that's brilliant. I hadn't heard it. I hadn't seen it come out a little bit earlier. But the point is that this is the really good thing, is it's putting everyone on notice, everyone who's listening, and that really is a message for the Russians, isn't it? Right? Say, Russia, we're ready. We can go anytime we want. Right? So we shall increase the fear at the other end, and that's what that message is designed to, right? For them to start second guessing themselves. When's it going to start? Is it going to start today? Is it not going to start today? Oh, those HIMARS yesterday, they took out that centre. What did that mean? And as we saying yesterday, if you increase fear, and fear produces doubt, right? And when you have enemy commanders with doubt in their mind, then they start making mistakes. They second guess themselves. They don't do things, and all the myriad of things that go with it. I think it's great.
And if I could just add to that, David, going back to good old OODA loop discussions, these sort of statements, even if it's just for a few moments, distracts the Russians from doing what they're supposed to be doing, which means you're controlling what they're thinking. They're not concentrating on what they're supposed to be doing. They're concentrating, worrying at some subliminal level that what's coming next. And that's what we want to do, get inside the decision-making cycle and freeze them up.
And that means tonight, Russian commanders are spending a sleepless night asking key questions. What do the Ukrainians have? Where are they going to hit? When are they going to hit? What are the Russians going to do in response? And they don't have any of those answers. David.
Yeah, no, so to add to that, so what will happen at the command level, there'll be commanders who are up really late because they've got other people, the generals above them, going, what are you doing? What's this? What's this? What's this? Asking questions of them makes them tired. Then they, it's a cycle of mistakes. It's one of those things that how do you put people off their game, right? It's very, very good. But I have, before you go on, I do have one thing I need to tell you, Alan, and it's also a request. So I put that tweet in the nest. You may have also put it, but I put another tweet in the nest, right? It's a tweet from me, and my tweet is to Richard Branson, because he tweeted out he didn't tweet out Free the Falcons, but he tweeted out that the F-16s need to go. So I've put a tweet in there that goes to him and Zelensky UA, which is which says, "Hello, Richard. The hashtag for F-16s is Free the Falcons. Someone with your reach would get that trending. Here at MriyaReport, we kept the free Olaf Scholz for 5 months. Anyway, it would be brilliant if everyone can tweet that out, because if we can get Richard Hanson, just how long I've been talking, Richard Branson to use that hashtag, that would trend free the Falcons for a very long period of time. It'll only take you a couple of minutes. Hit it up there. Just hit retweet, like it, put a comment on it, which helps the algorithm even more. And with that, I'm going to cease talking because I can't actually talk. Thank you very much, Alan.
Thank you, David. And kind of typical of a CEO, founder of a global corporation or two, Richard Branson can't get his hashtag right, but we can help him. Free the Falcons. Wow. If Richard Branson used that hashtag and retweeted it, there would be millions of retweets along with that. And following those retweets, maybe F-16s would finally arrive in Ukraine. So, Beefeater, I'm going to come back to you. I just want to go through the next couple of hands. I don't know if they have questions for you or questions about the military situation on the ground in Ukraine right now. So we can go to Renee and then to All Source. Renee, go ahead, please.
Yes, hi everybody. I just wanted to add something to the news from this morning, which Peter Britt has been mentioning. I will read for 20 seconds from the Ukrainsky Pravda. It's very reliable. And the quote is from 17:15 this evening, Ukrainian time. Dmytro Kuleba, you all know him, the Ukrainian foreign minister. And he says, the counteroffensive should not be considered a decisive battle. The decisive battle is the one that will lead to the complete liberation of Ukrainian territories. This conclusion can be drawn at the end, not at the beginning of the battle. If one counter-offensive will be needed, there will be one. If we will need two or more, it will be so. This is not a frozen conflict that can be frozen. End of quote. And I think he's very wise about this. I mean, if anybody should imagine that Ukraine will have a spring offensive on a broad front or deep into Russian-held territory, I don't think so. And I don't think so for what you mentioned before. It's one thing to work with tanks that are worth $1, or it's another thing to work with Leos and similar. And you want to have good softening of the ground with jets before. You want to have choppers in the back in order to put machines of that kind of value on a broad front into deployment. And I think this is not the moment. This is not the moment. Maybe ATACMS would be great to soften the rear of the Russians before and supply chains. But I think Kuleba is very smart here, because we should not imagine dozens of tanks rolling in a counteroffensive in spring. I don't think so. That's what I wanted to add.
Well, I think that is a really cogent point you're making, Renee. And we don't know how far this counteroffensive will go for the Ukrainians. They haven't launched it. They are waiting on weather. I can say that most of the pledged Western equipment is now in Ukrainian hands, and there are Ukrainian soldiers newly trained to operate it. So that's significant. When I say most, I saw the figure 98% of pledged Western weapons are now in the theater of operation in Ukraine. We know the Abrams tanks aren't there yet, but just about every other weapon, every other artillery system, for example, self-propelled howitzers, they're there. They are there. planners to concentrate these forces, where and when they want.
Hey, thanks. No, I think Renee brings up a good point. I think everybody here is talking about it. And I think the first point that we need to acknowledge is when we're having this conversation about when, right, the timing of a Ukrainian counteroffensive. The key thing to highlight is that in the end of the day, it's up to the Ukrainian military when to launch it, right? And I think the Ministry of Defense comment is very important in that. And maybe it's weather. It could be more. I mean, I think we have an anticipation that we're kind of thinking about weeks. And I've talked to some people in the background. They said a couple of weeks. But at the end of the day, if the Ukrainians feel more comfortable launching this in June, then they'll launch it in June, right? I mean, they probably have information that none of us here knows and won't know. And then that will make a decision of that will inform the decision when to launch a counteroffensive. But we shouldn't just expect this in the next couple of weeks. There is a plausible scenario where you can make a decision that maybe June is the proper, July, August. We just don't know. The other thing is, I think that it's a fair assumption, Renee, just to kind of provide a counterpoint to your argument, is that the counteroffensive is going to be fairly significant. I mean, that we've seen consistent amount of reporting. But you do bring up another course of action that the Ukrainians could do, which is kind of like this piecemeal, where you see, maybe instead of dozens of brigades and large formations launching a broad front offensive, they might decide a different course of action, which is, some units, maybe one brigade or another, couple brigades, launching piecemeal offensives, trying to slowly attrit the Russian forces, conserve combat power, and then do it again and seize small gains of territory, right? And that's plausible. And that could also be a decision that because, maybe the Russians are more built up than they anticipated, right? Maybe the Russians have a significant amount of defensive, and it's too high of a risk that the Ukrainian military decides to just launch a broad offensive at once. So they take a piecemeal approach. And where we kind of saw that was in Kherson, right? I think I think the two offensives with Ukraine have launched, we have Kharkiv and Kherson. Kharkiv, which I think was even a surprise for the Ukrainians, is when they launched that offensive, the amount of success they had because of the route, right? But clearly the Kharkiv offensive was because of Russia's failure to properly defend. They had a huge success. And then in Kherson, where there was a significant concentration of Russian forces, you did see what the Ukrainians were really trying to do mostly was to force the Russians out because of the difficult logistical situation they had. And then that's what they did, right? Without committing significant amount of combat power to achieve success, and they liberated Kherson. Sound decision, made perfect sense. You can run in a situation like that, and wherever Ukraine decides to launch this counteroffensive, they might take, Renee, to your point, that okay, let's do piecemeal, see where there's a target of opportunity, slowly but surely, and then maybe or not launch a death blow with a significant reserve in the offense. But Alan, I was just on a podcast right now discussing this, and I think one of the things that is very important to highlight, I think, and I said this word, I'm cautiously optimistic, right? And I think the key term is cautiously. And the reasoning why, right? And just from military background, et cetera. And I'd rather hope for the best, but plan for the worst. That's kind of the mentality I've always gone through this in the situation in Ukraine. The reason is that if my assumption and the assumptions that a lot of us have is true, that we're talking about corps, right? Tens of thousands, if not more, Ukrainian soldiers with tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, artillery, etc., launch an offensive. I mean, this is the first time we're going to see this amount of combat power, this mass of forces launched from the Ukrainians. I mean, this is the first, right? So that kind of just feels like, okay, that is a very difficult situation. That is a very complex military operation for any military to launch. And as Renee pointed out, I mean, the problem is that, from an air domain, it's kind of difficult. We haven't really seen that much air component of this battle, and neither side has air superiority or air dominance. So I think this is going to be a huge land war where both sides with anti-air or anti-denial capabilities forcing each side to launch ground offensives. But I think a key indicator, and I'll end with this point, Alan, a key indicator we'll probably see before this offensive launch is, as Renee pointed out again, is a significant amount of artillery strikes and deep strike capabilities along a specific front, right? So if we see, let's say, reports of a significant amount, I'm just going to say this spitballing, of Ukrainian artillery and missile strikes in, let's say, the Luhansk Oblast, right? Way more than normal, a significant amount, even probably in Russia proper, right, in those specific region, then I think that's a good indicator of like, okay, maybe Ukraine is going to launch a counteroffensive in that region. If we see in Kherson, that's also a good indicator. But the other thing we also have to take into account is that, there's deception operations. The Ukrainians will probably launch deception operations either on the ground, excuse me, on the ground, in the front line, but also on Twitter or social media and then on the media. And they might state, we're launching an offensive, let's say in, I don't know, just to pretend we're going to launch an offensive against Bakhmut. That's where our counteroffensive is. Look what we're doing, and look at all these videos, and look at all these tanks. They're going to launch this. This is where our counteroffensive is going to happen, right? That's the narrative they push. But in reality, they're going to go to Zaporizhzhia. Again, this is an example. So again, I think a lot of us, we won't know until well in advance when the counteroffensive happens. And oh, by the way, we're probably going to get a lot of information, false information deliberately by the Ukrainians as information warfare, because in the end of the day, what the Ukrainians are trying to do is cause mass chaos on the Russians. It doesn't matter if people on this, the MriyaReport don't know what the truth is, right? It's not important for the Ukrainians. It doesn't matter. They can lie to us, and that's their prerogative. They have every right to do it. They need to fight and win a war. What they're trying to do is make sure that the Russians have panic, because we know the Russians' intelligence capability and their collection capability are I'm not going to say minimal, but nowhere near the standard that we had assumed it was, and clearly nowhere near the standard as the West, right? So that enables Ukraine to really do deception operations a lot more effectively because Russia doesn't have the proper eyes. So again, we don't know when it's going to happen. Ukraine's going to launch the counteroffensive when they decide. We don't know how they're going to do it, and we won't know until it happens. And then more importantly, when it launches and when it happens, although there will be key indicators like mass artillery strikes and deep strike capabilities in a specific region, anticipate deception operations and anticipate information warfare and false information to try to deceive the Russians.
So, all source, can you stay with us for a few more minutes? We'll take a couple more hands. Then I have some questions for you as well. The order is Bearded Brit and then Yorksies. Bearded, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Alan. Hi, all source. Yeah, don't disagree with anything you said there. And the great thing is, we're in the middle of the information war right now. If the defense minister said something as part of the narrative, foreign minister came out with something, I was only half listening. But what I did hear, I think, was the foreign ministry setting expectations, which underpins what all source was doing there. It gives them wiggle room. It means they can play around. You think about it. What's the hardest thing when you're trying to move something that's bloody heavy and it's got mass? You've got to overcome inertia. You've got a static line. If you think about a rolling start in NASCAR and whatever, it's better to get going. While being able to disguise through deception, information ops, where you're going to be pushing, and from there decide, actually, this is the most likely piece. You've already created a bit of momentum. And from there, you can then do that NASCAR rolling start with the people to punch through. Wherever it is, whatever plan they're using or techniques, for me, for this to come within a couple of hours or half a day, it's setting expectation, which further provides deception for them to have more flexibility. Thoughts, all source?
Yeah, no, I agree with 100% with everything you're saying. And I think there's one point I kind of want to expand on, Bearded, of what you said. Expectation management, right? That is key. That is a key term. And in the end of the day, the expectation management is up to the Ukrainians, right? I think we all hope that what we're going to see is kind of a Kharkiv on steroids, right? Like this Russia collapse, the Ukrainians pushing through and going all the way to Sevastopol, and they liberate Sevastopol, right? And Donetsk and Luhansk and Severodonetsk and everywhere, and mass Russian surrender, right? That is kind of what we hope, right? But we have to be realistic. Again, it's my term, cautiously optimistic, cautiously. And in the end of the day, the expectations is up to the Ukrainians, right? And I think this is where the Twitter war and the media war is going to play a role. Like, what does success in this counteroffensive look like? And it's hard to really pinpoint. But there's a lot of ways you can look at this and say, one way or another, that, Ukraine has achieved success or not. But in the end of the day, Ukraine, I think, has demonstrated an ability to And the counteroffensive would kind of be the proof of this. But for the fact of the matter, and this is another one point I will highlight in the podcast, I will bring back here, and that is what we're seeing is that Ukraine and Russia, right? Look at the mass mobilization that the Russians did in September-October timeframe. They were quickly sent to the front, right? So poorly trained and poorly equipped. And oh, by the way, the Russians are pulling T-62s, and we saw recently T-55s even to the front, right? That is the situation of the Russian ground forces at this time currently in Ukraine. You look at the Ukrainian military, what do we see? We see tens of thousands of Ukrainian soldiers being trained in the West. So Ukraine has the ability to pull combat power, significant amount of combat power outside of the front to train them for a duration of time. And we can maybe argue maybe it's more is better, et cetera, right? But at least they could pull a significant amount of combat power to the West outside of the front lines to train them. And oh, by the way, while Russia's pulling T-62 and T-55s, Ukrainians are getting Leopard 2 and Abrams tanks and Bradleys, right? The modern Western military equipment, right? So look at that dichotomy. Look at that contrast, where Russia doesn't have the ability to. The Russians cannot pull combat power out of the front to properly train the forces. They need to send bodies as quickly as possible to plug the holes, while Ukraine has the ability to pull combat power, right? So that shows kind of that advantage in what we're seeing in the situation along the front lines, right? But again, what we don't know really is with Russia and in many areas along the fronts, having at least stabilized manpower ratios, right? Combat power ratios being somewhat stable. How can they operate on the defense with a concerted offensive operations, right? So far, the war has shown that Russia has performed very poorly on all metrics of combat power, in combat power and any type of ability to wage war, right? So I think it's a safe assumption that they probably won't do well on the defense because they would be constrained with everything that we've seen already. And oh, by the way, didn't Putin just dismiss dozens of generals recently? That doesn't bode well for a military that's anticipating an offensive operation. So,
Yeah, all source or bearded brick. Go ahead. Then I have a question, and then we'll go to hands.
Yeah, what we've seen, the power dynamic has changed. Ukraine now holds the initiative. Russia is now being reactive. They are the dying breath of so many little small counterattacks trying to take the initiative. But that initiative is gone in that sense because the Ukrainians know what they're going to be doing. This goes back to J2 picture and integrating everything all together. Yeah, totally on board. I think all sources said there. And this ability to train safely, in depth, well away from prying eyes, just gives you so much flexibility for when you need to push the go button.
So, all source. My question is this: in many ways, this is a new Ukrainian army taking the field. I'm not saying it's untested. It's filled with veterans, no question about that. But they have new weapons, new training, and new tactics, and a new army is to some extent always untested. So this introduces some uncertainty. Yes or no?
oh, absolutely. Again, everything you highlighted, Alan, is also part of the cautious optimistic, right? Because there's a lot of unknowns, right? Yes, this is a Ukrainian military that mass mobilized, right? New equipment, new tactics, and trying to figure this all out during an act of invasion, right? It's not easy. So again, there's a lot of uncertainty and concerns, and hence why the cautious of my optimism that also feeds into a role of it. But I think what I would say that is important to highlight on that is that where the Ukrainians then have to compensate for that uncertainty, right? And I think that's why the receiving the modern equipment provides that flexibility to gap some of that uncertainty, right? And by the way, like this counteroffensive, yes, obviously is going to be heavily involved with Ukraine and everything Ukraine. But like, just because the West gave the equipment and just because the West did the training, this isn't done for the West. Like we all know the absolute importance that we've seen of Western intelligence given to Ukraine. That would be extremely valuable to the guys on the ground in Ukraine with this counteroffensive, right? To ensure that there's as much certainty in an uncertain offensive, right? But again, this, Alan, goes to risk. And this is a risk that the Ukrainians have to take. And by the comments that were given, right, by the Ministry of Defense, that this is going to be decided by the Ukrainian military, right? I think the Ukrainian, commander, the 4-star general, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. Alan, what's his name? Or somebody give his name. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank.
Zaluzhny.
Zaluzhny, thank you. Right, he's a 4-star general, right? Right, so he's the guy who can assume the most amount of risk right now. Him and obviously President Zelensky, right? They're just like in the U.S. military, commanders assume risk, and the greater the risk, the greater the authority has to be given to it, right? So, in the end of the day, this is going to be basically President Zelensky and his senior cabinet and his generals making the decision. Okay, based on everything on the ground, we are going to launch the operations, and they just have to trust in the guys on the ground to hopefully, make the right decision and to implement their training. But there is a lot of risk, of course.
So, all source, speaking about expectations, what are the minimal expectations you would set for a counteroffensive, and what are the maximum expectations you would set for a counteroffensive?
See, it's hard for me to answer that, Alan, because here's the issue. I don't know what the counteroffensive is, right? I have an assumption that we're going to see kind of like dozens of brigades kind of pushing through the front, right? But what if Ukraine decides to do a couple of brigades, doing certain offensive operations in key areas of Zaporizhia, right? And so it's kind of, if you analyze it, if you don't know what the counteroffensive looks like, it's kind of hard to set expectation management. What I would say though, because I don't want to cop out, and I don't want to cop out, what I think a minimally acceptable for the counteroffensive, I'm not going to go to territory. How I would deal with it is that the Russian ability to launch offensive operations has completely ceased across all fronts, from the border of Ukraine and Russia, up there in the north, all the way down to Kherson, right? That the Russians are incapable of launching any more offensive operations, right? Full stop, period. I think that's the minimum where you want. And by the way, the Ukrainians are not that far from that. Like, let's be absolutely real. They're not that far from that, what we've seen in the situation on the ground. But I think if you do a couple of those, the winter offensive a little bit further back, I think that can be from an expectation management saying, okay, maybe we didn't achieve everything we wanted, but at least we prevented the Russians from getting any initiative. And maybe you force the Russians maybe they have to do another mass mobilization, right? Because the more Russia tries to mass mobilize the society, the more tenuous it is for Putin, right? So I would, in my belief, that's what I say. Because if I can say the Russians can no longer launch any offensive operations, I think from the Ukrainians, now the Ukrainians then they can decide when to launch their next counteroffensive. Because I think that's right. It's not just one. It could be multiple counteroffensives, this definitively based on the courses of actions the Ukrainians take. So then the Ukrainians can say, okay, let's reconstitute combat power. We'll launch another counteroffensive down the road, right? I mean, a maximalist is ideally, the Russians completely collapse, everything goes to shit, they all run away, and Sevastopol has the Ukrainian flag, right? But I'm going to be real. What I think would be absolutely key, and my assumption with this is, I'm going to say it right now. Where I think an absolute win for the Ukrainians would be, and my assumption is that the counteroffensive is going to happen through Zaporizhia, is that Mariupol falls, right? Because first you severed the land bridge between Russia and Crimea, right? So right off the bat, the only things the Russians can claim they achieved with this counteroffensive that all Russian propagandists have said, and then two, so there's a military component to that, right? Because now the logistics is fucked. So now what the Ukrainians can do is, let's just blow up the Kerch Bridge, we blockade the Russians, we push forward anti-ship cruise missiles as further possible, and we try to extend our anti-ship cruise missile range as deep into the Black Sea as possible to completely isolate Crimea and make logistics absolutely impossible for the Russians, right? Forcing the Russians to basically then, give up. Because it's just almost untenable to hold Crimea, or very difficult, right? Make their lives absolutely miserable. So that's the military component. But think about the propaganda value for Ukraine if Mariupol is now back in Ukrainian hands. Just think about it. I mean, it's huge. I mean, Mariupol, one of the main Russian, if you listen to Russian nationalists, post 2014 and 2015, after the seizure of Crimea and the kind of when the Russians launched their invasion into Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, right? One of the biggest regrets they had was not seizing Mariupol back in 2014 and 2015, right? And so their ability to seize Mariupol in 2022 at huge cost, by the way, at extraordinary cost, for the Russians is validated them, right? Now they've lost it, right? Because from a military point of view, I can make an argument that Melitopol, from a logistical sustainment and military point of view, is more valuable for the Russians, right? But from a propaganda point of view, but who here, let's be real, like outside of this space, I don't think anybody's heard Melitopol, but I think a lot of people know Mariupol, right? And so from a propaganda point of view, though, it's Mariupol. But look at the maps where the Russians are very concerned about, right? If you look at the geoconfirmed and where they're building a lot of their defensive line, it's around Melitopol. Because I think they have an assumption that the Ukrainians will not reach, right? And maybe it's bravado. But you know what? That could be your death knell, right? And so for me, I think a maximalistic, realistic, in a sense, from a military point of view, because of maintaining logistics, because you don't want to launch an offensive operations where you're going faster than your logistics. And if anybody don't know what I'm talking about, just ask a Marine when we invaded Iraq in 2003, what happened. The Marines pushed so fast into Iraq that they were basically ordered by their, four-star general responsible said, you will stop because our logistics can't keep up. We can't feed you, so stop. Right? So the Ukrainians obviously are going to have some limitations, just logistics and ability to maintain and sustain it. And taking that into account, I think Mariupol would be an absolute win for Ukraine if they manage to seize that. And I think that would be hugely problematic for Putin. Oh, and by the way, before I just wanted to give a shout out also to Xerxes and Intel. So love to see you guys in this space.
So the order of hands is Bearded Brit, Xerxes, and Bloke. Bearded.
Thank you, and sorry for butting in again, but just to encapsulate what all sources said there, it's called campaign planning. Yeah, this counter-offensive, whatever it is going to be one of a series of steps to achieve whatever the campaign objectives which are set at the highest level. So that'll be at Joint Force Command and with government. And it just gives a clear statement. This is what we're going to do. And the counter-offensives and counter-attacks and deep strike and everything else all gets us towards the campaign objective. So all part of the information campaign, probing here, feinting a larger thrust there. Yeah, there will be planning cells within Joint Force Headquarters that are looking, that have already mapped out various options and the like. And like I say, maximum or maximalist objective is that it all collapses and it's all fine. But if I was put a time frame on this, 9 months to a year.
Yeah, a series of steps. Xerxes, then Bloke.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for the shout out, all source. I've been wanting to come into these spaces, but I don't know. I guess I was too shy or something. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I guess I had a quick question about the counteroffensive. So one thing we did follow really closely is a counteroffensive in Kherson. So I was curious to know, what you thought about kind of how that would go. I think, do you think we should be tempering our expectations based on that counteroffensive? Because I think, first of all, I kind of liked your timeline. You mentioned it could be in June. I guess I have two questions there. I guess one of them for you is, do you think this would be predicated on getting new more sophisticated weaponry, specifically the F-16s, which like I've seen a lot of talk about. I don't know if that's going to be something that we could realistically expect in coming months, but I wanted to see if you think that the counteroffensive could be predicated on obtaining those. And do you think we should be tempering our expectations based on what we saw in Kherson? I think that was I mean, we followed that pretty closely. I thought that was something that, you know, I don't know if that's kind of what we can expect to be replicated in coming months. But I just kind of want to get your thoughts on that, man. And because I'm starting to get back into focusing more on this side of the world. And, you know, on Tuesday in our space, and we're going to be talking about it a little more. So I was curious if you had any thoughts on that, all source or intel. There too.
Yeah, absolutely, Xerxes. And by the way, quick shout out to Xerxes. If anybody here hates the Iranian mullahs and the regime as much as I do, make sure you give Xerxes a follow. He does great work against Iran, the terrible ayatollahs and everything. He has great spaces, and we all see how Iran has supported Russia with weaponry, with the Shaheds and all that. So great voice here. Please utilize him. Please talk to him. Go to his spaces. Go to his group of people because they do great work in the opposition against the Iranian regime. So Xerxes, to your point, so I think Kherson is an important example, right? Because it overall, right, if you look at it, it was a success for the Ukrainians, right? Because in the end of the day, they liberated Kherson. Full stop, done, right? That was their objective. But I think the Ukrainians acknowledge, okay, look, if we're going to trying to launch an offensive against Kherson at full military might, there's probably too much risk, and we might lose a lot of combat power to achieve that result. So what you saw, what the Ukrainians were trying to achieve was, let's force the Russians out. Let's achieve our, as bearded, Brit stated, right, excellently, our campaign plan, our objective is the liberation of Kherson. That was the operational objective. How do we achieve that? Let's force the Russians out, conserve combat power. And they achieved that. But the flip side to that, the problem that did is now Russia had significant amount of combat power still that they were able to then to send across the fronts, you know, from Zaporizhzhia all the way up north, you know, to the Russian border up there in Kharkiv, right? So the Russians were able to beef up their forces along that area. That then enabled, with the mass mobilization that came along, for them to then launch this winter offensive, which was a failure, but that combat power assisted that, right? So that's the risk. But that's what the Ukrainians have to make a decision, right? And I think Kherson is a perfect example. So the question is, how can you replicate a Kherson from expectation management, at least from the defeat of the Russian military in this counteroffensive? And I think one of the ways you can achieve that, in that maybe initially does not look like success, but down the road, as Bearded said it again beautifully, you know, maybe 1 year or 2 years down the road, is like you create a situation where the Russians are unable to sustain their forces in the south, right? And the key to that is Melitopol, right? So if the Ukrainians launch a counteroffensive where they're able to maybe not, they can't seize Melitopol, but they manage to seize enough territory where now Melitopol is within, just like Kherson, HIMARS range, indirect fire artillery range, or as close as possible, where you can start interdicting supplies. Now you're in a situation where the Ukrainians can just say, let's sit back, maintain the front lines, and repeat Kherson. It's going to take longer because there's not those natural, you know, there's not the Dnipro River that just makes it impossible to do logistics. But oh my God, is it going to be all hard? And I think a perfect example of that is, if you look at it, it's Bakhmut right now. I mean, there's a reason why the Ukrainians are fighting so heavily for those roads, those paved roads and those highways, because they understand that it's key to maintaining its supplies to the defenders of Bakhmut, you know, for all these months. Those roads were key. And they acknowledge that they can use these unimproved roads outside of those main highways, but it's not ideal and it's difficult. And that's why you see the Ukrainians fight so hard for a lot of these roads and everybody talking about it. You can repeat that situation, though, for the Russians and Melitopol. So let's say the Ukrainians launch an offensive. They're not able to, you know, maybe Mariupol was not the objective, or maybe they're not able to seize Mariupol, but then they start to push south, and maybe they're 80 kilometers outside of Melitopol, right? So many people might be like, oh man, this counteroffensive wasn't successful. You know, you would get into that mindset, oh, because the Russians are still there, this counteroffensive didn't achieve the objective. Okay, well, don't analyze it from now. Analyze it months and a year ahead. How then Ukrainians can position their forces, and specifically their long-range artillery and rockets capability, to just make a absolutely living hell to Russia and Melitopol. You can degrade the rail lines, you can degrade the highways. And oh, by the way, the more you push your forces deeper into that area or closer to Melitopol, the more at risk Crimea becomes. So now you have also that added benefit, right? And it's not easy for Russia to sustain those forces if they don't maintain Melitopol, or at least have, let me rephrase that. They have to have basically unobstructed ability to do force flow in Melitopol. So if the Ukrainians are able to disrupt that as much as possible, you can see a situation where Russians are unable to sustain it. And so when the Ukrainians maybe decide to launch another counteroffensive down the road, and it doesn't have to be that significant, you can see a repeat of Kharkiv, because now the Russians aren't able to supply their forces properly and to send reinforcement in those areas.
So a really quick follow-up, if I could, too, just all sorts. You mentioned earlier about mass mobilization. So I thought this was a really important thing you brought up, is like, you know, the mass mobilizations can only go on for so long. And I thought the first one, like, I didn't expect it to go over that badly within Russia. So I had a question to you about that. Like, how far along do you think, you mentioned this situation getting more tenuous? Like, when do you think that really comes, to a boiling point? Like, do you think because the first one I thought was, even that was a really bad situation inside of Russia. So what do you think about the next? Like, you think the next one's going to be the one that, we see all hell break loose? Because I think you're onto something there when you talk about the mass mobilizations being kind of where you're going to see a breaking point and a really bad situation for Putin. So what do you think about that, really quickly? Sorry, I didn't mean to ask too many questions here. Go ahead.
No, that's crystal ball, right? It's hard, and I think it's always hard to determine when you're trying to analyze a country, right? Okay, when is it ripe for revolution? What's the trigger point for a revolution? And it's hard. It's just really, 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 really hard. I don't think anybody could have told me in 2010 a fruit seller burning himself alive in Tunisia was going to cause the Arab Spring. Well, that happened, and it did. And I use that as an example to be like, yeah, anybody in 2009, let's talk about the next decade in 2010. One of the key geopolitical and historical events that was going to happen in this decade was the Arab Spring. Nobody would have anticipated it, right? And so I use that because it's hard to really know what might be the trigger for Russia in that scenario. However, where I would analyze maybe a revolution or mass protests, etc. Maybe it's hard because there is this kind of this very important stranglehold that the Russian security forces have in Russia, and this apathy from the Russian people that they just don't want to deal with anything, and they're just very apathetic to let the regime rule. But where I think it's important to highlight is it's the economic damage that another mass mobilization would do with Russia, right? You're going to have to. Sorry, just had a call and I just hung up. Sorry. You're going to have to pull hundreds of thousands of military-aged males from the economy to fight again and again and again in Ukraine. And when you analyze it from that, then analyze it from an economic point of view. And then once the economy will absolutely deteriorate if that were to occur, another mass mobilization. There's a reason why the Russians haven't done it again. They just haven't. They probably should. If you're the Russians, you probably want as much combat power as possible. Might be hard to sustain and maintain it, but you need the bodies. If one thing the Russians have demonstrated is that the only way they're successful is because they have bodies. And they need a lot of bodies to achieve any remote of success. But for them to do that, you're risking the Russian economy. And another mass mobilization, I think, would be, I'm not going to say death, like a death strike to the Russian economy, but it would be devastating to the Russian economy. And then the second and third order effects of a Russian economy just in free for all, that maybe, sir, could cause mass protests.
Thank you, Xerxes. So, all source, hasn't Putin stayed just short of mass mobilization? The draft that's ongoing is one of their two annual drafts. This draft ends July 10. They take 150,000 odd young Russians, throw them into the military. This is essentially what they've been doing, aside from the Wagner forces, which were recruiting from prisons. Isn't that right?
Oh, I need way more. Look at what they did in October. We're talking. What were we talking about? Between 300, 400, 500,000. That's not anywhere. That's 3 times what we're seeing in the normal draft, right?
So they would need to do that again, and in such a numbers that they basically, because of the just to sustain the front lines, right? And you know, this draft and everything, although it is important for the Russians, it's not to the degree of a mass mobilization, which was 3 times the draft that we generally see in Russia, right? And I think if you, so what, to your point, Alan, though, analyze it from this perspective, right? They had so they had the mass mobilization in October, they had the draft, and then if a situation goes where the Russians have to do another mass mobilization, you're probably talking at that point close to 1 million Russians having been recruited into the Russian military in a year time frame. Actually, less. I mean, just think how that would be devastating to the Russian economy. And oh, by the way, the Russians' plan is to increase the Russian military, I believe, to it's either 1.15 or 1.5 million personnel, right? I mean, how are they going to sustain all that? And you just see this rabbit hole. But if Russia, the drafts are not enough, Alan, just end up with. If they need a lot more.
I get that, and I see Putin and the Duma laying the groundwork for another mass mobilization. So, Bloke, please go ahead.
Oh, geez, I don't even know where to start. So that was amazing. Thank you, All Source. Good to see you back. Um, yeah, I think that over the next 6 months, Ukraine is stronger, and even with a mass mobilization, Russia gets weaker. So the window, I think, is 6 months. You know, and also we haven't seen a lot of. This is more of a question for you, actually. We haven't seen the sort of shaping we saw around Kherson that you know commence yet, right? Although we've seen a lot of attention paid to EW and air defense, I've noticed that, but we haven't seen these mass fires and HIMARS strikes against logistical targets and so forth. And I have the feeling that this is just going to take a really long time just to shape the battlefield for the push. And the other thing I wanted to point out that I thought was a really astute point on your part was that Kherson is sort of like Crimea. You know, how they liberated Kherson would be very similar to how Crimea could be liberated. You just make it hell for the Russians. They can't sustain it. You take out the bridges, the railroads, and then they'll be forced to abandon. A lot of smart civilians are already figuring that out and leaving, right? Because they see the writing on the wall. So my first question to you is, do you see any evidence of any shaping happening yet in any areas? I don't, except for EW and a lot of attention paid to air defense. And secondly, with Crimea, I think it's more a question. I don't think there's going to be an offensive in Crimea. I think it's just going to be made untenable. Also, I'm really curious about a town called Takhmuk.
Bloke, you got it, man. Yep, that is a key town. I mean, that is a key portion of that offensive down there. And absolutely, that is the town I think we're going to be hearing a lot more down the road. So Crimea, I agree with you 100%. I don't see. I mean, it's difficult, right? I mean, if you think about it, like an island, it would have to basically be an amphibious invasion, which, I mean, unfortunately, the Ukrainians just don't have that ability. But I just don't think they need to. I mean, let's just play this out. Let's just play this out. We see a report that there's Ukrainian brigades on the front line at the border of Crimea. Do you really think anybody's going to have a conversation of like, oh my God, this is a Ukrainian defeat? How, this is unacceptable. The Russians, what? No. If we get a report the moment of Ukrainian tanks on the border with Crimea, and I'm Putin, I'm not concerned about Ukraine. I'm concerned about the generals that is going to launch a coup against me and assassinate me. Like, full stop, period, done. I've said that all the time. The moment there's Ukrainian tanks at the border of Crimea, the Ukrainians do not have to get into Crimea. That is an absolute win, decisive victory for the Ukrainians, and they just make life hell. And if I'm Putin, I'm freaking out about the generals and the elite who are trying to kill me. I agree with you, look. I think that is a very reasonable way for the Ukrainians to launch against Crimea. And there was another question, and I completely forgot about it because I got very excited.
Oh, shaping operations, like
shaping operation. Yeah. I have not, honestly, and I think that's the reason why that I think we're still kind of a little bit, maybe weeks away. I mean, we can even make an argument months, depending. So I think there's going to be a lot more shaping operations to anticipate it. But I think one of the things we have to talk about, and I think, Alan, we had this conversation in the past about deep strikes. I think a lot of that we might not necessarily know, because when we're talking about shaping operations, I think we're very accustomed to how the West does shaping operations. The West, specifically the United States, has the ability to do shaping operations hundreds and hundreds of kilometers deep and into enemy territory, not the entire country.
Well, with air power,
exactly,
right?
100, yes, air power, Tomahawk cruise missiles, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Just unobstructed. That's how we do it. But it takes a lot of training and manning and equipping, right? Even if you give F-16s to the Ukrainians, it's probably not going to be enough to do what the West does. And I say that because maybe a lot of the shaping operations are going to be are inherently going to be closer to the front. And so for that to happen, one, we have to assume then the only way we're going to really get that information, because I think the Ukrainians aren't going to say anything if that were to occur. We're probably going to get it from Russian media. And then the only way we can really track it is significant increases in artillery, really. I mean, HIMARS, absolutely. But I think the shaping operations that the Ukrainians are going to be talking about we're talking about 100 kilometers at most from the front, right? We might don't get me wrong, we probably might see some deeper strikes. We might see something deeper against command centers here and there, maybe some railheads, some ammo storage, hundreds of kilometers up, but that's not going to be a lot, right? So we're really talking about at most 100, and probably the most is probably around 30 kilometers from the front. And that's really what we're going to see it. And so it might be a little bit difficult for just the normal observer, or even Russian media, even Russian observers that we're going to have to rely upon for this information, to differentiate that level of activity to an upcoming counteroffensive. I think that's an indicator, but it might be difficult to necessarily know exactly, hey, is this the shaping operations we're anticipating for the Ukrainians to launch an offensive operation? Or is this just standard Ukraine, artillery strikes just to fuck with Russians, right? It's going to be substantial, but at the end of the day, what we're seeing is that the Ukrainians are going to have to, because they're not going to have the deep strike capabilities that the United States have, and oh, by the way, they probably don't have the artillery capability, at least munition-wise, that the Russians do have, and the Russians are also running into issues with ammunition expenditures. Because the Ukrainians are limited in that, how they're going to have to compensate for that is actually movement and maneuver, right? That is the key. And General Austin said this, in a speech, I believe it was at the Pentagon months ago, and he said, we are training the Ukrainians to make them not so reliant on artillery. We are compensating the lack of artillery with movement and maneuver. And that is how we fight. Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Oh yeah, I couldn't agree more. And also watch what happens at night, with the optics and thermals that they're going to have. I just wanted to make one last point about combat power in terms of Russia. And that's that, they relied a lot on their junior officer corps. They didn't have a lot of, senior NCOs and stuff like that. And a lot of those people are gone now. I mean, there's even a chart I saw of the number of junior officers who have been killed. So there's a lot of inherent knowledge and, domain knowledge that's been lost. And it's not easily replaced because they've been so preoccupied with, just throwing people into the grinder. I mean, who's going to train the mass mobilization when it comes, right? So I think that shouldn't be underestimated. Senior NCOs make all the difference. And well, with Russia, it's junior officers, and a lot of them are gone. and everything they know. And let's finally get back to the senior staff. It's odd who Putin promotes, like the idiot who launched the offensive in Volodar, and the people he fires. Like it's just whatever. Well, I'll shut up now. But thanks, Alsaurus. It's great to hear you.
No, Bloke, and I agree with everything you're saying, and I think an important thing I would like to highlight is to your point, and in case people don't know, is when I went to armor training, one of the things they taught us there was, because we fight Russian doctrine, right? We that's what we simulate. And so, U.S. tank platoon is 4 tank platoons. You have your platoon leader, your platoon sergeant, and then your 2 non-commissioned officers. Your senior scout is the next senior non-commissioned officer behind your platoon sergeant, because your platoon sergeant is the most senior. And that's how we operate. And what that does is it puts a lot of emphasis. It allows the platoon of 4 vehicles to break up in 2 and fire teams and operate that way, right? The Russians, they fight with 3. That's their tank platoon is 3. And the platoon commander or the platoon leader is in one of those 3. And one of the things we're taught is try to find the tank with the most antennas. Like literally, this is how it was. I don't think there's probably not doctrine, but they literally would tell us, if you see a tank with a lot of antennas, blow that fucker up. Because when you do that, the other 2 don't know what to do. It just breaks down. That's the point, because they don't have non-commissioned officers. Like, their non-commissioned officers at best do technical stuff, and that's not the role of a non-commissioned officer, right? The non-commissioned officer is the leader, but that's not how the Russians operate. So it's like literally find the 3. If you see one with a shitload of antennas, kill it, and it's going to be a lot easier to kill the other 2 because they're just going to be frozen, not knowing what to do.
Yeah, and total evidence of that at Volodar. You can see the videos. It's nutty.
Thanks, Bloke. Intel Schizo, then Redstone.
I'm actually about to hit a bad bit of cell service, so if you want to skip me for a little bit, that'd be great.
Okay. Let us know when you're back, Intel. Redstone, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I had a question. It might be considered a bit of a thought experiment, but it's about the F-16s or any type of multi-role fighter getting into being handed over to Ukraine. Is this good time to go into this, or should I just hold off on it?
Go right ahead, Redstone.
Thanks. It's come up a little bit. So my question is, I'm looking for a perspective, and there's a lot of great minds in this group. So, making the assumption that the United States and NATO has already decided they're all in on F-16s. There's a lot of political, there's a lot of talking heads. People say stuff in the media, but let's assume that our decision's already been made. We don't know when that's happening, but I do believe that it is either a decision that when this came up was going to happen just before or during, or I guess before there's an offensive, a major offensive, or it would be after. And assuming that the West is all in, and assuming there's a before or after a counteroffensive, what would the logic be behind the U.S. holding up until Ukraine makes a successful counteroffensive and they're able to push Russia out of their territory, out of their country? Would there be a logical reason why you'd want to wait? What benefit?
Okay. Yeah. So I think it's not that there's a benefit. I think that's just the situation on the ground, right? Because the West didn't make the decision. So that's just the fact of the matter. So let's make something abundantly clear, though, right? Ukraine wins. Russia's completely out. 1991 borders are restored. La-di-da, everything great. We win. Ukraine needs to still have a very capable military to ensure Russia doesn't do this again. Like, this isn't done. Like the integration of Ukrainian military into Western military infrastructure into NATO is a decade-long process. It's going to take a long time. The benefit is that the moment Ukraine becomes a member of NATO, you would literally have a combat-ready, tested, proven military. You give them the F-16s, now they're even more powerful than before. I mean, you can literally make Ukraine, at this point, the most potent military
in the European continent. Like that is an actual, like, not a crazy statement to say with what we're seeing on the ground with the experience they get, right? So Redstone, to your point, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. What I would say is, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I'm planning this, like, I hope for the best, plan for the worst. And so my planning consideration is, well, what if this war lasts for 5 years? Right? Like, let's just play this out. If I'm a military planner, it's like, my assumption is this war might last for 5 years. So how can I enable Ukrainian success if that were to occur? Right? Equipment and training is specifically is key. But in the equipment and training aspect of it, how you can compensate. Let's say there's kind of a Ukraine seizes additional territory, they achieve success, but not enough to force the Russians out. So then you're like, okay, well, what do I have left? Where can I tilt the balance of power for the Ukrainians to achieve the decisive victory? And that's the air power. But you were going to say something, Redstone? Sorry.
My fault. It would be
No.
air power.
Exactly. Air power. So then you can analyze, okay, how do you achieve air power dominance for the Ukraine? Now you can understand, wow, okay, this takes a while, right? Because it's not enough just to give them 20 to 30 F-16s. Ideally, what you want to do is you give them hundreds of F-16s and similar aircraft, even MiGs or whatever. You train them accordingly, and then you train them and equip them properly to fight air power as the West would fight. Seed, suppressing enemy air defense systems, achieving air superiority, conducting deep strikes with air power as the West would do. And then all that combined then enables future ground offensives for the Ukrainians, right? So if you look at it from like that perspective, I think that's kind of where this, like, hope for the best, plan for the worst. That's where this conversation of F-16 should lead into, right? Give them substantial amount of air power to then be able to fight. Maybe not to the standard of the U.S. because that's a very high bar to NATO per se, but as close as possible. And if you can suppress enemy air defense, if you can defeat Russian Air Force, because the Russian Air Force, if you really look at it, it still has a lot of platforming capabilities, right? There's still a lot of them left. So that's then the next way that then you can tilt this war into Ukrainian, assuming that the kind of the ground situation freezes. And I think that's kind of the direction that is going. And if Ukraine achieves a success in the counteroffensive, continue with the F-16s, because we want to make sure that Ukraine still becomes, based on its military strength and the victory they achieve, a predominant military power in the Eastern Europe as a further deterrence into Russia, because I'm not going to hope that Russia changes hearts and becomes this Euro-Atlantic aspiring UN member. And that is not where I'm going with this planning. So make sure Ukraine becomes a dominant military power in Eastern Europe.
All source, it's really the weapons that the West has withheld from Ukraine that is shaping the counteroffensive Ukraine is planning. And so I'm talking about ATACMS, I'm talking about F-16s. I would see ATACMS coming before F-16s, and F-16s as a prelude to Ukraine really to Ukraine joining NATO. And so the F-16s would be the last thing delivered. Maybe the ATACMS would be delivered first. All source, what do you think?
No, I mean, it's easier to train and utilize ATACMS than F-16s. I mean, they already have HIMARS. We see the Ukrainians have the ability, right? But again, I think that the issue of ATACMS is there's a certain point when you incorporate ATACMS where they're effective, and then they kind of lose their value, right? And I think in the sense, and the reason why I say that is because that's targeting. When we're talking about ATACMS in the military lingo, it's targeting, right? The ability to deliver a round of munition to your target. But you need to find out what that target is. And that's collection, right? Because it's easy to utilize ATACMS to hit hard infrastructure, right? That's generally what you see. What do we all see when it's shock and awe? You blow up the buildings because buildings can't move. Blow them up. You blow up the airfields, everything hard, oil depots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's like, okay, now that's all gone, because militaries can still fight. They find out ways, regardless of what military you are. You adapt, you become mobile. You go to somewhere new that you maybe not know of, another building you don't know of. Okay, well, how do you find that new building that they moved into? Collection.
collection, 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 collection. And so that's a two-way streak. So but what I would say is that although, yes, I don't want anyone to misconstrue my comment. ATACMS are hugely important. They can have devastating impact for deep strike capabilities of shaping the battlefield. But I think the problem is when people talk about ATACMS, and I think Austin, I don't know if I think he's spoken on this space before, an Austin thing. He said it's kind of like this conversation of like a wonder weapon, right? Like that the Germans had in World War II. Like if we just develop this one weapon, it's going to change the tide of the war. And in the end of the day, that's not the case. What is going to be decisive in this war is what we're seeing Ukraine doing right now. That is the most important thing. It's not an excuse to not give ATACMS. Give them ATACMS, but don't put too much emphasis on ATACMS. The emphasis needs to be on the training and equipment of these maneuver brigades and their ability to launch offensive operations as quickly and expeditionally as possible, and more importantly, to seize the initiative and to exploit success. In other words, if you do it, let's say they do an offensive and they break through the lines and the Russians are kind of like paralyzed or on the retreat. That brigade commander got to go find those guys and kill them. Kill them. Like, to seize the initiative, exploit success, make sure that that enemy that's in the retreat is destroyed, is completely destroyed, so that way they cannot be the threat in the future battlefields that Ukraine will, encounter. So I am a lot more vested and interested in the training and equipment of these combat brigades than necessarily the ATACMS of F-16s. I think that is more decisive, in my opinion.
All source, do you see the possibility of mass surrender of Russian troops in the coming Ukrainian counteroffensive?
I mean, that's a definite possibility. If I'm a planner, I'm planning for it. I mean, you have to. So, like, in the U.S. military, that's a military police function. MPs, that is a role and responsibility they have. Detainee operations, absolutely, and that, especially considering that. I mean, if you think about it, right? Let's look at the counteroffensives that Ukraine has launched since this Russian invasion into Ukraine in February 2022. Every single counteroffensive that the Ukrainians have launched has been against standard Russian military units, right? The professional, quote unquote, military, as we would talk it, not against conscripts. Not against conscripts. These conscripts are poorly trained and poorly equipped, low morale. So that is a definite possibility, Alan. And I think that's something that maybe the Ukrainians are also trying to look at. How can we achieve success without having to sacrifice munitions and bodies? Maybe mass surrenders. That is definitely, if you can find weaknesses along a front, you try to punch through that, and then you cause mass confusion. And ideally, those mass confusion leads to mass surrender, similar to what we saw in both invasions in 91 and 2003 when we did against Iraq. A lot of the Iraqi military said, screw this, we're not fighting, we're done. Ideally, that's a way you achieve that. And I think that's a key unknown, Alan. And then I brought this earlier in the space with you guys, was that we just don't know how Russia fights in the defense at this magnitude. But more importantly, we don't know how they fight with this magnitude in a conscription-based military. We just haven't seen it. So there's a lot of unknowns.
Yeah, both militaries are undertaking new roles. Really a new Ukrainian army on the ground with new training, new weapons, and the Russian forces really being thrown back on the defensive. Do you see any strength in the defensive fortifications that Russia has set up all along the line of engagement?
So if I'm analyzing this purely from a terrain and obstacle point of view, right, what we would call in military lingo Maku, yes, but where I've seen it from what we saw, and I think Geo Confirmed shared a beautiful map where they kind of mix both, and I have it right here, where you see a lot of the concentration of defensive operations, kind of like this defense in depth, right, concept that is very standard military, right, defensive depth, maneuverable defense, and etc. is in Melitopol, right, in that area, right. So if you look at Zaporizhia, right, and then you kind of go southwest, that's where we're seeing a lot of those defensive. Outside of that, I mean, it's basically the front line. and then it's just open terrain, which is very risky for the Russians. So clearly, I think the Russians are a lot more concerned about the south and southwest around Melitopol, because again, anybody who knows and analyzed, just looked at a map of Ukraine, understands that Melitopol is the key logistical hub and force flow for the Russians in the southern front, right? That's why if they lose it, they're screwed. That is where all the defensive is. Outside of that, it's not. And so, this map actually kind of clearly shows, like, there's basically a straight line to Mariupol. Once you break that first line, it is ripe for just speed and firepower straight down the heart to Mariupol. But again, Ukrainian commanders on the ground will have better information than all of us, and they will make the decision where this happens.
So these defensive fortifications are built in 3 lines, as I've seen. A tank trench, dragon teeth, and then a trench for Russian forces to fire forward. But are they well built?
I mean, well, I guess we'll know when the offensive happens. I mean, really, I mean, we'll just kind of have to wait. I mean, if I'm in a Ukrainian military planner, right, I would assume yes. Just go with that assumption. Yes, they are. We're not going to even have this conversation. With a well built, let's plan against that. And if we arrive there and they're just cardboard, we're like, oh, well, that's a win for us because we planned for the worst. So this is going to be easy. Just plan for it to be the worst. Don't get into an argument about it. And if you get there and they're absolute shit, hey, that's better for you.
So one other question, then we'll go to the next hand. The Russian Air Force has not really been terribly involved in this war. Has Russia held back air power, and are they going to throw it against this counteroffensive to slow it down?
I think they're going to throw. I mean, maybe they might throw it, but I think the Russian Air Force is absolute fucking garbage. I'm sorry. Like, you're telling me, like, was before, like, one of the key reasons why I realized Russia was not going to achieve success in Ukraine at the beginning of this invasion is when I saw Ukrainian MiGs and Sukhois flying days after the invasion started. I was like, what the fuck? Like, how is this possible? Like, I literally, everything we were made to believe about the Russian Air Force, and look, I never believed that the Russian Air Force was everywhere comparable to the West.
We knew they sucked from even a long time ago, but anyway,
yeah,
carry on.
No, but I knew they weren't at anywhere. Like, I know in a toe-to-toe match against NATO, they were going to get absolutely hammered and destroyed and just devastated, right? But I was like, okay, maybe the one area where the Russians are going to have some level of success is in the air domain, right? And what became very clear and obvious is they're just absolute garbage. Their training is terrible. They don't know how to employ air power properly. It's just not at the level that we all kind of, at least at like even 10% capable, right? And so when you're looking at this counteroffensive, I mean, what are you going to do? Right? Throw your air power. And what are the air power going to do? They're going to throw dummy bombs. I mean, really, that's it. Okay, I can deal with that as a tanker.
Yeah,
Like,
if I could just add to this, we know they sucked, but we didn't know they sucked that badly, right? Like, just like basically on their own, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. So they can throw their air power, but I just don't. The Russian air component of this entire invasion has been a joke. The only thing that the Russians have been able to do is launch ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones against fixed buildings. A year into this invasion, that is all they do. That is all they know how to do. That's it. That's not how Western militaries operate. You hit the hard infrastructures in the first days of the campaign, and then you move on to other targets, right? And the mobile ones. If the Russians don't know how to do it, they don't know. So I'm not, to be honest, the Ukrainians probably have SHORAD capabilities in this. I just, like, the Russians, what are they going to do? They're going to drop dumb bombs, and that's it. It's not going to be that decisive. And I don't think I think they're holding it back because if they commit it, they're not going to achieve any success. And all you're going to see is more Russian planes shot down by Ukrainians. That's it.
Thanks, all source. Redstone. Then I have a question about cluster munitions. Redstone, go ahead.
Yeah, has Ukraine been
have they received any mobile, not like Gepards, but any mobile anti-air, like more modern anti-air systems that I guess mechanized that they'll have in the front when this offensive starts?
I know they have. I believe they got Avengers, right? I'm not crazy. They got Avengers, right?
Oh,
I think they got Avengers.
I believe they
So
did.
yeah, I think they do have Avengers. They do. They do have. But by the way, I have a huge eternal love to the Gepard. Like that thing is like the love of my life. Like I love that system to death. So I want to see them utilize that against infantry. I'm sorry, call me crazy. I would love it. So, but yes, to answer your questions, they do. But I just haven't seen concern. Is Alan, to your point, those defensive positions, right? That and then what units are there to back those up, right? Because obstacles are only worthy if you have defenders defending those obstacles. If not, they're just nothing. They're just there. You just move along. You blow it up and you move on. So that's my number one concern. My second concern, obviously, would be artillery, Russian artillery, and then a distant third would be air power, but it hasn't been that effective. It just hasn't.
So, Intel Schizo, do you have your signal? If you do, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with everything that AllSource has been touching on for the past 30 minutes or so. Something I did want to add in terms of, I don't know if it would fall under the shaping, but it's definitely important for any action. We haven't seen too much reporting of it as of late. I just don't know if it's part of a media blackout or maybe it's just not really something that hasn't really been touched on. I don't know why. Is the damage to the Russian rail network, whether it's in Russia itself or within the occupied territories in Ukraine, right? We saw last month a strike in Melitopol that damaged the rail yard. We don't know how bad the damage was to the rail yard, but that's the major rail logistics supply hub for the Operational South Command. And we also saw around the same time the strike of the Caliber missiles that were going through Dzankoy, which is the only north, south, east, west rail intersection in Crimea. And those happened both around the same time. And those two rail hubs pretty much are the two main arteries of the entire rail network in Russia's Operational Command South. And they've been damaged. We've also seen within Russia partisan activity continuously of sabotage of automatic switching signals and just general sabotage along the tracks. And we've seen since December a number of rail stations and switching signal boxes, etc., throughout the DPR and LPR being sabotaged as well. And this is putting severe strain on the logistics, and that also goes way back to earlier in the conversation with like the ball bearings and stuff. Besides just the physical damage on the rail, and it's also putting severe strain on the carriages. Running old cars or new cars on track that might be 70 years old isn't really safe. And if you're putting a 70-year-old track to replace a section that was damaged, it can't support the weight of a new rail car. And so then you're being forced to use older rail cars. And if you don't, then you're more likely to have the rails snap and then derailments because the rail can't support the weight. So yeah, the rail side of which is the main logistics, hasn't the sabotage and damage of those has not let up at all. I just don't know why we haven't seen much reporting in the past month on activity with rail damage. But the last major reporting that we saw was in Melitopol in late March. That was conducted, and that was huge. That's like I said, there's only two main rail arteries for the operational command south, Dzankoy and Melitopol. And both of those rail yards have received unknown amount of damage. We just know that stuff blew up in those rail yards, but we haven't seen anything to indicate how bad. That's going to severely hamper Russian logistics throughout the entire front.
So I like intel between you and Craig and talk about rail. You guys going to give me a headache. So my kid, Intel and Craig know very well my disdain for anything rail because of just how much.
If only Craig was here, that would be amazing.
If Craig gets in here with Intel and they talk train, I'm out. Like I'm out and I'm drinking tequila because I can't stand it. I can't. This is too much rail. But in all seriousness, what I would say is that the issue about rail is, and I think this kind of ties into also what we see with the Russians, how they target Ukrainian infrastructure, right, and electric substation, et cetera, is that those infrastructure, although are damaging and could disrupt operations, those can be repaired, right? And I think it's, doing those types of level of strikes can cause disruptions, but you have to, unless you can do it consistently, and constantly, I don't think it's going to have the desired effect as you want. So I think Intel, for example, Melitopol, that's where we were having this conversation earlier, that if Ukraine is able to get within striking range of those rail lines, that's how you achieve that level of success. Hitting hundreds of kilometers deep down or using special forces or resistance cells to achieve that level of disruption is effective, but not decisive. And you can only measure that in a couple of days at most, because the Russians have shown an ability to rapidly repair a lot of these systems to ensure that type of rail operations continue, right? And I think the Kerch Bridge is a perfect example where, although it was hugely devastating to the Russians, that strike, it didn't cause a breakdown in the entire logistics command for the entire operation south. Now, granted, Melitopol was there and they had to utilize different rail routes to get there, but it was still sustainable. That's why you need to get deeper and deeper and deeper in to actually have the decisive effect you're looking for when you're trying to disrupt these logistical lines from the Russians.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, then I'll drop down. The Russians are extremely dependent on rail, but of course they've planned for that. They have dedicated units that can repair rail very rapidly. So yeah, it has to be sustained to cut off the logistics.
Yeah, Russia's rail fix these units, right, that focus on fixing rail and just rail maintenance is pretty impressive for any country. But they only, just like everything else in this war, Russia only has a finite quantity of equipment that can do the work. And with sanctions, whether it's the ball bearings that keep the axles in the cars running nice and smoothly, whether it's those breaking down, or just general parts, if you're having to continuously use this equipment that has a finite amount of replacement parts, it's going to lead to issues on top of, there's only so many, you might just think like, oh, a railroad track, like you can make a railroad track pretty easily. But
yeah, no, you're right.
Base
yeah, you bring up a really good point. Yeah, you do bring up a good point. They're suffering. So yeah, you're right. They have thought this through. They have military units that are dedicated to rail, and then they can repair quickly. But you're right. They're missing everything now from bearings, simple bearings. They're buying from India and China now. So yeah, they're in trouble. It's a good point. And we should talk about rail for the next 3 hours just to entertain all sources. But
please don't. No, you know what? I'm getting another beer. Hold on, I got to get a beer because of this. We're already talking
my
about
last point on the trains is just simply the tracks themselves. You might think like, oh, it's a piece of iron, like you can just slap that down, you're good to go. No, like if and the thing with Russia is they've built a lot of everything and stockpiled it. If you're pulling out a section of railroad tracks built in 1930 or 1950, that rail track that was built 80 years ago can't sustain the weight of a modern day locomotive with its cargo. So if you're using 80-year-old tracks to replace something that was damaged, you're now having to use lighter train loads. Otherwise, you risk snapping the tracks, and then you're going to have to waste more resources on fixing them, which means you're going to have to pull out old rail equipment that's, like everything else, been sitting exposed to the elements for God knows how long, and it just creates more issues. So
Thank you, Intel Skitsu, a bloke, all sources getting a beer. I just want to ask all the hands up, be concise, form your question before you ask it, so it can be concise and rapid. And with that, we will go to Meta, Michael, and Primus. Meta, please go ahead. And thank you very much for your patience.
Also, thank you. Yes, my military operationally thought, how much disadvantage does the point that it's Ukraine's soil and there are civilians and in the country, in the towns. So if you're thinking about a counteroffensive, Melitopol, Mariupol, wouldn't it be smarter to go straight between them to Berdyansk or something, because you have to think about the civilians from the operational planning. That's my question. Thank you.
Oh no, I mean that's an excellent point. Yes, 100%. I think that kind of reinforces the Kherson offensive. Like I remember even before the Kherson offensive was even occurring, there was a lot of conversations of like, will the Ukrainians even enter Kherson to forcefully because of the concern of the civilian population? Right. That is absolutely 100%. I guarantee the Ukrainians are taking that into account because again, these are they're citizens they're trying to liberate, and they don't want to cause casualties to their own citizens. And that's something that the Ukrainians military planners have to take into account. I mean, we might see changes in operational military planning and tactics on the ground to take that into account because they just don't want to cause more damage than is already occurring. Because in the end of the day, that's something that the Ukrainians are going to have to rebuild in the future, right? Even if, and as it should be with Russian money, but they still have to rebuild it. But you can't replace lives. And so, no, that is an excellent point that every single planner is having, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And I think that's something that all military planners need to bring up more forcefully because we've seen that in Kherson as a perfect example of hesitancy of Ukrainians about that level of offensive, and did they feel comfortable of basically causing mass amount of damage to that city.
Thank you, Mete. On to Michael and Primus.
Yeah, I have two questions. I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. It has to do with the accuracy of their long-range aviation and sea-launched missiles and the destruction that we've seen from that. And we have history to look at given their behavior in Syria and Chechnya and elsewhere. But we also know the propensity for their sort of scorched earth policy. So looking at it from a targeting cell or adversary capabilities analysis perspective, is the targeting of so many civilian buildings and the killing of so many civilians a result of sort of a strategy of terrorizing civilians to break morale of the Ukrainian citizens, or is it maybe a mix or more of a demonstration of Russia's lack of sophistication in technology and weapons delivery precision? In other words, do you think they're intentionally hitting, or are they just firing at will and hoping something hits these civilian buildings?
So I think it's a combination of all the above, right? I think the Russian and Michael, I apologize, you did cut off a little bit from my end. I had some technical difficulties. So if I answer your question incorrectly, please stop me in my track and tell me if I'm on the right answering your question correctly. But where I think the Russians, one, they don't have proper collection, right? They don't know how to collect, and so such their targeting is ineffective. As such, they hit things that they know are there, which is mostly just civilian infrastructure, in the hopes of achieving some level of tactical success, which they won't. And when all else fails, they just bomb Ukrainians to cause mass terror, and hoping that it breaks the will to the Ukrainians' will to fight, which will never happen. And so I think it's just an all above. I think it's a terror campaign, and in addition, it's just an inability to do effective collection and targeting to achieve military results. So they just hit for those infrastructures that have been there for decades, that although probably have minimal military value, they just in their mind probably has a lot more, and they sell it as such, and then they target it. So I think it's kind of like all the above.
Yeah, that's a good answer. It kind of goes into their entire history in the modern era, or even going back to the 1900s. They seem to prefer mass versus precision. And if you look prior to the Ukrainian, well, if you just look at the battlefield, the satellite photographs of the battlefield, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of pockmarks in the ground from artillery. As far as it's sort of scatter shooting as opposed to direct fires that are pinpoint precision. And we were in the last 30, 40 years, 50 years, they were viewed as a peer or near peer adversary with the exact precision as we would use on the battlefield. But you see a much more randomized effect of their putting weapons on targets, and a very small amount compared to civilian targets of actually hitting military assets with their long-range weapons. And it's been sort of perplexing after you've been instilled in this, had been instilled in you for years, that we needed to look out for them because they were just shoulder to shoulder with us on capabilities.
So actually, one thing, Michael, that I think you brought up, and that this kind of had me thinking, and I was like, oh wait, this is something I think that kind of touches upon your point in a way. One thing, I will be flat out honest with you guys. I never thought in a million years that a manpad was capable of shooting down a cruise missile. Never thought that was even possible. And I have a lot of experience with air defense. Right, I dealt with it extensively. Never crossed my mind. And I had to think, it's like, okay, one, all right, that's a strike of luck. But man, have we seen a lot. And it got me thinking. I was like, wait a minute. How anybody who knows how manpads operate in cruise missiles, like cruise missiles generally emit way less heat signature than a ballistic missiles, et cetera, like a lot of other things. So it's hard to detect it and to fire against. But so much successful kind of manpad interceptions had me thinking that I think what happened was, this is just a guess based on what I've seen, is that the Russians are utilizing, they're having the same exact flight pattern for the cruise missiles to impact targets in Ukraine, right? In other words, they launched the cruise missiles probably from the same general area. And more importantly, those cruise missiles then fly the same path to then hit a target, right? Because the only way a manpad can be successful against a cruise missile, and I've talked to even air defenders that are way more experienced than I have, and in a million years of knowledge in this, they said that the only way they can conceivably see this happening is that the manpad team is at the right place at the right time. So the fact that we had this occurring multiple times, to me, indicates that the Russians are so basic in targeting, so stupid in targeting, that they're capable of launching cruise missiles the exact same flight path over and over and over and over again. So what do the Ukrainians have to do? They analyze that and they're like, all right, you privates, get this Stinger or this Igla. You're going to wait here for weeks. That's your job. If a cruise missile comes, you shoot at it. That's your job. And the Ukrainian soldiers are like, all right. And then they're like, holy shit, this is actually working. We're actually intercepting cruise missiles with manpads. Because the Russians are so fucking stupid that the only way that makes sense is that they just fire from the same flight path. And I think that's actually what is going on. And it ties to your thing about Michael, is because they don't have an understanding of collection and targeting. They just don't. And so what they revert back to is just hitting civilian infrastructure, and more importantly, just doing mass terror campaigns against Ukrainian civilians.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Primus, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, we were talking a little bit about short range air defense, and someone said that it looked like the only thing that they have is the Avenger systems, which are showing up now, and Gepard. But there's actually a couple other things which are over there, at least that have been new and donated, and that would be the Stormer from the British, which is shooting those what are those laser guided ones, the laser guided man pads there, and Crotel. It's a French infrared guided missile, so that's mounted on usually a vehicle chassis, and it can carry 8 of them. So it's a good but kind of older system from the 60s and 70s, but it's been progressively updated. So apparently that's there too. So that's more of a point defense can travel with the forces kind of thing. So also does the same thing as Gepard, but it does it with missiles. So just wanted to throw that out there. See if anyone had any thoughts on those systems too.
You just say Gepard, and I just fall in love. That's all I have to say. I love that system so much.
Is that your love language?
Absolutely. The firepower of that, oh my God, I love it.
All source, do you think Ukraine can achieve surprise in launching this counteroffensive?
Define surprise. Like, what are we talking about?
Okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'll define surprise. The Russians don't know where, don't know when. They don't have the intel. And is that possible in this theater of operation?
Yes. I think that's entirely possible. I think that is an entirely possible scenario, right? Again, it goes ties into deception operations of what the Ukrainians can do to force the Russians to focus in other areas. That is possible. It's hard. I'm not gonna say it's easy, but it is very plausible. And I just kind of see that the Russians' intelligence capability is not at the level that a lot of people suspected, right? The Russians do not have as robust as we thought intelligence collection and ability to gather information robustly, and maybe or more importantly, maybe they do have the ability to collect information, but clearly it doesn't get to the highest levels, right? And so there's a breakdown, and based on all that, I think it's an important thing to consider that the Ukrainians can take that to their advantage and utilize that to execute a successful counteroffensive operation.
So it seems to me Ukraine has 2 intelligence advantages. One on the ground. These are Ukrainian citizens who feed information to Ukraine. This has enabled Ukraine to make some deep, precise strikes on command centers, on ammunition depots, and concentrations of Russian troops. Secondly, Western nations, NATO nations, are sharing intelligence with Ukraine. That to me would seem to give Ukraine the upper hand in terms of intelligence on the battlefield.
I agree with that. Yeah. I would agree with that 100%. All those statements of love. Yeah, I think Ukraine does have the ability to has a lot more resources at their disposal. I would say. I think that's a very fair assessment.
So, all source, I'm going to make a shameless plug for a Sunday afternoon show here with Thomas Tyner. It's up in the nest, and I wonder, will you be able to be here Sunday afternoon? Have you ever listened to a Tyner time from beginning to end?
Not the whole thing, but I have listened to him, and that I will do my best to join. Let me see the times. You say, okay, 1400 Eastern Standard Time. I think that there might be a possibility. I will definitely reach out to your guys' team and join in if I can and listen in, because I think that would be an interesting conversation for sure.
Well, it's going to be 4 or 5 hours, so there's a big window.
Jesus Christ, guys! Am I the only one with a life here? I kid. Oh my God! Don't kill me.
No, Thomas has talked, I believe, for more than 8 hours, maybe even 12. I don't know. But you cannot stop listening. So I hope you get here, all source.
No, that'd be awesome. And I do have to, as showing that I'm not as have that much. I do only have like a couple more minutes, so I don't know if there's anybody want to hit me up with any last questions or anything like that. I saw Intel raise his hand, but if he talks about rail, I'll go keep on drinking right now.
Yeah, Intel, don't talk about rail, but go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to add to the intelligence side, what Allsource was talking about. I think there's one other advantage to the Ukrainian intelligence apparatus, and that is the role of OSINT, right? Like people might be like, oh, open source, like militaries probably know it before the internet, right? But that's not necessarily the case. Like you could have some random guy post a video on Twitter right now. It might take days before a actual intelligence analyst finds that video and sees it. Meanwhile, on Twitter, that video's already been geolocated, everything in that video frame by frame's already been identified and spammed everywhere. That's a huge advantage for the intelligence analysts in the Ukrainian army, particularly those focused on targeting, right? Having people who instantly identify the exact location of a Russian air defense system or an artillery position, within minutes of a video popping up or a photo popping up on social media, it might take, that saves so much resources from the intelligence analysts. They don't have to spend that time doing all that digging. The work's already been done for them. They can just plug those coordinates in. That saves a lot of manpower. They'll let the analysts focus on more high priority targets or mission sets. And that's a huge advantage for them. If people might still say like, oh, what you might be blowing open source, exaggerating it. There's some really great quotes. One's by Lieutenant General Samuel Wilson. He was the former head of the DIA. This was about a decade ago. He was talking about the role of OSINT in a paper called New Technologies, Education, Expanding Opportunities and Threats, a New Paradigm, Journal of Strategic Security #6. And this was from like almost a decade ago. It talks about how open source intelligence provides 90% of the information used by the intelligence community. And then you have Robert Cardillo, who was the former director for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And he talked about, again, this is not quite a decade, this is about 2017, I believe. He talked about how unclassified open source information should not be seen as supplemental to classified intelligence, but it should be the other way around. So like the open source provides the foundation, and then something like, say, a drone or whatever, supplements that reporting. So that's a huge advantage to the Ukrainian forces versus the Russian side. Their intel cycles like completely busted by not having that NCO core, and then the bulk of your junior officers dead. There's huge disconnect between the Russian enlisted intelligence analyst getting a report up the chain of command. It's just not there. So their entire process of how they analyze and produce intelligence is completely broken. You could say, take the CENTCOM analyst scandal from 2015 and put that on steroids, and it's completely ineffective.
All source?
No, I mean, Intel nailed it. So again, I think with that I will drop. But before I head out, I do want to just say that again to everybody here, because I'm already seeing is like the counteroffensive. Like Ukraine will make a decision when they make the decision, and they will launch it when they launch it. It is their decision. They understand the situation on the ground. They understand the risk, and this is going to be a very complex and complicated military operation. And we all have to, again, always hope for the best, plan for the worst. And I think, again, I would end it as I started. I am cautiously optimistic.
Yeah. Before you go,
But
all
what
source, let me.
yeah.
Before you go, all source, I have to do this. That is a drink for the Gepard. Because the Gepard was the, I thought about it when it was announced that they were going to be sent, and I thought, okay, well, maybe they'll come in handy someday against infantry. I don't know. They're probably pretty useless. But man, are they good at Shaheeds, right? I am really impressed with the Gepard. I think we have to rethink a lot of things with drone warfare, and the Gepards, I'm impressed. So that drink was for you.
Dude, I love the Gepard. Love it, love it, love it. I always loved it. Always loved it. Always loved it. I don't know why we got rid of it because it's phenomenal. But like I said, just end on this point. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think the key portion is we all have to be aware that we haven't seen this done before. I mean, this is a huge undertaking. I mean, the fact that Ukraine has been able to build a military at this level, with this level of armament, with this level of training, during an active war zone is something absolutely commendable, right? And look at the situation that the Russians are in, that in over a year, they are forced to pull T-62s, even T-55s to the front line. In just a year. And yet Ukraine is able to receive Leopard 2s and Abrams. So already what the Ukrainians have achieved is incredible. Nobody, I think, ever thought that this situation was going to happen a year ago today in what we're seeing now. And so on that and that ability that Ukraine has shown, although there's a lot of risk and a lot of unknowns, I am cautiously optimistic that Ukraine will have a level of success. And hopefully, I would love to see the day that the Ukrainian successful counteroffensive ends, in my mind, with a Ukrainian flag over Mariupol. Thank you again for having me, guys.
All source, tremendous appreciation for coming up here tonight. Really, really thank you. And I hope I see you again on Sunday with Thomas Tyner. All source, come back anytime, even if you only have 10 minutes, especially if I'm here, because you make my shift that easy. Thank you so much, all source.
Alan?
Primus.
Alan?
Yeah, and Prince.
Yeah,
Prince, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick, and maybe all source hasn't dropped, but there was a quote from Hannah Mailer earlier this week, and I'm just going to read it real quick because it sort of sums it up exactly what you were saying. Numerous counteroffensive scenarios that are now being made public can be used as the base of movie plots. But that is not our history. We will write our history ourselves. Ukraine will execute a counteroffensive when Ukraine is ready and in the way they want to do it. That is the bottom line. And that is I have read that quote, I swear, every single day since it's come out, because it sums it up so well. This is Ukraine's history to write, nobody else's, and they will write it themselves.
Excellent quote. Excellent quote. So I appreciate, Princess, you're sharing that before I drop. So thank you so much. I'll catch you guys around. Thank you.
Thank you, all source. Primus, go ahead.
All source. I had one quick thing for you before you went.
Well, of course he's gone now, Primus, but go ahead.
Darn it. Well, no, I was just going to say, I've been a big fan of the Gepard since it arrived, and there's some other systems which are also pretty good, but I think we're spending like millions, if not billions, of dollars coming up with these laser weapons to do the same thing that things like Gepard and some of the other mobile gun systems that have existed before, or they're looking at, like Skynex, Sky Guardian, those kinds of things. But we're trying to do these laser things, and it's kind of reinventing the wheel, and really gun systems can do that job just as well, if not cheaper. because yeah, a laser system is pretty cheap once you have it because you're not going through ammunition. It's just the billions of dollars inventing new technology to something, to do something we could have done in the 70s or 80s. That really leaves me scratching my head. So, and you're also not going to have incidents like today, at least where I saw a video where one of those Lancet drones hit a Gepard, which was stuck somewhere. It just stopped, and I don't know if it had been abandoned or what was going on, but the Lancet basically hit it right in the front, and it pretty much just bounced off. Where a laser system, just because it's much more fragile, would probably be, completely done for. So yeah, I mean, I do think, Back to the Future sometimes is an answer because we had some pretty good solutions for these problems, 20, 30, 40 years ago, which, work. And maybe they can direct some of that money towards, either more of those systems or developing some other things, which would be more of a force maximizer. So I've always been a little skeptical of that. Anyways.
Yep. Primus, I saw that same video. Basically, that loitering munition bounced off the Gepard, and the Gepard survived. But I do agree with you. Back to the Future, especially combating drones, Shahed drones in particular. Basically, you need to go back to the air defense system carried on aircraft carriers and aircraft carrier task forces in the Pacific in the Second World War. Fill the sky with live ammunition that can take down drone swarms, like nothing, I think. Bloke, maybe you have
Yeah, I was
Primus.
just gonna pitch in before I drop, right? Like I said, I was gonna drop earlier, but the conversation's so fascinating. So, um, you know, Primus, you're totally touching my buttons here with military procurement. Don't get me started. It is so frustrating. But yes, absolutely 100%. Military procurement has not caught up with the way things have changed. Um, just our inability to manufacture artillery shells, for example. And the Gepard was a perfect example of something that it was deemed obsolete when when it was offered. It turns out that it is extremely important because everything is changing with drones. And so, couldn't agree with you more. We have to focus more on mass and getting our procurement system in line. And we don't need these incredibly expensive projects. We need more mass. And that's, I think, a lesson that's going to come out of this war. But I don't know what your thoughts are on that Primus.
Primus, go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I raised my hand before I jumped in there because the order is important. It's what separates us from the beast. Anyways, yeah, I would agree because I mean it's great to have the world's best air defense system, but the problem is, and I think what's going on in Ukraine is really showing us the weakness of this is you need to have a lot of those air defense systems, so you have to cover a lot of territory. So if you only have one and there's 20 other places you can't be, then that's 20 other places that are vulnerable. So what did you really accomplish? So there really needs to be a better balance of technological advancement and the numbers that we need to actually do what we need to do. I mean, yeah, you can look at like what's going on of the U.S. Navy, where they only have like a couple hundred combat ships, and they're running them all into the ground because they physically can't be everywhere. And then they're just wearing out these gold-plated systems, doing what's effectively menial jobs that could be done by patrol frigates and that kind of thing. And then you end up having to replace them, and you're constantly in this cycle of having to replace high powered systems on here. So yeah, I mean there's some older solutions which I think a lot of the defense contractors turn their nose up because there's no R&D money in building, building new Gepards or in building new Vulcan air defense systems or something like that.